Chapter 601, Profiting from the Situation. Supreme True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's pupils enlarged and his gaze burned brightly. When the true inheritance light lump was still 1,000 steps away, Fang Yuan felt its surging aura. This was a feeling which ordinary true inheritances and even unparalleled true inheritances did not have. Under the effect of this aura, thoughts started to gather in Fang Yuan's mind. Countless thoughts emerged out of thin air and his memories flashed past continuously. If his mind was like a deep pond during normal times, then right now, the rapidly increasing thoughts were like a huge waterfall crashing down into this deep pond. Thoughts surged madly, creating waves after waves. This feeling was incomparably wonderful, and Fang Yuan was not able to find an accurate word to describe it. The memories buried deep within his mind started to emerge one after another, the dust on them removed as they realistically and vividly appeared in his mind. Great numbers of inspirational lights flashed past and all sorts of lively ideas emerged in Fang Yuan's mind. Some problems and doubts regarding cultivation were being instantly solved under the inspirational lights. An extremely strong self-confidence involuntarily arose in Fang Yuan's mind. This was an indescribably wonderful feeling, as if everything was within his control, as if there were no problems he could not solve. This was a special power that people could not help but be deeply addicted to. Lad, wake up quickly. I also know how intoxicating this feeling is, but if you don't want to die, don't lose yourself in it. Look at yourself quickly. Mo Yao shouted. This voice awakened Fang Yuan, and when he looked at himself, he was pale with horror. In just a short moment, his body had become weak and exhausted, his glossy forehead now had wrinkles, his strong arms gave a feeling of being old and decayed and returning even more weak. If not for Mo Yao's reminder, Fang Yuan might have lost himself in that wonderful feeling and overlooked the changes to his body. This Gu is. Fang Yuan thought of an incomparably shocking answer, and at the same time, used his movement Gu to quickly retreat. True Inheritance secluded domain did not prohibit the use of Gu worms. The Supreme True Inheritance also was not chasing Fang Yuan and just continued to fly on its path. Fang Yuan rapidly pulled distance with it before fearfully looking at this Supreme True Inheritance that was flying far away, cutting open the dark space. This is only the aura of a Supreme True Inheritance and it almost made me lose myself and die. How difficult would its test be? Fang Yuan exclaimed in shock. He could not even get near human Qi Gu, an unparalleled true inheritance. There was no need to speak of supreme true inheritance, let alone approaching it. Just by nearing it a little, the aura it leaked out almost took his life. Just like Mo Yao said, Fang Yuan as a mortal was too weak. This inheritance was definitely a great thing, but he did not have the strength to bear it. It was like a bee picking honey. If the honey was as big as a fist, the bee would instead drown to death. The immortal Gu of this supreme true inheritance, could it be that legendary Gu? Fang Yuan spoke with almost 80% certainty. But this answer was too shocking, making him somewhat unable to believe it. He. Mo Yao laughed. Lad, your guess is correct. Even I did not dare to believe it back then, but the truth is right before your eyes, there is no choice but to believe it. Right, the immortal Gu contained in this supreme true inheritance is the rank 9 Gu of legend, Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. It was recorded in / the legends of Renzu / This was a rank 9 immortal Gu which could give endless wisdom to the Gu master. But the price to use it was extremely high. The legends of Renzu clearly recorded that Renzu and Desolate Ancient Moon had to give their middle age to it to obtain its help. In other words, using Wisdom Gu meant using up lifespan. Fang Yuan had not even approached it, but his lifespan had been worn down rapidly, wrinkles appeared and his body aged in just a short period of time. In regards to Fang Yuan, Wisdom Gu was a true death god. I really don't know how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable obtained it back then, and even more, what heaven-defying methods did he use to seal it here? No wonder Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought up all kinds of methods to extend lifespan. He must have used Wisdom Gu a lot. Fang Yuan was deeply moved. Mo Yao instead sighed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable probably used Wisdom Gu for one reason, to extend lifespan. Unfortunately, the more wisdom Gu was used, the shorter his lifespan became, and in the end, he did not obtain the solution he wanted as well. According to the historical records, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable lived for over 8,000 years before dying. 8,000 years was already a result on the middle to upper level among rank 9 venerables. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan, lived for 25,000 years. The one with the shortest lifespan was Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who only lived for 3,000 years. Other venerables generally had a lifespan of around 7,000 years. There are 3 supreme true inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Tell me, what are the other 2 like? I really want to experience them. Fang Yuan's eyes let out an indescribable radiance. Mo Yao felt something wrong with his tone, and quickly persuaded, "Lad, don't have stupid thoughts, pick up an ordinary true inheritance quickly and leave. You have the 10 Edge Owner token and can only take away an ordinary true inheritance anyway. Even if you pass the test of an unparalleled true inheritance, you cannot take them. Don't even mention supreme true inheritances, your weak body that can be blown away by the wind cannot even endure their aura." Fang Yuan laughed loudly, "Your words make me even more interested to see them. This opportunity is extremely rare, I am afraid I won't get another chance if I miss it this time." "Brat, have you gone mad? Do you not know you lost at least 2 years of your lifespan just a few moments ago? If you continue squandering time like this, and the true inheritances start flying with the speed of a meteor, you won't be able to get anything, and you might even lose your life." Mo Yao was anxious. Fang Yuan kept on laughing without being moved. He continued to wander, detouring far away when he saw ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances, with not even a bit of intention to take them. Mo Yao's will became more anxious. "You lunatic. Heavens, what in the world are you thinking in your brain? You are letting so many true inheritances go away just to broaden your horizons? You idiot, if you die, what should I do? What about Water Pavilion? If I die, this will of yours will also not be able to survive, but you can rest easy, you still have a will left in Water Pavilion. You can wait for a fated person and entrust this precious task upon them." Fang Yuan unhurriedly replied. Mo Yao tried to persuade him again, but Fang Yuan was adamant in doing things his own way. He kept on exploring non-stop, and after several days, the true inheritances were moving faster. Fang Yuan went into dangerous situations every now and then. Several times, he faced the danger of losing his life, but narrowly managed to escape in the end. Mo Yao had been trying to persuade him the whole time, the anxiety making her go mad. "Lad, I surrender, you are truly stubborn. Alright, you don't have to continue, I will tell you about the other 2 supreme true inheritances. The first is a luck path inheritance founded by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Using his unique luck path attainment, he was able to become invincible in the world. Second is the control rights of 88 True Yang Building. This tower was refined by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor. It can plunder the Gu worms of a region. There would be endless Gu cultivation resources for one who obtains it. She was truly anxious. Normally, she might not necessarily be in the mood to provide such inside details to Fang Yuan even if he asked. Now, however, she revealed it, afraid Fang Yuan would continue acting foolishly. But what she was afraid of happened. Fang Yuan chuckled and, as if he had not heard anything, continued to wander. Several days later, the true inheritance's flying speed was already as fast as birds. It was extremely easy for Fang Yuan to evade 1 or 2, but True Inheritance Secluded Domain seemed to be shrinking and all sizes of true inheritances had to fly in the narrowing space. The long tails of all sorts of colorful lights they dragged were almost interweaving a thinly spread light web. Fang Yuan could only survive moving through the cracks of it. At this stage, Fang Yuan was using all his concentration and did not dare to relax for even a moment, for a moment of carelessness would lead to the tragedy of his death. "Leave quickly. You can't even take away ordinary true inheritances now. As long as you continue to stay here, the danger will increase by each second. Sigh, you have actually gone crazy in such a crucial moment." Mo Yao was getting dispirited from all the persuading. Fang Yuan's gaze was burning, suddenly asking, Tell me, is there a possibility I can find an opportunity to reap benefits when two true inheritances collide? Mo Yao was stunned upon listening to this. But soon, she shouted in a shrill voice, "You fool, you idiot! Would the grand giant Sun Immortal Venerable commit such a clear mistake? So you were thinking like that. I overestimated you. I overestimated you too much. You have clearly become a victim of your own ingenuity. How could there be such an obvious loophole for you to exploit? You have thought too wishfully, you are too naive." So it was just my wishful thinking. Fang Yuan chuckled, his expression undisturbed as he continued to explore. Actually, he had already known this, but intentionally said it to provoke Mo Yao. "Why are you still not leaving? Are you looking to die?" Mo Yao was provoked and was completely driven mad by Fang Yuan. "Whether I die or not is my matter, it is none of your concern. You have already died, why is a dead person making such a din?" Fang Yuan indifferently ridiculed her, his expression still tranquil as if the one in danger was not him. "Damn it! Scoundrel! Idiot!" Mo Yao's face flushed with rage and started hurling out curses. Rumble. Right at this time, an explosion suddenly occurred a great distance away. Fang Yuan gazed at the source of the sound, seeing two true inheritances colliding which then sprang towards different directions. Fang Yuan was dumbstruck. He had not expected his nonsensical words to come true. True inheritances actually collided. Especially when one of the inheritances seemed to be a supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was also dumbstruck. How is this possible? Her voice rose an octave higher into an ear-piercing sound that had no demeanor of a refinement path grandmaster. Back then, when I explored this place, why did not I encounter such a good thing? But soon, her eyes opened wide, coming to a realization, so it was like that. That is the luck path supreme true inheritance. Back then I did all I could to open up a crack in it to obtain the fortune rivaling heaven Gu, but in the end it flew away. I could only use the other inheritances I obtained to settle for the second best option, refining calamity beckoning Gu. Mo Yao had created a crack in this supreme true inheritance, because it was no longer in a perfect state, the original balance was tilted, allowing true inheritances to collide into one another. Boom! Another sound of a collision. Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide. This collision seemed to have caused a Gu to fly out from the luck path supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan was stumped. What is that? Mo Yao was also stupefied before shouting, that is a luck path Gu worm, what are being dazed for, aren't you going to take it? Fang Yuan, however, hesitated, if I try to take this Gu, wouldn't I be met with the luck path true inheritance's test? Luck path true inheritance was a supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan would never be able to endure its test. What damn test? The collision has enlarged the crack in the true inheritance light lump, it is breaking down. Take it and leave quickly, if you don't leave now, you are going to die here. Mo Yao shouted. Fang Yuan chuckled and moved forward, dodging here and there, before being able to approach with great difficulty and pick up that Gu worm. This was a rank 5 mortal Gu and not an immortal Gu. Lad, you are still not leaving? Mo Yao was almost howling by now. Haha, what's the rush? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but did not leave, instead staying within true inheritance secluded domain, observing everywhere. Looking at the time, with the current chaos, it is almost ready, he mumbled. Lad, what did you say? Mo Yao had just spoken when Fang Yuan sprinkled many Gu worms which activated together to form a whirlpool. The whirlpool let out a majestic force of attraction, absorbing all the true inheritance lights. Several breaths later, the whirlpool slowed down and crumbled with a loud sound, revealing a door. All according to plan. Fang Yuan threw himself in without hesitation. The next moment, he saw the land spirit. Chapter 602, Frost Jade Peacock. The scene before one's eyes was that of a grand and elegant white jade hall. For huge pillars were holding up the roof, on the ground, light casted shadows on a person. Be it the walls, pillars, or roof, they were pure and white as snow. They were all created using white jade stones. At the center of the hall, there was an elevated area with 23 steps of stairs. On the elevated area, there was a green copper divine bird statue. The divine bird was looking up and spreading its wings, but there were countless black chains, each with the size of an ancient tree, coiling around the divine bird's body, tangling around its long neck, its slim legs, and even piercing through its feathers and lodging itself into its body. The divine bird's eyes were sharp as daggers, it was frowning and had its mouth wide open, almost as if screaming out loud. Its expression was very moving, it looked so real with delicate details, and there was an indomitable spirit of resistance oozing from it. This spirit could leave a firm impression after a single gaze. Fang Yuan appeared on the stairs, looking at the tall and huge green copper divine bird statue covering his vision. His dark pupils seemed to have flames burning within. This. The sudden turn of events shocked Mo Yao to the point of stuttering. She gulped as she pointed her finger, shouting, "This is actually the Frost Jade Peacock, Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit." "Ah, what's there to be surprised about?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He said, "Imperial Court Blessed Land originally had a land spirit, otherwise it would not have recognized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and made him its master. The land spirit is formed by the combination of an obsession and the Blessed Land's heavenly power. To get rid of the land spirit, you will have to deal with the entire blessed land. If the land spirit dies, the blessed land will be destroyed. If the blessed land is destroyed, the land spirit will die too. Currently Imperial Court Blessed Land is still in good shape, it means the land spirit is still alive." His words made Mo Yao shout in anger, "You bastard, such obvious reasoning, how could I not know this?" Mo Yao had done all she could to research 88 True Yang building for her lover Bo Qing, in an attempt to get the fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, and help Bo Qing advance to rank 9. Eventually, although she succeeded in entering the True Inheritance secluded domain, because of her insufficient power she could not obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Instead she had to settle for something else, using her inheritance information and her own foundation as a refinement grandmaster to refine the calamity beckoning Gu. Because of this, she understood the value of the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land extremely clearly. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not rank 9, he had won in the competition for Imperial Court Blessed Land's inheritance, and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. When he became rank 9 and was invincible in the world, he had the superior Grotto Heaven, Longevity Heaven, and thus Imperial Court Blessed Land became one of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's multiple residences within the world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created 88 True Yang building and set it up within Imperial Court Blessed Land. This formed a relationship. If one was targeting 88 True Yang building, they would need to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land thus became a protective shell for 88 True Yang building. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, this shell had been exerting great use, in that Gu Immortals could not enter. But in this setup, there was a huge flaw, any Gu Immortal could see it clearly. That was the existence of the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land. This flaw did not exist when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still alive. Because Giant Sun was the master of the land spirit would obey and do whatever he told it to do. But after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died, Imperial Court Blessed Land became ownerless. As long as one could meet the land spirit's expectations, anyone could become Imperial Court Blessed Land's new owner. And 88 True Yang building was situated inside Imperial Court Blessed Land, thus whoever controlled Imperial Court Blessed Land would have 88 True Yang building in their grasp. As long as one was a Gu Immortal, they would understand this from just a small amount of thinking. In Mo Yao's lifetime, when researching 88 True Yang building, she had spent a huge amount of time and effort in this field. But eventually, she made no progress. All the hard work and effort she put into this resulted in nothing. What sort of person was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? How could he be unaware of this loophole? He dealt with this perfectly, sealing the land spirit deep within, and in Mo Yao's eventual exploration, she could not even find a single feather of the land spirit. To think that the land spirit was hidden inside the True Inheritance secluded domain. Only when the true inheritances fly at a certain speed would this loophole appear, and allow for the possibility of opening this gateway. Mo Yao's heart was shaken. At this moment, she understood what had happened. The more she thought about it, the more she viewed Fang Yuan with a new and higher level of respect. This lad, I underestimated him. What sort of background does he have? He actually knew this method of entry. Mo Yao was shocked and curious. Fang Yuan's performance was very shocking, it greatly exceeded her expectations. What she did not know was, this was inside the video from Central Continent's Gu Immortals and Fang Yuan's previous life. In fact, the deep research of Central Continent's Gu Immortals was actually built upon the foundation of Mo Yao's findings. Mo Yao was an impressive refinement grandmaster. For her lover, she researched the 88 True Yang building, and charged an alone. After she died, the previous research material that she left behind was in the hands of Spirit Affinity House. For the 10,000 years after that, generations after generations of geniuses within Spirit Affinity House continued their research on it. At the same time, 88 True Yang building had been corroded by the power of time, showing more and more loopholes over the years, becoming easier to exploit. But Spirit Affinity House knew that to take down this juicy meat called 88 True Yang building, it was not something a super force could do alone. Thus, Spirit Affinity House secretly worked with several other Central Continent sects and planned this for thousands of years. Spirit Affinity House took the lead as they controlled the most important research materials from beginning to end. Later, good preparation would be the key to success. When Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacked, the group was led by Spirit Affinity House's fairy of that generation, Black Moon. As he walked up the stairs, Fang Yuan arrived at the foot of the green copper divine bird. This tall statue was Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Except that it was sealed tightly by giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and could not move. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, throughout the ages, it had been standing here without any movement. As they got closer, Mo Yao had a discovery. Lad, your plan will be hard to execute. The green paste on the Frost Jade Peacock's body is created by the rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Prison. The black chains that are coiling around its body are made from the rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth net. While saying this, Mo Yao thought of something and her words stopped. At once, in Fang Yuan's mind, she was staring with her eyes wide open, like she had seen a ghost. Because she had suddenly remembered, not long ago, Fang Yuan summoned 2 Immortal Gu, one of them was Gruel Mud. Earth Prison Gu, Earth Net Gu, although they were rank 7 Immortal Gu and were higher than Gruel Mud by 1 rank. But they were one-time expenditure Gu, they vanished after 1 use. The 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu worked together to seal the land spirit, but after hundreds of thousands of years of corrosion from time, this strength had weakened greatly. And Gruel Mud was a direct counter to this strength. It seems you have already thought about it, you are not too stupid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he took out the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu from his pocket. Although this Gu was rank 6, because it was an expenditure type Gu, it was comparatively easier to use. There was no need to inject immortal essence into it, he just needed to squeeze it. Fang Yuan squeezed lightly and it shattered. The Gu worm burst and oozed out a brown-green light that was like liquid. The light followed Fang Yuan's will and flew up, fusing into the divine bird statue. Throughout the process, Mo Yao watched in a daze, unable to say a word. After the light fused into the statue, a slight tremor occurred, but this tremor was simply too light, it was almost like an illusion. But soon, this tremor became larger. The entire divine bird statue starting shaking. Cracks were forming on the green paste covering the divine bird statue. Next, the chains starting colliding with one another, making a loud and sharp noise. Success? Don't tell me, after hundreds of thousands of years of wear and tear, the powers of the 2 Immortal Gu were used up? Mo Yao muttered to herself. She had a complex expression. There were disbelief, surprise, suspicion, and denial. But afterwards, the tremors became smaller. The divine bird statue became silent, and the chains stopped clashing. The entire white jade hall became quiet once again. Mo Yao was deeply disappointed, she sighed, failed in the end. There was the difference of a rank, plus this was the setup of an immortal venerable. He. But at this point, Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Mo Yao, look at the divine bird's head? Mo Yao's will looked over and was shocked. The green paste on the land spirit's head is slowly melting. That's right, this is the gruel mud immortal Gu's real effect. I was too caught up with the commotion and got carried away. I lost my bearings and did not think of this. Laughable, how laughable. Mo Yao suddenly shook her head and sighed. Immediately afterwards her expression had vanished completely, restoring the demeanor of a legendary Gu Immortal, a refinement grandmaster. Actually, she could not help but briefly lose her cool. In her life, she had paid too huge of a price for Imperial Court blessed land, for 88 true Yang building. Right now, Earth Prison Gu and Earth Net Gu, the powers of these two immortal Gu, although corroded mostly by the power of time, they still had a portion remaining. Although Gruel Mud Immortal Gu was effective against them, it was only rank 6, it was still very difficult to get rid of the remaining power. But don't forget about the existence of the land spirit. The tremors earlier were due to the land spirit. It was the one which exerted strength, causing the two immortal Gu to divert the majority of their power to suppress it, allowing the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's power to sneak in. As the green paste melted, it turned into gruel mud on the white jade floor. The green-black mud was a great contrast to the white tiles on the ground. Drop by drop, they fell on the ground. The frost jade peacock's head was released, but after getting to its neck, the speed of melting greatly reduced. Evidently, Earth Prison and Earth Net Gu's remaining power reacted and started to resist gruel mud, causing the efficiency to reduce greatly. Just like in the video in my previous life, it is exactly the same. Fang Yuan laughed as he looked at the land spirit. Frost Jade Peacock, oh Imperial Court land spirit, look down at your feet, I was the one who released you. How does it feel to breathe again after hundreds of thousands of years? As long as you recognize me as your master, I will help you to regain freedom. Frost Jade Peacock's angry expression was still fixed on its face. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, it laughed arrogantly. I am one with the blessed land. All the things that happened in the blessed land for the last hundreds of thousands of years are clear in my heart. If you want to be my new owner, you will need to fulfill one condition. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Giant Sun Immortal Venerables fulfilled this land spirit's request and became Imperial Court blessed land's owner. Today, Fang Yuan was facing this request as well. At this point, the video in his previous life had no more value. Fang Yuan laughed as his eyes shone, asking, "What condition?" Chapter 603, Sleepless Night. No, don't abandon me. Save me, benefactor. The voices were reverberating in Tai Bai Yunxing's ears. He opened his eyes suddenly and sat up on his bed. Huff. He was panting, with his body covered in sticky sweat. It was very uncomfortable. Another nightmare. Under the dim light, this rank 5 peak stage expert's face showed an old and weary expression befitting his age. In the silent room, Tai Bai Yunxing's breathing sounds became softer, as his frown slowly eased. Sitting on his bed, he fell into deep silence, like he was in a daze. There was an extreme fatigue hidden in his gaze. Ever since he failed the round, he had been in deep guilt and self-blame for causing Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to be sacrificed due to his own greed. Almost every night, he had the same nightmare. In the nightmare, blood was pouring everywhere, the smell was overbearing. All sorts of ugly blood beasts bared their claws and fangs as he was encircled, facing Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's pleas. They called him benefactor, they asked him to save them. But every time, even though Tai Bai Yunxing had an aperture full of primeval essence, he would be unable to move, watching Gao Yang and Zhu Zai get surrounded by blood beasts and eventually consumed, leaving behind their pale white bones. Throughout the process, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai would sometimes beg him, sometimes they would protect him, or curse furiously, or taunt him. Eventually, when they turn into pale white skeletons, lying in the pool of blood, they would still say with their remaining skulls, "I believe in Lord Tai Bai, he is so kind and righteous, he will definitely never abandon us. I believe in him too. Even if I die, I will believe. Tai Baiyunxing was in pain, he felt sadness, helplessness, and regret. Especially at the end, he would kneel on the ground helplessly in his dream, letting the blood dye his white hair red as he cried profusely. He felt that he was no longer Tai Baiyunxing. This experience made him re-evaluate himself. But every time he examined, it resulted in a severe negative answer. Sometimes when he looked in the mirror, he felt that he was looking at a stranger. Tai Baiyunxing was not the only person who had a sleepless night. It was late at night. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night was dazzling with silver light, shining on the land. Hei Lou Lan looked out of the window. Above the sacred palace, 88 True Yang building was still forming new floors. The dazzling aurora was shining brightly in the sky, creating a beautiful scenery. Damn it! The owner token went missing. What in the world happened? Thinking back to the time when he challenged the round, Hei Lou Lan gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as his eyes shone with ruthlessness, ready to devour people with one glance. Throughout history, there had never been any lord of the imperial court who lost their owner token, but this had to happen to Hei Lou Lan. Forget it. So what if I don't have the owner token? So what if I cannot use the Grey Meltdown killer move? Whatever the difficulties, they cannot stop me from getting the strength path immortal Gu. Mother, if you can watch this from the afterlife, see how I take revenge for you. Fang Yuan was slowly walking in the sacred palace's garden. His expression was not nice, he had a grim look on his face. In the flower garden, there was a jade fountain and a stone bridge, with flowers blooming and flourishing like it was spring. This beautiful environment was not something he could currently enjoy. Right after coming out of the White Jade Hall, Fang Yuan was feeling vexed about the matter of subduing imperial court land spirit. In his mind, Mo Yao's chuckled, he, to think that imperial court blessed land's condition for ownership was like that. Lad, with your gloomy personality, it will not be easy for you to find a woman that you love, while she also has to be deeply in love with you. Not long ago, Fang Yuan faced imperial court land spirit Frost Jade Peacock, and was told the condition to become the owner of imperial court, true love. To make the Frost Jade Peacock willingly submit to a master, and obey every command, one person was not enough, it had to be a Gu master couple who were deeply in love. It was very easy for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to fulfill this condition. But for Fang Yuan it was filled with difficulty. Not mentioning the other parts, just requiring Fang Yuan to be truly in love with a certain woman was a near impossible matter. If this was in my previous life, I would be able to fulfill it. But now. Fang Yuan took a few steps and stopped at the stone bridge. He rested on the railing and looked at the jade lake below the bridge, laughing coldly. The lake was like a mirror, under the radiance of the silvery night sky. It was a dazzling sight. What he did in 88 True Yang building that night was really a scary experience, but that was over now. At this moment, he was basking in the beautiful scenery around the sacred palace. Compared to the dangerous predicament he was in earlier, this truly felt like a dream or illusion. Life is like a dream, like morning dew and nocturnal flower, like the shadow of a bubble. Fang Yuan muttered, going into a daze. The light breeze caused ripples on the surface of the lake. Among the ripples, a blurry image of a woman's figure seemed to appear in Fang Yuan's absent-minded gaze. That was the woman he had buried deep in his memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had faced disaster and was a destitute wanderer. During the lowest time of his life, he had met her. The world's encounters were just so amazing, and the toying of fate was simply cruel and merciless. If we are talking about true love, why am I thinking of her? Fang Yuan's fingers which were holding the railing exerted force unknowingly. He frowned suddenly, and his gaze turned ice cold. The woman's figure silently vanished, and the surface of the lake appeared before him once again. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. The current situation was not looking good. Frost Jade Peacock was formed from the obsession of the Blessed Land's original owner. Although it was arrogant, it would acknowledge true love. But it was near impossible for Fang Yuan to meet its requirements. If he could not subdue the land spirit, then Fang Yuan's plan for taking over 88 True Yang building would fail completely. He would have to stop here. No wonder the central continent Gu Immortals in my previous life chose to destroy Imperial Court Blessed Land, and destroy 88 True Yang building. Gu Immortals have lots of deep secrets and often have extreme personalities. It is harder for them to experience true love than mortals. After using gruel mud, even though the melting is slow, the land spirit's seal is getting weaker. After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, the land spirit is filled with hatred and desires freedom badly. It will definitely try to break the seal. Although giant sun's will is still slumbering, when the seal melts to a certain degree, or if the land spirit continues to resist, it will definitely awaken. This was giant sun Immortal Venerable's will. When an immortal venerable rages, blood would flow like a river, all beings would mourn. But the land spirit has the territorial advantage. As long as the blessed land remains intact, it would have a continual source of strength. When the two contest, it would be scarier than deities fighting. At that point, those who were mortals like Fang Yuan would suffer. Especially when Fang Yuan was the culprit who released the land spirit. If he was targeted by giant sun's will, he would face a terrible end. There was no way out. Fang Yuan's original plan was like this. First, he would enter northern plains and make his way into Imperial Court Blessed Land. He achieved this flawlessly, using his previous life's memories. He killed the wolf king Cheng Shanin, who was at his last breath, taking over his identity and becoming a higher-up of Hei tribe army. Next, he hid within the Alliance army and got into Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second step was to get into 88 True Yang building and gain the most benefits for himself. Using the video from the central continent Gu Immortals in his previous life, he would subdue the land spirit, and without alerting the Immortal Venerable's will, he would become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. The third step, after becoming the owner of the Imperial Court, he would not be in a rush to take down 88 True Yang building. Instead, he would hide in the background and develop in secret. Within 88 True Yang building, there was an Immortal Venerable's will. It was not easy to deal with. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a sacred place in the hearts of Northern Plains Gu masters. It could not be defiled or tainted. If he was discovered, Fang Yuan would face the assault of the entirety of Northern Plains. Such frightening power, even if Fang Yuan escaped to other places, it would be pointless. There would not be a single super force that would protect him from the pressure of the whole of Northern Plains forces. Unless it was during the chaotic 5 regions battle, when no one had the spare energy to bother with him, and when all 5 regions suffer setbacks, Fang Yuan would survive even if he was exposed. After becoming the land spirit's owner, Fang Yuan would order the land spirit to stay inside the White Jade Hall, while cooperating with 88 True Yang building's operations. This way, everything would progress smoothly. First, he could use Imperial Court Blessed Land strength to deal with the Gu Immortal Tai by Yunsheng. This way, he would have a greater chance of success, and regardless of how their battle end up, Fang Yuan would not lose. Even if he failed to take the Immortal Gu landscape as before, Fang Yuan would not be in any mortal danger due to the land spirit's protection. Secondly, Fang Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to move between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Imperial Court Blessed Land freely. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was being covetously eyed by Immortal Crane's sect, and every once in a while, there would be an earthly calamity. It would be the center of many struggles and not the ideal place to cultivate peacefully. By becoming the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he could use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as his cover and Imperial Court Blessed Land as his true base. While cultivating, he could scheme against Immortal Crane's sect to gain the most benefits. If it failed, he could discard Hu Immortal Blessed Land and retreat into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was protected by an Immortal Venerable setup. It was hard for Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to make deductions involving it. Moreover, Fang Yuan would continue to fix and repair the loopholes in the future, thus it would be much safer than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thirdly, Fang Yuan would own this precious resource. Every time True Yang building opens up, he could collect all these vast amounts of resources including Immortal Gu without putting himself in danger. When the time comes, he would do what he did in his previous life, subduing a Blood Path Gu worm and becoming a Blood Path Gu Immortal. It would be slow and steady, safe and sound. But though the plan was perfect, reality was not. Fang Yuan put in his best effort, but he was stuck at the second step. Unable to become the land spirit's owner, he could not borrow its strength. As a mortal, there was nothing much he could do. The situation was progressively getting worse. Giant Sun's will was definitely going to awaken. If Fang Yuan wanted to escape, he could use whole Earth Gu and connect to Gu Immortal Blessed Land to flee. But he could not bring these few immortal Gu with him. Moreover, even if he obtained landscape as before Immortal Gu, how would he quickly and safely return to Gu Immortal Blessed Land? Without the land spirit's help, as a mortal, Fang Yuan could not do that. At present, the plan can only be to first think of every possible method to convince the land spirit. If I am on its side, we can deal with Giant Sun's will together, and I might be able to borrow some of its strength. Sigh. I really do not want to use that final method. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while, but could not think of any better ideas. Chapter 604, Luck Inspection Gu. Half a month later. 88 True Yang Building. The wind scythe birds were densely packed together, a great number of them engulfed the sky as they charged towards the Alliance army. These wind scythe birds had beaks as sharp as swords, their wings were curved and razor-edged, like that of a scythe. They flew extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the air, and had no fear when they charged towards their enemies. Kill, kill, kill. Hei Lou Lan shouted. The black smoke around his body was rolling, creating multiple black tentacles as they captured the surrounding wind scythe birds one after another and devoured them. The battle of the army fighting against the wind scythe birds had been ongoing for an hour, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The floor was littered with bird corpses, but there were also many dead Gu masters. Aha! Hei Lou Lan screamed. He was going berserk from fighting, stretching out his right hand. His right arm was in a claw shape. As a dark spiral was formed, it rotated in the air and converged at the center of his right claw. In the blink of an eye, thousands of dark streams gathered like they were flowing into the sea, into Hei Lou Lan's right claw like a black light ball. The light ball was dark and mysterious, it spun on its own and gave out a thunder-like sound. Go! Hei Lou Lan's eyes suddenly opened wide as he shouted, using all his strength to point his claw at the sky. He grabbed the round ball of black light like he was lifting heavy weight. His movement was very slow and strenuous. Following this movement, the light ball slowly flew into the air. In the air, it rapidly expanded. In a few breaths' time, it expanded to the size of a mountain. At once, the black light ball occupied the sky, covering half the Alliance army's surface area. Countless wind scythe birds were engulfed by it, melting and corroding. Not even their bones were left intact. The entire process was silent and strangely overbearing. People's hearts were turning cold from seeing this. This was Hei Lou Lan's signature killer move, Dark Vortex. After lasting for 6 breaths' time, the vortex killed tens of thousands of wind scythe birds. The numbers of the wind scythe birds were too huge, and because they gathered above the Alliance army, they were a terrifying threat. After the dark vortex vanished, a huge clear hole appeared in the sky, but soon, the wind scythe birds flooded in like a tide, covering up the hole again. Above the Alliance army, there were countless wind scythe birds again. This was the 25th round of the 68th floor of 88 True Yang Building. The numbers of wind scythe birds were too great, among them were large numbers of bird kings. Their assault was too powerful. Actually, according to their experiences, they knew there had to be an easier way to challenge this round, but Hei Lou Lan directly charged in and mobilized all his strength to overwhelm the birds. This attracted the revenge and counterattack of the frenzied wind scythe birds. Ha ha ha, kill all these damn birds. At one side, Yi Lui Sang laughed. Hei Lou Lan's explosive strength triggered his fighting spirit. Yi Lui tribe was on the same level as Hei tribe. They were both super forces, having Gu Immortals backing them. Yi Lui Sang and Hei Lou Lan had the same status. They were both the tribe leader of their respective super tribes. When he saw Hei Lou Lan's killer move that killed countless wind scythe birds, he was not willing to hold back anymore. "Look at my newly developed killer move, Flame Demon." Yi Luisang shouted loudly as his sleeves fluttered, and his primeval essence rushed into the Gu worms in his hands. With a loud thud, his body was clad in flames. As the flames burst out, all Gu masters near him moved away. Within the radius of a few hundred steps, he was the only person left. His body trembled and the flames that could rise to heaven split to form a 10-meter bronze ape that was completely made of flames. The flaming bronze ape had an ugly appearance, with teeth like a gorilla, strange horns, and bulging muscles. This was the Flame Demon. The Flame Demon rose into the sky, crashing around as all the wind scythe birds that collided with it were ignited, screaming from being burnt alive. Along its path, flames were burning, causing a straight line of them to form in the sky. Large numbers of wind scythe birds were roasted, falling to the ground. The Flame Demon rampaged arrogantly, attracting the attention of many birds. It greatly reduced the pressure of the Gu masters in the Grand Army. "What fire demon, it is nothing much." Far away, Hei Lou Lan laughed loudly, showing his smug arrogance. Yi Luisang laughed as well. "Hey tribe leader, take another look." In saying this, his body shook as the flames fell off him, forming another flame demon. Hei Lou Lan's expression changed. Not just him, even Fang Yuan, who was in the army, took a serious look. The flame demon had great strength, but to think he had more than one. 88 True Yang building gave lots of opportunities. It was not just Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan who were improving, other Gu masters were gaining many rewards as well. When 6 flame demons entered the battlefield, the flames on Yi Luisang were finally extinguished. 6 flame demons, thankfully. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. Hei Lou Lan's expression soothed as well. Yi Luisang had true capability. This killer move was really extraordinary, but that was as far as it got. In terms of power, it could only be on par with Dark Vortex. The flame demons rampaged for an hour as their strength fell more and more, eventually perishing among the wind scythe birds. But soon after, Fang Yuan, Tai Baiyunxing, Shi Shui, Pei Yanfei, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong and others attacked, using all their killer moves. The great strength of rank 5 experts quickly changed the battlefield, tilting the scales of victory towards the Alliance army. Eventually, they succeeded, getting into the 26th round. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, 13 tribe leaders have submitted a letter of request. They are asking for a temporarily halt of advancement. They are worried about the huge casualties. They need to rest and recover. Before Hei Lou Lan had finished probing this round, his attendant Hei Shu had already reported. Hei Lou Lan frowned immediately, shouting, "Begrudging already despite such few casualties. These useless bums, they are all useless cowards. Return this request to them, and tell them we will advance no matter what. Whoever dares to escape or run away from the Alliance army will have their entire tribe and any related tribes executed, none will be spared." Saying so, he held the letter in his hand and tore it into pieces immediately. "Continue advancing, charge." Hei Lou Lan waved his hand, shouting as he commanded the army. He was anxious. These days, 88 True Yang building would emit a strange tremor every few days. Coupled with the disappearance of the owner token, Hei Lou Lan felt that this was not a simple matter. His instincts were telling him that something unthinkable was about to happen. To avoid any accidents in the future, he had to quickly get the strength path Immortal Gu now. Only after advancing to a Gu Immortal would he have the strength to control this changing situation. The challenge this time lasted until the 28th round. Only after everyone was unable to continue and the casualties were too heavy did Hei Lou Lan have no choice but to retreat and recuperate. In his room, Tai Baiyunxing showed a bitter smile as he held several East Window Gu in his hand. These East Window Gu contained the cultivation experience of previous generation Gu masters. Among them, most were time path attainment. These were all the round rewards obtained from 88 True Yang building. Don't tell me, this is the arrangement of destiny, for me to advance to Gu Immortal realm? Back then, Tai Baiyunxing had failed in searching for a lifespan Gu. After wasting all his life savings, he had to become Hei tribe's external elder. He was a time path Gu master, rank 5 peak stage, With his sensitivity towards time, he knew that he had little time left since a few years ago. Although advancing to Gu Immortal realm could allow a Gu master's life to improve qualitatively, it could not increase his lifespan. But Tai Baiyunxing's situation was a little special. His time path inheritance was extraordinary. It was a Gu Immortal inheritance. The core of his inheritance had 3 Gu: river as before Gu, mountain as before Gu, and man as before Gu. The inheritance has theorized long ago, when he becomes an immortal, using the supreme opportunity of the resonance of heaven and earth, he could advance his man as before Gu into an immortal Gu. The mortal man as before Gu could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before could be used on himself. If I have the man as before immortal Gu, I can use it on myself and extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, man as before is not like the spring-autumn cicada. I cannot save Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tai Baiyunxing's heart was worried. The intense regret and guilt assaulted him once again. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of the tall tower, looking at Hei tribe. Luck Inspection Gu had been activated for a while. It gave him a different field of vision from others. This rank 5 mortal Gu was the sole, unexpected gain that he obtained inside the true inheritance secluded domain. Luck Inspection, as the name suggests, could be used to inspect luck. It was an investigative Gu worm. In his vision, in the living quarters of Hei tribe, there were countless smoke-like luck strands. But among them, 2 were extremely thick, like cranes among chickens. Even the palace's rooms could not hide them. One came from Hei Lou Lan. His luck was like a huge pillar, with an azure color. It was thick and long. The other came from Tai Baiyunxing. His luck was like the flames burning during sunset, red and bright. It accumulated above the roof of his house. It was like the feeling of dazzling flames. The luck of these 2 are extremely high, but they are different. Hei Lou Lan's luck has a lasting feeling. Tai Baiyunxing's luck is like a pile of old firewood, burning at the last moment. In recent days, I secretly manipulated the rewards and placed many time path attainment experiences as rewards to give them to Tai Baiyunxing. Every time he gets one, the fiery red luck above him turns brighter by a bit. The possibility of becoming an immortal also increased slightly. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time. He sighed in his heart when he thought about the mysterious and unfathomable luck path. But he had only obtained a single luck inspection Gu. He did not know the details of the inheritance. It was like opening a new window. Towards this new path, he could only explore it slowly. He used the luck inspection Gu on himself. Fang Yuan's body was shrouded in black ink like luck. This luck gathered and formed a huge coffin shape, completely covering his body. They were emitting a dense death energy, the energy of great misfortune. Even though Fang Yuan had looked at this many times, his heart always sank when he observed this. My luck is not looking optimistic. But these days, all my talks with the Imperial Court land spirit have had no progress. This land spirit is too arrogant. It only wants to break the seal and regain its freedom. True Yang building has already shaken 38 times. Eventually, giant suns would awaken. Eh? Fang Yuan gasped. He looked at a group of Gu masters. They were all shrouded in a black coffin-like luck, heading in the direction of Hei tribe. A moment later, they all entered Tai Baiyunxing's residence. Fang Yuan thought about briefly before understanding their intentions. This is a good opportunity for me to understand the meaning of this black coffin luck. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. He gave a deep glance towards Tai Baiyunxing's location. Chapter 605, Pitiful Person, Double Chapter. We implore you to help us, old Sir Tai Bai. I am sincerely asking old Sir to go forward and plead for us. The whole of my tribe, our elderly, the weak, the women and children too, the future of all of our tribesmen are in Lord's hands. In the room, a group of Gu masters were kneeling on the ground, crying profusely or showing a sad expression. They were desperately asking Tai Baiyunxing for help. These Gu masters had rather special identities. They were all the tribe leaders of their respective tribes. Lu tribe, Shi tribe, all of these tribes were middle-sized tribes or small-sized tribes. During the process of challenging 88 Truyang building, they suffered the greatest numbers of casualties. If this were to continue, they might face the threat of being wiped out for good. The previous few times, they had as a group written letters of request, asking to retreat, but they were all harshly rejected by Hei Lou Lan. Survival was the #1 priority. Hei Lou Lan's oppressive and all-out tactics had already severely harmed the survival and development of these small and middle-sized tribes. But because of the Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, these tribe leaders did not dare to approach Hei Lou Lan himself. After discussing among themselves, they decided to jointly approach Tai Baiyunxing for help. Tai Baiyunxing was the current #1 healing master in all of Northern Plains. He was well known to be kind and merciful. His reputation in Northern Plains was second to none. Now that he had become Hei tribe's external elder, he was greatly trusted and depended on by Hei Lou Lan. If they could obtain Tai Baiyunxing's help, their respective tribes might very well gain the precious time to rest and recuperate. Please get up and speak. Tai Baiyunxing urged them. Old sir, if you do not accept our request, we will not get up. Please go take a look at our tribes, you will understand our pain and grief then. Our injuries and casualties are simply too great. Our women have lost their husbands, our children have lost their parents, and our elderly have lost their children. Old sir, please go and talk to Lord Hei Lou Lan. If this carries on, our tribe is going to perish for good. We did not die in the imperial court contest, but instead, we are facing extermination with an imperial court-blessed land. If word gets out, where would Hei tribe's reputation go to? This is simply too ironic. The tribe leaders talked one after another. They held a firm attitude and refused to get up from the kneeling position. Sigh. Tai Baiyunxing heaved a long sigh. He had already been very unhappy with Hei Lou Lan's actions to begin with. There was enough time to go about this slowly. Why did he have to be so anxious and rush their advancement? Causing such grave and severe casualties, he could not bear to see this in his heart. From Tai Baiyunxing's perspective, most likely, losing the owner token during the challenge of the second round had triggered Hei Lou Lan. Another reason was that the supreme elders of Hei tribe were pressuring him greatly. Because of this pressure, Hei Lou Lan had no choice but to give it his all in challenging the rounds. My servants, quickly come and serve tea to the tribe leaders. Tai Baiyunxing instructed his servants. He next turned around and consoled the band of tribe leaders. This old man will do his best to talk to tribe leader Hei Lou Lan, but all I can say is, I will try my best. Old sir, you are truly a kind person, you are so benevolent. Gaining old sir's help, it is truly our tribe's greatest fortune. Old sir, this is a letter of request that we have written collectively. We will be waiting for old sir's good news patiently. All the tribe leaders were filled with gratitude and joy. Tai Baiyunxing received the letter of request from them and kept it in his pocket. After bidding farewell to the tribe leaders, he came to the grand hall and looked for Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan was not settling the administrative matters of the army in the grand hall. Instead, he was relaxing in the flower garden. Tai Baiyunxing hurried over quickly, and when he saw Hei Lou Lan, the latter was playing chess in the lake pavilion. Hei Lou Lan heard his intentions and first rejected him strictly, but when Tai Baiyunxing urged him with reasoning and kind words, Hei Lou Lan slowly became less strict as he said, how about this? I can let these tribes rest and recover temporarily, but they must lend out all of their gu worms. My army will continue to advance, but we cannot reduce our strength just because of their absence. Every gu worm that they lend will entitle them to one person who can rest. Rank 2 gu worm will exempt a rank 2 gu master. A rank 3 gu worm will exempt a rank 3 gu master, and so on. Lord Tribe Leader is wise and merciful. I will thank Tribe Leader for his magnanimity on behalf of all the different tribes and their tribesmen. Tai Baiyunxing knew this was the best result he could get, thus he returned and informed all of the tribe leaders about this result. The tribe leaders looked at each other as they pondered over this, eventually accepting this condition. Gu worms were the foundation and base of a gu master. Gu worms that were lent out were easy to get damaged, but it was much better than losing their own lives. The casualties that these tribes were facing were simply too severe. The next day, Hei Lou Lan ordered the Black Banner army to go to the respective tribes' resting area and collect their gu worms. Being late was not an option. He also sent Tai Baiyunxing to control the situation and settle the relevant administrative matters. After 3 days, this matter was finally settled. Tai Baiyunxing returned and reported to Hei Lou Lan, who invited him to a banquet. During the banquet, Hei Lou Lan lifted his wine cup as he said, "Old sir, please have a drink. It was our great fortune that old sir joined our tribe, allowing the army to face much fewer casualties and injuries. Old sir, you revived countless people, you have accomplished great deeds. I am not worthy of such praise, but we have to try our very best at things, whether we succeed or not is up to heaven. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best." Tai Baiyunxing showed a look of shame, replying as he raised his cup. Hei Lou Lan's praise reminded him of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. In truth, ever since he returned from the Blood Hall, every word of praise that he heard felt like an insult, like sarcastic comments that were whipping at his soul. But today, after settling this matter, he resolved the conflict between Hei tribe and many small and middle-sized tribes. In a way, he saved the lives of many gu masters. This made him feel slightly better. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best. Hei Lou Lan drank his wine in one gulp, putting it down as he muttered, sighing, "Old sir's words are very accurate and articulate, it is truly well said. Longevity heaven is watching us, the road to the future is filled with mystery and unexpected circumstances, as mortals, we can only do our best." Elder Tai Bai had already done his best, I, Hei Lou Lan, should do the same as well. Tai Baiyunxing heard this and suddenly felt that Hei Lou Lan had some additional meaning in his words. He immediately asked, "Lord Tribe Leader, what do you mean by that?" Hei Lou Lan laughed heartily. He was about to speak when Hei Shu came in with a report. His body was covered in blood, his expression was respectful and cautious. He came to Hei Lou Lan's side and said, "Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, the Black Banner army has not failed your expectations, we have already settled it appropriately." Tai Baiyunxing felt the killing aura around him and had a very ominous feeling. He quickly asked, "What do you mean by settled it appropriately?" "Hei Shu, what did you guys settle?" Hei Shu did not speak. He raised his eyebrows as he gave Tai Baiyunxing a passing glance, showing disdain in his eyes towards Tai Baiyunxing's compassionate and benevolent attitude. "Ha ha ha, Elder Tai Bai. It is exactly like what you said, we can only do our best. You are doing your best, and I am doing the same. I have to do all I can to break through the rounds, and accomplish the mission given to me by the Supreme Elder. Tell me, these people ran away in the middle of our task, what crimes have they committed? They were able to develop to this extent because they relied on me. Taking advantages when they can, and hiding when there is trouble, is there such an easy and simple thing in this world? Humph. If everyone was like that, would my army need to exist anymore? Will there be anyone left who would challenge the rounds with me?" Hei Lou Lan said this with a sharp and resolute tone, his eyes were shining with a ruthless light. Saying this, there was no need to mention what the task given to the Black Banner army was. "Hei Lou Lan, you." Tai Baiyunxing stood up in a flash. He stared at Hei Lou Lan with a furious gaze. He showed shock, anger, and even hatred on his face. "Insolent." Hei Shu was unhappy and was about to strike, but Hei Lou Lan stretched out his hand and stopped him. "Elder Tai Bai, do not forget your current status." Hei Lou Lan kept away his ruthless expression and poured another cup of wine indifferently. Tai Baiyunxing clenched his fists, his body was shivering from pure anger. He stared at Hei Lou Lan fixatedly. He wanted to scold him, but no sound came out of his mouth. Hei Lou Lan chuckled, pouring a cup of wine for Tai Baiyunxing personally. "Old sir, take a seat, such beautiful and relaxing scenery paired with good wine and food, we should not let it go to waste." "Screw your good wine and food." Tai Baiyunxing swept his sleeves furiously. With a loud crash, all the wine cups fell onto the floor. Hei Lou Lan was unmoved. Instead he pointed at the dishes on the table as he laughed loudly. "Elder Tai Bai, this is a banquet to celebrate your success. If not for your support, why would they trust us so much and lend out their gu? As they did not have their Gu worms with them, my Black Banner army could quickly swoop in and take them down, easily obliterating them. I have no one but you to thank for this. Tai Baiyunxing heard this and felt like lightning had struck him. He staggered 3 steps back as his face turned completely pale as paper. Hei Lou Lan, you are really an unscrupulous scoundrel. Unscrupulous? I cannot believe this, you are saying such naive things? Elder Tai Bai, you were also once the young tribe leader of a tribe. After living for so many years, have you not seen the reality of this world? These so-called political affairs have always been dirty. Tai Baiyunxing wanted to rebuke him, but there were no words he could say. He snorted coldly, turning around and leaving, walking out of the hall quickly without even turning back once. Lord Tribe Leader, should I send people to surveil Tai Baiyunxing? Hei Shu inquired. Hei Lou Lan raised his wine cup, his expression was plain, without a bit of nervousness. He glanced at Tai Baiyunxing's back as he laughed coldly. Tai Baiyunxing is merely a healing Gu master, what's there to be afraid of? His reputation? Hee, after this matter, who would dare believe in him again? Good deeds go unnoticed, while bad deeds travel 1,000 li. Hei Shu heard this and his heart jumped. Anyone who holds a high political position is an unfathomable schemer indeed. At this point, he could see that Hei Lou Lan's actions were killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, by causing bloodshed in these small and middle tribes, he was creating an example to show the others. Secondly, he could suppress Tai Baiyunxing, making him understand what status he is currently holding. Thirdly, it is to attack Tai Baiyunxing's reputation, in order to strengthen his own political power. Tai Baiyunxing walked quickly towards the scene of the incident. The slaughter had ended. In order to create more fear in people, Hei Lou Lan did not order his men to clean up the area. Tai Baiyunxing looked around, his expression turning white, and his heart was shivering. The sacred palace was dyed in blood, corpses were everywhere on the ground. Not just strong adult men, there were even the old, the weak, women and children. Some of them had their eyes wide open, dying an indignant death, some of them had their arms and legs chopped off, some were cut in half. It was a gruesome sight. Some had messy clothing, their expressions were twisted and in agony. It was evident that they had been humiliated in an inhuman way before they died. All of this. It was all caused by me. If not for me trusting Hei Lou Lan, if not for me trying to mediate the tension between the two. I was too foolish, I was too naive. I did not manage to see Hei Lou Lan's ugly and evil intentions. All these people, they all died because they placed their trust in me. Tai Baiyunxing's body was shivering, the intense smell of blood was assaulting him, and the scene of a sea of corpses lying on the ground was causing a huge impact on his fragile state of mind. His back was hunched, the mild wind blew at him and caused his beard to move slightly. He had deep wrinkles and a dazed expression. His fists were tightly clenched, soundlessly expressing the grief, agony, regret, and self-blame that he was feeling deep in his heart. Plop. He kneeled on the ground weakly, holding himself up with his hands as the blood dyed his palms, his knees, and his pants bright red. Sorry, I am sorry. Tai Baiyunxing wept profusely. At once, his face was like an overflowing river. This is a good person, even though there is also darkness in his heart. In the end, there is great terror when one is between life and death. Facing death, which normal person would not lose themselves. Far away, at a hidden corner, Fang Yuan had been observing this intently and silently. He watched the scene unfold with his very own eyes. It turned out that the black coffin luck represented a severe disaster that would threaten his life. The extermination of these tribes was the best proof of that. Meanwhile, the death energy on his body was more than dozens of times thicker than these tribes' members, even 100 times as thick. This is so interesting. Luck, huh? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold and arrogant smile. He wanted to see if this so-called bad luck could stop him in his steps. In this life, there is no person, any reason, or any difficulties that can affect my determination in moving forward. His gaze was cold and still as ice, looking towards Tai Baiyunxing. Who said that kind people will be rewarded? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's cold expression turned into one that had a trace of sarcasm. then let me give you a hand. He activated his Gu worms in secret, forming an illusory voice that was untraceable, as the sound waves entered Tai Baiyunxing's ears one by one. Tai Baiyunxing's state of mind was close to collapsing. His mind was extremely susceptible to influences. At this moment, he could hear a voice. It sounded just like Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. I believe in you. You will definitely save us, isn't that right? Old sir, you are our benefactor. We are grateful to you. We are willing to risk our lives in order to come forward and help you. Ah! Tai Baiyunxing screamed suddenly, opening his eyes abruptly. With his blurred vision due to his tears, he looked at the blood puddle on the ground. The blood puddle rippled, as the nightmare that haunted him appeared once again, the image of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai dying from the sea of blood beasts. Tai Baiyunxing's body shuddered. He was still like a statue, but the next moment, he raised his head and screamed with all of his energy. Aha! His shrill and hoarse voice resounded in this bloody slaughterhouse. He, hi, ha ha ha. When his screaming ended, Tai Baiyunxing started laughing like a maniac. His laughter contained the feeling of madness, but also anger and sadness. There was also a trace of mockery towards himself, towards the mortal world. Crazy? He's crazy. Elder Tai Bai has gone mad. The surrounding Hei tribe Gu masters were shouting in shock. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was curling his lips and smiling. He was a transmigrator, and had also undergone rebirth. His rich life experience had allowed him to grasp the psychology of people to a very precise degree. Tai Baiyunxing was a very good person. But his subconscious action in the blood hall was akin to betrayal. This action created suspicion, doubts, and denial that he felt towards himself in terms of his personal values. If a person denied himself, and suspected himself, then he would no doubt fall into a deep abyss of agony. Very evidently, Tai Baiyunxing was in great pain. He felt guilt in his heart. Almost every night, he was tormented by a similar nightmare. For him to accept that he had some kind of despicable and lowly character as a fact, it would be impossible to do so. His entire life revolved around justice and benevolence. He had walked on this road for too long. He wanted to return to it, but he knew that in the deepest part of his heart, this action formed a barrier that he could not cross. He was stuck in the abyss of agony, sinking deeper and deeper the more he struggled. The tribe leader's request towards him was a chance that he had towards salvation, and a redemption for his mistakes. If he could really succeed, it was undeniably the best medicine for him to pay for his sins, and he would be able to forgive himself. But the truth was, Hei Lou Lan ordered a mass slaughter, not leaving even a single woman or child behind. This in turn caused Tai Baiyunxing to become the biggest assistant in this murder spree. His medicine turned into a heart-piercing poison. The intense toxins caused him to lose himself. His mental state was close to breaking down. At this juncture, Fang Yuan pushed him lightly, finally causing Tai Baiyunxing to explode, breaking from the deepest part of his heart. Perhaps only Fang Yuan could understand him at this point. To put it in another way, after searching through his soul, Fang Yuan, who had seen Tai Baiyunxing's entire life, could be said to know him intimately. But the cruel reality was, this person was not his kin or his friend, he was an enemy plotting against him. Fang Yuan, who was hidden in the darkness listening to Tai Baiyunxing's laughter, looked on with an expression of appreciation, smiling lightly. This was a respectable and pitiful old man. He screamed his lungs out, in his laughter, on his face full of tears. He was questioning himself, he was questioning the cruelty of this mortal world. Fate was toying with him and he was helpless to resist. If you deny even yourself, what can you do? Fang Yuan muttered lightly, his gaze was as deep as night. Go to the blood hall again and try to challenge the round? No, if you are there, your mind will be full of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's images. Go seek help? Who can help you now? Hei Lou Lan? It can be assumed that you have just fallen out with him. Or rather, even if you manage to get the lifespan Gu, will you be able to use it with peace of mind? The current you, what options do you possibly have? What choices can you still make? Denying yourself, wallowing in self-pity, feeling intense pain and grief, you, a person who is facing a trial of your conscience, what option do you have? In Fang Yuan's heart, an answer was becoming clearer. Thus, go ahead and make your decision, I hope you will not let me down. In the darkness, Fang Yuan's gaze was shining as he looked at the crazy Tai Baiyunxing. Tai Baiyunxing was laughing wildly, his voice was bitter like he was wailing. He tore his clothes, as tears and mucus were mixing on his face. He did not have the demeanor of a rank 5 peak state expert at this point. He was someone who feared death, but he was also a good person who was pushed into a corner by this cruel and ice-cold mortal world. In truth, he was more like a pitiful person. Since some time ago, a mild wind had started blowing. The wind gradually grew bigger and bigger, as clouds were forming in the sky. With Tai Baiyunxing as the center, the surroundings were quietly and rapidly transforming. Some sort of mystical change had started, heaven and earth were beginning to tremble. You did not disappoint me in the end. Fang Yuan was extremely excited, he took his leave and vanished without a trace. He rapidly traveled far away, retreating. Because it was no joke when a Gu master advances into an immortal. Soon, the wind and clouds went wild, as heaven and earth changed. The dark and thick black clouds looked like they were about to collapse at any time, destroying the sacred palace. In and out of the sacred palace, shouting could be heard everywhere. What is going on? What in the world is happening? Countless people did not know what was happening, they fell into a panic. Could it be? Some people with greater knowledge and experience stared at this grand scene with a dumbfounded expression. Go investigate, go investigate. Who is it? In the hall, Hei Lou Lan was furiously screaming. Lord, it is Tai Baiyunxing. Hei Shu was full of sweat as he stumbled his way into the hall and reported this. Hei Lou Lan's expression froze, he was as still as a statue for a moment. A few breaths later, he reacted and shouted with a twisted expression, retreat. Order everyone to leave the sacred palace. Of course, those who wish to die can stay here. Chapter 606, Awakening. The sky turned dark and gloomy, and the wind howled. A formless heavenly power slowly lifted Tai Baiyunxing into the air. He laughed maniacally, his white beard fluttering in the wind. There were no signs of the usual warmth and benevolence on his face, it was replaced by a crazed and distorted look. Everyone in the sacred palace was in panic, Gu masters fled in a hurry, forming a huge stream of people that was fleeing for life towards the outside. Only after running an immense distance, did the crowd anxiously stop. Expert Gu masters moved toward the peaks of hills or directly flew to the sky, and used investigative Gu worms to observe the scene above the sacred palace with different thoughts going through their minds. Other Gu masters also raised their heads to gaze at the floating Tai Baiyunxing with looks of respect, reverence, affection, worry, envy, and so on. The news of Tai Baiyunxing advancing to Gu Immortal had already spread amongst everyone. Advancing to Gu Immortal. This was something that most people would not experience in their whole life, and unexpectedly it was happening before everyone's eyes at this very moment. Inconceivable, Tai Baiyunxing has yet to use any Gu worms, but he actually caused such a change in weather. Looking at the surging clouds and hearing the raging winds, many Gu masters shouted out in surprise. Soon the surprised voices surged into a commotion. Because it was not only the weather that had changed, even the ground under their feet was beginning to shake. At first, it was only a negligible tremor, but soon vast smoke and dust started to rise from the ground. This is the turbulence of earth chi. According to the records in the tribe, Gu masters have to first break their aperture to advance to Gu Immortal. After breaking their aperture, they can attract heaven chi and earth chi. Yi Lui sang, Hei Lou Lan and some others were from super tribes, and knew a lot more than normal people. At this moment, shock could clearly be seen in their eyes. The first step in advancing to Gu Immortal was breaking the aperture. Using primeval essence in an all-out assault to completely shatter one's own aperture. Like this, the sealed aperture that was covered by the crystal wall would turn into a hole in the Gu master's body. Just this first step needs extremely great courage. Because there is no turning back after shattering the aperture. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong said with a sigh. Advancement to a Gu Immortal is extremely difficult, with minuscule chances of success. Tai Baiyunxing is too courageous, actually daring to take this step. He truly leaves us in admiration. Nya tribe leader Nya Yaqing was deeply moved. Hei Lou Lan's expression was complex. He knew some inside details. A part of the reason why Tai Baiyunxing was advancing to Gu Immortal was probably due to his actions. I was the one who provoked Tai Baiyunxing, leading to him choosing to take the risk to advance in his crumbling mental state. This is good, although I learned about Immortal Ascension from records, I really want to personally observe it. Tai Baiyunxing's advancement into Gu Immortal will provide a great reference and be helpful to me. It is just that, so be it if he fails, but if he really successfully advances into a Gu Immortal, how should I treat him? Hei Lou Lan immediately frowned at this thought, feeling a headache. Fang Yuan observed the scene while sitting on a back of an Azure Wolf King, surrounded by an Azure Wolf group. Advancement to Gu Immortal. His dark gaze had excitement and also showed an expression of recalling the past. He again used luck inspection Gu to examine Tai Baiyunxing. The luck on him was now like a raging wildfire. Originally it had been like flames with a growing red glow. Now, it was even more flourishing, blazing like an inferno. His luck is blazing. He had successfully advanced into a Gu Immortal in my previous life. That should not be a big problem for him in this life. Fang Yuan inwardly nodded. Unlike Hei Lou Lan with his doubts and hesitation, Fang Yuan already had a plan to face the Gu Immortal Tai Baiyunxing. He tried to look once more, but the luck inspection Gu actually suffered injuries from the extreme pressure. His own eyes also felt a burning pain. Fang Yuan immediately stopped the activation, not surprised at all. Tai Baiyunxing had already broken his aperture, attracting heaven and earth qi in a huge surrounding range. Using Gu worms in this range will naturally create chain reactions, making the heaven and earth qi surge and trigger a backlash. If one was stubborn and forcibly activated their Gu, even an immortal Gu would be injured and might even die, not to mention mere mortal Gu. Fang Yuan had not considered using Gu worms at this time to plot against Tai Baiyunxing because of this reason. If he rashly made a move in this period, he himself might be implicated. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky surged, and together took the shape of a giant vortex. In response to this, yellow-brown dust churned endlessly on the ground, creating a vortex that resembled the formation of a loophole. This Tai Baiyunxing has deep foundation and accumulation. His human qi is so majestic, actually attracting so much heaven and earth qi. This scene is actually more spectacular than when my tribe's supreme elder advanced. Yi Lui Sang was endlessly shocked. Tai Baiyunxing had an immortal inheritance and roamed northern plains his whole life, gaining extremely rich experience. By now, he had almost run the course of his entire life, thus his accumulation was incomparably deep. The two giant vortexes covered miles of range. Tai Baiyunxing gazed up and saw the majestic and fierce vortex which looked like a giant beast opening its mouth. In comparison, Tai Baiyunxing's body was small, like a tiny insect near a pond. But Tai Baiyunxing still kept on laughing maniacally. "Come, come!" he shouted, his body shook with fear and excitement, but also relief. Even if he failed, he would at least be freed from this nightmare. Seemingly hearing his shout, the brewing vortex began to slowly rotate. In the sky and on the ground, two giant vortexes rotated like a millstone. Lightning flashed in the dark and cloudy vortex in the sky, with the thunder rumbling repeatedly. On the ground, the dusty vortex caused purple smoke to ascend with violent explosive sounds. Like grinding stone, the dark and cloudy millstone sprinkled down a clear and bright aura. While from the dusty one below, rose a golden aura. They were heaven qi and earth qi. Heaven qi was clear and moved freely, earth qi was profound and dense. And Tai Baiyunxing's body released a white human qi. This human qi was extremely dense and like a cocoon. It formed a large sphere that tightly covered Tai Baiyunxing. Heaven qi was raining down while earth qi was bubbling up, both intertwined in the air with human qi. Heaven, earth and human, the three qi converged together and began fusing. First step is breaking the aperture, the second step is taking in the qi. Hei Lou Lan mumbled. Breaking the aperture is a point of no return. The only possibility of survival is in success, and failure means certain doom. And taking in chi tests the nature of the Gu master and their ability to control it. This step is extremely crucial and is like walking between cliffs on a tightrope. If the balance is even a little off such that the human chi is slightly in excess, it will lead to self-detonation. If heaven chi is slightly more, the Gu master will dissolve into the sky. If earth chi is slightly more dense, the Gu master will turn into a fossil and suffocate to death. Difficult, truly hard, truly difficult. Yi Lui Sang lamented while shaking his head. Even as a spectator, his heart shook at this sight. One can only move forward when they begin the advancement to a Gu Immortal. There is no going back. The danger is extremely high, thus many rank 5 peak stage Gu masters, even if they knew the method to advance to a Gu Immortal, would not choose to take the risk unless as a last resort. The expert observes the process while the layman simply enjoys the show. Most people only watched the sight while bustling with noise and excitement. But the few expert Gu masters who knew the inside details were dripping with sweat, their hearts palpitating with fear from the sight. Fang Yuan was the one with the most experience regarding this. The process of charging to Gu Immortal realm and becoming a blood path Gu Immortal in his previous life had left behind an extremely deep impression on him. This second step is extremely difficult. It not only tests the Gu master's ability to control the balance, what it tests even more than that is the Gu master's nature. He inwardly sighed. Heaven chi and earth chi attacked the body, and the 3 chi converged. This was the process of immortal blending with heaven and earth. An ordinary person would never have such a moment where they are this intimately close to heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were the cornerstones to nurture all living beings. The resonance between heaven chi and earth chi would fill the Gu master's mind with the wonders of the Great Tao. Experiencing the Great Tao was an extremely rare opportunity, and the Gu master could easily lose themselves in it, not being able to extricate themselves. This could very easily lead to an imbalance between the 3 chi. Even more crucially, the higher the amount of heaven chi and earth chi taken in, the higher the chance of advancing to a Gu Immortal. At this crucial time, the Gu master would often get greedy and take in too much heaven chi and earth chi, leading to an imbalance between the 3 chi and perishing. Tai Bai Yunxing did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He persevered and stabilized the situation, controlling the 3 chi perfectly and progressing slowly. This Tai Bai Yunxing probably received an expert's guidance. Tai Bai Yunxing actually accomplished it. The second step could not stump him at all. This man really is not simple. We need to keep on watching. Being able to do it now does not mean he can maintain the state until the end. Hei Lou Lan and Yi Lui Sang were feeling bewildered. Rumble. Right at this time, a change occurred. As the aurora in the sky shook, 88 True Yang building experienced intense tremors. As its cornerstone, the sacred palace started shaking as well. Dust rose and many beautiful courtyards collapsed. What is going on? 88 True Yang building. Everyone shifted their gazes in shock. Humph, it is here. Fang Yuan sneered, but was well aware of this. Inside the True Yang building, the land spirit was furious. Tai Bai Yunxing advancing to a Gu Immortal meant he was taking in heaven chi and earth chi. But this world was not the outside world of Northern Plains, but was Imperial Court Blessed Land, a small world of its own. Tai Bai Yunxing was using up this small world's heaven chi and earth chi, which was akin to weakening Imperial Court Blessed Land, and was basically extracting the source of the land spirit's strength. Could the land spirit not be angry? It had been imprisoned for countless years and now finally had the hope of obtaining freedom. Although it was formed from an obsession and did not know how to tell lies, but it had intelligence and understood the strategy of concealing itself. The land spirit had originally planned to restrain itself, fearing Giant Sun's will. It would wait till gruel mud had corroded the shackles on it to a certain degree before it broke out in one violent move. But now that Tai Bai Yunxing was charging into Gu Immortal realm, he was not only extracting the strength of the land spirit, but was sure to awaken Giant Sun's will. The land spirit would then have all its hopes dashed. Even more likely, it would be forcibly suppressed by Giant Sun's will again. With no choice, it could only make a quick decision and take advantage of giant suns while still being in hibernation at the moment, to resist and avoid giving giant suns will time to be prepared. Thus, everyone looked on as the True Yang building shook, bringing destruction to the fish in the ponds as many structures in the sacred palace collapsed. In the True Yang building, the land spirit frost Jade Peacock let out a loud cry. Its attack was extremely effective as the green paste covering its body immediately melted until below its neck and 5 to 6 black chains on its body also broke. Huh? A light mumble, as if just waking up from a dream, echoed out from the depths of the True Yang building. Who has such guts to awaken me from my slumber? From the infinite and eerie darkness, a giant will resembling the sun slowly woke up. It was originally only a small glimmer, but soon brightened up to the extent that it could pierce through 10 layers of the underworld, sweeping past every corner of the True Yang building. Fang Yuan's will that had refined the guest halled steel simply could not defend itself and was immediately wiped out. The glass owner token he held also started becoming boiling hot. Chapter 607, Ambushing Giant Sun's Will. A will blazing like the sun passed through the glass owner token and attacked Fang Yuan's mind. The will was like a golden flood as it rampaged directly into Fang Yuan's brain. Will was formed from large numbers of specific thoughts. If Giant Sun's will was allowed to erode his mind, Fang Yuan could very likely turn into a demented amnesiac. This is bad. Quickly throw away that damned owner token. Mo Yao's will appeared in his mind, and screamed. She was the will of a Gu Immortal who had reached rank 7 before death. Her background knowledge of will was much deeper than Fang Yuan's. Her own gains and losses were linked to Fang Yuan, like two locusts tied with a thread. The mind was a vital place. Fang Yuan would not want to start a battle in there. No need to worry, he sneered. He was already prepared, so he was not concerned, soon activating the special will Gu. The special will Gu received the primeval essence and directly flashed into Fang Yuan's mind, blocking the will of Giant Sun. The golden-like will came to an abrupt stop, completely halted by special will Gu. The special will Gu then burst out with a strong absorption force, devouring Giant Sun's will unceasingly. The small will swallowed the big will, as if an ant swallowing an elephant, but Giant Sun's will had no ability to resist. This is. Mo Yao's will was stumped for a while before coming to a realization, so Giant Sun's will was a special will. Wisdom Path had developed for a long time since its start at the remote antiquity era, continuing to this day. Will was classified under Wisdom Path and naturally the contents regarding it were plentiful. Not only was will divided into many types, there were also all sorts of effects. Back when Fang Yuan had just ventured into it, he had already bought many Wisdom Path Gu worms. For example, Special Will Gu, Deliberate Will Gu, Play Will Gu, Keep Will Gu and New Will Gu, which were specially used to condense Special Will, Deliberate Will, Play Will, Keep Will and New Will. These 5 types of will had their advantages and disadvantages, requiring the Gu master themselves to choose the appropriate will according to the situation. Among them, Special Will could be arranged in advance and automatically trigger under special conditions. To explain this in a simple fashion, let's take a rat trap as an example. When a rat comes in contact with the trap, fulfilling the special condition, the rat trap will then activate, trapping the rat. The prior setup is triggered, activating the trap. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable considered dangerous situations occurring in the future, and for the benefit of his descendants, he chose to use the most suitable special will Gu to create a will of himself and placed it in 88 True Yang building. As long as the danger reached a certain degree, the special condition would be fulfilled and the special will would trigger Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's prior setup. As for what the activation requirement of this prior setup was, outsiders did not know. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn, was not clear about it. But from the video clips in his previous life, he knew Giant Sun's will was a special will. Knowing this made it easier for Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will was an immortal venerable's will, but it must also follow the laws and great Tao of the world. The will was condensed by a Gu worm, and similarly could be subdued by the corresponding Gu worm. Thus, Giant Sun's special will was greatly restrained by special will Gu. Within Fang Yuan's mind, Giant Sun's will had yet to show its might before it was swallowed by Fang Yuan's special will Gu. After swallowing this will of Giant Sun, special will Gu's belly immediately bulged like a fatty who had stuffed himself to the limit. Haha, what a great will. Fang Yuan praised it but was inwardly shocked. That was dangerous. Although it was restrained, it was after all an immortal venerable's will. Even if it was only a strand, it was really not easy to deal with. The glass owner token was a part of 88 True Yang building. Giant Sun's will attacked Fang Yuan through this owner token. But if the owner token was compared to a passage, this passage was way too small and could only allow a strand of Giant Sun's will to pass. If the passage was just a bit bigger, the situation would be completely different. This strand of will that special will Gu had eaten was simply negligible compared to the Giant Sun's will in True Yang building. Falling prey to Fang Yuan's small scheme, Giant Sun's will could not contain its anger. Swindler, you dared profane my, Giant Sun's, honor. I will crush you to pieces. Rumble. True Yang building started shaking, giving off all kinds of lights which infused the sky. A peerless power seemed to manifest, shaking heaven and earth. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already died and was unable to mobilize 88 True Yang building using just his will, but within 88 True Yang building, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind a large amount of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Wild Gu could directly absorb the primeval essence in the air, but would lose this ability when they are refined and have to absorb the Gu Master's primeval essence. 88 True Yang building was an immortal Gu house and was under the command of Giant Sun's will. It could activate by absorbing the immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was extremely simple and easy, as if it was natural. Run. Looking at 88 True Yang building about to show its power, Mo Yao's will anxiously warned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a despicable thief who had refined a part of True Yang building, and now that Giant Sun's will had awakened, it classified him as an enemy. Fang Yuan did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. This enmity was too big. Fang Yuan was directly marked down and an unprecedented killing intent was about to befall upon him. There's no hurry. Calamity was coming right for him, but Fang Yuan appeared indifferent and relaxed. He tightly held the glass owner token. This particular token was not simple. It was a product created by expending an immortal Gu using an owner token as the base. It was a crucial key for which Central Continent's Gu Immortals and several large forces had prepared with meticulous care over thousands of years. Still causing trouble after death, what era are we living in now? Fang Yuan snorted and with no fear sent a thought through the glass owner token, launching an ambush. True Yang building shook intensely, the aurora that filled the sky instantly collapsed by over half. The phantom image that appeared when condensing the floors was like a candle in front of a great wind, as it collapsed and dissipated. Everything came to an abrupt stop. In True Yang building, Giant Sun's will let out a frightening and furious howl as it was besieged and attacked by countless special will Gu. These special will Gu were the preparation of Central Continent's Gu Immortals which had been accumulated for thousands of years, a trump card specially arranged to deal with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will's weakness was thoroughly targeted, like a sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves. It had immediately wanted to activate Gu worms to massacre these special will Gu. 88 True Yang building was an immortal Gu house, a solidified killer move formed from many immortal Gu and mortal Gu. Naturally, it had methods to clean up the enemies. But Central Continent's Gu Immortals had researched deeply and already calculated this. Coordinating with special will Gu's attack were other shocking methods, actually sealing all of the yellow apricot immortal essence Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind. True Yang building was not able to move without the immortal essence and immediately stopped all actions. Even though Giant Sun's will was seething with rage, it did not have any method to instantly resolve this, thus landing in a predicament. True Yang building sank into deathly stillness as Fang Yuan put his mind at rest. In his previous life, Central Continent's Gu Immortals relied on this method to slay Giant Sun's will and destroy 88 True Yang building. A pity I am still immortal and not a Gu Immortal, there is no way for me to reap profits from this. Fang Yuan felt a slight regret. This was Giant Sun's will. Even at its weakest moment, it was not something he could meddle with. In truth, even if he advanced into a Gu Immortal, with just one Gu Immortal's battle strength, the result would not be good. When the Central Continent Gu Immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they had altogether 11 Gu Immortals, each of them an elite expert, but even then only 3 were able to return in triumph. However, the sacrifices were worth it as they received rich battle spoils. Truyang Building was a spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, and when it was suddenly destroyed, the whole of Northern Plains suffered heavy impact, their morale fell to the abyss and they were forced into retreat continually in battles. If not for the Gu Immortal Ma Honyun who repeatedly playing a vital role as a pillar during the most crucial times, Northern Plains would have already been annexed by Central Continent. As for the current Fang Yuan, he was safe for at least a period of time. What happened to Truyang Building just now? Could it be the influence of Tai Baiyunxing advancing to a Gu Immortal was too big and even 88 Truyang Building was affected? Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibits the entry of Gu Immortals. Advancing to a Gu Immortal here like Tai Baiyunxing is an extremely rare event. Does this violate the arrangements made by old ancestor Giant Sun back then? Truyang Building's abnormal changes caused this crowd of people who did not know the truth to be bewildered and start making guesses. Truyang Building fell into a deathly stillness and did not show any movement for the moment. Soon, everyone's gazes were attracted towards Tai Baiyunxing again. Tai Baiyunxing was floating in between the sky and the ground, continually taking in heaven chi and earth chi, combining them with his own human chi. The balanced 3 chi were pouring into the space where his aperture had once been. An extremely mysterious transformation was happening to his body. Whether it was his physical body or soul, they were both being tempered by heaven and earth chi. The essence of his life itself was elevating to a higher level. There were 3 steps in advancing to a Gu Immortal. The first was breaking the aperture, the second was taking in the chi. Tai Baiyunxing had an intact Gu Immortal inheritance and thus had a clear understanding of the key concerns in the process. So far, he was able to stabilize with no major hindrances. But how could advancing to a Gu Immortal only have these obstacles? Compared to the majestic heaven chi and the vast earth chi, human chi originated from only Tai Baiyunxing himself. Thus, there were endless amounts of heaven chi and earth chi, but human chi was limited in quantity. The 3 chi needed to be in balance, there was no way to take in the surplus heaven chi and earth chi, so they were excluded and left to the side. As time passed, these heaven and earth chi accumulated in the sky and on the ground, gathering and condensing, the sheer quantity causing a qualitative change. Tai Baiyunxing had too deep of an accumulation, he was able to draw in so much heaven and earth chi. Now the extra heaven and earth chi are condensing into calamity and tribulation. Yi Luisang's eyes flashed with burning light. The deeper the accumulation of the Gu Master, the greater the difficulty in advancing to a Gu Immortal. But if they succeeded, their potential future accomplishment would be that much higher. The risk and profits in this were directly proportional. Hei Lou Lan watched on tightly without saying a word, putting all his effort in observing and gaining reference. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, how did they form? The scene in front of them was displaying the whole process before everyone's eyes. Golden earth chi continued to become denser and the turbid chi condensed into shape, gradually forming a one-horned great tiger. And the green heaven chi condensed into countless giant green willow leaves. Every willow leaf was the size of a boat. The one-horned great tiger was as large as a hill, it raised its head while crouching down, taking a jumping posture. The green willow leaves swayed as they spread in the sky, ready to strike. This is the earthly calamity lofty tiger and the heavenly tribulation willow wind. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed with a sharp light. Tai Baiyunxing stopped his crazed laughter, a grave expression filling his face. The crowd who were so far from all this could feel the endless power of the earthly calamity and the heavenly tribulation. Then what about Tai Baiyunxing who was at the center of this, the target of the earthly calamity and the heavenly tribulation? The spectating crowd was silent, the atmosphere turning heavy. Imperial Court Land Spirit, however, laughed loudly, the opportunity to break free from my captivity has appeared. Chapter 608, Giant Sun's Retaliation. Inside Truyang Building. The land spirit was using all of its strength to attack the seal on it. Bang bang bang. 3 soft explosive sounds could be heard consecutively, as 3 black chains binding it were broken. The green paste on it had thoroughly melted from its neck and even to the tips of its 2 wings, revealing the bright and lively feathers. Little sparrow, you dare! Giant Sun's will was bursting with fury. Giant Sun, despite being dead, you actually still imprison me for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I will definitely break out of your damn cage. Frost Jade Peacock let out a shrill scream, similarly furious. Trapped for so many years, unable to even budge, the suffocation and indignance from being in captivity turned into the strength needed to break its seal. Giant Sun's will gave a deep shout, the sunlight will suddenly flared up, rushing in all directions like a majestic golden flood. 10,000 special will Gu were already surrounding him in layers after layers. They were like a dam blocking the flood, which was Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's special will was completely restrained by the special will Gu. The whole dam held tight without any cracks, but the situation only lasted for a few breaths of time. The special will Gu had already been swallowing Giant Sun's special will to the limit and started to burst one by one. Several breaths later, the dam formed by the special will Gu trembled, broke down and shattered apart. Giant Sun's special will might have been subdued, but the size of it was extremely large, having originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even after the wear and tear of over hundreds of thousands of years, this was still not something 10,000 special will Gu could suppress. Restraint was relative. Water could extinguish fire, but if the fire was fierce enough, it could directly evaporate the water pouring on it. Giant Sun's will that was like a sun was extremely grand and large, although there was a lot of consumption when he attacked special will Gu, it was still able to destroy the 10,000 special will Gu in the end. Without the besiegement of special will Gu, Giant Sun's will was like a tied-up prisoner who had broken out of the shackles, and immediately tried to control Truyang Building. But the next moment, a full 50,000 special will Gu rushed out and gathered again, forming a new encirclement. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had researched very deeply and would never underestimate Giant Sun's will, thus they had made sufficient preparations. Special will Gu was not an immortal Gu, its quantity could be piled up. Giant Sun's will who had just obtained freedom was again sealed off, letting out a furious roar. He started attacking again, his momentum as vast as a rapidly flowing river, breaking apart the encirclement of special will Gu. But soon, the third wave of special will Gu surrounded it. The quantity was even more this time, reaching over 100,000. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had spent thousands of years for this, several great super forces had joined hands making large purchases, refining Gu non-stop, and spending an astronomical amount of Gu refinement resources. They had paid such an astonishing price and now they were all being used by Fang Yuan, displaying extraordinary effects. Being trapped once again, Giant Sun's will did not shout or roar. Giant Sun's will was the will of an immortal venerable and knew how to think. When he realized he had fallen into a scheme and the enemy side had made sufficient preparations, he became calm again. He began to think and soon discovered a flaw in the encirclement. Although Giant Sun's will was surrounded tightly in all directions by special will Gu with no area neglected, this did not signify there was no flaw in this encirclement. These special will Gu were refined by Gu Immortals and refined Gu worms were unable to directly absorb the primeval essence from their surroundings, and there was no supply of primeval essence for them in here. Then, where did the primeval essence used to activate these special will Gu come from? There were so many special will Gu, and there could even be more, their primeval essence requirement would be gigantic. Giant Sun's will slightly thought over it and realized, what these special will Gu absorbed was not primeval essence but immortal essence. A bead of the lowest grade rank 6 green grape immortal essence could convert to what was practically an almost unlimited amount of primeval essence. Immortal essence was the source of fuel for these special will Gu. And these immortal essence were concealed very well. Clearly, there were other supporting Gu worms coordinating with special will Gu to form an enormous and hidden Gu formation. So long as I break their connection with the immortal essence, these special will Gu would not be of much threat. Giant Sun's will soon thought of this method. However, to break the connection between the special Gu and the immortal essence, he had to fully grasp this Gu formation first. Just like how Central Continent Gu Immortal sealed all the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to suppress 88 True Yang building, Giant Suns will also had a similar idea. On the spot, Giant Suns will thought rapidly and soon found over 10 clues. Following these clues and making deductions, the vague structure of the Gu formation began to gradually become clearer. The land spirit naturally would not sit and wait for its death. When it had sensed Giant Suns were being suppressed, it mustered all its strength to break the seals on it. Gruel mud had terrifying effectiveness against these seals. The green paste on its body was full of cracks and the edges were rapidly melting down. The black shackles on its wings once again consecutively collapsed and 4 broke apart. The land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, gave a shrill cry. Its whole body shook intensely, shaking away most of the green paste on its 2 wings. Shortly afterwards it impatiently unfolded them. Cold aura permeated out from all over its spotlessly white body as it raised its head high, appearing noble and beautiful. But it had yet to completely unfold its large wings when they were tightly pulled in by the black chains. Its movement came to a sudden stop, the intense pain making it even more furious. Although there were only 3 chains left, they still tightly shackled its freedom. Break them! Frost Jade Peacock suddenly turned around its elegant neck, its sharp brows flickering with terrifying cold light. Damn it! Giant Suns, who had been thinking intensely, could not help but stop his thoughts as he sensed this situation. If the land spirit broke his control, then 88 True Yang building could be thrown out from Imperial Court Blessed Land at any time. Without Imperial Court Blessed Land's protection, countless Gu Immortals would start rushing over to loot True Yang building. At that time, it would be the case of an army of ants devouring an elephant. Even more yellow apricot immortal essence would not be able to stop the consumption from the dauntless advance of countless Gu Immortals. But Giant Suns was powerless to stop the land spirit at this moment. He had been making several probing attacks while thinking at the same time, and although there were some results and he was able to recover some methods, they were still very limited and were not enough to suppress the situation. At this moment, outside the True Yang building. Roar! Lofty Tiger roared and jumped. The world trembled as the hill-sized Lofty Tiger jumped into the air. Its enormous and malevolent tiger claws slammed towards the insignificant insect-like Tai Baiyunsheng. Tai Baiyunsheng gave a light shout as he dodged quickly. The tiger claws could not strike him, but the huge wind force from it was still able to make Tai Baiyunsheng feel uncomfortable. At the same time, the willow winds in the sky fluttered down. These willow winds were as large as a canoe, and their descent was graceful, resembling falling leaves. But the movement that felt slow was actually fast, and the destructive power contained within them was terrifying. Tai Baiyunsheng was bathed with blood, paying close attention to the movements of the willow winds. Previously, he had carelessly come into contact with 3 willow winds, but just that had already destroyed all the defensive Gu on him. Right now, when he saw the willow winds falling down, he quickly evaded them. From the earth, the malevolent tiger pounced up, while from the sky, the willow winds fluttered down one after another. Tai Baiyunsheng was already finding it difficult to continue after a while. He was in a sorry state and was facing the danger of losing his life. Sigh, it bodes ill for Tai Baiyunsheng. His accumulation is very robust, but he has not made sufficient preparations to advance to Gu Immortal. Lord Tai Baiyunsheng, you can do it. Even Fang Yuan could not help but feel nervous at this scene. Is Tai Baiyunsheng going to fail in advancing to a Gu Immortal in this life? He suddenly had a thought and disregarding the backlash, forcibly activated Luck Inspection Gu. But the luck on Tai Baiyunsheng was still burning and raging like boiling water, and was still blooming. But the next moment, a quarter of this flaming luck had suddenly dissipated. What's going on? It was the first time Fang Yuan was seeing such a change in luck. And right at this time, a light pillar suddenly erupted from True Yang building. The light pillar that was as thick as an ancient tree, charged straight to the sky. The willow winds were pierced through by this light pillar, immediately crumbling apart and turning back into clear heaven chi, pure and warm. The light pillar swept through repeatedly, shattering most of the willow winds in the sky, before shooting towards the lofty tiger. The lofty tiger dodged while howling in grief, but the light pillar followed it like a shadow, impossible to avoid. The earthly calamity lofty tiger continued to decrease in size the more the light pillar touched it, till it vanished into thin air. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. 88 True Yang Building has made a move. Old ancestor protected Lord Tai by Yunxing. Many people cheered. But there were also some who scoffed. Nonsense, Tai Bai Yunxing does not have Giant Sun's bloodline, why would old ancestor protect him? This. Could it be the workings of the rumored divert disaster Gu? Yi Lui Sang was endlessly shocked. Hei Lou Lan was even more excited. The luck past divert disaster Gu can divert heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, greatly reducing their might, even directly obliterating them. If I can obtain this immortal Gu. Divert disaster Gu was one of the cornerstones of 88 True Yang Building. It was also one of the limited methods Giant Sun's will could mobilize currently. Giant Sun's will's actions did not stop at this. He had forcibly extracted a trace of yellow apricot immortal essence by rampaging multiple times. After activating Divert Disaster Gu, Giant Sun's will mobilized the human chi immortal Gu in True Inheritance secluded domain. Right under Fang Yuan's sight, Tai Bai Yunxing's burning luck aura suddenly decreased by another quarter. Human chi immortal Gu was activated, which similarly let out a ray of white light. This white light, however, directly shone on Tai Bai Yunxing. Human Chi Immortal Gu could increase the Gu Master's human Chi, raising their future potential after advancing to a Gu Immortal. When Tai Bai Yunxing obtained its help, the human Chi on him instantly inflated by 10 times. With the increase in human Chi, he naturally needed even more Heaven Chi and Earth Chi. However, Heaven Chi and Earth Chi were drawn out of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed heartily. True Yang Building's help had been out of his expectations, but he still quickly accepted it and absorbed large amounts of Heaven Chi and Earth Chi, merging the three elements into one, not only averting danger, his potential had also greatly increased, and his future prospects had turned much better. The land spirit frost Jade Peacock gave a shrill, furious cry. Heaven Chi and Earth Chi were extracted in large amounts, causing an intense feeling of weakness to fill its body. Little sparrow, you are still too green. Giant Sun's will snorted. He had used all the immortal essence he was able to extract on the most crucial area, acquiring the greatest results, greatly relieving the dangerous situation. Giant Sun's will was after all a will that originated from an immortal venerable, its wisdom was extremely high. The situation had turned around quickly now, and it was advantageous to Giant Sun's will. The weakening of the land spirit gave Giant Sun's will plenty of time to grasp the Gu formation of the special will Gu surrounding him. Once Giant Sun's will breaks apart this encirclement, he would regain control of the situation, and it would be extremely easy for him to undo the seal on the immortal essence then. As long as the seal on the immortal essence was broken, 88 True Yang Building would be able to display the supreme might of a rank 8 Gu house in all its glory. This is bad. I still underestimated an immortal venerable's will. I have less than half the expected time left. Fang Yuan was able to understand the situation in True Yang Building through the glass owner token. His heart sank. Now, I can only put my hopes in Tai Bai Yunxing. Hopefully, he can quickly become a Gu Immortal and refine landscape as before Gu. Chapter 609, Better to Die Than Not Be Free. At the center of the scene, the three Chi were fusing. With the help of Giant Sun's will, the thick Chi flows had almost formed a cocoon around Tai Bai Yunxing. All his injuries were long gone without any trace, his body, soul, and consciousness were all being refined to a higher level. He looked back on his life, the scenes of the past quickly flashing through his mind. The mysteries of the great Tao circulated in his mind, inspirations came to him without pause, he was obtaining perfect solutions for the difficult problems in cultivation that had restrained him in the past. At this moment, heaven and earth were like selfless teachers, imparting all their knowledge to Tai Baiyunsheng. However, the mysteries of heaven and earth were too vast and profound. The more Tai Baiyunsheng knew, the more he realized his minuteness. He had no choice but to focus on his time path, refining and developing his knowledge. His understanding towards time path reached the peak of his lifetime. Inspiration from nature. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Gu masters used Gu, refined Gu, and raised Gu. This was actually an unending process of learning, exploring and studying the world. In the process of advancing to a Gu Immortal, a Gu master need not use Gu worms to indirectly understand the world, instead it was a direct interaction with heaven and earth. This was probably the only chance in one's whole life before becoming a Gu Immortal to have such a precious opportunity. Rank 5 peak stage was the finishing line of mortal Gu masters. But rank 6 Gu Immortals were beyond mortal. Becoming a Gu Immortal was only a new starting point. At this crucial starting point, every Gu Immortal's future achievements would be different depending on the potential they accumulated. Such a beautiful experience, but my human chi is not sufficient. Tai Baiyunsheng wished to continue immersing himself in this feeling but could not do so, a regretful expression appearing on his face. His human chi was already nearly exhausted, and this was after obtaining the help of human chi immortal Gu, otherwise the time would have been even shorter. The chi cocoon dispersed and Tai Baiyunsheng's silhouette was revealed again. The three chi had merged and shrunk down to a mass of tricolored primordial chi, condensed into where Tai Baiyunsheng's aperture had originally been. This step signified the completion of the second step in advancing to a Gu Immortal, receiving chi. Next was the final step of becoming a Gu Immortal, releasing Gu. Tai Baiyunsheng was being extremely serious, as he took out river as before, mountain as before and man as before Gu. These three Gu were his core Gu worms and he was exceedingly familiar with them. Moreover, man as before Gu was even his vital Gu. Finally, the most crucial moment. Tai Baiyunsheng first sent his vital Gu to the mass of tricolored primordial chi in his body. Boom! All of a sudden, a mystical sound like that of thunderstorm echoed in Tai Baiyunsheng's ears, causing his whole body to intensely shake. The tricolored mass of chi was originally merged together and constantly flowing in circulation. But after man as before intruded in, it was like it had ignited an explosive. The primordial chi mass immediately exploded loudly. There can be no creation without destruction, in death there is new life. This moment was when a mortal could ascend to a Gu Immortal. The explosive sound was truly mystical, exploding out the marvels of life, exploding out a whole new world. The mortal aperture was broken and immortal aperture was being formed. The immortal aperture was like a small world, the sky was azure like crystals and the ground was a desolate wilderness filled with yellow stones. It was like a newborn baby and intensely demanded nourishment, erupting at the outside world with an extremely strong force of suction and absorption. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Heaven chi and earth chi madly poured into Tai Baiyunsheng, flowing non-stop into the immortal aperture. In the immortal aperture, the ground quickly expanded, 2/3 of 1,000 square kilometers, 4/3 of 1,000, 2,000 square kilometers. And time flow also rose from the 1-to-1 ratio to 1-to-10, 1-to-20. The immortal aperture was gradually starting to become unstable from the mad flow of chi. Tai Baiyunsheng then sent in river as before and mountain as before, stabilizing the situation. The immortal aperture was expanding continually, and a tributary of the river of time flowed in the darkness, causing the time flow to increase steadily. Time passed, Tai Baiyunsheng kept on placing Gu worms to maintain the stability of the immortal aperture. 3 1/3 thousand square kilometers, 4,000, 4 2/3 of 1,000. 1-to-30, 1-to-31, 1-to-32, 1-to-33. The immortal aperture had reached its extreme at this point, as if it had drunk and eaten to its fill, abruptly stopping its growth. But the clear heaven chi was still pouring in from the sky, and golden earth chi was still surging up from the ground. At this moment, the immortal aperture absorbed heaven chi and earth chi much slower than before. At first, it was drinking in big gulps, while now it was taking slow sips. Heaven and earth chi converged into the immortal aperture, green, and golden mists and clouds filled the whole immortal aperture. The dense Qi flow was brewing beads of immortal essence within. They were precisely the green grape immortal essence of a rank 6 Gu Immortal, 36 of them in total. The tribulation clouds in the sky and the calamity dust in the ground began to gradually dissipate. The mist like heaven Qi and earth Qi in the immortal aperture, however, had yet to dissipate. They condensed around man as before, river as before, mountain as before, and other Gu worms, causing a dense Qi cocoon to form over these Gu worms. The two Qi mixed, heaven and earth interacted. Within the Qi cocoons, each Gu worm was beginning to ferment mysterious changes. It is time. A Gu recipe flashed in Tai Baiyunxing's mind. This Gu recipe was only a theoretical Gu recipe of an immortal Gu. It was from the old beggar's Gu Immortal inheritance. Tai Baiyunxing could not guarantee whether this theoretical Gu recipe could succeed. But he no longer had another option. His lifespan was near its end, about to exhaust completely. After advancing to a Gu Immortal, his senses reached a whole new level, especially the sense regarding time had heightened the most. It was precise to within a single breath. This novel sensation did not put him in a cheerful mood for long before he fell into silence, feeling oppressed and even afraid. Because he could sense that the time he had was truly not much, just like a small puddle under strong sunshine, with his lifespan being the thin layer of water left in the puddle. He had planned to get lifespan Gu, but it failed because of Fang Yuan's secret manipulations. The bloody road he had experienced in reaching the Great Hall even became a knot in his heart. Now, his only hope was in man as before Gu. According to what the theoretical Gu recipe showed, when man as before Gu was advanced to rank 6, it could be used on oneself. Refine. Tai Baiyunxing gave a soft shout, countless thoughts emerging in his mind. These thoughts formed the theoretical Gu recipe, which directly poured into the immortal aperture and then into the thick cocoon covering the man as before Gu. These heaven and earth Qi were the source of all living beings. As the two interacted, they evolved into all things in heaven and earth. These two Qi were the origin of all living beings and could replace any Gu refinement materials. Tai Baiyunxing's thoughts were like keys that directed the heaven and earth Qi in the proper direction. The thoughts entered the cocoon and immediately brought upon a violent change. Although it could not be compared to the explosion of the 3 Qi in the first step of releasing Gu, its effect was not small either. The Qi cocoon erupted with devouring force, swallowing the remaining heaven and earth Qi in the immortal aperture without pause. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Qi flow surged non-stop, forming a screaming gale. Man as before Gu turned into the eye of the storm, large amounts of heaven and earth Qi poured into it, turning into Gu refinement resources. This is it. Tai Baiyunxing mumbled softly in the air, his tone carried gratification and also expectation. After so much effort and risk, he was now finally seeing the hope of success. Although the process had been filled with inconceivable events. If True Yang Building had not made a move, Tai Baiyunxing was sure to fall in the second step. As he thought of this, he glanced at the True Yang Building. He was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but True Yang Building had actually helped him, this was a fact. Did Giant Suns will wake up? Tai Baiyunxing inwardly guessed. He had a Gu Immortal inheritance, his experience and knowledge were not lacking compared to people like Hei Lou Lan and Yi Lui Sang. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable prohibits the entry of Gu Immortals. I have already violated this taboo by advancing into a Gu Immortal here. So, why would Giant Suns will still help me? Tai Baiyunxing was puzzled. Even with his plentiful experience, he could not anticipate the things occurring in the True Yang Building. Within the True Yang Building, Frost Jade Peacock gave shrill cries, the green paste on its body kept on shaking and bouncing, the iron chains also shook, producing clanking sounds when they collided with each other. The powers sealing it were melting down from the corrosion of gruel mud. But Frost Jade Peacock showed no signs of joy, instead it was filled with fear and anxiety. Giant Sun's will, however, laughed brightly, "Little sparrow, your struggle is of no use." Through Tai Baiyunxing, Giant Sun's will was able to exploit some methods to ingeniously strike the imperial court land spirit, weakening its strength at its foundation. Despite the powers binding Frost Jade Peacock weakening constantly, Giant Suns Will had already bought some time. He had already seen through most of the special Gu formation that had besieged him. How could an immortal Venerable's arrangement be so simple? As long as Giant Suns Will was completely free, he naturally had large numbers of methods to choose from, like metal path, water path, fire path, and so on, to seal the land spirit again. I have slept for too long, but it doesn't matter. I will first put this disobedient land spirit in its place, then I shall completely eliminate the minute loopholes in True Yang building. At that time, 88 True Yang building will once again be like an iron bucket, standing tall for hundreds of thousands of years longer. Giant Suns Will's tone was deep and profound. I won't let you have your way even if I die. After hearing standing tall for hundreds of thousands of years, all the hairs on Frost Jade Peacock stood on their ends. A land spirit was formed from an obsession, and the matter of recognizing the master was not a flexible one. Frost Jade Peacock was distinct in this even from other land spirits. It was incomparably proud and would not yield even a little. But Frost Jade Peacock did not struggle anymore, instead it strangely lay down dispiritedly. However, its gaze was still sharp as a knife, filled with hatred completely. Giant Suns Will was stupefied before suddenly realizing something as he shouted in rage, "Little Sparrow, you dare to do this!" Outside the True Yang building. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust are gradually dispersing. Has Lord Tai Baiyunxing succeeded in advancing to a Gu Immortal? Those who did not know the truth felt excited at this sight. I had never expected Tai Baiyunxing to actually reach the third step. Looking at his appearance, the immortal aperture has already formed. I wonder what grade of blessed land he has formed. Yi Luisang mumbled. In advancing to a Gu Immortal, after passing the second step, the Gu Master could form an immortal aperture. Immortal apertures of rank 6 and rank 7 Gu Immortals were blessed lands, rank 8 and rank 9 Gu Immortal apertures were grotto heavens. Blessed lands are divided into 3 grades, corresponding to large, medium, and small in size. The more heaven, earth, and human chi are fused, the higher the grade of the blessed land. Small blessed lands have an area of up to 2,000 square kilometers. They can draw in a small tributary of the river of time, and form over 10 beads of immortal essence. There are few resources. Medium-grade blessed lands can range from 2 2/3 to 4,000 square kilometers. They can draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the river of time, and form over 20 beads of immortal essence. They have plentiful resources. High-grade blessed lands can range from 4 2/3 to 6,000 square kilometers, and draw in a large tributary of the river of time. The quantity of immortal essence formed surpasses 30, and there will be plenty of heaven and earth chi remaining which can mutually interact and refine a mortal Gu into an immortal Gu. Hei Lou Lan's gaze was fixed directly ahead, the relevant information flashing in his mind. His brow slightly furrowed. Tai Baiyunxing was able to pass the second step with True Yang Building's help, reaching the third step. And now, it looked like there was a great chance for him to succeed in becoming a Gu Immortal. If Tai Baiyunxing becomes a Gu Immortal, then what stance should I take? How should I treat him? Hei Lou Lan pondered over this issue. If nothing unexpected happens, Tai Baiyunxing will no doubt obtain a high-grade blessed land. However, refining an immortal Gu carries risk, forming calamities and tribulations in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's gaze continuously flickered. For a mortal to advance to a Gu Immortal, there naturally were special risks. Gu Masters were like this, it applied to Gu Worms too. Humans took in heaven and earth chi, fusing with human chi. The fusion of the 3 chi would lead to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Gu Worms took in heaven and earth chi, and also would induce calamities and tribulations. It was hard for outsiders to interfere in the calamities and tribulations within one's own blessed land. True Yang Building could influence Tai Baiyunxing, but it could not influence the blessed land, the immortal aperture in his body. In other words, Tai Baiyunxing could only rely on himself. Huh? Fang Yuan suddenly looked at the sky. Regarding the sky of Imperial Court blessed land, in daytime, golden light glittered, while at night, warm silver radiance shone down. But right now, pitch-black scars appeared in the golden sky from which specks of starlight shone down. This was the night sky of the outside world of northern plains. The whole of Imperial Court Blessed Land began to tremble. Everyone started crying out in surprise and shock. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust which had almost dissipated condensed again. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi poured into Tai Bai Yunxing's body non-stop, directly entering his immortal aperture like moths to a fire. What's going on? Hei Lou Lan was dumbstruck. What the hell happened? Yi Luisang held his head, shouting involuntarily. Too much heaven and earth chi were absorbed from Imperial Court Blessed Land, its foundation was injured, thus it is revealing the outside world, in linking up with northern plains. Fang Yuan's mind shook, his gaze moved from Tai Bai Yunxing to 88 Truyang Building. He had guessed the truth. Frost Jade Peacock was actually so proud, it would rather die than be suppressed by giant suns will any longer. It lived up to its words. Chapter 610, The Key to Victory and Loss. When a Gu master advances to an immortal, their aperture will transform into an immortal aperture. The immortal aperture is a qualitative evolution of the aperture, it is like the creation of a whole new small world. Rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortal apertures were known as Blessed Lands. Rank 8 and 9 Gu Immortal apertures were called Grotto Heavens. If a Gu Immortal's lingering obsession was left behind when they died, it would combine with the heavenly power inside the immortal aperture and become the land spirit. Every immortal aperture is unique, it is a part of the Gu Immortal's body. In some ways, even if a Gu Immortal dies, the land spirit and immortal aperture that they leave behind could still be considered a strange form of life extension for them. Precisely because the land spirit is formed from obsession, it is rigid and not flexible. In history, there were many such cases. For example, if a Gu Immortal forcefully takes down a blessed land, but did not meet the requirements to become the owner, the land spirit would reject them. In the end, the land spirit may directly self-detonate, causing the Gu Immortal's efforts to be for nothing. Giant suns will forcefully seal Imperial Court Blessed Land's Frost Jade Peacock. This had accumulated hundreds of thousands of years of anger in the latter. Now that he wanted to continue sealing it, Frost Jade Peacock's resolute heart was finally ignited. What is going on? Lord Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal ascension caused a loophole to form in the Blessed Land? Imperial Court Blessed Land is currently being exposed to the outside world. This is unbelievable, this has never happened in the past. This is bad, I have a very bad feeling. Do you think the Blessed Land is going to be destroyed? In the Blessed Land, everyone was shouting in fear, they were panicking and their doubts were spreading. In the sky, countless cracks were formed. The sky of the Blessed Land, which was silver and gold, had lots of cracks now. From these cracks, one could see the starry sky of northern plains. Fang Yuan's gaze was still calm as ever. Imperial Court Blessed Land would not self-destruct so easily. He muttered in his heart, regarding this he was extremely confident. In history, there were many cases of the land spirit suiciding, destroying the Blessed Land along with them, but that was not going to happen here. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, how could it be broken so easily? This was the hard work of a rank 9 Gu Immortal, this setup covered the entire region of northern plains. 88 Truyang Building was the biggest obstacle. If this was in the past, how could the land spirit cause such trouble? Except that now, Giant Sun's will had just awakened, he was caught off guard and had to waste time to resolve this mess. Meanwhile, the seal that imprisoned the land spirit had weakened drastically because of my gruel mud immortal Gu. This allowed the land spirit to struggle so violently. In his analysis, Fang Yuan could not help but internally praise Giant Sun's resolution and methods. He had used the chess piece Tai Bai Yunxing, and with his limited methods, he managed to fight for precious time and allow the scales of victory to tilt towards himself. However, even though the land spirit cannot self-destruct, it could still do the most basic thing like absorbing its own heaven and earth chi. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan directed his gaze towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Above Tai Bai Yunxing's head, the scattered tribulation cloud formed once again, and the calamity dust on the ground also started spreading. Large amounts of heaven chi and earth chi gushed out, They were about to form a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. What is going on? Why are there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Wasn't it over already? Seeing this, Yi Lui Sang's eyes were wide open in shock. This is different from what is in the records. There is something strange going on with Tai Baiyun Xing. Why are there two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in a row? Hei Lou Lan was very confused as well. Even they had no idea, not to mention the others. Looking at the imposing heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity forming once again, many people were lost for words as they felt very worried regarding Tai Baiyun Xing's situation. Tai Baiyun Xing's expression was ashen. Why is there still a heavenly tribulation forming? My inheritance did not state that this would happen. He was shocked and furious. Because not just on the outside, at the same time, the immortal aperture inside his body was also forming another heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. When a mortal Gu becomes an immortal Gu, it is like a Gu master becoming an immortal. It is a dangerous process to make a qualitative change that defied heaven. When Gu worms were refined into immortal Gu, they would need to involve heaven and earth chi. This way, the corresponding heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would form. Being faced with trouble both internally and externally, Tai Baiyun Xing could neither advance nor retreat. He could not attend to one problem while neglecting the other. His situation was very worrying. Fang Yuan used the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu to awaken the land spirit. Tai Baiyun Xing's immortal ascension became a crucial chess piece in the fight between the land spirit and Giant Sun's will. This immortal ascension had already gone out of his control. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else was kept in the dark. They were unaware of the truth. Only Fang Yuan knew the land spirit's intention. In a race against time, the land spirit could not compete with Giant Sun's will, thus it placed its attention on Tai Baiyun Xing. The heaven chi and earth chi were extracted by sacrificing the land spirit's own foundation. Its intention was to form the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity that would destroy Tai Baiyun Xing. What benefits would the land spirit gain from killing him? This would involve the devouring of the immortal aperture. Mortal apertures were not easy to devour and combine, but after ascending to immortal, the immortal aperture was a small world. Between worlds, they could be devoured and assimilated. There were great benefits to Gu Immortals. On Tian Mountain back then, Fang Yuan discarded a portion of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's territory, which were quickly taken by the other Gu Immortals. Swallowing other immortal apertures and strengthening one's own immortal aperture, there was much to gain from this. If the land spirit destroyed Tai Baiyun Xing, after he dies, his immortal aperture would remain. It would then be absorbed and assimilated by Imperial Court Blessed Land. After devouring the aperture, the Blessed Land's foundation would rise, and the land spirit would become much stronger. This would be a great help for it to break through Giant Sun's seal. In the sky, dark clouds were rumbling as lightning and thunder resounded. Countless purple lightning bolts formed into balls of lightning. On the ground, the calamity dust settled down, exposing the bare earth. A crack formed on the ground. It was hundreds of meters wide, exposing red-hot flames from within. It resembled a desolate beast opening its bloodthirsty mouth. The flames rose up, forming many traces of restraining smoke as they gushed up. Chaotic lightning balls, restraining smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. The chaotic lightning balls not only had great power, they could even ruin the Gu Master's mind and will, inducing a chaotic effect. Restraining smoke could seal away the environment. As long as the Gu Master was trapped within, they would lose their five senses. Like falling into a maze or an abyss, they would not be able to get free. Chaotic lightning balls were not fast, but together with the suppression from restraining smoke, they were perfect partners and could unleash the greatest effect. Fang Yuan could not help but feel some worry. Tai Baiyun Xing's failure was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Holding the glass owner token in his hand, Fang Yuan tightened his grasp as his gaze turned dark. Still too weak, too weak. With my current strength, I am very heavily affected by circumstances. Hell, hell, hell. The chaotic lightning balls flew through the air, emitting a strange and shrill noise. They sounded like a woman screaming and crying at the same time. It was very painful to the ears. At the same time, the restraining smoke was rumbling, surging towards Tai Baiyunxing. Tai Baiyunxing's expression turned pale. The chaotic lightning balls changed their directions randomly, sometimes they traveled right, sometimes left, it was hard to dodge them. Furthermore, there were traces of restraining smoke around him, like he was in the middle of an ancient forest. If I come into contact with the restraining smoke, I'll be finished. Oh no, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity in my immortal aperture is also forming, moreover I have already lost my defensive Gu. Tai Baiyunxing gritted his teeth, his gaze was shining with resolution. Risk it. His body gave off a shining light, using several movement Gu, his body flew into the air. The intense wind blew this old man's hair towards the back, showing an unrestrained demeanor. Shocked screams could be heard coming from the crowd. Tai Baiyunxing charged towards the tribulation cloud. Above him, there were countless chaotic lightning balls. Looking from afar, he was like a moth flying towards a fire. Is Tai Baiyunxing seeking death? Yi Luisang frowned deeply. Good. Hei Lou Lan, however, gave high praise. Fang Yuan's eyes also shone. Restraining smoke might seem harmless without any attack power and could only trap enemies, but it held much greater threat than the chaotic lightning balls. Tai Baiyunxing understood the situation and made the best decision. Only to see that after he charged into the thunder cloud, countless lightning balls shot down like fish swimming in water. Bam bam bam. The lightning balls continued to explode, but it did not affect Tai Baiyunxing at all. He flew left and right, trying to find a survival chance in the barrage of attacks. His movement speed was fast at times and slow at others. He had great control over the situation. Amazing. What level of flying attainment is this? To think that Lord Tai Baiyunxing is actually a flying master. He hid himself too deeply, I only found out now. Everyone was overjoyed to find out that Tai Baiyunxing was a flying master. To think that Tai Baiyunxing was skilled at using cloud path Gu worms. Yi Luisang praised, he was not very surprised at the display of flying. Tai Baiyunxing was a healing Gu master. These years when he roamed northern plains, he had encountered many dangers. He had to have a secret ability in order to survive till now. In truth, most healing Gu masters were either skilled in defense or movement. When these Gu masters were nurtured, they were specially trained in this matter. That was because in the battlefield, healing Gu masters were usually the first to be targeted. Many times they could not receive protection from their teammates. Thus, healing Gu masters needed to have certain ways to protect themselves. As the number one healing Gu master in northern plains, Tai Baiyunxing is not skilled in defense. With his age, it is no wonder he has such flying attainment. Hei Lou Lan thought about this and turned his head, looking at the sky far away. There, Fang Yuan seated on the Azure Wolf King's back, observing Tai Baiyunxing closely. Compared to Tai Baiyunxing, Chang Shanin, who was also a flying master, was much younger. Little Sparrow, you are really enjoying yourself. In Truyang Building, Giant Suns will laughed instead of raging. 88 Truyang Building was shaking intensely, the aurora was wavering in the sky as a huge pillar of light shot out. Immortal Gu, divert disaster. The light of divert disaster shone around Tai Baiyunxing, piercing through the lightning balls and restraining smoke. Old Ancestor is really blessing Tai Baiyunxing, he struck once again. Amidst the shocked screams, there were jealous and envious people too. This is too weird, Tai Baiyunxing is not part of Giant Sun's bloodline, to think he could receive such blessings as well. Someone was suspicious. As expected, he struck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Tai Baiyunxing had already become a crucial factor in the contest between the Land Spirit and Giant Sun's will. The Land Spirit wanted to harm him, while Giant Sun's will wanted to protect him. Chapter 611, Landscape as Before. Luck Inspection Gu. Fang Yuan's heart moved, quickly sending his primeval essence into the Gu. The next moment, his vision changed. Luck Inspection Gu, a rank 5 luck path investigative Gu, it could allow him to see luck despite its formlessness. Looking at Tai Baiyunxing's luck now, his previous fiery red luck that was originally burning with a glowing red glow had shrunken by a bit. Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal Venerables was helping him, thus his luck was being expended. Now that he helped once more, Tai Baiyunxing has only a third of his initial luck left. Fang Yuan evaluated. Looking at his own luck, it was still the black coffin luck, as rich and dense as ink, and even larger than before. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but quickly snickered to himself, looking at the people in the blessed land. The people who were watching Tai Baiyunxing ascend to immortal realm had changes to their luck as well. The overwhelming majority of the Gu masters had unwittingly developed a small layer of black coffin luck. Except for Hei Lou Lan, he still had his unchanged profuse azure luck. Looking around, Fang Yuan felt his eyes hurting. He quickly stopped using the luck inspection Gu. When a Gu master ascends, there would be endless heaven and earth chi. Using Gu worms in such an environment would cause a backlash. If he forcefully continued to use them, both he and his Gu worms would suffer injuries, or even face death. As his vision returned to normal, Fang Yuan looked at Tai Baiyunxing again. He was swimming in the thunderstorm, flying through the crevices of the clouds, showing off his master-level flying attainment. His body had no more defensive Gu, he was relying on his movement to evade the chaotic lightning balls. It was like walking on a tightrope, he was in great danger. In order to avoid the earthly calamity of restraining smoke, he charged into the thunder clouds. This was a wise decision when weighing the two difficulties, but it was also a helpless choice. If not for the fact that I have green grape immortal essence, and can dilute it to form endless primeval essence, such an insane flying speed would have drained my aperture dry long ago. Tai Baiyunxing was breathing roughly, his hair was in a mess and his body was feeling weak. The situation was getting more dangerous. Swoosh! Suddenly, a chaotic lightning ball changed directions and charged towards him. Tai Baiyunxing wanted to evade it, but it was too late. He could only stare indignantly with a furious gaze. In the moment of crisis, a white light pillar shot over, directly hitting this chaotic lightning ball. The lightning ball quickly melted from the ray of light, turning into pure heaven chi. Divert disaster Gu. 88 true Yang buildings help came once again, saving Tai Baiyunxing. So close, even though I became a Gu Immortal, I do not have any defenses on me. If I was hit by the chaotic lightning ball, I'd be heavily injured. The consequences are unthinkable. Tai Baiyunxing swallowed his saliva, feeling some lingering fear. After becoming a Gu Immortal, the foundation of his life had been elevated. If he was still immortal, a chaotic lightning ball could easily kill him. Gu Immortals, however, were tougher. Even without any defensive Gu, they could endure over a dozen lightning balls without any problems. But the thing was, these lightning balls had special effects. After being hit, they would cause Tai Baiyunxing's thoughts to be chaotic. Once his mind is in chaos, he would not be able to think properly. At this crucial moment, as long as Tai Baiyunxing stops in the air for a moment, he would be attacked by countless lightning balls at once. If he was hit by these lightning balls consecutively, Tai Baiyunxing would have no chance to gather his thoughts. He would just be drowned under the endless lightning balls. Quickly look, 88 true Yang buildings saved Tai Baiyunxing once again. That's right, this has already happened at least 10 times. With true Yang buildings' help, it seems Tai Baiyunxing's tribulation will succeed without fail. Outside, everyone saw this with amazed and envious expressions. Such intensive assistance, will it really work? Hei Lou Lan's eyes were shining brilliantly. He saw the situation with a different perspective. In such an environment, when heaven and earth chi were rampaging, usage of any Gu worm would create a huge backlash. Divert disaster Gu was no exception. In the history of Gu masters, there were many instances of Gu immortals helping out during the tribulation, and eventually the backlash destroying their immortal Gu. Except that most people were ignorant and did not know such secrets. Divert disaster Gu is one of the foundational pieces of 88 true Yang building. It is used for Imperial Court blessed land to divert away disasters. Without it, Imperial Court blessed land would face terrifying earthly calamities and heavenly tributations. Giant Suns would not sacrifice such a precious Gu for Tai Baiyunxing. that means the reinforcement of giant suns will is limited. What happens now is most crucial. It will depend on Tai Baiyunxing, whether he can quickly survive the calamity and tribulation in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, watching with growing tension. After all, landscape as before Gu was one of his main goals in coming to Northern Plains. Tai Baiyunxing's speed started to slow down. He was facing troubles both in his aperture and outside of it. The land spirit was causing him harm, while the calamity and tribulation was forming in his own immortal aperture due to his mortal Gu's ascension. This internal threat especially, it was taking away much of his attention, thus his reactions toward the outside world were getting slower. Suddenly, his body shook, completely stopping his movements. Immediately after, countless chaotic lightning balls flew towards him. Divert Disaster Light Pillar was shining brilliantly, it burst out and surrounded Tai Baiyunxing. Now is the most crucial time. Fang Yuan, Hei Lou Lan, Yi Lui Sang and others could see clearly that this was it, their eyes were shining. At this moment, in Tai Baiyunxing's immortal aperture, bright light exploded, engulfing the entire small world. The aura of the immortal Gu was spewing out like a fountain. In that bright light, an immortal Gu was rising up slowly. It looked like a ladybug, it was fist-sized and had a jade body. On its round back, there were natural markings, half was of rivers and seas, while the other half was of valleys and mountains. So this immortal Gu was created by combining river as before and mountain as before. It seems the effect is also the product of river as before and mountain as before, but elevated. Tai Baiyunxing analyzed. This was refined during the resonance of heaven and earth, it was not refined by him personally, thus, he was still unclear towards the effect of landscape as before. After looking at it for a few breaths' time, Tai Baiyunxing placed his attention on the most central area of the blessed land. Immortal Gu landscape as before, it was not part of his goal, only an additional surprise. Now at the center of the blessed land, man as before Gu had turned into a huge cocoon, but cracks were starting to develop on it. Dazzling rainbow light was leaking from the cracks, breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. As the thick cocoon vanished, a colorful butterfly fluttered into the sky. Wherever it went, rainbow light rained down, trailing behind the butterfly's path as a curvy rainbow was formed behind it. Success, immortal Gu man as before. Ahahaha. Seeing this, Tai Baiyunxing was extremely happy, he laughed maniacally. So many years of accumulation, so many years of anticipation and worry, so many times he had fallen into grave danger, but at this moment, he obtained a perfect result. But his internal threat still remained. In the immortal aperture, the azure tribulation cloud was rumbling, forming a huge green-scaled snake. The snake had a silver horn on its head, and its body was hundreds of meters long. The snake tail had turned into chi, fusing with the tribulation cloud. As for the ground, it started shaking, making loud sounds that resembled thunder, causing pain to the eardrums. The newly formed earth burst out with cracks, as lava spewed out of it, the smoke was thick as trees as the surroundings withered. Heavenly tribulation, silver horn green scale python, earthly calamity, molten earth. Tai Baiyunxing's heart shook, facing both the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity alone at the same time, he felt an immense pressure. He placed his hopes on the immortal Gu landscape as before. Come. He willed, as a bead of green grape immortal essence flew out, fusing into the landscape as before Gu. The ladybug-like landscape as before Gu immediately flapped its wings, flying away like a flash of lightning. Everywhere it went, in the surroundings, the land returned to spring as the landscape was restored to normal, back to the moment before the earthly calamity struck. Good Gu, good Gu. Tai Baiyunxing's heart settled, with landscape as before immortal Gu, he had no fear towards the earthly calamity. Hiss. The silver horn green scale python opened its mouth, making a shrill sound. It shot out abruptly, its huge body bringing along a draft of wind, as it pounced on the landscape as before immortal Gu. Tai Baiyunxing was nervous, although immortal Gu had huge capabilities, those which were not defensive Gu were usually fragile. Landscape as before Gu was the same, if it was destroyed by the silver horn green scale python, Tai Baiyunxing's situation would turn bad. Thankfully, landscape as before Gu was born from his aperture during the resonance of heaven and earth, he could control it like moving his limbs. Tai Bai Yunxing had deep foundations accumulated in his life, he quickly mobilized landscape as before immortal Gu and escaped. The silver horn green scale python behind him had attacked dozens of times, it destroyed mountains and rivers, the earth was pierced and rocks were sent flying, as savage winds ravaged the land. Oh no! At this rate, Tai Bai Yunxing was concentrating intensely. After a few breaths' time, sweat started forming on his forehead. His eyes were shut tight, his body was still floating in the air, as the chaotic lightning balls crashed towards him. But thankfully, due to the divert disaster immortal Gu's light pillar, his body was protected. Tai Bai Yunxing was unable to care about the outside world since long ago, but he had not forgotten his external threat. This terrible situation forced him to cut his losses decisively. 88 True Yang Building's reinforcement is limited, it might stop anytime. I can only do this. With man as before immortal Gu in my possession, as long as I have time, there is hope. Cut it off. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted in his heart. Abandoning the territories to protect his headquarters, he gave up a portion of his immortal aperture, the sky began to cut apart. The blessed land was the foundation and base of a Gu Immortal. Cutting off the blessed land was like self-mutilation, it reduced their own strength and potential. But Tai Bai Yunxing had no other choice. Just like how Fang Yuan survived the earthly calamity back in Hu Immortal blessed land, in order to get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow, he discarded a portion of the blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing also had to make such a sacrifice. The blessed land sky was shaved off layer by layer. Along with the thick tribulation clouds, they were all sent out of his body. Outside his body, it was Imperial Court blessed land. Frost Jade Peacock joyfully chirped as it devoured these blessed land fragments, to increase its own strength. Giant Suns will shouted in anger. He was trying to protect Tai Bai Yunxing's life, but the latter was now fueling his enemy's strength. Giant Suns will had to protect him, because if Tai Bai Yunxing died, his entire immortal aperture would be devoured by Imperial Court blessed land. Most importantly, divert disaster immortal Gu was already full of cracks. If he reinforced Tai Bai Yunxing anymore, the Gu might get destroyed from the backlash. Divert disaster immortal Gu was one of the foundation pieces of 88 True Yang Building, it could not be lost. But if Tai Bai Yunxing died, it was similarly disadvantageous for Giant Sun's will. At once, Giant Sun's will fell into a difficult predicament. Chapter 612, Hoodwinking the Land Spirit. The sky in the immortal aperture started to peel off layer by layer, the dense tribulation clouds thinned out along with it. The devastating silver horn green scale python's body decreased to 1/10 of its original size, its might extremely weakened. The situation was taking a turn for the better for Tai Bai Yunxing. Success is at hand. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes were filled with tears when he opened them. The situation in the immortal aperture was already stabilizing, and he had the room to pay some attention to the external crisis. The light of divert disaster was covering him, preventing the calamity and tribulation from touching him. Tai Bai Yunxing felt gratitude from the depths of his heart. This is all thanks to 88 True Yang Building helping me, otherwise I would find it difficult to even have a hope of succeeding. The light of divert disaster suddenly dissipated. Tai Bai Yunxing was caught off guard and was bombarded by the chaotic lightning balls, his mind immediately turning chaotic. He flew around in disorder, knocking into large numbers of chaotic lightning balls as he was unable to act for himself with not even a trace of reason left. Everyone was shocked, but before they could express it, 88 True Yang Building burst out with an absolutely powerful absorption force again, directly capturing the hysterical Tai Bai Yunxing. Giant Sun's will could not sacrifice divert disaster Gu and also could not let Tai Bai Yunxing die. The best method was, of course, to throw Tai Bai Yunxing out of the blessed land. Unfortunately, only Frost Jade Peacock could do that in this situation. Helplessly, Giant Sun's will could only use this inferior method. This was indeed an inferior solution. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the tribulation clouds and calamity dust surged explosively, shrouding 88 True Yang building. Countless chaotic lightning balls crashed down like a violent storm, while restraining smoke coiled around the tower like an immemorial giant python, continually seeping inside. 88 True Yang building had brought in Tai Bai Yun Sheng, thus becoming the target for the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect Tai Bai Yun Sheng's life, giant sons will chose to forcefully resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. How could this happen? Lord Tai Bai Yun Sheng was brought into 88 True Yang building. How on earth does he deserve such assistance from old ancestor? This is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity we are talking about. They are extremely dangerous to True Yang building. Everyone looked on with stupefied and shocked gazes. Under the presence of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, using Gu worms was asking to suffer backlash. 88 True Yang building was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. In its essence, it was an integrated body of many immortal Gu and countless mortal Gu. And now, it was forcefully resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The pressure on it was already enormous. And because of the force of the backlash, the coordination between the Gu worms had been affected. It was clear, this was by no means a wise course of action. However, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had become a crucial key in the fight between Giant Sun's Will and Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's Will, forced by the situation, could only settle for such a method. Inside 88 True Yang building, Frost Jade Peacock rapidly moved its wings, continuously dodging in between the gigantic trees. 5 immortal Gu, with all kinds of flaming tails trailing after them, were pursuing and obstructing it. Frost Jade Peacock was not willing to be sealed again and used all its strength to run away. Gradually it lost its head and was unable to take the exact path, crashing into countless giant trees on the way. Under Giant Sun's Will's control, True Yang building was a natural cage that could utilize the strength of any round, while Frost Jade Peacock was the bird in the cage. The giant trees turned into tree men, opening their arms to block it. Ka! Frost Jade Peacock screamed shrilly as it suffered damage. It tore apart the defense line of 3 old tree men, but its speed lowered greatly by this, and was caught up by a metal path immortal Gu from behind. A golden stream of light rapidly flowed on its body. The golden light condensed into a thick golden shell wherever it touched, firmly covering Frost Jade Peacock. Frost Jade Peacock sensed it could not budge in any areas covered by the golden light. It was instantly startled and furious. It hurriedly flapped its wings to increase its speed again. But the next moment, it was attacked by the second immortal Gu. An intense sleepiness invaded its mind, causing its eyes to turn hazy as it felt an intense urge to sleep. Boom! It crashed down headfirst onto the ground, unable to fly any longer. It had a premonition that its fate was to be sealed again. 2 rows of tears filled with grief and indignance involuntarily fell down from its eyes. Don't even think. Frost Jade Peacock mumbled to itself, trying to use all its remaining strength to resist. Although there was still the remaining power of immortal Gu gruel mud on its body, the 2 immortal Gu sealing it again were not restrained by gruel mud. Even if I die, I won't let you prevail. Frost Jade Peacock gave off an intense suicidal will, and disregarding everything, it drew out the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Heaven and Earth Chi, to intensify the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. And it was rapidly weakening. Imperial Court Blessed Land was born from a space path Gu Immortal, thus the Blessed Land's territory was vast, far surpassing any at an equivalent level. Later, it was developed by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, becoming a top-notch blessed land and also obtaining the ability to transit between day and night. It could be said to be at the doorstep of transforming into a grotto heaven. If it could swallow the time path Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture, space and time could converge, which was the greatest supplement to Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was extremely likely for there to be a qualitative change which could allow Imperial Court Blessed Land to advance to a grotto heaven. If that happened, Frost Jade Peacock could break apart most of the arrangements of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although it could not suppress 88 True Yang building, it would have the power to expel it out of the Blessed Land. However, Giant Sun's will was truly too resolute and would rather suffer the damage from the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to protect Tai Baiyunxing's life. Frost Jade Peacock was only an obsession left behind after a Gu Immortal's death. How could it scheme against Giant Sun's will? But it was also because of its obsession, it was brave and unyielding. On the verge of being sealed again, it would rather be exterminated, and disregarding the consequences, it drew out large amounts of heaven and earth chi from Imperial Court Blessed Land. These heaven and earth chi were like adding fuel to the fire. As they assimilated into the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the sky rumbled with lightning. The chaotic lightning balls immediately expanded tenfold in quantity, and the restraining smoke had even more changes. Its body inflated and its dark color turned even deeper. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning balls rained down like a storm, fiercely striking 88 Truyong Building. Bursts of explosions sounded out. 88 Truyong Building became filled with scars. The eaves of the tower collapsed piece by piece, and a crack even appeared on the outer wall. Restraining smoke turned into an even bigger problem, becoming a deadly smoke calamity. It was much more powerful and seeped everywhere on 88 Truyong Building's surface, gradually dyeing it black. The pitch-black walls of the building seemed to have eroded for 1,000 years, as they started to peel off. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have become stronger. This is too terrifying. Retreat, retreat. What is happening? Even the wind and snow from the outside world are pouring in. Everyone started shouting in shock. Frost Jade Peacock extracted large amounts of heaven and earth chi, injuring Imperial Court Blessed Land's foundation. If Imperial Court Blessed Land was originally a strong house, now the tiles and bricks were taken out, only leaving behind the framework of the house. This caused countless holes to appear in it, connecting to the outside world. And the outside world of Northern Plains was currently experiencing the blizzard of every 10 years. Divert Disaster Gu was dormant, causing Imperial Court Blessed Land to suffer the invasion of the blizzard calamity as well. Imperial Court Blessed Land was no longer a refuge. Large amounts of wind and snow poured in. The temperature quickly dropped as the heavy snowfall flew inside. Although it had not reached the level of forming snow monsters, it was not too far away. Little Sparrow, look at what a big mess you have caused. Giant Suns will shouted in annoyance. Blessed lands and grotto heavens would attract all sizes of calamities and tribulations in every set interval of time. The larger their fortune, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. The great snow disaster that wreaked havoc over the whole of Northern Plains every 10 years was actually the calamity and tribulation of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land had 88 Truyong Building and was also a peak-level blessed land with territory that was at the size of a small world. The fortune it contained was gigantic, thus the calamities and tribulations it attracted were extremely terrifying. Right now, Divert Disaster Gu was hibernating, while Imperial Court Blessed Land had connected outside to Northern Plains, causing the once-in-10 years blizzard to return into it. 88 Truyong Building could forcibly resist the frenzied attacks of lightning balls, the invasion of the black smoke, but it was unable to contend against the blizzard that could wreak havoc over the whole of Northern Plains. If this situation continued, Imperial Court Blessed Land would erode and crumble apart due to the snow disaster. Frost Jade Peacock did not need 88 Truyong Building, but 88 Truyong Building needed Imperial Court Blessed Land. There was one way to salvage this situation. That was to use Divert Disaster Gu to eliminate heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and turn them into heaven chi and earth chi. Making Imperial Court Blessed Land take in these heaven and earth chi to stabilize its foundation, and close the connection with the outside world of Northern Plains. Giant Suns could take the risk in forcibly activating Divert Disaster Gu. But to make Imperial Court Blessed Land take in heaven and earth chi required Frost Jade Peacock's cooperation. Asking this little sparrow to cooperate is simply an impossible dream. Even if it was Giant Sun's will, this was a difficult problem. He helplessly thought of the only way, unless Frost Jade Peacock acknowledges a pair of new owners. Giant Suns did not know that Tai Baiyunxing's immortal aperture contained landscape as before immortal Gu which could conveniently deal with this trouble. He thought of another immortal Gu he had, false emotion fake will Gu. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to acknowledge its owner was a couple who had true love for each other. However, nothing was absolute, even the land spirit could be hoodwinked. Giant Sons will knew as long as he found two candidates to use false emotion fake Gu Immortal, he could hoodwink the land spirit and make Frost Jade Peacock recognize new owners. Once Frost Jade Peacock was controlled, each problem could be easily resolved. Moreover, this method was very favorable to Giant Son's will. If a couple who had true love for each other became the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land, what would Giant Sons will do if this couple did not obey his commands? Instead of that, he would hold on to the initiative if he found two unconnected people to use false emotion fake Gu Immortal and satisfy the requirement to become the owners. Because false emotion fake Gu contained Giant Son's will. False emotion fake Gu was subjected to Giant Son's will's control. Even if the two unconnected people were disloyal in the future, as long as Giant Sons will still held false emotion fake Gu, at worst, he could once again select two new candidates. Little Sparrow, you are a long way from being able to fight with me. Giant Sons was shrewd and wise, inheriting some of the main body's intelligence. The seemingly desperate situation could not hold him back. With just some thinking, he thought of a way to resolve it. He immediately mobilized 88 true Yang building strength to inspect the candidates. Right now in Imperial Court Blessed Land, everyone was running away from danger here and there, with many casualties appearing. The situation was quickly worsening. It was so cold that one's spit could instantly freeze into a piece of ice. The majestic blizzard was pouring in without any pause. Tall and formidable snow monsters started standing up from the depths of the snow, selecting targets to devour. But this did not pose any difficulty for Giant Son's will. 88 true Yang building could plunder resources from the whole of Northern Plains, let alone two people that were right in front of it. These two people would naturally be those with Giant Son's bloodline. Giant Sons will soon selected two candidates who satisfied it. Hei Lou Lan's vision rapidly changed. He was at rank 5 peak stage, but he did not even have the strength to resist as he was absorbed into true Yang building. Ah, save me. Not far away, Fang Yuan was still running frantically and did not realize the changes in his surroundings. Thud. He bumped head first into a giant tree in front. Don't tell me this kid was running with his eyes closed. Hei Lou Lan was speechless. Chapter 613, Identity Exposed. Painful, painful. Fang Yuan rubbed his forehead that had turned red, pouting as he got up from the floor. What is this place? He discovered that the blizzard had vanished without a trace. He was surrounded by a spring-like warmth. It was not a world of ice and snow, instead it was a vast ancient forest. Around him were gigantic ancient trees, hundreds of meters tall, so thick that even a dozen adults joining hands could not surround it. The ancient trees were very tall, and their lush leaves covered the sky. Rays of sunlight penetrated through the small gaps, forming a tranquil scene under the shade. Compared to the outside world, this was practically a paradise. You are in the center of 88 true Yang building. A voice suddenly echoed within Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan's ears. Who is this? Hei Lou Lan's pupils contracted. Fang Yuan cried out in fear, Ghost. He panicked and subconsciously ran to the side of Hei Lou Lan. Ghost? I am no ghost. If I could become a ghost, my affairs would be much easier to settle. Unfortunately, I am merely a remnant will, inferior to even a ghost. Giant Sons will gave a sigh, and suddenly in midair, golden speckles of light appeared. These speckles of light rotated slowly and suddenly condensed, transforming into an imposing body of light and shadow, similar in appearance to Giant Sun. Ah, you are. Fang Yuan stammered, his finger pointing towards the will of Giant Sun in endless shock. Hei Lou Lan's pupils contracted. As the head of Hei tribe, he knew a lot. His complexion turned solemn and respectful. Placing his hands on his chest, he spoke dutifully, Descendant pays respect to ancestor Giant Sun. Giant Sun sighed once again, and said, "I know the two of you are feeling confusion within your hearts." To make a long story short, this man broke into Truyang building, undid the seal on the frost Jade Peacock land spirit, and thus put Imperial Court blessed land on the brink of crisis. As he said that, the golden speckles condensed into the image of Chang Shanin. "Ah, it's Lord Wolf King." Ma Hongyun immediately recognized. It was actually him? Hei Lou Lan also could not help but cry out. But Giant Sons will immediately continued, "What you see is not his genuine appearance." As he spoke, the image of Chang Shanin changed, gradually turning into Fang Yuan's true appearance. "This is the true face of that person." Giant Sons will spoke. Fang Yuan disguised himself as Chang Shanin using the human skin Gu. This Gu was a mortal Gu. It was able to deceive people like Hei Lou Lan, but it failed to deceive Giant Sun's will. Even though when Fang Yuan explored the true inheritance secluded domain in secret, Giant Sun's will was asleep. But within the 88 Truyang building, there were many Gu worms that had recorded his actions. Seeing the true face of Fang Yuan, Hei Lou Lan and Ma Hongyun were unable to recognize him. So it turned out that this Chang Shanin was merely a fake. To actually infiltrate Imperial Court blessed land, he is extremely daring. Hei Lou Lan let out a cold snort, sensing such a huge conspiracy. He could not help but be both startled and furious at once. He not only has guts, but he had also made ample preparations. Looking at the two methods he used to scheme against me, these are not something that one can accomplish on their own. There surely must be a larger force backing him. "You two are my descendants. Truyang building has been infiltrated by outsiders and is in deep trouble. I now need your strength." Giant Sons will spoke. Hei Lou Lan and Ma Hongyun glanced at each other, both expressing their desire to cooperate with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sons will spoke concisely. In a short period of time, he was able to give a clear explanation. So it was like this. Hei Lou Lan came to a realization, and was now able to understand why Truyang building helped Tai Baiyun Sheng. His heart jumped. Giant Sun's will's idea was for him to become Imperial Court blessed land's owner, that involved tremendous benefits. Imperial Court blessed land's ownership condition is special. The blessed land actually requires two owners. No wonder back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up the sacred palace, he made it so that his empress could stay in it. He loved his empress very much. Now it seems that the empress also had half the ownership of Imperial Court blessed land. Using false emotion fake will Gu to deceive the land spirit, this is quite a good idea. But this kid, how could he be selected to become Imperial Court blessed land's owner alongside me? Hei Lou Lan's eyes sparkled, shooting a glance toward Ma Hongyun, concealing his deep disdain. Could it be that ancestor Giant Sun thinks that he is an easier pawn to control? Hei Lou Lan's gaze trembled. With Giant Sun's will present, he did not dare to do anything reckless. Differing from Hei Lou Lan, Ma Hongyun suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Wait a moment. Lady Xiaoyun and my wife Xiaoli are still outside. I do not want to be the owner of the blessed land. Quickly let me out, I need to save them." Lady Xiaoyun naturally referred to Zhao Lianyun. His wife Xiaoli was Changli originally. Chang Biao, in order to coax Ma Yingjia, allowed his adopted daughter Changli to be married off to Ma Hongyun, consequently turning her into Ma Hongyun's wife. Giant Sons will seem to have taken a fancy to Ma Hongyun. He laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, caring for beautiful women, you are truly my descendant. Boy, once you become the owner of this blessed land, this will become your domain. Then, you will be able to have all the women you desire." Ma Hongyun stared blankly, before quickly shouting, "No, it's very dangerous outside, I have to go and save them both. No matter what this affair is, we can discuss it later. Release me outside, quickly let me go." "Foolish boy, relying on your own strength, you can barely defend yourself, how can you defend other people?" Giant Sons will laughed. "Be obedient and stay here, cooperate and become the owner of Imperial Court blessed land. I will be the one to save your women." Giant Sons will moved rapidly without delay, starting to act the moment he finished speaking. Great numbers of Gu masters were in the Truyang building, and almost all of them were Giant Sun's descendants. These were his descendants. 88 Truyang building was built for their sake, as an inheritance for his descendants. Naturally, not all of his descendants had the aptitude to become Gu masters. Giant sons will had not made a move to save those. Fang Yuan had a panoramic view of this scene. Giant sons will made a move. This time, many people were taken into the building. Within his mind, Mo Yao's will spoke. Fang Yuan sat still on the back of an azure wolf king, floating at a high altitude in the sky, gazing at the distant sacred palace. But it was a huge distance away from his original location. The power of the calamities and tribulations getting more fearsome, Fang Yuan, in order to avoid the disaster, could only retreat. In the surroundings of the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to increase in power. The area was already extremely dangerous. This frost jade peacock was putting in a last-ditch attempt. Even the once-in-10 years blizzard of the northern plains was attracted over. Now the sacred palace had mostly been destroyed, the broken walls scattered in the wind, its former splendor nowhere to be seen. 88 Truyang building was in a terrible state. It was wrapped in layers of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Inside it were the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while outside was the raging blizzard that was getting stronger. Giant Sun's will has already awakened. He definitely wants you dead. It's a blessing that he isn't targeting you now. He absolutely won't come and save us. We should retreat and return to Water Pavilion. Within Water Pavilion, there is some immortal essence that I have left behind in the past. You can use them to move the Gu house. You can return to Central Continent, and when you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, you will receive more benefits than you can imagine. There is no need for you to take a risk here. Within his mind, Mo Yao continued to coax him. Things had already progressed this far. The entire imperial court blessed land had been affected. Giant Sun's will had already awakened. Water Pavilion was still hidden, while Truyang building was suppressed by the heaven tribulations and earthly calamities. It was a great opportunity to retreat. Retreat? Fang Yuan's eyes were cold and detached, his line of sight turning towards the glass owner token in his hands as he sneered softly. He gripped the glass owner token tightly. This was a crucial trump card he had not expended yet. Central Continent Gu Immortals left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. The first was the Gu formation of Special Will Gu, effective in dealing with Giant Sun's will. The second method was a sealing Gu formation, which could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The third method was even more hidden but had greater power. It could temporarily expel Giant Sun's will from the Truyang building. The glass owner token was the key to all 3 of these methods. Now, both the first and second methods were already used, only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger compared with the first 2 methods. It could be said to be a trump card. Especially at this moment. 88 Truyang building was wrapped in heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Once Giant Sun's will gets temporarily separated from the building, he would definitely suffer the fearsome attack of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's plan was indeed mature and stable, but great risks come with great rewards. Meanwhile, in Truyang building, Changli and Zhao Lianyun were brought into the building by Giant Sun's will, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun. Lady Xiaoyun, my wife Xiaoli. Ma Hongyun was jubilant, and dashed towards them. Husband. Changli was happy to have escaped danger, and threw herself into Ma Hongyun's arms. Zhao Lianyun also moved quickly towards Ma Hongyun's side, her face also full of joy from having returned from death's door. She lightly kicked Ma Hongyun's leg. Foolish kid, unexpectedly, you were useful for once. Ha ha ha, it's only natural. Ma Hongyun loosened his hug and cordially looked towards Giant Sun's will floating in midair, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, old ancestor. Just as he said that, suddenly, a violent tremor occurred. For a moment, the entire forest shook. What's going on? Changli and Zhao Lianyun both turned pale. Alright, enough nonsense. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are getting more and more severe. Eventually, even 88 Truyang building will no longer be able to resist. You must become Imperial Court blessed lands owners as soon as possible. The complexion of Giant Sun's wills changed as he spoke. Bam bam bam. A group of large tree men moved slowly, each footstep they took sounding like thunder. The tree men lowered their waists, opening their branch-like palms, revealing the giant immobilized peacock. This is the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Frost Jade Peacock. Giant suns will introduced, while at the same time, false emotion fake Gu flew towards the Frost Jade Peacock. Hei Lou Lan and Ma Hongyan stood before the Frost Jade Peacock, as the false emotion fake Gu let out a yellow light that resembled a fog, gradually enshrouding Hei Lou Lan, Ma Hongyan and the Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 614, Otherworldly Demon. Listen to my instructions. Hold your breath, be calm, be relaxed, and discard any superfluous thoughts. Giant suns will spoke in a pensive tone. Hei Lou Lan closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. Zhao Lianyun and Changli stood to the sides and did not dare to speak. A light breeze blew, and the tree leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hongyan looked left and right. Suddenly seeing the Frost Jade Peacock, he was amazed, shouting, "Look quickly, the peacock is alive, it actually shed tears." The tranquil atmosphere was disrupted, and the voice of Giant Sun's will stopped. Hei Lou Lan held his irritation, and angrily opened his eyes. He berated, "Nonsense, of course the land spirit is alive. When the land spirit dies, the blessed land will be finished as well. Why do you care if it is shedding tears or not? Quickly follow the instructions." Oh. So, it's like this, my bad. Ma Hongyan was shocked by the black tyrant's anger, he nodded quickly. Concentrate, clear your mind, don't think excessively, this is the best way to display false emotion fake Gu's power to its limit. Giant suns will continue to instruct. Hei Lou Lan closed both of his eyes and breathed gently, a light breeze blew, bringing with it the sweet fragrance of vegetation. Wait a moment. Ma Hongyan suddenly screamed. "You despicable fellow, are you courting death?" Hei Lou Lan clenched his fist, an immense rage was building in his heart, he was outraged and anxious. "Old ancestor, I am a man, he is also a man. Creating feelings between the two of us, I am unable to accept it." Ma Hongyan was afraid of Hei Lou Lan's terrifying aura, he whispered while being on guard against Hei Lou Lan, pleading with Giant Sun's will. "You scoundrel." Hei Lou Lan gnashed his teeth and clenched his fist until they made cracking noises, his eyes revealing an ominous glint. Were it not for Giant Sun's will being right by his side, according to his brutal nature, he would have already sent a punch over, blowing Ma Hongyan's brains out. Idiot. Saving the blessed land is the most urgent matter right now. So what if you're both men? Just be free and relax, there will not be a problem. I will always support you. Zhao Lianyun called out, she was fearful of Hei Lou Lan, yet simultaneously her eyes showed some unexplainable excitement. That's right, husband, look at the big picture, I do not mind it, Changli spoke softly in agreement. Ma Hongyan rolled his eyes and shouted, "Hey, this does not involve you so you can talk about it casually." "Old ancestor, I have an idea, how about you let me and my wife do it? Our love is genuine and sincere, you can even save up on using the false emotion fake Gu." Ma Hongyan was straightforward, not giving much thought to the complex circumstances. As far as Giant Sun's will was concerned, not using false emotion fake Gu was out of the question. Hei Lou Lan's killing intent burst out, Ma Hongyan's proposal greatly encroached on his benefits, his anger was about to explode, almost reaching his limit, but he did not dare to attack in the presence of Giant Sun's will, he did not dare to flare up. As expected, Giant Sun's will rejected Ma Hongyan's proposal. "Boy, you are too young, true love, is it so easy to find? When calamity strikes, all the birds fly in different directions, human couples are also the same. Do you think this young lady truly loves you?" He. The words of giant sons will made Changli's complexion pale. Indeed, Changli had never sincerely loved Ma Hongyun. Originally, she was looked upon as a political bargaining chip by Chang Biao and delivered to Ma tribe, intended to be used to form good bonds with Ma Yingjia, but in the end, Chang Biao died, and Changli lost her backing. She could only accept her fate and stay by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun could cultivate to rank 3, becoming a Ma tribe elder. The resources he had available to him were incomparable to before, and as he also had Ma Yingjia's trust, he could provide Changli with a good life. Ma Hongyun was to become one of imperial court blessed land's owners, and since he was close to Changli and Zhao Lianyun, giant sons will began to investigate them. His investigative method was simple, direct, and effective. He separated a portion of his will, and ventured into Changli and Zhao Lianyun's minds, looking over their memories and thoughts. With True Yan Building's support, along with the method of an immortal venerable, Changli and Zhao Lianyun were not even aware that, at this time, each of their secrets were rapidly being learned by Giant Sun's will. Old ancestor, what do you mean? Ma Hongyun pursed his eyebrows. He was foolish and brazen. While Hei Lou Lan did not dare to offend Giant Sun's will, he dared to ask a direct question. Giant Sun's will laughed. You are indeed a fool, boy. Your mind isn't that sharp, but it is excusable. I will now give you a lesson. This little wife of yours approached you with an ulterior motive. Her adoptive father deliberately ordered her to come. Even your heroic action of saving this beauty was merely a show. Changli's complexion immediately turned deathly pale and she trembled from head to toe. Hei Lou Lan was indifferent. He was already accustomed to these dirty political games. How could that be? Ma Hongyun's eyes widened, unable to believe this. Giant Sons will then said, and there is also your little female companion, called Zhao Lianyun. She had matured young and gained some wisdom. She was forced by circumstances to had no choice but to be with you. From the very beginning she had looked down on you, only wanting to protect herself. Of course, now that you have grown stronger, she has gradually become dependent on you. Zhao Lianyun's heart went cold. Her thoughts were exposed on the spot, making her feel extremely unpleasant, as if the clothes on her body had been forcibly stripped off by someone. But facing Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to refute anything. She wasn't a normal child, she was a transmigrator. The suffering she had experienced in this life had made her aware of the mystery and cruelty of this world. Suddenly, Giant Sun's will's words came to a stop, and his image in the air showed an expression of shock and fear with his eyes wide open. To think that. Giant Sun's will's tone changed abruptly. He stared at Zhao Lianyun with a hateful gaze, causing her to take a few steps back in fear. To think that you are an otherworldly demon. You are actually lurking by Ma Hongyun's side. You have such guts, you are really daring. Unfortunately, you met me. Giant Sun's will exuded a strong killing intent. Otherworldly demon, what is that? Hei Lou Lan was astonished, as it was his first time hearing this term despite his status and experience. He looked at Zhao Lianyun but could not see anything extraordinary about her. Old ancestor, what are you trying to do? Ma Hongyun, no matter how stupid, could recognize something was wrong. He sprinted to the front of Zhao Lianyun, spreading both of his arms, protecting her behind his body. Boy, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Sun's will raised his tone, his expression becoming ice cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know any otherworldly demon, I only know she is Lady Xiaoyun. Without her help, I would likely have been killed already. Ma Hongyun tried his best to defend Zhao Lianyun. Giant Sun's will shook his head and sneered. He had no interest in explaining, yet for some reason, he had to explain. Killed? Boy, you are a person destined to become a Gu Immortal. Had she not helped you, there would definitely have been others who would have given you assistance. Otherworldly demons are enemies of the entire world, they are a huge menace. If we let them grow, the consequences would be unthinkable. In the past, there was an otherworldly demon who managed to grow successfully. The 5 regions were almost destroyed as a result. Hei Lou Lan's eyes widened. The words of Giant Sun's will were too sensational. Listening to his words, it seemed as if the otherworldly demons could rival rank 9 venerables. How was it possible? But the one who said these words was someone Hei Lou Lan had no choice but to believe. For a moment, Hei Lou Lan looked Zhao Lianyun in the eyes, killing intent emerging. No, Lady Xiaoyun is innocent, you must not harm her. Ma Hongyun was extremely determined, he wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. She looked towards Ma Hongyun's lonely and powerless back, her eyes glistening with tears. She did not know what bullshit otherworldly demons were, but could surmise that perhaps it was related to her own transmigration. She forced herself to wipe her tears, the corners of her lips raising into a determined arc. Since Ma Hongyun wholeheartedly defended her, disregarding his own life, she consequently must not implicate Ma Hongyun. She took a step forward, stopping in front of Ma Hongyun. She looked at Giant Sun's will, speaking resoundingly, "You want to take my life, come and take it." Good. Giant Sun's will had a ferocious smile, killing intent boiling with no trace of sympathy. He was a huge will congealed by special will Gu. The difference between special wills and other wills were that they could be given a special command by the Gu master that would be triggered if specific circumstances were met. And Giant Sun's will, during its formation, was given a profound resolve by the main body. If it discovered an otherworldly demon, no matter the circumstances, killing the otherworldly demon must take priority. Giant Sun's will had to kill Zhao Lianyun. To have been able to restrain himself until now was already really remarkable. No. Ma Hongyun saw the situation going south. He shouted out in a moment of desperation, extending both his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun within his bosom. "Otherworldly demon, you deserve to die without pity." Giant Sun's will sneered, and started to make his move. Yet the next moment, his expression became rigid, and shortly after he faced towards the sky and bellowed, "Damn it." The roaring voice suddenly came to a spontaneous end, and the image of the will abruptly disappeared in midair. Giant Sun's will could sense a formidable, hard-to-resist force that pulled it outside of the 88 Truyong building. What is going on? What happened? No matter if it was Hei Lou Lan or Ma Hongyun, both stared blankly at the spot, surprised by the turn of events. Just a moment ago, Giant Sun's will was still brilliant and mighty, how could he suddenly disappear? Outside the 88 Truyong building, the golden speckles of the majestic will enveloped the entire Truyong building. Rumble. Large amounts of chaotic lightning balls bombarded in succession. The lightning balls could cause one to sink into confusion and in essence attacked wills. Giant Sun's will was restrained by the chaotic lightning balls. In no time the explosions put him in a tough spot. A portion of his will was damaged and destroyed. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke took advantage of the situation, swallowing up the pieces of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will really was too majestic. Though the outer shell suffered the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the inner layer desperately tried to enter the building. 88 Truyong building, presided over by Giant Sun's will, was now an empty building. Although the structure was intact, the Gu worms stopped functioning. Like an army of soldiers suddenly losing their commander-in-chief, they can only rely on their instincts to act. At this moment, 88 Truyong building had become exceptionally fragile. Chapter 615, We Are Fellow Apprentice Brothers. You little pest, I will kill you. Giant Sun's will was naturally furious at being subjected to such a scheme once again. A portion of the majestic will was immediately sent flooding towards the distant Fang Yuan. However, this torrential portion of will was weathered down by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer, shrinking by 30%. And after being ground down by the outer layer's blizzard, it decreased by another 20%. By the time it approached Fang Yuan, it had already been reduced by more than half. This can only last for about 15 minutes. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to the rapidly approaching attack. His mind was cool as ice, as he silently estimated the duration of this third method. His thoughts moved while tightly clenching the glass owner token, and the next moment, he teleported inside 88 True Yang building. This was a feature of the glass owner token. Fang Yuan had been able to move in 88 True Yang building without anyone knowing of it. Because of this, he appeared on an ice mountain, causing the torrential will to strike empty air. It was a scene of white, the icy cold wind brushed past his face. Grr. Three-eyed snow rabbits, at the size of adult men, with bulging muscles, drilled out from the depths of the snowy land, surrounding Fang Yuan in a few moments. This was the round that Tai by Yunxing had been transported to an 88 True Yang building. The snow rabbits kept on appearing endlessly, and soon there were tens of thousands of them glaring at Fang Yuan. Just based on close-quarter combat capability, these snow rabbits did not lose to wind wolves or turtleback wolves. Under the environment of ice and snow, their battle strength even surpassed ordinary wolves. The large numbers of wild goo living in their body further increased their ferocity. One had to spend a lot of time and energy to break through their obstruction. But Fang Yuan was in control of the glass owner token and did not need to use such a forceful method. His thoughts moved and the glass owner token gave a faint glimmer. The crowd of snow rabbits suddenly appeared to be at a loss, their killing intent instantly dissipating. Fang Yuan waved his hand and they dispersed in confusion, drilling into the thick snowy ground, and before long, they were gone. Fang Yuan was able to control many floors of True Yang building with the glass owner token. He had intentionally held back before and did not use up the quota completely, saving several uses for later. Right now, he used it and immediately obtained control over this floor. Without the obstruction of Giant Sun's will, he was this round's true controller and it was very easy for him to disperse these snow rabbits. Crack. A glacier split open, revealing a tunnel. The tunnel directly extended down the inner part of the ice mountain. Fang Yuan moved quickly in this tunnel and soon saw Tai by Yunxing. Tai by Yunxing was sealed inside an ice block, seemingly in a deep sleep. He had been bombarded by chaotic lightning balls when he tried to pass the tribulations before, his mind sunk into chaos and he was not able to think. Thus, he was easily absorbed into the tower by Giant Sun's will. Tai by Yunxing was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, and moreover was a Gu Immortal, therefore he could not be easily controlled. To prevent him from causing trouble and to seize the moment to handle the land spirit, Giant Sun's will took advantage of this to seal him here. With a thought from Fang Yuan, the ice block dissolved and Tai by Yunxing slowly woke up. Chang Shanin. Tai by Yunxing gradually regained his consciousness, he glanced around and recalled, before gazing at Fang Yuan. Although he found Fang Yuan's cruel way of doing things very repugnant, he was grateful at this moment. You saved me? Fang Yuan arrogantly smiled. If not me, who else could it be? Tai by Yunxing, do you know you are facing imminent catastrophe? Imminent catastrophe? Tai by Yunxing's expression changed, but he was a famed character and was not scared by Fang Yuan's frightening words. Instead, he slowly stood up and lightly smiled at Fang Yuan. Please explain. Fang Yuan looked at Tai by Yunxing with indignance and explained, I was ordered by Master to infiltrate into True Yang building and release the seals on the land spirit, to overturn True Yang building and take control of Imperial Court blessed land. Master gave me a glass owner token which can use 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. But something unexpected happened midway, you suddenly advanced to a Gu Immortal and it was used by Giant Sun's will to weaken the land spirit, leading to the current peril. Did you think you were favored by Giant Sun's will? Humph, he was only using you to protect True Yang building. Now that you have lost your value, you were sealed up, and if not for me saving you, you would definitely fall into the control of Giant Sun's will, and end up in extreme misery. What? Tai by Yunxing's brows furrowed as he revealed a bewildered expression. Fang Yuan's words not only contained a lot of information but also were very impactful. Tai by Yunxing stared at Fang Yuan, his gaze flashing with a bright light as his brows furrowed deeper. I had been doubting why I suddenly received the help of Giant Sun's will, but later absorbed into True Yang building and sealed up for no reason. Your words explain everything. But if so, who are you? Why did you save me? You might have released me from imprisonment, but it doesn't mean I will believe you unconditionally. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Who am I? Look carefully. He then took a step back and right in front of Tai Baiyunxing, he used a knife to slowly cut his skin starting from his forehead. A bloodstain extended down to his stomach, following the tip of the knife. What are you? Tai Baiyunxing was shocked. Fang Yuan chuckled, he then held the knife behind his head and cut downwards. Using his hands in turn, he cut down a long wound smoothly. The two long wounds soon exuded scarlet blood. An intense pain attacked him, but Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Next, he started slicing at his arms, thighs, and other crucial areas. His hand was steady as a rock during the whole process, his expression was indifferent as if the one being cut was not him but someone else, not expressing even a trace of pain. What are you doing? Tai Baiyunxing felt a chill down his spine and took a step back, doubts forming in his mind. But the next moment, his pupils shrunk and his shock could not be concealed on his face. He saw Fang Yuan clenching his teeth and peeling his skin off like stripping clothes. His movement was neat and efficient, there was almost not even an inch of skin remaining on his whole body. Like a blood monster, there was only a terrifying human shape with scarlet muscles and snow-white teeth left behind. Next, Fang Yuan activated Healing Gu. Under the emerald light, new tender skin started to grow over his body. The skin gradually covered all his body, and after the emerald light dispersed, the one before Tai Baiyunxing was Fang Yuan with his real appearance. Ah. So you were not Chang Shanin, but were just disguised as him. You, who are you? Tai Baiyunxing might have a benevolent character, but he was not foolish, he immediately realized the truth when he saw this scene. His heart was filled with extreme trepidation. Looking at Fang Yuan in front of him, he saw the appearance of an ordinary youth, but the presence he emitted was beyond ordinary, especially that pair of dark eyes, like an ancient lake with unfathomable depths. He was giving off the intense aura of rank 5 peak stage, his gaze as chilling as a knife's edge. Tai Baiyunxing had seen countless people, and one look at Fang Yuan told him, the latter was a genius character who was lofty, resolute, and did not fear any challenges. Even in all his life, the number of such people Tai Baiyunxing had seen could be counted with his fingers. Who am I? Fang Yuan chuckled, the corners of his lips curled up to reveal a smile, his expression was proud and vivid. His burning gaze looked at Tai Baiyunxing, his tone serious, containing an earnestness that made people want to subconsciously believe in them. My true name is Fang Yuan, I came to Northern Plains from Central Continent because of an important assignment from Master, we are fellow disciples. Fang Yuan? Fellow disciple? Shocked and astonished feelings attacked Tai Baiyunxing's mind. What do you mean? You don't even understand the meaning of fellow disciple? It means my master and your benefactor is the same person, our relation is of fellow apprentices. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed and his tone revealed some impatience. There was no language barrier between Tai Baiyunxing and Fang Yuan, he naturally understood the term, but he was not able to accept the great significance of it at this moment. After he heard Fang Yuan's explanation, an image appeared in his mind. It was an image of an old beggar. With disheveled purple-red hair, occasionally he was insane, occasionally he was in a stupor, but when he was clear-headed, his gaze revealed one who had experienced vicissitudes over time and an awe-inspiring aura manifested in him. When he was young, Tai Baiyunxing had given the old beggar a bowl of water out of kindness. When the old beggar became clear-headed, he gave Tai Baiyunxing 3 Gu Immortal inheritances to choose from. The young Tai Baiyunxing chose the third inheritance in the end. This was the most profound memory in Tai Baiyunxing's life, and he had never forgotten it in all his life. Many times, he had recalled the old beggar's image. It was him who saved the lost Tai Baiyunxing, pulling Tai Baiyunxing from his lowest point. It could even be said the old beggar created Tai Baiyunxing. Without the old beggar's help, there would not have been the current Tai Baiyunxing. Master. Tai Baiyunxing mumbled, he had always regarded the old beggar as his supreme benefactor. His whole body involuntarily trembled. He had tried to scout out the traces of the old beggar, and had never given up on this. But so many years had gone by and he had almost roamed the whole of Northern Plains without making any progress in his search. The old beggar was mysterious, suddenly appearing before disappearing again. Now when Tai Baiyunxing suddenly heard of the news of his benefactor, his heart was filled with excitement, joy, and naturally was even more in disbelief. Listen well. Fang Yuan pointed at Tai Baiyunxing and spoke bluntly, benefactor's name is Purple Mountain True Monarch, master has 6 great disciples. I, Fang Yuan, am ranked at 5th, I cultivate strength and enslavement path, both are from Gu Immortal inheritances. Purple Mountain True Monarch, Purple Mountain True Monarch. Tai Baiyunxing pondered over Fang Yuan's fabricated name like a treasure, his mind involuntarily thinking of the old beggar's disheveled purple hair. Master doesn't care about his appearance and likes to wander around, exploring the unknown. Before I came to Northern Plains, I heard him mention you and how he gave you 3 choices but you chose the most useless time path inheritance. Humph, if it had been me, I would definitely choose the first inheritance, that fire path inheritance that could burn seas and mountains, it has such extreme power. Fang Yuan's tone was filled with anger, yearning, and regret, his expression was sincere and vivid as if this had really happened. Tai Baiyunxing's mind shook. He had never mentioned this experience to outsiders. Fang Yuan, however, described the situation back then so accurately. He naturally did not know Fang Yuan had once searched his soul to confirm if he had landscape as before Immortal Gu recipe. Then, you are my apprentice brother? Tai Baiyunxing's gaze towards Fang Yuan was a whole lot different now. Humph. Fang Yuan twitched his mouth in dissatisfaction, at most, you can only barely qualify as a disciple in name, benefactor has actually taken in many disciples, but they cannot be compared to legacy disciples like me. But according to Master's rule, as long as a disciple in name can advance to a Gu Immortal, they can become his legacy disciple. According to ranking, you are my, that, 5th senior brother. Huh? Tai Baiyunxing's brow slightly furrowed. Humph, what are you being proud for? It is only because of your Gu Immortal identity that you are ranked ahead of me. Fang Yuan coldly looked at Tai Baiyunxing, wait till I become a Gu Immortal, with my enslavement and strength path dual cultivation, I will push you down and I will be your 5th senior brother. But looking at your elderly appearance, you clearly don't have much lifespan. I might not even need to become a Gu Immortal, I just have to wait for you to die of old age. Fang Yuan's attitude was extremely rude, even revealing obvious resentment. This was where the brilliance of his plan lied. If he just spoke eloquent words and made a vow, that might not make Tai Baiyunxing believe him too much. But it was because his words contained an attitude of rejection and also deep emotions, that made Tai Baiyunxing quietly put down his guard and gradually choose to believe him. Tai Baiyunxing might be quite old, but his experience paled in comparison to Fang Yuan who had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Fang Yuan did not openly explain but using just a few words, he made Tai Baiyunxing interpret the whole story himself and see a glance of his master's origin. Tai Baiyunxing muttered, then, 6th junior brother. Fang Yuan immediately put out his hand, don't call me that, I am not close to you. My task had been going smoothly but it was destroyed by you. Do you know how much time Master had spent to make all the arrangements in Imperial Court Blessed Land? Now, the situation has changed like this, how do I explain it to Master? You can just call me Fang Yuan. Tai Baiyunxing was not angry at Fang Yuan's interruption, instead a guilty feeling emerged in his heart, he chuckled and cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, asking sincerely, then. Fang Yuan, things have already reached this point, how should I help you to recoup the losses for Master as much as possible? Success. He, spectacular, this is too spectacular, kid. You are truly insidious, tisk tsk, swindling a Gu Immortal to your side using just a few words. Mo Yao had all along been observing this, and at this moment, she could not help revealing herself in Fang Yuan's mind to praise him. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, on the surface however, he showed an unhappy expression, after such a long time, you have finally spoken sense. Master has a discerning eye, he did not nurture a thankless wretch. Knowing to repay kindness is a trait we should have. The situation right now is very bad, the crucial thing is there is not much time left. I have already used the third method master left behind, you must cooperate with me now. It will all depend on the two of us. Please instruct me. Tai Baiyunxing bowed. First use this. Fang Yuan grinned and tossed out a 15-year lifespan Gu. This. Tai Baiyunxing's expression changed, an astonished expression appearing on his face at the sight of this lifespan Gu. Use it, you may have immortal Gu man as before, but that thing expends a lot of immortal essence. I don't want you to suddenly end up dead at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan spoke viciously, with an indifferent expression. But Tai Baiyunxing instead felt a warm feeling in his heart. In his previous 500 years of life, Fang Yuan's grasp of the human heart was able to reach to pinnacle after experiencing many trials and hardships. This lifespan Gu. My glass owner token can control only a small number of the rounds. True Yang building only has a single lifespan Gu, quickly use it, stop wasting time. But Tai Baiyunxing did not use it, he kept it in his pocket. He thought of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Until now, he was still feeling guilty. The lifespan Gu in his hand had a scent of blood that was very familiar to him. What is going on with you? Fang Yuan acted furious, pretending not to know. There are reasons. Tai Baiyunxing's eyelids drooped, he raised his gaze, looking at Fang Yuan with a determined look. All in all, don't worry, I can provide you the greatest assistance. Fang Yuan grabbed onto Tai Baiyunxing, gritting his teeth. Bastard, do you know that I disregarded the consequences in using the glass owner token just to obtain this lifespan Gu? Tai Baiyunxing was silent, his expression was gentle as jade, but he was very determined. Fang Yuan's words made his heart feel great warmth, his last lingering trace of suspicion vanished like smoke. After looking at each other for a while, Fang Yuan seemed to have felt Tai Baiyunxing's determination as he retracted his gaze. Humph. If you did not become a Gu Immortal and are also a legacy disciple, I would not care if you died. Alright, according to the details of your inheritance and your tribulation performance, you should have the immortal Gu landscape as before now, right? Tai Baiyunxing nodded, yes, that is correct. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, his mouth cracked open to show his snow-white teeth, he did not conceal his joy. Very good, come with me. Saying so, a large number of starlight firefly Gu flew out of his aperture. Oh, that's right, hold these two for me, put it on your aperture, I cannot bring them along. Fang Yuan tossed casually. Immortal Gu. Tai Baiyunxing's pupils shrunk. A moment later, Tai Baiyunxing and Fang Yuan entered Gu Immortal blessed land using the Stargate. Chapter 616, Repairing Dang Hun Mountain. Master, you are finally back. Little Gu Immortal was already waiting before the Stargate, and when Fang Yuan appeared, she immediately jumped towards him and hugged his leg, rubbing it with her cute rosy cheeks. Hee, you have worked hard during these days when I was not here. Fang Yuan smiled warmly and lightly stroked Little Gu Immortal's head. Little Gu Immortal's fox ears shivered slightly, a blissful expression appeared on her face and her snow-white tail started shaking lightly behind her. This is a land spirit? So this is a blessed land. Tai Baiyunxing stepped out of the Stargate closely after Fang Yuan, and was startled at seeing Little Gu Immortal. He had heard Little Gu Immortal addressing Fang Yuan as master. Fang Yuan was only immortal, but he already possessed a blessed land. In history, there were some people who had such fortune. The most famous one was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He had luckily inherited Imperial Court blessed land when he was still just immortal. And in his later cultivation journey, Imperial Court blessed land was of huge assistance. Haha, this blessed land's name is Gu Immortal Blessed Land. I seized it forcibly from several sects of Central Continent, under Master's order. Fang Yuan proudly replied. Tai Baiyunxing's gaze immediately changed. There was a difference between immortal and mortal, but right now, he was looking at Fang Yuan as an equal, asking, I would assume that the process of snatching this blessed land was very dangerous, right? Naturally, even now when I think of it, I still have some lingering fear. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but in the end, winner takes all, everything is just that simple. I obtained the blessed land, becoming the final winner. The greater the risk, the greater the profits. Tai Baiyunxing nodded, sighing inwardly, this profit is simply too immense. A blessed land with a land spirit was the immortal aperture of a fallen Gu Immortal. Possessing such a blessed land was akin to inheriting the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture and cultivation resources. Simultaneously, the impression of Fang Yuan's audacious nature deepened by another level in Tai Baiyunxing's mind. Master, who is he? His aura is strong. Little Gu Immortal sensed Tai Baiyunxing brimming with Gu Immortal aura. She could not help but be tense, gripping on Fang Yuan's pants, appearing somewhat nervous and on guard. Relax, he is on our side, and is here to help us save Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan comforted Little Gu Immortal, take us to Dang Hun Mountain. Little Gu Immortal's eyes brightened upon hearing this. She trusted her master's words unconditionally. She immediately let down her guard and disappeared on the spot, taking Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing with her. The next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were teleported to the center of the blessed land, the location of Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain had already been deformed completely from the corrosion of gruel mud. Only a small mound remained of the lofty Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Palace, which was on Dang Hun Mountain previously, had naturally been destroyed. Master, if you arrived any later, you would not have been able to see Dang Hun Mountain. Little Gu Immortal said with a sorrowful voice. Fang Yuan lightly patted her head, then looked towards Tai Baiyunxing. Tai Baiyunxing was a smart man, and from this scene along with Fang Yuan's previous words, he could guess Fang Yuan's intention in bringing him here. He nodded towards Fang Yuan, before taking out landscape as before Gu from his aperture. Immediately, the surging aura of an immortal Gu filled the surroundings. This is? Little Gu Immortal's bright eyes opened wide upon this first encounter with landscape as before Gu. Landscape as before Gu was like a ladybug, it was the size of a fist and had the color of green jade. Its round shell was engraved with natural patterns, half of the patterns portrayed rivers and lakes that twisted and turned, flowing continuously, while the other half was of mountains and hills, precipitous and overlaid upon one another. Tai Baiyunxing gave a soft shout. A bead of green grape immortal essence turned into a stream of light that instantly poured into landscape as before Gu. The immortal Gu suddenly burst out with green jade light that soared to an extreme height, giving off a radiance that people could not look at intently. The light radiance covered the remaining Dang Hun Mountain. The corrosion of gruel mud on Dang Hun Mountain immediately paused under the illumination of the green light. Immortal Gu gruel mud's power was quickly neutralized and then vanquished. The green light gradually dimmed. Tai Baiyunxing then threw in another bead of green grape immortal essence. The green light brightened again, covering the devastated Dang Hun Mountain and continually cleansing it. The small mound-sized Dang Hun Mountain started to grow and strengthen at a visible speed under the radiance. Dang Hun Mountain is changing back. Little Gu Immortal clapped her little hands, prancing around happily. But the good scene did not last long. Dang Hun Mountain only recovered by 20% when the green light weakened again. Tai Baiyunxing's expression changed slightly. What kind of mountain is this? It actually exhausted a green grape immortal essence. He was able to create 36 green grape immortal essence beads in his ascension to Gu Immortal. But later, using movement Gu crazily to dodge chaotic lightning balls expended one bead of immortal essence. Then in his own immortal aperture, to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity after the formation of immortal Gu, he had continuously activated landscape as before Gu to restore his aperture to its previous condition, spending 3 whole beads on it. Tai Baiyunxing had a clear understanding of how precious immortal essence was. Now he had just started to restore Dang Hun Mountain but had used up 2 beads of immortal essence. At this rate, he would have to at least expend 5 to 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan smiled. Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain? When Tai Yunxing heard the name, his expression underwent a great change, his eyes opened wide and he spoke with a shocked tone. Could it be? It is indeed the one and / the legends of Renzu / how could there be another Dang Hun mountain? Fang Yuan laughed. To think I would actually be able to see the legendary Dang Hun mountain. This is the sacred land of soul path cultivators that spectral soul demon Venerable had praised endlessly. Tai Yunxing was extremely moved as he kept on exclaiming in admiration. It was the first time even for him to witness a thing of such legend. When he glanced at Fang Yuan, Tai Yunxing's gaze had another subtle change. He did not say anything else but quietly used a third bead of immortal essence to maintain the activation of landscape as before Gu. This time, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 40% before the green light dimmed. Tai Yunxing used a fourth bead, then a fifth bead and finally a sixth bead before Dang Hun Mountain fully recovered. It is truly Dang Hun Mountain, requiring 6 whole beads of green grape immortal essence to recover completely. Tai Yunxing mumbled while looking at the tall mountain in front of him. Dang Hun Mountain was magnificently beautiful, ordinary mountains could not even compare to it. It was a pink crystal mountain, emitting an unforgettably dreamy radiance. Master, Dang Hun Mountain's disease has been treated. Little Gu Immortal's eyes had turned red, sob. She cried tears of joy, before lowering her head and using her delicate little hands to wipe the tears. Fang Yuan also let out a breath of turbid air when he gazed at Dang Hun Mountain. Now, the objective for infiltrating into northern plains was finally achieved. So many days and nights of effort, taking risks in the battlefields, disguising, racking his brains to scheme, they were all not in vain. At this moment, a soaring fire burned in Fang Yuan's heart. This burning fire had a name: ambition. Restoring Dang Hun Mountain could no longer satisfy his appetite. There were still opportunities left in Imperial Court blessed land. Especially now, Giant Sun's will was expelled out of the tower, 88 True Yang building had become akin to an ownerless object. Even if false emotion fake Will Gu was an immortal Gu and was difficult to capture, Fang Yuan had used his silver tongue to obtain Tai Yunxing's trust, succeeding in roping in the crucial battle power that could influence the situation. When the time comes, using a Gu Immortal's will, forcefully refining false emotion fake Will Gu was not an impossible matter. Let's go, back to Northern Plains. Fang Yuan came and left just as quickly, with Tai Yunxing in tow. Before leaving, he handed Burial Soul Toad to Little Gu Immortal. Burial Soul Toad was a storage Gu used to store souls. There were souls of humans and beasts, and they had mostly been gathered by Fang Yuan from the battlefields. These would turn into large numbers of guts Gu through Dang Hun Mountain. When they returned to 88 True Yang building, the Starlight Firefly Gu supporting the Stargate were already spent by over half. Fang Yuan quickly stored what remained into his aperture. It was extremely difficult to accumulate Starlight Firefly Gu. The current amount could only support one more activation of the Stargate. We are back again. Tai Yunxing was deeply moved. In this trip, he had directly gone from Northern Plains to Central Continent and back to Northern Plains from Central Continent. It was truly a travel disregarding distance, he felt like he was free to go anywhere in the world. Tai Yunxing had only heard of Whole Earth Gu and Connecting Heaven Gu in methods that could allow one to connect between blessed lands and grotto heavens. He had never heard of the method Fang Yuan used. Probably only people like Sixth Junior Brother are worthy of such mystical methods. Maybe this was imparted to him by Master. Tai Yunxing trusted Fang Yuan even more after the trip to Gu Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was only immortal at the moment, but he possessed a blessed land. This by itself was sufficient to prove many issues. Dang Hun Mountain's magnificent scene was even more deeply imprinted in Tai Yunxing's mind. Seeing is believing. Tai Yunxing had no choice but to believe it. Fang Yuan first revealed his true appearance, then used Lifespan Gu, revealing secret information to obtain Tai Yunxing's trust. Fang Yuan had also resolved the doubt in Tai Yunxing's heart, why True Yang building had helped him endure the tribulation for no rhyme or reason. Fang Yuan's words and the evidence he showed to Tai Yunxing were almost all true, except the lies at the crucial points. 9 truths and 1 lie, the lie would eventually become the truth. Especially when this lie involved the deepest secret of Tai Baiyunxing. Tai Baiyunxing had never revealed it to outsiders while Fang Yuan knew it by soul-searching. Among all these, the true marvel lied in Fang Yuan grasping Tai Baiyunxing's psychology completely. Tai Baiyunxing had been feeling extreme guilt after betraying Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. He denied the value of his own existence. Under stimulation, he went through Gu Immortal Ascension and even charged towards tribulation, thinking of ending it all. But when he successfully passed the tribulation and became a Gu Immortal, he stood at a whole new height, looking at a different scene. His mind came back to life, and after passing the tribulation with much difficulty as well as getting his immortal aperture blessed land, he did not want to die anymore. He wanted to make a fresh start. But he had an unresolved matter tugging his heart. He needed hope, he needed acknowledgement. Tai Baiyunxing himself was not aware of this psychological need. But Fang Yuan was aware and gave him this acknowledgement. Fang Yuan's acknowledgement, in a certain way, represented his master's acknowledgement. And Tai Baiyunxing respected his benefactor deeply. His master's acknowledgement made him feel there was value in him being alive. A mysterious force and a completely new environment attracted his interest. He had been at the peak of mortals and had experienced all that the mortal world could provide, but in the journey of immortals, he was a child that had just begun to move. The 15-year lifespan Gu was in his pocket. He was no longer worried and guilty. He chose to believe Fang Yuan, not only because Fang Yuan explained everything and there were not many pieces of evidence he could contest, but even more importantly, in the very depths of his heart, he wanted to believe in Fang Yuan. Every single person who was cheated, was it because they were stupid? No, it was only because they wanted to believe in it from the depths of their heart. Here, your immortal Gu. Tai Baiyunxing tossed fixed immortal travel and flying bear phantom Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nonchalantly accepted them. This casual attitude towards immortal Gu caused another ripple in Tai Baiyunxing's heart and trust. But he received a great shock when Fang Yuan brought out the glass owner token, as at the next moment, he appeared in another round. Tall and ancient trees were everywhere. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were within a dense forest. Roars and howls interlinked together, giant trees pulled out their roots and stood up, turning into tall tree men. Within a few moments, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were surrounded by tree men one after another. Tai Baiyunxing had a grim expression. One treeman was nothing to him, but the number of tree men here was extremely astonishing, and to completely exterminate them would require him to pay a significant price. But the next moment, Fang Yuan lightly waved his glass owner token, and this round immediately became under his control. The tree men stopped moving forward, their killing intent gone as if it was never there. While Tai Baiyunxing was wearing a stupefied expression, Fang Yuan grabbed his arm and directly teleported in front of Hei Lou Lan and Ma Hongyun. There was already an enormous change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun turtling up under its wings. Surrounding it were layers after layers of tree men unfolding mad attacks. Hei Lou Lan was fighting nearby with false emotion fake Gu resting on his shoulder. He blocked the attacks of the tree men while also launching attacks at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun at the same time. But these attacks were blocked by the light barrier from Frost Jade Peacock before they could even reach their targets. Lord Hei Lou Lan, you are also being attacked by the tree men. Your situation is the same as ours. We have neither hatred nor grievance between us, why must you try to kill us? Ma Hongyun shouted. Hei Lou Lan snorted, didn't you hear what old ancestor said? Your girl is an otherworldly demon with a mysterious background and will be a cause of endless disasters, she must be eliminated. Who knows if she and the Changshanin impersonator are on the same side? Old ancestor was about to attack her just earlier, but suddenly disappeared due to some mishap. You have giant son's bloodline, you are a person of northern plains, you are actually not able to distinguish right and wrong, you dare to shield an otherworldly demon. Ma Hongyun was furious and immediately retorted, she is not an otherworldly demon that you all claim, she is innocent. Lord Hei Lou Lan, don't waste your strength in vain, we have already received the land spirit's recognition, with the land spirit with us, you can't kill us. When Giant Sun's will was thrown out of the tower, this round did not have any controller and operated by itself. The tree man treated the land spirit, Ma Hongyun and others as challengers challenging the round. Hei Lou Lan wanted to kill Zhao Lianyun in place of Giant Sun's will. Ma Hongyun was ready to give up his life to save her, which strongly shook Zhao Lianyun's heart and she started feeling true love for him. Ma Hongyun had already treated Zhao Lianyun with earnest feelings, the two loved each other, and the land spirit acknowledged them as its masters by its own accord. In this dangerous situation, the land spirit raised a defensive barrier around them, protecting them from the fatal attacks of the tree man and Hei Lou Lan. As for Changli, she had already died miserably under the attacks of the tree men. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing appeared on the crown of a treeman, observing the battle situation. Ma Hongyun, he actually obtained the land spirit's recognition. Humph, this kid's dog's hit luck is truly powerful. Fang Yuan mumbled with a complex expression. You know him? Tai Baiyunxing was somewhat astonished as he had not thought the Grand Fang Yuan would actually recognize this rank 3 initial stage minor character. It is you. Hei Lou Lan quickly sensed the distant Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. His eyes opened wide as he swiftly jumped back like he was facing a great enemy. His eyes twitched and his heart had already sunk. Giant Sun's will had suddenly disappeared, and the mysterious man impersonating Chang Shanin appeared with Gu Immortal Tai Baiyunxing standing beside him, and the two seemed to have a very close relation at that. This was extremely unfavorable to Hei Lou Lan. Ma Hongyun, however, did not sense anything. The defensive barrier raised by the land spirit was shrinking constantly as it was attacked by the innumerable tree men. His and Zhao Lianyun's sight were blocked by the dense amount of trees and leaves. What do we do now? Tai Baiyunxing asked calmly while casting a glance towards the gloomy Hei Lou Lan. Fang Yuan sneered, we need Imperial Court blessed land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock strength to topple True Yang building. Frost Jade Peacock might have already recognized its masters, but because Giant Sun's will is not present, the seals on it are not being manipulated and it is barely surviving. Most of its strength had already been sealed again. The defensive barrier is also on the brink of collapse and simply won't be able to block me. I will go kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. You go deal with Hei Lou Lan and seize the false emotion fake will Gu. I trust that it won't be a problem with your Gu Immortal battle strength. Let's move, we don't have much time. Immortal and mortal are vastly different, it is just like a wide chasm separates them. You don't need to worry. Tai Baiyunxing lightly smiled, moving elegantly towards Hei Lou Lan. Fang Yuan directly shot forward towards Ma Hongyun. The surrounding tree men followed him under his control. Such a pity. Ma Hongyun, I originally wanted to use you as a key to control the events of the future. But who told you to block my way? No matter how good your luck is, your death is certain today. The brimming killing intent in his heart surfaced as a malevolent smile on Fang Yuan's face. Chapter 617, The Reason for Overwhelming Fortune. Bam bam bam. 3 10-meter-tall tree men raised their hammer-like fists as they attacked time and time again, crashing on the light barrier. Frost Jade Peacock cried out sorrowfully. Its huge wings were sealed by gold, only the land spirit's head was still exposed. My masters, I cannot hold on anymore. The land spirit sighed, its long eyelashes trembling slightly. The light barrier was getting weaker, and under the treemen's endless attacks, it was on the brink of collapsing. What was more scary was, Fang Yuan was closing in. Imperial Court blessed land was already in bad shape, and the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, was sealed. The remaining strength of the barrier was not a problem for Fang Yuan, he could break through at any moment. The fatal threat had already arrived, but Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun still had no idea. Even though they could not sense Fang Yuan, the thick aura of death was suffocating them. Zhao Lianyun was silent and did not speak, she hid in Ma Hongyun's arms as she shut her eyes. After all, she was an ordinary woman. Ma Hongyun continually comforted her in a soft voice, even though he felt no hope himself. It's over. Fang Yuan shot out like lightning, stepping on twigs and branches as he entered the innermost layer of the Treeman encirclement. But just when he was about to execute the finishing blow, as he was charging, Mo Yao shouted in his head, "Eh? This aura. Wait, stop quickly. What is it?" Fang Yuan's momentum was lost. He stopped at a high area on a tree as he asked in suspicion. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his head, he had never felt such intense emotions from her before. At this moment, Mo Yao showed herself in Fang Yuan's mind. She had tears all over her face as her slim body was shivering. She was muttering, this aura, there's no mistake, there's absolutely no mistake. This is the aura of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, as he immediately recalled. Mo Yao had researched deeply about 88 True Yang building in her lifetime, taking a huge risk to enter the True Inheritance secluded domain for her lover Bo Qing. Her original motive was to obtain the supreme True Inheritance of Luck Path. She wanted to steal the fortune rivaling heaven Gu in it. But in the end, she only succeeded partially. As she spent a lot of effort and exerted all her strength, she was able to create a crack in the Luck Path True Inheritance. However, fortune rivaling heaven Gu flew into this crack and vanished into thin air. But Mo Yao did not return empty-handed. She obtained a portion of the Luck Path Inheritance's details. Combined with her Refinement Path Grandmaster Foundation, she eventually refined Calamity Beckoning Gu. But Calamity Beckoning Gu was inferior to Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu. Mo Yao used it to help Bo Qing with his tribulation, and in the end both of them died. Eventually, Fang Yuan found Mo Yao's inheritance and refined Calamity Beckoning Gu once again, accepting Mo Yao's request to return the Rank 7 Gu House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Now, Mo Yao felt the aura of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. This was a crucial immortal Gu that she had failed to obtain after spending her entire life and putting in immeasurable effort. It was understandable that she had become so agitated and emotional. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu's aura is on this lad. I can't believe it. I, Mo Yao, spent my entire life and nearly died in the secluded domain, but eventually the fortune rivaling heaven Gu escaped and this mortal lad got it by chance. He, is this life? Mo Yao raised her head and sighed. As she laughed and cried, her tone was extremely dejected. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes glowing with cold light. He asked in his heart, that means fortune rivaling heaven Gu is currently on Ma Hongyun? Can you confirm that? Of course, I can never forget the aura of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Mo Yao replied unhesitatingly. She continued and said, fortune rivaling heaven Gu is a one-time expenditure rank 8 Gu. It is formless and ethereal, being in essence a lump of luck. It is extremely difficult to capture with ordinary methods. Back then, my main body could not capture it, thus it managed to fly away from the scene and vanish without a trace. Even True Yang building could not trap it. It must have escaped to northern plains, roaming until it landed on that lad. So it is a one-time expenditure Gu. Fang Yuan was extremely disappointed. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu was the greatest treasure in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path Inheritance. It had extremely great value. Fang Yuan was unable to gain benefits in the True Inheritance secluded domain, but if he could take fortune rivaling heaven Gu away from Ma Hongyun, that would be the best. But unfortunately, fortune rivaling heaven could only be used once before it vanished. Fang Yuan, you have to be careful. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is extremely special. Back then Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had fortuitous encounters endlessly. Time after time he would turn disasters into blessings. He unceasingly had great luck, and he relied on this Gu to a great extent. Ma Hongyun is affected by fortune rivaling heaven Gu. He is a true child of luck. His luck could be said to be ranked at number 1 in the 5 regions. The luck that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had back then would very possibly be replicated in him. Although luck is formless and ethereal, it is a part of strength and cannot be underestimated. Mo Yao quickly said anxiously. I know what to do. Fang Yuan held in his killing intent, his expression turning cold as he stopped on the tree branch, not attacking abruptly. He looked down from above, at Ma Hongyun and others, allowing the tree men below him to attack. Actually, the two were not too far from each other, but even Frost Jade Peacock did not discover him. This showed how weak the land spirit was right now. It was obvious at one glance that the two sides had great difference in strength. It seemed that victory was in sight, and killing Ma Hongyun was extremely easy. But Fang Yuan did not think so. He was once a Gu Immortal, his vision surpassed mortals. He understood, these so-called paths, wisdom path, refinement path, metal path, time path, and others, they looked like they were combinations of complex series of Gu worms gathered together, but in actuality, they were the deciphering of one's understanding towards heaven and earth, towards the mysteries of the universe. Luck path was the same. Based on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's example, one could see that luck path, even compared to other paths, could more deeply explain the mysteries of heaven and earth in some aspect. Fang Yuan had never looked down on Ma Hongyun, he had always been vigilant towards him. Because his previous life's memories made him understand how high Ma Hongyun's future achievements would be. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun became the pillar of northern plains, the leader that resisted the attack of central continent Gu Immortals. When Fang Yuan was killed by the barrage of Gu Immortals, he was still growing and developing. Fang Yuan knew about Ma Hongyun's growth, and now he finally understood the origin of Ma Hongyun's heaven-defying luck. That was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's greatest achievement in luck path, fortune rivaling heaven Gu. And the cause of all this was Mo Yao, who was residing in his mind. Luck did not have any physical form, and it could not be touched, but Fang Yuan knew the ability of this mystical power. No wonder giant suns will purposely chose Hei Lou Lan and Ma Hongyun as the people to become the land spirit's master. Hei Lou Lan is the strongest person among his bloodline descendants, while Ma Hongyun had fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fang Yuan felt that this situation was troublesome. Although Ma Hongyun was a tiny rank 3 Gu master, he had the power of a rank 8 immortal Gu protecting him. A rank 8 immortal Gu, only inferior to rank 9, such as the wisdom Gu and strength Gu of legends. It had absurd and unimaginable strength, anyone who underestimated it would face a pitiful end. Fang Yuan was only a mortal, back then in the true inheritance secluded domain, he could not even get close to the rank 7 human Qi Gu, not to mention the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Ma Hongyun looked harmless, but in all his experiences, when did he ever suffer a true loss? Every time, he benefited from difficulties and had endless fortuitous encounters. All those who wished to harm or kill him faced a terrible end. Although every time he did not personally take action, but there would always be an external force or accident, along with a series of small coincidences, all of these added together to form a shocking power. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Giant Sun's will. Earlier, Giant Sun's will wanted to exterminate Zhao Lianyun, but Ma Hongyun protected her with his life. This was as if Giant Sun's will had become an enemy of Ma Hongyun. Just as Giant Sun's will was about to strike, Fang Yuan appeared, pulling out True Yang building and causing the heavenly tribulation to strike him. Even Giant Sun's will fell prey. Fang Yuan looked at this from another angle and was shocked. I have the glass owner token, I can check the situation inside the entire 88 True Yang building. Why did I not strike earlier? Actually, it was completely unintentional. Or maybe I heard that Zhao Lianyun was an otherworldly demon and wanted to protect her. I was curious and wanted to investigate this? Fang Yuan recalled the scene. Giant Sun's wills was expelled from True Yang building, he could be said to be the culprit. But the timing was too coincidental, it allowed Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to escape death. If I suddenly attack Ma Hongyun, would I be like Giant Sun's will an outside force intervene, or will an accident occur? Fang Yuan grabbed his glass owner token, considering his plans again. Wait. Fang Yuan thought about it again, what I've heard on this matter was only a Mo Yao's statement. It seems to be credible, but what if she lied to me due to some special reason? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this. Thus, he asked Mo Yao in his heart, strange, earlier when I used luck inspection Gu, I observed the luck of everyone in the sacred palace. If Ma Hongyun had the fortune rivaling heaven Gu, why did I not discover it? I could only see that the two with the highest luck were Hei Lou Lan and Tai Baiyunxing. Mo Yao seemed to have predicted this question. She immediately answered, "What's so strange about this? Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is a rank 8 immortal Gu, your luck inspection Gu is only a rank 5 mortal Gu, an investigative Gu that can allow a Gu master to see luck despite its formlessness. How can a rank 5 investigative Gu discover the luck created by a rank 8 immortal Gu? If I cannot see it, how can I be sure that Ma Hongyan has fortune rivaling heaven Gu's influence on him?" Fang Yuan did not relent, he continued asking. "Oh Fang Yuan, you are too suspicious." Mo Yao sighed, immediately answering, "There is a method to make sure. That is to use investigative Gu and check your own luck. Every time you act against the child of luck, because of the mutual influence between luck, your luck will become bad, or even worse. If you do not believe me, you can check it that way." Time was limited. Fang Yuan immediately used luck inspection Gu. His vision changed abruptly. Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun's luck were rather tiny, they were the same as ordinary people. Meanwhile, there was a massive black luck, almost 300 meters tall, high enough to pierce heaven and earth. Chapter 618, Great Strength True Martial Physique. This black luck aura was so dark that it reached the point of being extremely oppressive. The coffin-shaped aura was tightly covering Fang Yuan. Since an unknown time ago, the black aura on Fang Yuan had become much larger and much deeper. Far away, Tai Baiyunxing and Hei Lou Lan were engaged in an intense battle. The luck aura of the two were exceptionally clear. Above Hei Lou Lan was still the azure luck aura that gave a lasting feeling like a towering tree. The luck on Tai Baiyunxing, however, was smaller than before, not even 1/6 of the original amount. It was no longer the brightly burning red cloud, instead it was a shade of heavy evening mist that almost looked like a dark cloud. Fang Yuan looked back above himself and started testing as Mo Yao had mentioned. Just like Mo Yao said, whenever he thought of attacking Ma Hongyan, the black coffin luck on him enlarged a little and its dark shades seemed to become even gloomier. "Fang Yuan, you should leave this troubled place as quickly as possible. The black coffin luck on you right now is too dense and too frightening. Your life is under great threat now. Don't underestimate luck just because it is ethereal, just think of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's unrivaled powers. You are in deep danger right now. The black coffin luck has yet to erupt itself, but the consequences will hit you eventually, it is only that the time is not ripe." Mo Yao continued to persuade Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan coldly snorted and replied with a resolute will, "Asking me to retreat? Being scared off by merely bad luck? Hee, how could that be possible?" He narrowed his eyes, his lips slightly curled up, revealing his snow-white teeth as he looked down from the cover of the treetop. "No matter how bad the luck becomes, it cannot attack me directly. It will need to rely on external influences to kill me. Right now, at this moment, at this place, I want to see who can obstruct me." Killing intent surged and bubbled in Fang Yuan's heart. He believed in the power of luck path, but he believed in himself even more. He needed to kill Ma Hongyan. He had to try. If Fang Yuan cowered just because of luck, would it conform to his style? Ordinary people would feel regret after facing the consequences, but he, Fang Yuan, would not feel any. "Have you gone crazy? That is a rank 8 immortal Gu." Mo Yao screamed when she felt the dense killing intent in Fang Yuan. He, precisely because the enemy is this strong, the battle would be even more interesting, wouldn't it?" Fang Yuan instead laughed freely. Right now, he no longer had short hair of Changshanin, but had long black hair that fluttered freely with the wind, and his countenance revealed a crazed recklessness. He was never against bullying the weak, but even more than that, he had the bravery to fight the strong. How could one obtain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? If he did not stake it all at this moment, then when should he? Fate teases the turbulent sea, cowardly insects avoid waves and flow along the current. A brave man does not need much wisdom, there is not regret or pain even if his body crumbles. Fang Yuan mumbled before restraining his crazed mood, his expression turning tranquil. Lunatic, you have gone mad. Mo Yao continued to mutter. Right now, Fang Yuan's killing intent had accumulated to the peak. The black coffin luck aura above him subsequently inflated, expanding by 3 times within moments. Let me see who will save you. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu, let me look at your might. Fang Yuan made a motion to attack. Boom. An explosion occurred, the majestic wind current it created formed into a strong gale that pressed on from a distance. Hei Lou Lan was standing unstably, while Tai Baiyunxing got up from the crater, fresh blood flowing from his mouth. He looked at Hei Lou Lan who was floating in the air, shock apparent on his face. You are actually. Before he finished his words, Hei Lou Lan charged at him again. Boom. Ground shook and dust surged everywhere. 10 extreme physiques. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered the answer in place of Tai Baiyunxing. He had never imagined Hei Lou Lan to actually have one of the 10 extreme physiques. And from the looks of it, it was extremely likely to be the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. Several breaths later, a shadow flew out from the dust. It was Tai Baiyunxing. His hair was a mess, dust covered his face, his chest was caved in till it revealed the deathly white bones. Blood sprayed out like a spring. But a green light soon covered his body and the flow of blood immediately stopped. The heavy injuries on his body also quickly recovered. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing had exchanged intel back at Gu Immortal Blessed Land. And he knew Tai Baiyunxing possessed 2 immortal Gu, landscape as before Gu and man as before Gu. However, Tai Baiyunxing was clearly not using the immortal Gu man as before, but instead ordinary healing Gu. Immortal Gu man as before required immortal essence to be activated, and had extremely great effects, but it was not easy to gather immortal essence. Thus, unless as a final resort, Gu immortals would not easily use immortal Gu. Tai Baiyunxing, you are a grand Gu immortal but are afraid of me, immortal? A roar shook the sky and earth. Hei Lou Lan flew to the sky and started hunting down Tai Baiyunxing. Such an intense aura of the 10 extremes, terrifying. Hei Lou Lan not only has one of the 10 extreme physiques, he is also already on the verge of self-detonation. Fang Yuan was able to decipher many details right now. Back then at Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had relied on Bai Ningbing's Northern Dark Ice Soul physique to cross realms in fighting a strong enemy, and overturn the situation. Bai Ningbing was only rank 3 back then. As one of the 10 extreme physiques' cultivation increased, the power of their self-detonation would increase sharply by many times. The self-detonation of the rank 5 peak stage Hei Lou Lan would be beyond compare, so terrifying that even killing Gu immortals would not be a problem. Tai Baiyunxing had a bitter expression on his face, with not even the slightest battle intent. Previously, Hei Lou Lan had been under the seal of Immortal Gu Dark Limit, not leaking out even a trace of its aura. Now that he had torn off the seal, his majestic aura would cause terror to emerge in one's heart. He was now a large human-shaped bomb, who would dare to approach him? What if he exploded? Tai Baiyunxing had just advanced to a Gu immortal. Wouldn't it be injustice if he was killed by the desperate Hei Lou Lan in his impending death? I had never thought Hei Lou Lan would actually have great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. And he has actually managed to grow to this extent. Tai Baiyunxing fled with astonishing speed. He was a flying master and his cloud path Gu was also one of the better movement Gu. Hei Lou Lan was hunting him down from behind but could only look helplessly as the distance between them increased further and further. Rumble. Hei Lou Lan was furious, suddenly throwing a punch. This punch had terrifying momentum as it directly broke the sound barrier and burst the surrounding air. Following this punch, a fist chi suddenly flew out, forming into a strength path phantom figure. Fang Yuan had also attacked with many beast strength phantoms back in southern border, but the phantom that Hei Lou Lan summoned was not beast-shaped, instead it was human-shaped. And this human strength phantom was a vivid image of Hei Lou Lan. The obese body like that of a bear, the jagged snow-white teeth that were like daggers. A pair of triangular eyes which flashed with malevolent glint. It was truly a second Hei Lou Lan. Even if I combined all the beast strength phantoms I used back at Southern Border, they might not be the human strength phantoms match. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had extraordinary appraisal ability and immediately saw the extremely high battle strength that this human strength phantom possessed. It was full of spirituality. Once it was summoned, it could chase the enemy of its own will. This was the strength of rank 5 peak stage great strength true martial physique. Simply terrifying. But how powerful this strength was, Fang Yuan could not estimate it easily. Unless he personally went to battle and experienced it for himself. But he was sure this terrifying battle strength had already surpassed the mortal realm. It could even be said that Hei Lou Lan was currently at a state that was half a step to Gu Immortal realm. The 10 extreme physiques broke conventions. They were existences that could shatter opponents at the same realm. Back at Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan used one of the 10 extreme physiques to survive an ordeal. But this time, one of the 10 extreme physiques was his enemy. If not for the fact that Gu Masters obtain a qualitative improvement in their body's defense when they advance to Gu Immortal, Tai Bai Yunxing would be in greater danger. Tai Bai Yunxing had advanced to Gu Immortal just now. He has yet to accumulate the foundation of a Gu Immortal. Moreover, he is a healing Gu Master, but has to face against this tyrannical and battle-hungry enemy like Hei Lou Lan. For a moment, thoughts shone in Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. The strongest advantage of a Gu Immortal over mortals lies in their unlimited primeval essence. But Hei Lou Lan's main cultivation path is strength path, which relies on primeval essence the least among all paths and has the lowest primeval essence consumption. This advantage is thus almost non-existent. There is also Hei Lou Lan's killer move. It actually went in an innovative new direction, creating such a sentient human strength phantom. In just a short period, he has already created 5 to 6 human strength phantoms. These phantoms are anything but ordinary, filled with spirituality. They actually flanked and blocked Tai Bai Yunxing's retreat paths. This is truly unimaginable. Unleashing human-shaped phantoms was not a surprising thing. The crucial point was that he could create such intelligent human-shaped phantoms. Moreover, all of these human-shaped phantoms had astonishing strength. The might of their strength and wisdom made even Fang Yuan feel apprehensive. No wonder Hei Lou Lan died suddenly in my previous life. So it was because he had one of the 10 extreme physiques. Fang Yuan suddenly realized. Although he had been reborn, it did not mean he knew everything. Right now, this unexpected twist disrupted his plans. Damn it. Fang Yuan subconsciously tightened his grip on the glass owner token. According to his original plan, he would have gone with Giant Sun's will's train of thought, using false emotion fake will Gu to subdue the land spirit and become Imperial Court blessed land's owner. He needed to subdue false emotion fake will Gu first to accomplish this. However, false emotion fake will Gu was one of the ordinary true inheritances and it contained a portion of Giant Sun's will in it. How could a mere mortal like Fang Yuan refine an immortal venerable's will? Only a Gu Immortal's will had such a possibility. Therefore, Fang Yuan used his eloquence to dupe Tai Bai Yunxing into becoming his ally. It was to make use of his will to refine false emotion fake will Gu. But when he returned to True Yang Building, the situation had already changed beyond his expectations. Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyan obtained Frost Jade Peacock's recognition, becoming Imperial Court blessed land's owners. Frost Jade Peacock's condition for recognizing its masters was a Gu master couple who had to have true love for each other. Ma Hongyan was a rank 3 Gu master, but Zhao Lianyan was still a young girl and had not begun her cultivation journey yet. However, she was still recognized as a master. This showed the condition of Gu master was only speaking of aptitude. As long as the person had the possibility of becoming a Gu master, they could receive recognition. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Zhao Lianyan was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. She naturally had strong cultivation aptitude. These small details were not worth bickering over. In Fang Yuan's opinion, what he needed to do were 2 things. First was seizing false emotion fake will Gu. It was on Hei Lou Lan, and Fang Yuan had given this task to Tai Baiyunxing. Second was killing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. As long as he killed them, Imperial Court Blessed Land would return to an ownerless state. After completing these two matters, Tai Baiyunxing could help Fang Yuan to refine false emotion fake will Gu and take control of the land spirit. Even if Giant Sun's will returns then, Fang Yuan had the capital to contend against him. However, right now, neither of these two goals were achieved. Chapter 619, The Might of Overwhelming Fortune. Hei Lou Lan revealed his true trump card, displaying he had one of the 10 extreme physiques and was close to self-detonation. It had shocking battle strength, with him managing to suppress the Gu Immortal Tai Baiyunxing, and he was chasing after him. This was quite a shock, but after some consideration, it was nothing strange. If he doesn't defeat Hei Lou Lan, he would not get false emotion fake will Gu. Without false emotion fake will Gu, how will I subdue the land spirit? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His plan was ruined. Is this the power of fortune rivaling heaven? The moment I wanted to strike, such an accident occurred. Fang Yuan took a look at Ma Hongyun, his expression turning grim. For some reason, the killing intent in his heart intensified. He crossed his arms, standing high up in the tree as his mouth showed a cold smile. It is getting more interesting, fortune rivaling heaven, humph. Now that Hei Lou Lan and Tai Baiyunxing are fighting, if I really want to kill you, what can you do to resist me? This time, Fang Yuan did not go personally, but instead manipulated the tree men. The tree men at the most inner layer raised their hammer-like fists highly in the air. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, they slammed down at the same time. Bam! With a loud bang, Frost Jade Peacock cried out pitifully as its raised head fell onto the ground. The defensive barrier that it had erected with all its effort was smashed. It turned into golden dust as it quickly vanished into nothingness. Even the last obstacle was removed. The closest treeman took a huge step forward. It stretched out its huge arm as it rapidly grabbed at Ma and Zhao. Zhao Lianyun shouted shrilly, while Ma Hongyun held her in his arms, his back facing the treeman's palm. Die! Fang Yuan muttered, completely ignoring the black coffin luck above his head that was rapidly growing. The treeman's palm was towering over Ma and Zhao. It only needed to squeeze lightly and Ma and Zhao would turn into meat paste. But at this moment, a huge tremor occurred in 88 True Yang building. The entire place was shaking. Scoundrel, you dared to chase me out, quickly accept your death. A loud voice could be heard, piercing heaven and earth, and causing Fang Yuan's eardrums to feel slight pain. Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Hongyun raised his head in joy, saying, "It's old ancestor did not die, he is back again." Hei Lou Lan expressed joy similarly on his face. Tai Baiyunxing's expression was pale. If Giant Sun's will returned, 88 True Yang building would display the might of a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It could definitely trap a Gu Immortal. This was no joke. How can this be? Even though I spent some time inside Gu Immortal Blessed Land, but 15 minutes was far from over. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to the size of a pin. He was very stunned. He quickly used the glass owner token and checked the situation. Outside 88 True Yang building, there were layers and layers of golden sand-like light particles. That was the colossal Giant Sun's will. He was still growling furiously, as he resisted the assault of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. He constantly exerted pressure and attempted to barge into 88 True Yang building. The Giant Sun's will that is outside did not come in. Then who is this Giant Sun's will here? Where did he come from? Fang Yuan was very perplexed. But this Giant Sun's will that just appeared did not want to give him time to think. Heaven and earth shook, those which were running, those which were helping Tai Baiyunxing, those which were standing in place, those which were trapping Ma Hongyun. All the tree men stopped their actions, standing still like statues. Fang Yuan's face was red, the glass owner token in his hand was hot like fire. Cracks started appearing on the owner token. In just a moment, the glass owner token was on the brink of collapsing. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This mysterious giant sun's will was getting rid of the central continent Gu Immortal's arrangements rapidly. The third arrangement that Central Continent Gu Immortals made was extremely hidden. It was not easy for Giant Sun's will to find it. But right now, Fang Yuan had completely unleashed it. There was no way to hide it. This mysterious Giant Sun's will found it easily. Once the glass owner token breaks, the third arrangement would lose effect, and the Giant Sun's will outside would be free to enter and exit True Yang Building. By that time, even if Giant Sun's will did not use 88 True Yang Building, he could easily kill Fang Yuan using his own ability. An unprecedented danger had descended upon Fang Yuan. Don't tell me I need to use Spring-Autumn Cicada? No. The risk of using Spring-Autumn Cicada is too high. I am not at that stage yet. I have to persevere. I can still go on. Fang Yuan growled angrily. He sent his will into the glass owner token. Bam. The next moment, through the glass owner token, his will clashed with the Giant Sun's will that had appeared out of nowhere. Ugh. Fang Yuan's body shuddered. He spurted out a mouthful of blood as the will he injected was completely obliterated. His head hurt intensely, like it was going to break apart. His mind suffered a huge blow, as Mo Yao's will screamed continually. Fang Yuan's body shook. He felt dizzy and could not stand. After enduring for a few breaths, he fell from the tall tree branch. Swoosh! Wind blew, as the three closest tree men suddenly stretched out their tree vine hands, grabbing at Fang Yuan with ill intent. Fang Yuan lost the contest. Giant Sun's will had regained control of this round, thus, the tree men also became Fang Yuan's enemies. They would not rest until they killed Fang Yuan. Because of this sudden event, Ma and Zhou escaped death. Under the influence of their will to live, they started escaping blindly among the chaotic tree roots. At the moment of danger, Fang Yuan was barely able to regain awareness. He shouted lightly, injecting his primeval essence into his Gu worms, mustering his strength and punching and kicking the large tree hand that was coming for him. Bam bam bam. After 3 explosive sounds, the fists were shattered as Fang Yuan adjusted his balance in the air, landing hastily. The aftermath of competing against Giant Sun's will remained. His ears were buzzing and his hearing was nearly completely gone. But Fang Yuan had no regret. In fact, he opened his mouth, laughing loudly. Excellent. The earlier clash of wills was not elegant in the least, but it not only allowed Fang Yuan to keep his glass owner token, he even found out the truth about Giant Sun's will. This newly appeared and mysterious will was not as powerful as expected. He did not expect Fang Yuan to make such a choice either. This will was split into 3, the largest portion of it was dealing with the third arrangement, a small portion was busy fighting for the control rights of this round, while the last portion was victorious in the contest against Fang Yuan through the glass owner token. In the end, Fang Yuan's injected will exterminated the victorious Giant Sun's will, and combined with the third arrangement, although his will was wiped out, he successfully caused harm to that large portion of Giant Sun's will. Thus, Giant Sun's will was only left with a small portion that was controlling this round. Giant Sun's will fell into extreme anger. He did not expect this tiny mortal to have the guts to challenge his will directly. He did not expect that this mortal had stored so many wills in his mind either. This was all thanks to Mo Yao honestly. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan stored large amounts of wills in his mind as a backup. He had special will, play will, deliberate will, keep will, heart will and others. He had a variety of many wills. Giant Sun's will greatly underestimated Fang Yuan's capacity, and as he was anxious to save the situation, he was counterattacked by Fang Yuan and in the end, was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. Scoundrel, I will decimate your corpse. Giant Sun's will was angered to his boiling point. He continued to manipulate the tree men to attack. Fang Yuan dodged left and right, using all his effort to heal his injuries. These tree men had thick skin and flesh. Even if their branches, arms and legs were broken, they would not die. They had very strong vitality. It was not a good idea to fight them head-on. While he dodged, Fang Yuan's injuries recovered rapidly. He quickly realized that the tree men were not only attacking him, but also Tai Baiyunxing and even Ma Hongyun. More accurately, they were attacking Zhao Lianyun who was beside Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao escaped under the pursuit of the tree men. They were in a dangerous situation. They frantically escaped without a goal, but they actually got near to Fang Yuan. Please save us. Ma Hongyan finally saw Fang Yuan, shouting loudly for help. So naive. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, immediately going closer to him. As the two sides got closer, Fang Yuan shouted loudly, Giant Sun's will is trying to kill you, we have a common enemy, come here. Be careful. Zhao Lianyun, who was running, showed hesitation and worry. But the current situation was, only Fang Yuan could protect them. They were unable to hold on much longer. If they stayed, they would definitely get killed by the tree men. If they went to Fang Yuan, they at least had a chance of survival. Save, of course we'll save them. Quickly save them. In his mind, Mo Yao's will suddenly shouted. What? Fang Yuan thought he heard wrongly. Mo Yao spoke quickly, do you still not understand? Giant Sun's will is a huge special will, he knows the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu, his intention is not to deal with Ma Hongyun. But when he was first formed, his main body had placed a rule on him, that was to exterminate any otherworldly demon he sees. She's an otherworldly demon, don't tell me you are not interested. But the most important thing is, if you save that Zhao Lianyun, it will be the best weapon against Giant Sun's will. Since Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are truly in love, they will definitely be enemies with Giant Sun's will. By then, Giant Sun's will would be dealt with using the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Mo Yao's words were very moving. At once, the hidden killing intent that he had towards Ma Hongyun shrunk. Wait. Ma and Zhao are in grave danger now, they might get squashed or trampled by the tree men at any moment. If I appear now, wouldn't I be saving them? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this, becoming stunned. Although Ma Hongyun was rank 3, he was too hard to kill. The first time Fang Yuan's killing intent appeared, Hei Lou Lan showed his trump card, he unleashed his extreme physique and chased after Tai Bai Yunxing. The second time he had killing intent, Giant Sun's will came out of nowhere and gravely injured Fang Yuan. And now, his ears were buzzing and his mind was weakened by at least 30%. Even though he protected the glass owner token and caused harm to Giant Sun's will, he lost control over this round. Now, Fang Yuan had his third wave of killing intent, and Mo Yao was the one who stopped him. But the problem was, she made perfect sense. Even Fang Yuan himself was convinced. The reason Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ma Hongyun earlier was to change the land spirit's ownership. But now that Hei Lou Lan showed his true battle strength and protected the false emotion fake Will Gu, thus Fang Yuan did not have it. What use was there in killing the two? Don't tell me that this third time, the one stopping me is actually myself? As he was struck by reality, Fang Yuan was tongue-tied. Chapter 620, Stopped by Himself? Fang Yuan truly experienced the might of fortune rivaling heaven Gu now. This was a form of helplessness, like being played by destiny, where one would not know whether to laugh or cry, and the more they struggled, the deeper they would fall into despair. Forced by the situation and in order to avoid calamity, it seemed Fang Yuan could only choose to maximize his benefits. The distance between the two sides rapidly shortened. To save them or not to save them? Mo Yao repeatedly screamed in Fang Yuan's mind, save them. Reason also told Fang Yuan that saving Ma Hongyun would make him stand on the same side as fortune rivaling heaven and he could borrow its strength to deal with Giant Sun's will. However, there was a voice in Fang Yuan's heart. This voice growled, shouted and roared. Save? Am I going to surrender? Am I going to lower my head? I can kill him with one slap. What am I afraid of? Afraid of these two trash? Even fortune rivaling heaven cannot obstruct me. Fang Yuan's ears were buzzing non-stop, but this voice kept on getting louder, gradually suppressing every other sound. He felt bursts of intense headaches. He felt his mouth go dry in front of these choices. That voice in his heart, however, was getting louder and clearer till his heart started to tremor. Every howl, every roar, every shout, seemed to throw a bundle of firewood into the fury in Fang Yuan's heart. The burning flames surged. That was the fire of ambition, his fighting spirit, his unyielding, obstinate spirit of challenging the strong. The flame soared, Fang Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot, his blood boiled and surged like the surging waves. "Come, let me send you off personally." Fang Yuan spoke, his voice hoarse like sand gritting on iron. He did what he would normally not do, going against his style of prioritizing benefits. With a malevolent expression and eyes shining with sharp killing intent, he smashed apart the giant tree men in front of him, tearing the countless twisting and coiling vines. He reached Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun. Then he lifted his fist. Before his punch even struck out, the terrifying fist aura already condensed into solid. The brutal killing intent almost solidified even the air. Ah! Ma Hongyan's eyes opened wide, never having expected Fang Yuan to have such resolute killing intent. He turned pale with fright, and in his panic, he unexpectedly stumbled and fell to the ground. Ouch! Zhao Lianyun had been holding hands with Ma Hongyan, and was thus also pulled down to the ground. This unforeseen event shocked Fang Yuan. He was already extremely vigilant because of the repeated accidents. But he soon found that this small accident only prolonged the time he struck them by a little. At the same time, two giant tree men also reached Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun. No matter which treeman it was, it would only need 1 foot to crush these two to pieces. But giant sons will truly did not want to harm Ma Hongyan, and could only mobilize vines to scuttle to Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun, to separate them and then kill Zhao Lianyun. 5 tree men suddenly pierced out of the ground at this moment and coincidentally blocked Fang Yuan's way. This strong defense required Fang Yuan to waste at least a dozen breath of time. Giant Sons was using his previous tactics again. At present, the extremely weak land spirit was already booted from the playing field. False emotion fake Gu was safe as it was being protected by Hei Lou Lan. Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun might have become the owners of the blessed land, but as long as Zhao Lianyun was killed, this connection would be cancelled. At that time, it would not be too late to salvage the situation by using false emotion fake Gu to make Hei Lou Lan and Ma Hongyan the owners of Imperial Court blessed land. Thus, Giant Sons was obstructing Fang Yuan from killing Ma Hongyan. Damn it! This kind of feeling again, always at the crucial place and at the crucial time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to forcibly break through the defensive line. Thud thud thud. Thunder-like collisions occurred one after another. Fang Yuan was like a tiger let loose, his fierce offense directly breaking the treeman's defense. The whole process only lasted less than 10 breaths. However, Fang Yuan also had to pay a heavy price. 3 enormous wounds were added to Fang Yuan's body, one ran through his chest, another pierced his back, and another formed a bloody hole on his stomach with the size of a baby's fist. His right forearm was severely fractured, his left leg was twisted grotesquely to the side. Ha ha ha! Fang Yuan, however, howled with laughter. He could not use his hand and leg for a while, but he still had movement he could still fly. He rapidly chased after Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun through the air. Ma Hongyan hunched over, protecting Zhao Lianyun tightly under him. Vines were coiling around them from outside. These vines wanted to separate the two without harming Ma Hongyan. Ma Hongyan faced off against the vines. But naturally, he was weaker and looked on as he and Zhao Lianyun were forcibly separated. He bit his lips and glared with furious eyes, but he was powerless. No! He roared with bloodshot eyes. Despair and pain filled him as he saw his lover about to die in front of him, appearing like a beast forced into a corner. Save him quickly, now is the best time to save him. As long as you save them, Ma Hongyan will definitely feel grateful to you, you can then borrow the strength of his fortune that rivals heaven. Just think, why is Giant Sons not killing Ma Hongyan? It is to use his luck. Mo Yao shouted again, persuading Fang Yuan. You really speak a lot of nonsense. Fang Yuan replied with ruthless coldness. Success was in front of him, but he instead calmed down. He had no expression on his face, not even the previous malevolent look. Die. When Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun was in his range, Fang Yuan immediately struck out with a fatal attack. This attack had earth-shattering power, bursting all the air in front of it. The incomparably violent power was like an evil dragon rising to heaven, as it shrouded over Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. No. This time, it was Giant Sun's Will who let out a helpless and desperate shout. He immediately mobilized the surrounding tree men to use their own bodies to protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. The tree vines no longer separated the two, instead they attempted to rapidly evacuate them. But Giant Sun's Will was still feeling dejected. He knew all these would be of no use. This strike filled with Fang Yuan's pent-up wrath. How could it be so easily blocked and avoided? The treemen's trunks were smashed apart. The vines also did not have enough time to evacuate Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. In the end, the attack that still had its peak offensive power was about to directly smash them into pieces. Even though there were countless treemen filling the vast forest, it was all too late. Fang Yuan was resolute, erupting with all his strength to break through the defensive line and succeeded in grabbing the crucial moment. The treemen's movement was slow and they were not good at providing swift reinforcement. Ma Hongyun was definitely dead meat. At this moment, not only Fang Yuan, even Giant Sun's Will also thought this so. Not only did they think so, even Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun did not have any hope of surviving the attack. Any factors that could influence the situation had seemingly already played their part. Hei Lou Lan, Tai Bai Yunxing, 88 Truyang Building, Giant Sun's Will, Frost Jade Peacock, Fang Yuan, Mo Yao. All these people or things had shown all their strength by this point. Time seemed to slow down. Fang Yuan's lips curled up to reveal a smile. Now, is there anything left that can save Ma Hongyun? However, at the next moment. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, causing huge tremors and making countless trees creak. Dazzling golden rays of light shone over the whole round. Has Giant Sun's Will entered Truyang Building? Fang Yuan turned grave, but soon discovered that was not the case. Giant Sun's Will was still taking a beating outside the building. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had planned for countless years to create the third method. It could never be underestimated. If not for this, Central Continent's Gu Immortals would not have been able to overthrow 88 Truyang Building and return victorious in Fang Yuan's previous life. The enormous golden light lump moved like a meteor, and before the sound even registered in one's ears, it crashed onto the ground, instantly destroying the surrounding treemen and protecting Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun within it. Isn't this, that luck path's supreme true inheritance? Mo Yao was so shocked she involuntarily screamed out. What's going on? Shouldn't this supreme true inheritance be in true inheritance secluded domain? How did it suddenly crash into this round and throw itself towards Ma Hongyun's body? With no choice, Fang Yuan could only stop his footsteps. He had already experienced the might of a supreme true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain. This was not something he could touch. But why? Ma Hongyun is covered by this light, but why has nothing happened to him? For a moment, Fang Yuan could not help but feel extremely dejected. He had used all his strength in his third attempt to kill Ma Hongyun. He had even seen hope a moment ago. The success had seemingly been right in front of him, but he still failed in the end. Why did the supreme true inheritance move to Ma Hongyun? Impossible, this is impossible. Mo Yao completely lost self-control as she scratched at her head, causing her long hair to become messy, resembling a crazed woman. This was not surprising. She had suffered untold hardships, expended all her energy and effort, but was only able to open a crack in the luck path true inheritance from which fortune rivaling heaven Gu escaped. Finally, she had no choice but to refine calamity beckoning Gu. But this calamity beckoning Gu was not able to assist her husband, Bo Qing, causing her and Bo Qing to perish. But at this moment, she was watching this luck path supreme true inheritance throwing itself at a rank 3 mortal. Even if you had fortune that rivaled heaven, isn't this going overboard? Why was it not me? I put in so much effort, paid such a huge price, why was it not me? Why was it this mere mortal, a fool, a kid? It is a comparison that could make one die from anger. Fang Yuan forcibly calmed down and tried hard to remove the unneeded emotions, reflecting on this event. A bright flash of inspiration seemed to roam around in his mind, but was extremely hard to get a grasp on. I understand. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook as he grasped this flash of inspiration, and understood this seemingly impossible event. This supreme true inheritance recognized Ma Hongyan and not others as its master of its own accord. This was because Ma Hongyan had the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu on him. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu was the true essence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path, the quintessential crystallization of luck path. To the supreme true inheritance, it was the leader and the emperor. But why did the supreme true inheritance not come earlier or later, but chose this exact moment? Luck Path's supreme true inheritance was located in True Inheritance secluded domain. How could it come here for no rhyme or reason? These two questions actually pointed to the same factor, Giant Sun's will. Chapter 621, Fighting Hei Lou Lan. In the True Inheritance secluded domain, all of the true inheritances had Giant Sun's will in them. Otherwise, how could all these fated individuals succeed in taking these inheritances, especially those immortal Gu? It was just like charging through rounds in 88 True Yang building. In every one of the rounds that had Gu worms as rewards, these Gu worms were all refined by Giant Sun's will in advance. When these Gu masters succeed and obtain the Gu worms, they are able to refine these Gu worms instantly and keep them in their aperture because Giant Sun's will was purposely letting them have the Gu. Because of this reason, as long as a Gu master is willing to give his Gu worm away to someone else, they can always create a phenomenon of instant refinement. Earlier, when Giant Sun's will was slumbering, the refinement of wild Gu worms was extremely slow. When Fang Yuan first ventured into True Yang building, he made use of this loophole. Every true inheritance was governed by Giant Sun's will. The reason why the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance did not fly towards Ma Hongyan earlier was due to this. But now the True Inheritance flew into Ma Hongyan's arms and made him its master. This was not Giant Sun's will's intention. What Giant Sun's will wanted was to control Ma Hongyan. Why would he allow him to grow stronger and become more uncontrollable? Thus, the truth was revealed. Within the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance, there was no Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will retreated on his own. This allowed the Supreme True Inheritance to act on its own. Thereafter, the newly created Wild Gu will went towards Ma Hongyan. This created another question. Why would Giant Sun's will retreat for no reason? Fang Yuan thought about the second time he struck and was about to kill Ma Hongyan, but out of nowhere Giant Sun's will appeared. At this point, it was no longer a mystery. Fang Yuan used the third method, temporarily expelling Giant Sun's will out of True Yang building. Afterwards, he entered True Yang building and successfully convinced Tai Bai Yunxing to revive Dang Hun Mountain. After that he came back, attempting to control Imperial Court Blessed Land. During the second attempt when he tried to kill Ma Hongyan, he was obstructed by a sudden burst of Giant Sun's will. At that point, Fang Yuan was very confused. But now, he understood. This mysterious Giant Sun's will was pulled out of those true inheritances. Giant Sun's will was anxious at that time. In order to salvage the situation, he took this step. He almost succeeded by doing this, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan was too resolute. He directly faced off against him. Eventually, this forcefully extracted Giant Sun's will was left with a final small portion that controlled this round. This means, the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance was able to save Ma Hongyan because of me? If I did not expel Giant Sun's will out of the tower, if I did not face off against Giant Sun's will, why would this happen now? To think that this third attempt was thwarted by myself after all. Thinking so, Fang Yuan sighed deeply as his killing intent towards Ma Hongyun vanished without a trace. The current Ma Hongyun was protected by the luck path true inheritance. As a mortal, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to break through this defense. Sigh, I told you to save him earlier, you refused to listen. In his mind, Mo Yao calmed down and sighed in pity. Her tone carried some grievance. If you had saved them, you would gain Ma Hongyun's recognition and become protected by the luck path true inheritance just like Zhao Lianyun. The current luck path true inheritance is a newborn wild will, it is like a baby without any internal defenses. If you are inside the luck path inheritance, you will be able to learn about the details of this true inheritance. This is an immense opportunity, but you gave it up. Helping Ma Hongyun would result in benefits. Dealing with Ma Hongyun would result in Fang Yuan's current heavy injuries. Fang Yuan snickered. He already did it, there was not a bit of regret in his heart. He quickly retreated while healing his injuries, meanwhile replying to Mo Yao, even if I cannot do anything to this luck path true inheritance, do you think giant suns would do nothing? This luck path true inheritance is one of the 3 supreme true inheritances inside the true inheritance secluded domain. Why would Giant Sun's will allow it to acknowledge a new master like this? In Giant Sun's will's heart, it was not unacceptable to pass this luck path true inheritance to Ma Hongyun. But Ma Hongyun's heart was with an otherworldly demon, that was a huge taboo. Giant Sun's will was a special will. When the main body first created it, he assigned a special meaning for it to do its best to slaughter any otherworldly demon it comes into contact with. Now that Zhao Lianyun was protected by the luck path true inheritance, if Giant Sun's will wanted to kill this otherworldly demon, he would need to remove the luck path true inheritance's hindrance. Thus, the entire forest flew into a rage. Countless tree men were uprooted, encircling the luck path true inheritance. Large numbers of tree men were entangling with each other, all of their roots and vines were coiling around each other to form huge tree men, each were at least 300 meters tall. Their aura was shocking to Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will put in all its effort in order to kill Zhao Lianyun. Fang Yuan managed to retreat successfully. Exterminating the otherworldly demon was Giant Sun's will's most important mission. With the appearance of the luck path true inheritance, his attention was drawn over. Fang Yuan was a threat that ranked much lower than them. Giant Sun's will also knew that he could do nothing to Fang Yuan now. Weighing the 2 sides, and because Giant Sun's will had limited strength, he decided to focus solely on dealing with the luck path true inheritance. Very soon, Fang Yuan got close to the place Tai Baiyunxing and Hei Lou Lan were fighting at. Tai Baiyunxing was suppressed, but Hei Lou Lan had no ability to claim victory either. Tai Baiyunxing was a healing Gu master and a flying master, the former allowed him to specialize in drawn-out battles, while the latter allowed him to escape like a slippery eel. He was hard to pin down. The two's battle had turned into a stalemate. The two fought from the sky to the ground, their attacks were fierce and the battle brought disaster to the nearby trees, causing the surroundings to be full of fallen trees and debris. Senior brother Tai Bai, let me help you. Fang Yuan shouted. Senior brother, these 2 words triggered Hei Lou Lan as he immediately thought of Central Continent. That was because in the 5 regions, the other 4 regions were overwhelmingly family-based inheritances, only Central Continent was dominated by a sect-based system. Hei Lou Lan's eyes were staring wide, as he screamed like a bear, you are a scoundrel that had planned for a long time indeed. You 2 sect brothers have hidden yourselves deeply. Right now, since you are seeking your own death, I will grant you your wish. Saying this, he aimed at Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing and sent 4 punches at them. The fist chi burst out, transforming into a human strength phantom in midair, having Hei Lou Lan's appearance. The 4 fist shadows split up, one of them charged towards Tai Baiyunxing, while the other 3 went towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was immortal, Tai Baiyunxing was a Gu Immortal, targeting the weakest link was a common strategy. 3 human strength phantoms attacked Fang Yuan, and the last one was to prevent Tai Baiyunxing from reinforcing him. Quickly retreat. Tai Baiyunxing was shocked, he gave a quick warning. He was very familiar with this strength path killer move's power. He had obtained a lot of defensive Gu worms in Gu Immortal blessed land thanks to Fang Yuan's gift. But after battling for so long, Tai Baiyunxing's defensive Gu worms were mostly dead. He even suffered heavy injuries several times. It showed the power of Hei Lou Lan's strength path killer move. 3 human strength phantoms flew over with an imposing aura, whipping up a fierce wind. What a strong killer move! Even Mo Yao's will in his mind praised upon seeing this. Be careful, Hei Lou Lan's strength path killer move definitely surpasses your 4-arm Earth King killer move. Fang Yuan snickered. He showed no fear but instead oozed with battle intent, ready to fight. Of course I won't use 4-arm Earth King, because I have an even stronger strength path killer move. Saying this, he paused for a while, before shouting, "Come, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King!" Bam! A formless aura burst out. The horrifying pressure flooded the surrounding area. Intense pain could be felt, like surging waves, they attacked one's heart. Fang Yuan, however, felt immeasurable pleasure. His body expanded rapidly, his skin lost its gloss and moisture, becoming dark and hard. His defense rose rapidly. In just a moment, he transformed into a 6-meter-tall giant. On his back, 6 huge monstrous arms grew out. The fingers were thick and scary, each having their own distinctive appearance. It made people feel fear upon seeing them. 3 human strength phantoms arrived before Fang Yuan. Good timing. Fang Yuan muttered, facing them head-on with no fear. As fists and legs clashed, they fought directly. Bam bam bam. Thunderous explosions occurred endlessly. Be it Fang Yuan, or Hei Lou Lan's 3 human strength phantoms, they had great power and each of their blows tore through the air. Tai Baiyunxing had a worried expression, but after watching for a few breaths' time, his eyes expanded. Fang Yuan was a mere mortal, but he could face off against 3 human strength phantoms at once. The 2 were evenly matched. But the 3 human strength phantoms had sentience. After failing to take him down, they started cooperating, pincer attacking Fang Yuan from his front, upper left corner, and lower right corner. Be careful! Tai Baiyunxing shouted to warn him. He had previously suffered greatly due to this. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, displaying his grand demeanor. He had previously activated his killer move, growing 6 monstrous arms. With his own 2 arms, he had 8 arms. The 8 arms moved in a circular motion. The punches were executed like a fierce rain. It defended him tightly. He managed to completely block the 3 human strength phantoms attacking from all directions without a single weak point. He actually blocked it, this killer move. Hei Lou Lan's heart jumped, his expression turned grim. Sigh, half an immortal's battle strength, this guy is a monster. Tai Baiyunxing saw this and sighed. He was surprised, and yet not surprised. Thinking of his master, everything could be explained. Thus, Tai Baiyunxing's heart was at ease. He could concentrate on dealing with the human strength phantom fighting against him. He waved his sleeve, and countless lights flew out from it. Chainsaw wind blade, flame sword flash, azure blue water python, golden silk net. Up to 100 Gu worms were activated at once. They gave off a dazzling rainbow light, resembling fireworks. The human strength phantom was covered by the smoke. Its speed became slower, thus it immediately changed directions and shot out like lightning. But Tai Baiyunxing's attacks followed after it. It was unceasing. A fireworks-like display of attacks were unleashed endlessly. The human strength phantom had the ability to think. It knew how to fly in an arc, attempting to get close to Tai Baiyunxing. But Tai Baiyunxing also retreated at the same time, while his attacks showed no signs of slowing down. He was a Gu Immortal with near limitless primeval essence. If not for the fact that he had just become a Gu Immortal and had not made any accumulations, resulting in a low quantity of Gu worms, he would have hundreds and thousands of Gu worms. Once used together, they would create a terrifying attack. Human strength phantom could block most of the attacks, but under the flurry of attacks, it continued to be weakened, and the phantom was turning lighter and more transparent. But Hei Lou Lan's motive had been achieved. Tai Baiyunxing did not have a strong attacking method. He could only weaken the human strength phantom slowly. He was old and wise, but because he was vigilant and had never charged ahead courageous, it was difficult for him to be an effective reinforcement for Fang Yuan. This was because of his nature. Otherwise, back then, he would not have chosen the as before time path inheritance from the 3 immortal inheritances. However, even though Hei Lou Lan achieved his goals in this battle, he was unable to be happy. That was because he realized Fang Yuan did not need reinforcements. Over there, Fang Yuan was fighting 3 human strength phantoms at once. Both sides used attacks to counter attacks. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's defense was truly astounding. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan got more ferocious as he fought, his punches and kicks were lively and their speed was increasing. In the end, his fist shadows turned into a black afterimage from his sheer speed. The 3 human strength phantoms were expended greatly in the battle. Bam, bam, bam. 3 explosions occurred. The 3 human strength phantoms could not sustain themselves anymore and were smashed to bits, turning into fist chi and vanishing. Hei Lou Lan's pupils shrunk, but the battle intent in his heart surged like raging tides. Interesting, this killer move is very powerful, it is almost on par with my killer move. But most importantly, he has such rich battle experience, his physical combat skills can be said to be at a master's level. If it were others, they might not be able to unleash the power of this killer move to such an extent. Hei Lou Lan licked his lips, his eyes were shining with ruthlessness and excitement. The earlier attack was not his full strength, he was only probing. The battle with Tai Baiyunxing was very annoying, because Tai Baiyunxing was escaping most of the time, while Hei Lou Lan could not catch up to him, thus he could not use any of his strength. Now that this Fang Yuan who was a tough opponent appeared, his battle intent naturally surged. After destroying 3 human strength phantoms, Fang Yuan did not attack rashly, but instead floated in the same spot. The 2 were about 1,000 steps away, and their vicious gazes were colliding. Stop fighting, come over here and help. At this time, Hei Lou Lan heard Giant Sun's will's instructions. But, old ancestor. Hei Lou Lan hesitated, his battle intent was wavering. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable status in his heart was still very high. This was not about personality, but because he had been influenced to feel the pride of his bloodline since he was young. This was a significant element in Hei Lou Lan's self-worth. Forget about them. Killing the otherworldly demon and taking back the luck path true inheritance is most important. Giant Suns will replied quickly, this is the only record of this luck path true inheritance that I left behind in the entire world. Even in longevity heaven, I did not leave behind any details regarding it. I am about to open the entrance to the true inheritance secluded domain, you will go and help push this luck path true inheritance into the secluded domain. This round was already controlled by Giant Sun's will, the tree men filled the area like a sea. However, even though Giant Sun's will had the ability to break apart the luck path true inheritance by force, he could not do so. Firstly, it took too much time, that could lead to unexpected consequences. Secondly, breaking apart the luck path true inheritance was the same as destroying the supreme true inheritance. Chapter 622, Grasping the Biggest Flaw. The situation in 88 True Yang building twisted and turned with no end in sight. Once the invincible being dominating the entire world, the ruler of an era, the rank 9 immortal venerable Giant Sun, the terrifying will that he had specially left behind to take charge of 88 True Yang building. The winner of the last Imperial Court contest, the current tribe leader of a super force, Hei tribe, possessing the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, Hei Lou Lan. Standing tall above the center of northern plains as countless years of change were experienced, and yet imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years, the land spirit frost Jade Peacock. A living legend, helping the injured for almost all his life, his benevolence and his name renowned far and wide, owning a Gu Immortal inheritance, advancing to a rank 6 Gu Immortal, possessing 2 mysterious immortal Gu, Tai Baiyunxing. As well as the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada, ranked 7th amongst the top 10 mystical Gu, the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a mortal who has possession of multiple immortal Gu, a reborn 500-year-old demon, Fang Yuan. Favored by rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, a Gu Immortal in Fang Yuan's previous life who had successively inherited Giant Sun's inheritance and an opportunity left behind by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, becoming a great hero of northern plains who resisted the invasion of central continent, Ma Hongyun. Viewed as an otherworldly demon by Giant Sun's will, Ma Hongyun's wife in Fang Yuan's previous life who became a wisdom path Gu Immortal and provided an innumerable amount of assistance to her husband, the legendary woman Zhao Lianyun. And also the former rank 7 Gu Immortal, a refinement path grandmaster, the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House Mo Yao who had schemed against 88 True Yang building, the mysterious will she left behind following her death. All these existences had their own thoughts with their respective goals. And on this platform of the collapsing imperial court-blessed land, they collided and contended with each other. They had their own advantages, abilities, and also had their respective weaknesses and flaws. These were all individuals overflowing with talents, they were elites or heroes of their generations. They were either proficient in scheming and strategizing, being master tacticians, or had immense strength or absurd luck. The intense stimulation of life and death, the enticement of enormous benefits, caused these existences to perform to their full strength, using all their abilities and trump cards, perhaps betting it all and risking everything in a single moment, or strategizing to control the situation. Thus, the state of affairs became clear from time to time, while turning indistinct at the next moment. They had contended till now, but the situation was still chaotic. Only Frost Jade Peacock was pulled out of the game, while the others could tilt the whole set of circumstances with their every move and were not existences that could be underestimated in their influence to the final outcome. Now, the main part of Giant Sun's will had been forced out of 88 True Yang building for the moment by Fang Yuan's trump card, suffering the intense assaults of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's will was the most powerful existence among those present. On one hand, his main portion tried to return to 88 True Yang building, and on the other, he took the risk of drawing out the subwills from true inheritances to seize back the control of the round, and then wholeheartedly tried to eliminate the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had become the masters of imperial court-blessed land by some twist of fate. They were also being protected by the luck path true inheritance and were safe for the moment. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing had made a temporary alliance, engaging in a round of probing confrontation with Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan's battle intent soared violently and he was just about to fight Fang Yuan head-on, when Giant Sun's will asked him to leave and deal with Ma Hongyun to take back the luck path true inheritance. Hei Lou Lan hesitated, but chose to listen to Giant Sun's will in the end. I will let you guys off for the moment. He glared at Fang Yuan before turning around and leaving quickly. Fang Yuan looked on as Hei Lou Lan left, floating in the sky without giving chase. Huff huff. Tai Baiyunxing let out a breath of turbid air, flying towards Fang Yuan. He might be a Gu Immortal, but he only specialized in healing and lacked large numbers of mortal Gu. His battle strength compared to ordinary Gu Immortals still had a great discrepancy. Through a prolonged battle, he had slowly worn down that human strength phantom to death. Hei Lou Lan is going to deal with Ma Hongyun to retrieve the luck path true inheritance. Should we intervene in this? Mo Yao's will immediately suggested. This luck path true inheritance was a supreme hidden treasure left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used it as part of his journey in becoming the ruler of an era, invincible within the world. This luck path true inheritance held extremely large temptation to any Gu master. Fang Yuan's gaze slightly flickered, but he did not move, instead turning his sight to look at his left. Not far from him, a whirlwind was forming. Careful, Hei Lou Lan's fist chi can still condense back even after being destroyed. Tai Baiyunxing warned. Fang Yuan snorted, and with one step, appeared before the hurricane, punching it. Boom. A muffled sound rang out and the fist chi was scattered again. The first aura was mostly dissipated, but the remaining fist chi still persisted in condensing back. But this quantity was rather small and was not able to condense into form. This strength path killer move. Fang Yuan's expression was heavy. Strength path phantoms were the long-range attacking method of strength path, however this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen human strength phantoms possessing such spirituality. This seemed to be an innovation of which no records existed in all the Gu master history Fang Yuan knew of. It could be even called as Hei Lou Lan's Strength Path Phantom. More importantly, this Hei Lou Lan's Strength Path Phantom could condense back even after being destroyed. This gave the feeling of a never-ending source of harassment. Hei Lou Lan has certainly not used his full strength. If he can attack with 20 human strength phantoms at the same time, and the remaining fist chi can condense again, that power would be terrifying. If he can send out 30 human strength phantoms, then this strength path killer move can absolutely contend with your 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Mo Yao's will evaluated with a grave tone. What killer move is this? Do you have any impressions of it? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao's will slowly shook her head. I am not a strength path Gu Immortal. This killer move also greatly involves soul path and chi path. In addition, it has other pivotal mechanics. It should be a modern innovation as it is greatly different from ancient styles. I am guessing that this is an innovation of the current generation. 6-arm heavenly zombie king was researched by Fang Yuan and perfected by Mo Yao. But there were no lack of geniuses in this world. It was not just Fang Yuan alone who could innovate a strength path killer move. Of course, Fang Yuan specialized in blood path in his previous life, and had only cultivated strength path on the side. Tree men flocked one after the other, forming a majestic green wave that attempted to drown Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. However, Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance was like a giant golden egg that firmly protected the two. Giant Sun's will was concerned about the consequences of his actions. He truly wanted to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, but also wanted to protect this unique existence that was Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance. When he saw Hei Lou Lan near, he hurriedly transmitted his voice. I will open the passage to true inheritance secluded domain. Help me push the luck path true inheritance into it. Hei Lou Lan nodded. His whole body shook as he punched out with both his fists. Fist chi surged out violently. Boom boom boom. Muffled explosions rang out in the air non-stop, the fist chi condensing one after another into Hei Lou Lan's strength path phantoms. 10, 20, 30, 40. Fang Yuan's pupils could not help but shrink upon seeing this. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression turned pale, revealing intense fear in his eyes. 40 of Hei Lou Lan's strength path phantoms moved down together and surrounded the luck path true inheritance in just a moment. A dark crack slowly appeared in the air above the luck path true inheritance. The crack enlarged till it formed a large and round passage. This deep, dark passage was directly linked to true inheritance secluded domain. Strength path phantoms shouted together before actually lifting Giant Sun's true inheritance slightly. The surrounding tree men also moved their large hands to help. The python-like green vines coiled around together to assist in this. Giant Sun's true inheritance erupted with an intense and dazzling light. The tree men melted like snow. The coiling vines could not even last for 2 breaths before being destroyed completely. Strength path phantoms also continued to crumble but condensed back a short while after. Hei Lou Lan stood at the outer periphery. He was like an endless source of strength, striking out with large numbers of strength path phantoms one after another. Under his effort, Giant Sun's true inheritance slowly left the ground. At the same time, the round passage in the air also erupted with an intense force of suction, like a giant mouth attempting to take back Giant Sun's true inheritance into its belly. He can actually form so many strength path phantoms simultaneously. What kind of killer move is this? Tai Bai Yunxing cried out involuntarily at this astonishing sight. Mo Yao's will also said to Fang Yuan, your strength path killer move is specialized for close combat. Hei Lou Lan's killer move, however, is the exact opposite of yours, specializing in long-range combat. This killer move is equally matched with your 6-arm heavenly zombie king. But in Hei Lou Lan's hands, the strength it can erupt with far surpasses yours by several times. Hei Lou Lan was the possessor of great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, and Fang Yuan was not. In the legends, Gu masters who had great strength true martial physique not only had immense strength, their stamina would also never run out. At the same time, their self-recovery ability was also extremely astonishing. Any strength path killer move would erupt with strength that far surpassed their usual strength under the hands of great strength true martial physique. What should we do now? Tai Baiyunxing stood beside Fang Yuan, fixing his gaze at the contest of strength between Hei Lou Lan and Giant Sun's true inheritance. He continued with a regretful tone, "This is a supreme true inheritance. Giant Sun's will is taking it back to true inheritance secluded domain. Unfortunately Hei Lou Lan is there, so we cannot get a share of the action." His tone contained the meaning of not being able to contend with Hei Lou Lan. This was not surprising. Tai Baiyunxing had a passive nature. A wise man looks after his own hide. He would not take extreme measures unless forced into a corner. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Baiyunxing and smiled. "What to do?" he asked and answered himself, "Of course we go to true inheritance secluded domain." Tai Baiyunxing was surprised. True inheritance secluded domain? Mo Yao's will shook before reacting, almost slapping her own thigh at the sudden realization. Right, there is no more of Giant Sun's will remaining in true inheritance secluded domain. Those true inheritances have become masterless objects. Previously, these true inheritances contained Giant Sun's will, thus one could only obtain the qualifications for the true inheritances by using an owner token. But it was different now. Giant Sun's will had moved away all the sub-wills. Young Wild will grew soon after in the true inheritances, and they only needed to be manipulated appropriately to refine them easily. But you don't have much time. Giant Sun's main will outside the tower is going to return soon. You will only be able to choose one true inheritance in this time. Mo Yao's will reminded, Fang Yuan, you must quickly consider which inheritance you are going to choose. Tai Baiyunxing also realized this and asked another crucial question. This round is already controlled by Giant Sun's will. How do we enter true inheritance secluded domain? He had not even finished speaking when Fang Yuan took out fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. Tai Baiyunxing had held this immortal Gu for safekeeping before, thus he was not surprised, but his gaze turned serious as he looked at Fang Yuan. If I am not wrong, fixed immortal travel can only carry one person, right? You are right. Fang Yuan nodded, so open up your immortal aperture and let me in. I will send you the image of true inheritance secluded domain through thoughts transmission. Tai Baiyunxing suddenly realized, I almost forgot that I am a Gu Immortal. The immortal aperture of rank 6 and rank 7 Gu Immortals was called a Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Langya Blessed Land and Hu Immortal Blessed Land were immortal apertures. They had vast space and were akin to a small world. Tai Baiyunxing's Tai by Blessed Land was naturally not an exception. Fang Yuan lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Baiyunxing and entered his immortal aperture, then sent his thoughts that recorded the image of true inheritance secluded domain. Tai Baiyunxing activated fixed immortal travel. Giant Sun's will had no spare energy to stop him and could only let him go to true inheritance secluded domain one step earlier. Within the true inheritance secluded domain was a scene of chaos. The dozens of true inheritances were ruled by new wild wills and were like headless chickens, flying around chaotically. From time to time, they collided with each other, letting out sparks and causing unceasing wear and tear. Mo Yao felt great heartache at this scene. Make your choice quickly. These true inheritances are destroying each other. If the situation gets worse, even if you can get an inheritance, it might have already lost its essence. Fang Yuan did not have much time left and could only pick one true inheritance. He had already made a plan for this. He said in a deep voice, Mo Yao, I need your help. Speak quickly. Point me the location of the final supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was stumped at Fang Yuan's words. Soon, her eyes and mouth opened wide, her mind was greatly shaken. 88 True Yang Building contained 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao was extremely clear about them and she had introduced them to Fang Yuan when he had charged into true inheritance secluded domain before. The first supreme true inheritance was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. The second supreme true inheritance was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path inheritance. The third supreme true inheritance was 88 True Yang Building itself. That is to say the one who obtains this true inheritance could control 88 True Yang Building. Why did I not think of it? Mo Yao mumbled in a daze. Giant Sun's will had transferred all the subwills away, now is the best time to seize the authority over 88 Truyang building. Right. Giant Sons will had neglected this in fulfilling his desire to deal with Zhao Lianyun, thus exposing his greatest flaw, and giving us the opportunity to turn around this crisis. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp brilliance. He looked at his surroundings, the fire of ambition soaring ever so high in his heart. He acutely grasped the flaw in the enemy. Win or lose, it all depended on this move. As long as he could take 88 Truyang building for himself, he would have the territorial advantage. By that time, even if Giant Sun's main will were to be more formidable, he would only be a despondent dog locked out of the house, standing at the door and barking helplessly. Chapter 623, Refining 88 Truyang Building. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing moved forward in the True Inheritance secluded domain. In the dark True Inheritance secluded domain, there was no more of the order and serenity from before. Because Giant Sons will had been extracted fully, the dozens of True Inheritances here were ownerless inheritances, wild wills formed in them within a short time. These True Inheritances were like shooting stars of all colors, flying extremely quickly in this dark space. They weaved a beautiful huge net with their trails. Swoosh! Another True Inheritance flew quickly past Fang Yuan's left side. This True Inheritance was only the size of a bull, it was giving off a silvery light and was very dazzling. It almost touched Fang Yuan's body as it flew past. The silvery light shone on Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing's faces. Their expressions were quite ugly, their gazes were full of anxiety and nervousness. These True Inheritances were powerful and had special abilities. Most of them had immortal Gu among the Gu worms in them. Be it Fang Yuan or Tai Baiyunxing, they could not endure an attack from them. Especially now, when the True Inheritances were guided by the newly birthed wills, who knew when they would display their immortal Gu abilities. This could not be predicted. Moving around this place was like walking on a tightrope above death. These True Inheritances are getting faster, have you found the target yet? Tai Baiyunxing shouted at Fang Yuan, his voice was trembling. Soon. Fang Yuan answered. He also felt the pressure intensifying, even though he was a flying master and had exceptional skill, the pressure now was tremendous. Bam! Just at this moment, there was a loud explosion. Oh no, quickly dodge. In Fang Yuan's mind, Moya reminded. Not far away, two True Inheritances collided. From the intense sounds produced by them, several Gu worms were destroyed on the spot. Tai Baiyunxing had yet to feel pity at this, when his expression paled. The collision changed the two True Inheritances' directions, one of them which was bright yellow flew towards them. During the moment of crisis, Tai Baiyunxing quickly activated all of his defensive Gu, setting up 100 lines of defense around him and Fang Yuan. The incoming True Inheritance came with a strong force, destroying all of the defensive lines without any difficulty. But during this period, Tai Baiyunxing managed to earn some precious time for him and Fang Yuan to escape. The shrill sound almost burst their eardrums, as the meteor-like True Inheritance flew away with a blazing tail. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10,000 steps away from the two of them. My defense Gu were almost all destroyed. Tai Baiyunxing's expression was pale. Where there is life, there is hope, we should retreat. Tai Baiyunxing had the intention of leaving already. Fang Yuan frowned, he was very clear on Tai Baiyunxing's nature. The older one was, the more cowardly they become. Tai Baiyunxing lacked the enthusiasm and spirit to take risks now. It was fine to ask him to heal others, but he was not an expert at putting himself into life and death situations. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking of what to say to spur Tai Baiyunxing's fighting spirit, Mo Yao screamed in his mind, quickly look, just above you guys, we found it. Fang Yuan's mind became sharp, he quickly looked up. Indeed, a supreme True Inheritance was flying slowly, the speed of the light lump was not fast, it was a stark contrast to the other ordinary True Inheritances. It was the size of an adult person, glowing with an orange and red light, giving off the feeling of warmth. The surrounding True Inheritances, when they got close to it, took detours and changed their directions. Between Gu worms, there was absolute authority when they had a difference of 2 ranks. The authority of a supreme true inheritance was not something ordinary or unparalleled true inheritances could offend. Go! Fang Yuan was overjoyed, he shouted at Tai Baiyunxing before flying over. Hold on! All of you hold on! Yi Luisang's eyes were red, he shouted loudly as he activated his Gu worms, emitting fierce flames. The flames burned, quickly spreading. The golden horn leopard group that was attacking them had good resistance to high temperature. But Yi Luisang's flames used the power of an immortal Gu. The golden horn leopard group quickly melted in the flames, turning into puddles of golden mud. Seeing this, the surrounding Gu masters cheered loudly. Lord Yi Luisang is incredible. Thankfully Lord is here, otherwise we would be dead meat. Yi Luisang breathed roughly, he was exasperated, helpless and angry. Damn it, what is going on? First, Tai Baiyunxing became an immortal, next Imperial Court blessed land was facing destruction, ravaged by the once in 10 years blizzard. Now even 88 True Yang building has come into the picture. I thought we could leave the trap, but the building's round suddenly triggered. If I knew this, I would not have entered the last Imperial Court contest. Yi Luisang was scolding in his heart. Not just him, Ma Yingjia, Luo Bojun, Gu Guolong and the other survivors were all kept in the dark, they did not know the truth. These people were all Northern Plains Gu masters who had entered Imperial Court blessed land. After Imperial Court blessed land was torn with several holes, the once in 10 years blizzard entered and wreaked havoc, killing almost all the mortals. Large numbers of low-rank Gu masters were injured or dead. But later, Giant Sun's wills found some time, despite being busy, to save some of the blood-related descendants. Yi Luisang and the others were placed into the Golden Leopard round. When Fang Yuan activated the final trump card and sent Giant Sun's will out of 88 True Yang building temporarily, without Giant Sun's will controlling the round, the large Golden Horn Leopard group started attacking Yi Luisang and the others fiercely. Outside 88 True Yang building. The golden sand-like Giant Sun's will was covered the building like a thick layer of armor. Meanwhile, the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity had combined into one, fusing to connect heaven and earth. It was pure white like snow, like a giant cocoon, enveloping the entire 88 True Yang building and Giant Sun's will in it. Outside the cocoon, wild winds blew, sharp blades made of ice were flying around everywhere. Inside the cocoon, lightning flashed and the snow poured like a storm. Crack! A snow-white lightning flash was formed abruptly, in the shape of a trident. The strange lightning descended from heaven, stabbing into Giant Sun's will. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. Giant Sun's will held, this attack destroyed a large portion of Giant Sun's will. There was a huge injury appearing on the golden sand-like armor. This Snow War Tribulation Lightning had amazing strength, it was extraordinary. Even Gu Immortals would be moved when they see it, because it was one of the publicly recognized top 10 catastrophes. Just this hit alone destroyed countless numbers of Giant Sun's thoughts. But Giant Sun's will was left behind by an immortal venerable, its foundation was immensely thick. The will that was like a golden sound armor quickly repaired itself. But other than the Snow War Tribulation Lightning, there were also flying needle rain, explosive thunder hail, cruel wind scythe and others. These did not exist earlier, they were formed from Tai Baiyunxing's heavenly tribulation chaotic lightning balls and earthly calamity restraining smoke, fusing with the once in 10 years blizzard. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to rain down carrying the intense rage of heaven and earth. Giant Sun's will resisted them desperately, his losses were great. Soon, very soon. In just several minutes, I will be able to break free of this obstacle and enter 88 True Yang building again. You actually dared to expel me from the building, and keep me outside. I will tear your tendons and bones out, I will grind you to ashes, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Giant Sun's will had already transcended anger when he thought of Fang Yuan. Inside 88 True Yang building, there was still a small portion of Giant Sun's will. Right now, he was controlling the tree men round, manipulating them and trying to push Giant Sun's inheritance back to the true inheritance secluded domain. Softly, don't be too rough, this is the only one in the world. Giant Sons will paid close attention to Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan was extremely irritated, but he could only reduce his strength. This was the one and only record of this luck path true inheritance that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind. Once it was destroyed, it would be irrecoverable. Precisely because of this consideration, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were inside the luck path true inheritance, were able to survive. The two of them were hugging each other closely. They had no choice but to watch the giant light ball that was the luck path true inheritance slowly pushed towards the round tunnel. Even though they were famous and powerful characters in Fang Yuan's previous life, both Gu Immortals, right now, they were still too weak. One was a newly advanced rank 3 Gu Master, while the other was a mortal who had not even started her cultivation journey. Tai Baiyunxing and that Chang Shanin have gone missing. Success was at hand, as Hei Lou Lan could not control it anymore, saying. Ever since Fang Yuan vanished, he had felt a vague sense of unease. Forget about them, in just a moment my main will is going to return. By then, even if 2 or 3 more Gu Immortals come, they cannot do anything. The important thing now is to get this luck path true inheritance into the true inheritance secluded domain. Most luck path Gu worms are formless and ethereal. Only that place can contain these Gu worms. Giant Sun's Will's voice resounded in Hei Lou Lan's ears. Hei Lou Lan nodded, shouting lowly as he mustered his strength. At once, he unleashed 50 strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had superior wisdom. They quickly rushed towards the luck path true inheritance. Enduring the blazing light, they pushed. The luck path true inheritance was finally completely pushed into the true inheritance secluded domain by this force. The tunnel closed. Success. Giant Sons will breathed out a deep sigh. Almost at the same time, the giant main will charged into the building. Giant Sons will, which was controlling the tree man round, fused with the main will, sharing their memories together. Fang Yuan, where are you? The main will screamed loudly with deep hatred. Greetings to old ancestor. Hei Lou Lan bowed deeply, showing great joy. The main will was like a small sun, it shone brightly and was very domineering. It could be said that Hei Lou Lan had helped Giant Sons will in many ways. Giant Sons will was just about to praise him, but suddenly shouted in anger, "You are all courting death. You dare to refine my 88 true yang building." Inside Giant Sun's secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing stretched out their palms, pressing the true inheritance light lump forcefully. Their expressions were pale and their bodies were shivering. Quickly. Just one last bit and we would succeed. In his mind, Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Chapter 624, Shameless and Devious Scoundrel. In true inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were firmly holding a supreme true inheritance from its left and right. Thanks to the guidance of Mo Yao's will along with Giant Sons will being emptied out, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were able to get close to the true inheritance. The most crucial point was there was no primeval energy in true inheritance secluded domain. Wild Gu worms could absorb primeval energy directly from the surrounding air for their use. Without primeval energy, most Gu worms would lose their threat. This was also one of the reasons Giant Sons was trying to push Giant Sons' luck path true inheritance back into true inheritance secluded domain. The supreme true inheritance had been letting out a warm orange light before, but in Fang Yuan's and Tai Baiyunxing's hands, it let out 3 colors. Silver-white light occupied the bulk of it, caused by the refinement from Tai Baiyunxing's Gu Immortal will. The second color was gray from Fang Yuan. The third was black light from Mo Yao. Silver-white light was the most abundant, gray came second and black was in the least amount. 88 True Yang building was a rank 8 immortal Gu house, formed from extremely large numbers of Gu worms. Fang Yuan's group had to use all their strength to quickly refine 88 True Yang building. It could be said, whether it was Fang Yuan or Tai Baiyunxing, they had both spent all their strength. Just a little left, just a little more effort. Tai Baiyunxing anxiously yelled. The main portion of Giant Sun's will had returned to True Yang building. The three had heard its furious roar. The round light lump with the size of an adult had only a final trace of orange left on it. As long as this light was eroded, 88 True Yang building would completely change its master and the situation would greatly incline towards Fang Yuan's side. However, Giant Sun's will furiously made his move at this final moment. The will left by an immortal venerable could not be looked down upon. And this will was the original master of 88 True Yang building. Thus, in just an instant, the final trace of orange was replaced by dazzling golden light. Fang Yuan's group immediately felt gloomy at this color. This color meant that Giant Sun's will had refined the final remaining trace of the supreme true inheritance's will. Juniors, you are really audacious, you dare to go after my 88 True Yang building. I will make you pay the most terrible price in the world. From within the light lump, a roar from Giant Sun's will sounded out. Quick! There is only a meager trace of Giant Sun's will, we need to move together and destroy it, spare no energy. Fang Yuan shouted. Tai Baiyunxing's forehead was filled with sweat, he did not need any reminder to be aware of the utmost importance of this matter. The two gave a deep shout and moved together, mobilizing their wills to form a huge army of thoughts that unfolded a fierce assault towards the last trace of will. Giant Sun's will's roar stopped abruptly as he poured all his energy in defending against the assault. Its main body was enormous, but it had only refined a trace of the true inheritance and controlled the smallest portion. Even if it possessed majestic strength that far surpassed the allied thoughts army of Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing, it did not have the room to display its might, and the power it could let out was an insignificant fraction compared to that of the main body. The newborn wild will that had been born just recently in the supreme true inheritance had already been thoroughly extinguished. The tranquil true inheritance light lump became an unconventional battlefield that pitted Fang Yuan, Tai Baiyunxing and Giant Sun's will. Contest between wills involved profound techniques and skill. But be it Fang Yuan or Tai Baiyunxing, they were not truly soul path Gu masters. Fang Yuan could be considered to have started it just recently while Tai Baiyunxing was truly a novice, relying on nothing more than the instinct to move his thoughts. As for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, his soul path attainment was definitely out of this world. Unfortunately, the one confronting the enemy was only the special will he had left behind. Thus, in this battle of wills, there were no fancy skills, it was only a head-on collision, a bloody fight. After a dozen or so breaths later, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing's will suffered disastrous losses. The quantity of Giant Sun's will might be small, not even filling 1% of the true inheritance light lump, but it stood lofty and majestic. The main Giant Sun's will was vast, its power flowed without pause. Every bit of loss it suffered was immediately replenished. By contrast, Fang Yuan's group might have occupied the advantage of vast quantity, but they did not have high battle strength and were soon lacking the fuel to continue. Damn it! We can't expel Giant Sun's will, the situation has gone south. Tai Baiyunxing was deathly pale, the combined attack earlier was their most powerful method, but it showed no effect. Giant Sun's will was laughing heartily. Fang Yuan and the group lacked the energy to continue the attack, and after Giant Sun's will had resisted their most intense attacks, he began to expand his territory. In the true inheritance light lump, the part occupied by golden light began to expand bit by bit. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing looked on with wide eyes, they staked all their energy, but were only able to slow down Giant Sun's will's speed of expansion. Giant Sun's will was truly terrifying. Even when it was schemed against repeatedly before, and most of its will was outside, suffering the deathly attacks from the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the remaining part was still a tall, mountain-like barrier to Fang Yuan's group. This enormous difference in their strengths was like a gulf between heaven and earth. We are going to lose. Tai Baiyunxing's tone was grave, this is just a will Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind, I really can't imagine how powerful he was when alive. Damn it, only one last step was remaining. Mo Yao's will grabbed her head, her voice mixed with a tone of sobbing and extreme regret. If only we were a step earlier, as long as we had 3 breaths of time, we would have succeeded. Never mind. Fang Yuan gnashed his teeth, his expression heavy. He had not given up yet, speaking with ruthless intent. In this situation, we are unable to get our hands on 88 True Yang building. We cannot exterminate Giant Sun's will, sooner or later it will swallow the space we occupy. But we have yet to lose. Don't forget, there are still the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities outside True Yang building. Are you saying? Tai Baiyunxing's expression changed, blurting out. His nature was benevolent and passive, but he was not stupid, and immediately realized when Fang Yuan mentioned it. That's right, if I can't obtain it, no one else should think about getting it. Since I can't get 88 True Yang building, I would rather destroy it. A ruthless glint shone in Fang Yuan's eyes, his tone was so cold it could make the listener shiver. But this is 88 True Yang building. Mo Yao resounded, but her tone was wavering. She had no choice but to accept this was the best method to escape their predicament. Giant Sons will finally stormed into True Inheritance secluded domain. You 2 tiny ants, you actually forced me to this extent. You scheming scoundrels, your good days have come to an end, your sins are so great that even death would be letting you off cheaply. I will give you a punishment worse than death. I will peel off your skin, pull your tendons and let blood flow. I will burn your souls in flames and let you taste incomparable suffering for all eternity. The golden will roared like a furious sea, and whipped up huge waves with it. Schemed upon time and time again by Fang Yuan, suffering the unrestrained bombardment of the calamities, Giant Sun's will's fury had already reached the summit, swearing to kill Fang Yuan, the main culprit. Compared to the golden wave, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were as small as ants. The flying True Inheritances were swallowed by the golden wave, resulting in splashes, but they stopped moving soon after. Giant Sun's will had once again taken control of these inheritances. However, most of the Gu worms required primeval essence or immortal essence to be activated, and just Giant Sun's will could not activate them. At present, most of 88 True Yang building was controlled by Fang Yuan's group. As long as they did not let Giant Sun's will obtain Giant Sun's immortal essence, these Gu worms could not be used. Start. Fang Yuan gave a soft shout, his gaze flashing with sharp intent. Giant Sun's will's powerful approach also dispelled Tai Baiyunxing's hesitation. He was already completely tied to Fang Yuan's side and could only choose to forcibly advance together. 88 True Yang building originally shone with an aurora, but with the actions of Fang Yuan's group, the aurora rapidly dimmed until it dissipated. The furious golden sea suddenly stilled. The next moment, Giant Sun's will's furious roar reverberated, "Bastards! You dared to make 88 True Yang building stop its operation, you damned scoundrels, you damned devious, shameless scoundrels." 88 True Yang building might have had wild will before, but it had just been born, thus it had still automatically operated as normal. However, Fang Yuan's group had refined most of 88 True Yang building and they forcibly made it stop its operations. Even the strongest fort would find it hard to resist an internal collapse. Although 88 True Yang building had not collapsed, its operations had stopped and just its shell had no might. Without any might, how could it resist the terrifying heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Fang Yuan's group could neglect 88 True Yang building. In any case, they would not be able to obtain 88 True Yang building if this situation progressed. However, Giant Sun's will could not neglect it. This was an inheritance from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, left behind for the benefits of his descendants. It must not be destroyed. Giant Sun's will was left behind by the Immortal Venerable to manage 88 True Yang building. How could it just watch as the True Yang building was destroyed? Just you wait. The golden sea of will swiftly retreated. The vast will of Giant Sun surged out of the tower like water, forming a golden armor as a defense around it. Giant Sun's will had no choice but to suffer the ravaging bombardment of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities to protect the weak 88 True Yang building. However, it still left behind a portion of will which surged towards Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing like a furious river. Fang Yuan, however, let out a breath of turbid air. Compared to the majestic furious sea from before, this will might be strong, but they could deal with it, albeit with difficulty. Fang Yuan reluctantly took out a Gu from his pocket. It was Flying Bear Phantom Gu. Fang Yuan's will moved, and through the Gu casually, the Flying Bear Phantom Gu flew forward, blossoming with beautiful white light. The white light dissipated and a giant flying bear protected Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing, obstructing the river of will. Damn it, Flying Bear Phantom Gu. Giant Sun's will cursed. Flying Bear Phantom Gu was rather special. It was an immortal Gu, but it could be activated with just one's mind, without requiring immortal essence. Refining it was difficult and feeding it was not easy, requiring the fresh flesh of the desolate beast Flying Bear. Fortunately, Fang Yuan possessed Gu Immortal blessed land and could feed this immortal Gu with the help of treasure Yellow Heaven. Even so, he had to pay an enormous price. Train an army for 1,000 days to use it in one fight. Now, it was time for Flying Bear Phantom Gu to show its worth. Chapter 625, Remaining Trump Card. The Flying Bear Phantom's battle strength, although not at the level of the desolate beast Flying Bear, it had at least half immortal battle strength. Most importantly, it might look bulky and slow, but it was very agile. The river of giant suns will swirled to its left and right, attempting to get past the Flying Bear Phantom, to directly attack Fang Yuan and the others, obtaining victory. But he was still obstructed by the Flying Bear Phantom. The Flying Bear Phantom, even without Fang Yuan's manipulation, had some intelligence and was quite crafty. It could battle entirely alone. Swoosh! The fat and large bear paw slammed down, carrying the sound of the wind with it. Bam! The golden sound-like giant sun's will was smashed into bits by the bear paw, turning into golden dust as it dissolved in the air. But this was just a portion. The golden river that was giant sun's will was like a huge python coiling around the Flying Bear Phantom tightly. At the same time, countless streams of will were formed, attacking many areas of the Flying Bear Phantom. The two were fighting closely, at a stalemate, neither could do anything to the other party. Giant sun's will could fuse and split freely, it had the freedom to change forms, Flying Bear Phantom could not take it down. But Giant sun's will was entangled by the Flying Bear Phantom and could not deal with the most crucial person, Fang Yuan. Giant sun's will had inherited a portion of the immortal Venerable's wisdom. He knew from this situation after some thinking, to kill Fang Yuan, he needed to use at least half of the river's will. But the remaining half was not the Flying Bear Phantom's match. If he attacked forcefully, it was like he was handing the initiative over. If Fang Yuan retreated with the true inheritance light lump and stalled for time, after the Flying Bear Phantom destroys the portion of Giant sun's will that was left fighting it, the situation would become dangerous. He had already suffered a loss from splitting up earlier when he drew his will out of the true inheritance secluded domain. At that time, Fang Yuan had used the glass owner token to challenge a small portion of Giant sun's will resolutely. The result was that both suffered injuries and in the end led to Giant sun's will taking a huge risk and paying a huge price, but only managing to regain control of the Treeman round. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He sustained the true inheritance light lump, slowing the progress of Giant sun's will's expansion while observing the situation and current battle state. If Giant sun's will would split up again, that would be great. Unfortunately, it will not make the same mistake twice. Fang Yuan observed for a while, seeing Giant sun's will fighting the Flying Bear Phantom so intensely, but yet showing no signs of splitting up. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The opponent was not making a mistake, thus Fang Yuan's predicament was getting more dangerous. Right now, most of Giant sun's will was outside the building enduring the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities to protect 88 True Yang building. Only 2 other portions were left behind. A portion was fighting with the Flying Bear Phantom. The other was competing with Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing, trying to refine 88 True Yang building. The supreme true inheritance that represented 88 True Yang building's ownership only had a trace of golden color originally, but now this trace had grown to size of a palm. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing had already squeezed out their full potential, they were shivering and their expressions were pale, They were sweating profusely but could not resist the expansion of Giant Sun's will's refinement. Giant Sun's will was simply too great. Tai Baiyunxing felt like he was stuck between a towering mountain and a precipitous ridge during the resistance. He was helpless and felt hopelessness. Even Fang Yuan, a demonic head with an iron will, felt a strong sense of dejection growing in his heart at this point. If he allowed the situation to develop like this, eventually, when Giant Sun's will successfully expands, he would regain control of 88 True Yang building. By then, Fang Yuan and the others would be dead meat. He had to do something. Despite this, Fang Yuan had already been too deeply involved in this supreme true inheritance. He could not do anything else. His greatest battle strength now was the flying bear phantom Gu, but it was already in use. Tai Baiyunxing was a temporary ally that he obtained through swindling, but similarly to Fang Yuan, he was already here engaging with Giant Sun's will. He could not do anything else. It could be said that other than the spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan had used all of his trump cards. Don't tell me, I really have to use the spring-autumn cicada this time? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. But immediately after, he rejected it. Spring-autumn cicada is not an immortal Gu that has a guaranteed success rate. I could fail. The black death bad luck on me right now is so thick. Once I self-detonate, my remaining consciousness would enter the spring-autumn cicada and travel upstream in the river of time. Everything points to disaster. The chances of survival are extremely slim. How could he resolve this situation? Sigh. Fang Yuan, we have no hope of success, let's retreat. Using fixed immortal travel, we can return to your blessed land. Tai Baiyunxing suggested. Should he really retreat? At this point, if he gave in, Giant Sun's will would immediately regain control of 88 True Yang building. By then, through his obstruction, would fixed immortal travel Gu still activate successfully? Even if he succeeded, would this satisfy him? Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He had planned this for so long, he racked his brains in scheming. Victory was almost in sight, an immense fortune and benefit was right before him. He was just one step away. Just one tiny step. I am really unresigned. Wait. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He thought of Ma Hongyun. I have no trump cards, but I can make use of this chess piece. Inspiration flashed in his mind. Fang Yuan was no longer hesitant. He flapped his wings and flew up with the supreme true inheritance. Where are we going? Tai Baiyunxing asked quickly. Just follow me. Fang Yuan replied curtly. Fixed immortal travel Gu was in his possession and was refined by him. Even if Tai Baiyunxing wanted to retreat, without Fang Yuan's cooperation, he could not escape. Don't think of running away. The river-like Giant Sun's will growled, splitting up and then forming back into one entity again, while passing the flying bear phantom and charging towards Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. Flying bear phantom reacted quickly, it followed after them. Fang Yuan snickered, changing his direction. After moving in many directions, the flying bear phantom returned to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan fled while battling, as the two sides fought and stopped many times. Sometimes, the river-like Giant Sun's will was in front, sometimes, Fang Yuan took detours, using the flying bear phantom to fight back. The road was filled with shocks but no real danger. Although there were true inheritances of all sizes flying around chaotically, because of the supreme true inheritance's aura, none got close. Using the flying bear phantom as a shield, the river-like Giant Sun's will could not stop Fang Yuan's movement, he could only slow him down. But Fang Yuan's circumstances were the same. He and Tai Baiyunxing could not do anything to the portion of Giant Sun's will that was refining 88 True Yang building. In the contest of wills, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were heavily suppressed. The golden light was expanding steadily, the two were bound to lose eventually. So you are here. When Fang Yuan saw the luck path true inheritance in his vision, he laughed loudly. What are you trying to do? The river-like Giant Sun's will felt something amiss, he screamed out in panic. Tai Baiyunxing looked at Fang Yuan with similar confusion. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Tell me, what will happen when two supreme true inheritances collide? The color on Tai Baiyunxing's face changed. Fang Yuan's insanity made his heart jump. But thinking about it, he realized, this was an amazing and brilliant plan. He and Fang Yuan were unable to turn back now. The true inheritance light lump in their hands was extremely troublesome. If they let go of it, they would die, but if they did not, they would die sooner or later. But if the two supreme true inheritances collided, the results would be unthinkable. The consequences were so severe even giant sons will lost his composure. You, don't come over. Ma Hongyun shouted. Zhao Lianyun was tightly held in his arms. But on this stage, the two of them were simply the weakest. If not for their extreme luck, they would have been ground to dust long ago during the intense battles. Under the influence of luck and coincidences, the luck path supreme true inheritance became their guardian angel, but it had been pushed into the true inheritance secluded domain. After entering the true inheritance secluded domain, the threat of the luck path true inheritance hit rock bottom. It was almost a guaranteed success for giant sons will to deal with the otherworldly demon. If not for giant sons will being careful about protecting the luck path true inheritance, and being forced to deal with Fang Yuan at every step, thus unable to leave, he would have dealt with Ma and Zhao long ago. Ma Hongyun was safe and sound here. In a way, it was all thanks to Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. But now, Fang Yuan was dragging the supreme true inheritance and rushed here on his own. What is he trying to do? Zhao Lianyun's body was shuddering. Through the translucent barrier, she was frantic and could see Fang Yuan's cold smile. No, you cannot do this. Quickly stop it. The river-like giant sons was shouting insanely from behind him. He was anxious. Once these two supreme true inheritances collide, they would definitely suffer great damage together. By that time, not only would the last remaining luck path true inheritance get damaged or even destroyed, even 88 true Yang building would suffer immense damage that would be hard to imagine. The river-like giant sons will underwent intense thoughts, all of the thoughts that formed its will started self-detonating. The golden sand-like will in the shape of a river burst out with an eye-piercing light, his battle strength surged by at least half. The flying bear phantom growled angrily, but was suppressed thoroughly. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly locked. The situation was very dangerous. He had to put a portion of his concentration on the flying bear phantom, manipulating it to battle personally. 500 years of battle experience was nothing to be scoffed at. Under his manipulation, the flying bear phantom moved more agilely. It ignored the injuries on it and blocked the river-like giant sons will completely in the end. Fang Yuan, you are courting death. You want to deal with Ma Hongyun, but do not forget the overwhelming power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu that he has. As long as you carry ill intent towards him, your luck will decrease drastically, even if you have half immortal battle strength, and are able to resist it temporarily. How long can you last? The river-like giant sons will saw that he could not break through and started shouting. Fang Yuan, giant sons will is absolutely right, you need to be very careful. Mo Yao's will also said. Fang Yuan snorted, without a bit of hesitation in his heart. Seeking fortune amidst danger, to Fang Yuan, only by emerging victorious amidst chaos could he have a chance of survival. Seeing that the two supreme true inheritances were less than 1,000 steps away from each other, at this moment, there were ripples in the air, as dozens of figures were transported into the true inheritance secluded domain. They appeared ahead of Fang Yuan's flying route. They were almost all familiar faces. Yi Lui sang, Gu Guolong, Bian Si Xian. The leader was a brawny and muscular man, with hammer-like fists. He laughed ruthlessly towards Fang Yuan. So you are called Fang Yuan. Old ancestor giant son has already exposed both of your crimes. Your schemes have been exposed, it is all over, your lives will be finished here. Who else was it but Hei Lou Lan? Tai Baiyunxing's expression changed abruptly. He could not free himself now as he was using all his strength to resist giant sons who was refining the supreme true inheritance. The appearance of Hei Lou Lan and the others was simply too devastating. At the final juncture, this was akin to a fatal blow. Ha ha ha. The river-like giant sons will laughed loudly behind them. You are all just in time. He praised Hei Lou Lan and the others fervently. This was definitely the act of the main will who took some time to inform and mobilize this bunch of reinforcements. If this was during normal times, Hei Lou Lan and the others contained battle strength that was insignificant in Giant Sun's Will's eyes. But at this time and place, they became a life-saving chess piece. They were the best bet in toppling the balance between the two sides. Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing, you are all dead meat. The river-like Giant Sun's Will growled, slowing down and attacking. The initiative was grasped by Giant Sun's Will's side once again. We lost. Tai Bai Yunxing heaved a long sigh, turning over to look at Fang Yuan, mustering his spirit. Junior brother, enter my aperture, we will retreat. I have immortal essence, and you have fixed immortal travel. Now that Giant Sun's Will is being troubled by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, we have to retreat now before it is too late. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. It is already too late. Once we let go, 88 True Yang building will fall into the control of Giant Sun's Will. This building has the ability to suck in immortal Gu, and the range extends to the whole of northern plains. Even if we use fixed immortal travel, there is a high chance of failing in the end. Of course I know this. Tai Bai Yunxing's tone was anxious, but we can only take a risk, in order to fight for that slim chance of success. If we delay any longer and lose this last opportunity, we would not even have this slim chance of success left. Fang Yuan's gaze was flickering in hesitation. He looked at the supreme true inheritance in his hand once again. In the true inheritance light lump, the golden dazzling light had occupied a third of the light lump's capacity, and was expanding at an increasing speed. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. I did not think that we will still get to this point. Sigh, if not for the circumstances, I would not want to do this. Junior brother, you still have a method left? Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and was shocked, overjoyed, and suspicious. Chapter 626, Immortal Ascension. At this moment, in True Inheritance secluded domain, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were mutually dependent on each other and under Luck Path's Supreme True Inheritance's protection, looked with panicked expressions. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were in control of the Supreme True Inheritance that represented 88 True Yang building. The two sides were cut off by Hei Lou Lan and the others, forming a firm defensive line. Behind Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, the river-like Giant Sun's Will and the Flying Bear Phantom were fighting. Going even farther outside, the main Giant Sun's Will covered 88 True Yang building, forcibly resisting the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, protecting the inheritance treasure of Giant Sun. Hearing Fang Yuan still had a method left, Tai Bai Yunxing was naturally overjoyed and immediately urged, Junior brother, what method do you have left? Quickly use it. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile. Senior brother, honestly, because of this desperate situation, I have no other ways but to use this method. I hope you will ensure my safety at the crucial moment. That goes without saying, we are fellow disciples after all. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately guaranteed. Fang Yuan nodded and instructed, Senior brother, Giant Sun's Will originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, you must never underestimate it. Next, if it tries to sow discord between us, I won't be able to talk and defend myself, you must never believe it. Tai Bai Yunxing muttered, Junior brother, we are of one family, you do not need to say anything and can rest assured. But from your tone, it seems you have a lot of concern and reservation towards using this method. If you are not too sure, we can still use fixed immortal travel and leave immediately. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, revealing a confident expression, haha. Senior brother, rest assured, this method has unparalleled might, even the main Giant Sun's Will cannot leave unscathed. Just watch. The two had not used any Gu worms to conceal their conversation. The experts present could not help but reveal shock and doubt. A method that can harm the main Giant Sun's Will, what exactly is it? Hei Lou Lan frowned. He might looked crude but was actually astute, and did not carelessly move forward to fight. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan closed his eyes, slowly withdrawing his palms that were tightly grabbing the Supreme True Inheritance. This action immediately increased the pressure on Tai Baiyunxing by several times. Tai Baiyunxing was shocked, but fortunately Fang Yuan had reminded him before, and he was able to quickly exert all his strength to resist the fierce encroachment of Giant Sun's will. "Junior brother, use your method quickly, I cannot hold on for long," Tai Baiyunxing shouted, beads of sweat dripping down his face. In just a few short breaths of time, the golden light on the supreme true inheritance light lump wantonly expanded, becoming the size of a washing basin. The speed was quick and violent. "Let me see what deceit you are pulling." Looking at this state, Hei Lou Lan and the group did not dare to rashly charge ahead at this juncture. However, they had waited for a dozen breaths but still did not see any terrifying offense from Fang Yuan. This battlefield had sunk into a strange silence. The two sides did not speak, there were only the swoosh sounds of the flying true inheritances and the occasional collisions of the true inheritances. "Damn it, we were tricked." Yi Luisang was furious, this thief that disguised as Chang Shanin is truly crafty. He is already at a dead end and has exhausted all his methods, but is still pretending that he has an unfathomable and profound trump card. "Everyone let's go, kill this audacious conspirator." Gu tribe's leader Gu Guolong shouted from the side. The leader, Hei Lou Lan, however, did not move. Not only was he not moving, his expression even turned grave. Could it be? Tai Baiyunxing looked at Fang Yuan with bewilderment. He was the nearest and thus felt a formless heavenly power suddenly forming around Fang Yuan, gently lifting him up. Tai Baiyunxing had an extremely deep impression of this heavenly power, after all he had personally experienced it not long ago. "Junior brother, you are shattering your aperture and ascending to immortal at this moment?" Tai Baiyunxing's words startled everyone present. The journey of a Gu master crossing the mortal realm and ascending to an immortal was extremely dangerous and risky. To think Fang Yuan actually recklessly shattered his aperture at this dangerous moment, charging towards Gu Immortal realm. Does this guy have a screw loose? He can't even understand his situation, is he stupid? Did he see no chance of success and used this unusual method to die? For a moment, Yi Luisang and the others were filled with heavy doubts. But the next moment, Giant Sun's will's furious roar reverberated over the whole of the true inheritance secluded domain. "Fang Yuan, I curse you to have a terrible death. You actually shattered your aperture at this moment to attract the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. You are actually so bent on destroying True Yang building. Everyone, kill this sinner quickly, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are already showing changes." This roar was different from before, besides the overflowing fury, Giant Sun's will's voice now also contained panic. The fusion of so many heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would not be a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2. The once in 10 years blizzard wreaked havoc over the whole of northern plains. Its range might be large but its might was not great. Even mortals could rely on some special places to forcibly resist it. The chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, left from Tai Baiyunxing's ascension, were mostly targeting wills and were only troublesome for Giant Sun's will. But these two merged together and formed Snow War Tribulation Lightning. This was one of the 10 great catastrophes. This tribulation lightning had terrifying power, and Giant Suns will had to pay a large price to resist it. Now, if a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was added on top of Snow War Tribulation Lightning, and if these two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities merged together, the resulting change would have unparalleled power. Even Giant Suns will felt fear. It was after all only a special will left behind by the immortal venerable, even if it could kill Gu Immortals, but under the might of heaven, it paled in comparison. "Quick, old ancestor has spoken, we need to attack together. Follow me, kill these two. Heroes of northern plains, crush these two outsiders to meat paste." Hei Lou Lan and the rest were startled awake and started acting according to Giant Sun's will's command, fiercely charging forward. Before they even neared, their respective Gu worms were already activated, forming a majestic offense. Strength path phantoms, malevolent fiery snakes, terrifying sword lights, pure white snow, all kinds of attacks converged together, seemingly forming beautiful fireworks. The fatal crisis was approaching him, but Tai Yunxing did not spare even a trace of his thoughts to it, and used all his strength to resist the encroachment of the portion of giant sun's will in the true inheritance light lump. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, maneuvering the flying bear phantom as well as activating his killer move. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He turned into an 8-armed monster, his aura erupted and his will to fight flared. The flying bear phantom gave a miserable howl before using its gigantic body as a meat shield, blocking the attacks. The river-like giant sun's will was free to move, immediately attacking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan protected Tai Yunxing, and welcomed the river-like giant sun's will without evading. Boom! The two sides fiercely collided, the resulting explosion let out brilliant golden sparks everywhere. Large numbers of special will shattered and dissipated. Fang Yuan also suffered heavy injuries, 6 of his arms broke apart, his chest caved in, his right lower leg was completely gone and one eye was blinded. Fang Yuan, your death is certain this time. You dared to ascend to Gu Immortal at this moment, who do you think you are? A reincarnated immortal venerable? Humph, since you are seeking your own death, I shall help you with it. The river-like giant sun's will formed a python shape that coiled around into a circle, accumulating its power, its whole body radiating with dazzling golden radiance. Fang Yuan snorted, not replying. The terrifying injuries on his body rapidly recovered at a visible speed. He had transformed into a heavenly zombie, the feeling of pain was completely gone and death energy replaced his life energy. His recovery speed was thus greatly amplified, having no need for any rank 5 healing Gu. Boom, boom, boom. The intense collisions erupted repeatedly, Fang Yuan and the river-like giant sun's will carried out an intense battle. Thief, come down now. Giant sun's will suddenly transformed into a giant hand and fiercely clawed at Fang Yuan's back. With a tearing sound. The eagle wings on Fang Yuan's back were directly torn apart, forming 2 enormous wounds that revealed his bones. Eagle rise Gu perished. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, but he did not budge a bit, instead he fiercely twisted his waist. Crack! He moved with such strength that he actually broke apart his waist. Disregarding the injuries on his body, Fang Yuan swung his hammer-like fist straight into giant sun's will. Boom! In an instant, fierce wind surged and fist shadows flew with unstoppable momentum like a dragon overturning the river, like a fierce tiger leaving the mountain. The giant hand that giant sun's will had condensed into had no time to split apart before it was struck by this vicious strike. The massive will was bombarded by the attack and shattered, suffering huge damage. Amidst the drizzle of golden sand-like will, Fang Yuan took the chance to pull back like a bolt of lightning. Giant sun's will had been waiting for a counterattack, but could only roar in fury as Fang Yuan was already far away. Fang Yuan was not a battle maniac and was as cool-headed as ice, never letting himself be overtaken by the heat of the fight. As the injuries on him rapidly healed, Fang Yuan gasped for breath. The pressure on him was as heavy as a mountain in this battle with giant sun's will. He had already used all his strength, but there was no doubt this was the strongest opponent he had faced since his rebirth. The two organized themselves again and after a few breaths of time, they charged at each other again. So what if you are an immortal Gu? Go and die. On the other battlefield, Hei Lou Lan's violent shout could be heard. Tens of strength path phantoms suddenly retreated and entered Hei Lou Lan's body. Hei Lou Lan's body merged with the strength path phantoms, transforming into a giant phantom within moments. The giant reached a height of over 100 feet. The muscles on it were bulging and vivid, and its appearance was exactly similar to Hei Lou Lan. Feel my killer move. The giant strength path phantom's voice rumbled like thunder. It headed straight towards the flying bear phantom and smashed its right fist at the flying bear phantom's skull. The flying bear phantom was being held under control by Yi Lui Sang and others. Caught unprepared, it was sent rolling down. Smash! The giant strength path phantom showered the flying bear phantom with punches. The flying bear phantom was heavily injured after suffering the continuous attacks, and angrily counterattacked. However, the giant strength path phantom was nimble and displayed a master-level attainment in close combat. After a while, the flying bear phantom's body was beaten into such a mess that its original appearance was indistinct. The final strike. The giant strength path phantom raised its right leg and smashed down like an axe. Boom! A huge rumbling sound echoed, the flying bear phantom could no longer endure and its stout giant body disappeared, turning back into Gu form and flying away shakily. The giant strength path phantom grabbed the immortal Gu and smiled malevolently towards Fang Yuan. Hei Lou Lan's true strength has reached such a level. Too terrifying, he can almost destroy an immortal Gu. My loss in this imperial court contest was not unjust. Yi Lui sang and others looked on with wide open eyes. Hei Lou Lan's battle strength was absolutely not inferior to Fang Yuan's, and was even higher in certain aspects because of his great strength true martial physique. Flying Bear Phantom was an immortal Gu but without any Gu worms as assistants and Fang Yuan not maneuvering it personally, it was normal for it to be captured by Hei Lou Lan. The Flying Bear Phantom was destroyed, while Tai Baiyunxing was using all his strength to contend with Giant Sun's will for the supreme true inheritance. As such, Fang Yuan, who was in an intense battle with the river-like Giant Sun's will, was alone and facing danger. You have a good head on your shoulders, I will take it as my victory trophy and preserve it. Hei Lou Lan's voice came out from the giant strength path phantom. It slowly flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, give up resisting. You no longer have a way out. The river-like Giant Sun's will spoke. Although it had fought with Fang Yuan only for a short time, its size was already less than half of before. One could say Fang Yuan, being able to force the immortal venerable's will to this state, had tremendous battle strength which was not inferior to Hei Lou Lan's. Unfortunately, he was shrouded in a black coffin luck aura and his circumstances were extremely bad. Even if he was greatly resourceful and extremely brave, it seemed that he would be unable to reverse this situation. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. His laughter resounded through the battlefield, displaying a matchless bravery. Giant Sun's will, you want to break my spirit by every possible means, but my heart is like iron and my will is like steel. Our battle has just begun. The river-like Giant Sun's will did not retort, instead falling into silence. The giant strength path phantom Hei Lou Lan had transformed into also stopped its movements. Heaven and earth chi manifested around Fang Yuan. Gu masters shattered their aperture to ascend to Gu Immortal realm, which would attract heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan was inside 88 True Yang building, which delayed this for a moment. That short moment was the most dangerous and most difficult time, but Fang Yuan was able to hold on by exerting all of his methods. In the vicinity of heaven and earth chi, ordinary Gu worms could not be used and their activation would cause a backlash. In severe cases, even a mortal Gu could also perish. Hei Lou Lan was only using mortal Gu, and had no choice but to stop. The process of Fang Yuan's immortal ascension had officially begun. Chapter 627, Top 10 Catastrophes, Chaotic Branching Teeth. Clear and glorious heaven chi, golden earth chi, more and more of them surrounded Fang Yuan. Hei Lou Lan and the others retreated. The river-like Giant Sun's will growled endlessly, but did not dare to charge in abruptly. After the intense battle with Fang Yuan, its mass was reduced by more than half. It was anxious internally, damn it. Unless the main will sends reinforcements over, I alone cannot take down this Fang Yuan. The battlefield turned silent temporarily. Fang Yuan saw that the situation had progressed just as he expected, breathing out a huge sigh of relief. In the contest for 88 True Yang building, after several twists and turns, the current situation was becoming clearer. Fang Yuan's situation was like walking on a tightrope. Intense wind was blowing and he was almost blown away several times, losing his initiative. If not for his brilliant schemes and endless trump cards, he would not have lasted this long. Especially this time, Fang Yuan gambled his life, bravely going for a mutual defeat, finally managing to get back the initiative. My Northern Plains trip has reached the most crucial climax. Next, my immortal ascension is extremely important. It can almost decide victory and loss in this battle. Fang Yuan concentrated his mind. Just as he had said, the real battle was just beginning. Junior brother, don't be too careless. Tai Baiyunxing's tone was solemn, his gaze was anxious as his heart was full of worry. He had just become an immortal, he was extremely clear about the difficulties of immortal ascension. He knew, if not for Giant Sun's will's help, he would not have succeeded. Even if he had his life's accumulation and that deep foundation. Sai, junior brother is too young and daring, he should not have made this choice. Had I known earlier, I would not have let him take this step. Sai, hopefully, he had received master's guidance and can succeed luckily. Tai Baiyunxing sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan made eye contact with Tai Baiyunxing, nodding his head. Next, he closed his eyes, his mind entering his aperture. Ordinary Gu masters and Gu immortals, in their entire lives, they can only have one aperture. But Fang Yuan had once taken a major risk in Three Kings' blessed land, obtaining an immense opportunity. Thus, after using the second aperture immortal Gu, he now had two apertures. After the Imperial Court contest, both his apertures were rank 5 peak stage, crystal purple primeval essence. There were 3 steps in immortal ascension. The first was to shatter the aperture. Fang Yuan shattered the second aperture. When Gu masters shatter their aperture, they can only advance with no way of retreating. That is because they only have one aperture. But Fang Yuan had 2. That means, even if Fang Yuan fails this tribulation, he would lose one aperture, but he would still keep another aperture. Keeping one aperture could preserve his life. This was one of the benefits of second aperture Gu. Tai Baiyunxing did not know this secret. If he knew, the worry in his heart would dissipate greatly. Crack! 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 Lightning bolts shot down endlessly, targeting Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you will die a terrible death. Giant Sun's will held, he resisted the tribulation lightning as his golden sand-like will exploded time and time again. This lightning bolt was extraordinary, it had the appearance of a trident and had great power, as one of the 10 great catastrophes. Originally, Snow War tribulation lightning did not strike at such close intervals, one bolt would form every tens of breaths time. But now, when Fang Yuan shattered his aperture and drew in the heaven and earth chi, a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were formed. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity fused with the once in 10 years blizzard, increasing the power of the snow disaster. Snow War tribulation lightning acted like it was on drugs. In its excitement, several bolts were shot down with less than a breath's interval each time. Every time he resisted it, Giant Sun's will paid a heavy price. But he could not leave. 88 True Yang Building needed his protection. Now that 88 True Yang Building had lost almost all its functions, it was like an empty shell. If Giant Sun's will's protection was lifted, in just a moment, the entire 88 True Yang Building would be crumbled under the terrifying might of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. 88 True Yang Building was an inheritance treasury that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind, with Giant Sun's will as the controller of this building. Its main objective forced Giant Sun's will to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity head-on. This way, he had become Fang Yuan's protector during this tribulation. Protecting his sworn enemy and helping him to ascension to immortal realm, Giant Sun's will, who was forced by circumstances and had to do this, could feel an immense humiliation and rage in his heart. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, once I survive this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, I will tear your tendons out, I will drink your blood and eat your flesh. Giant Sun's will howled, even though there was the sound of thunder, it could not mask his rage. Very soon, his howling came to an end, it turned into shock. This is the chaotic branching teeth. Only to see that in the air filled with lightning and thunder, 18 spirals appeared. The spirals spun faster and faster, as they expanded rapidly. In each of these black spirals, there was a large snow-white beast tooth forming slowly. A total of 18 beast teeth, each white as snow, with a huge size like that of ancient trees, over 30 meters tall. The beast's teeth were waiting to strike, and an intense feeling of danger struck Giant Sun's Will's heart. Chaotic branching teeth was also one of the top 10 catastrophes, ranked higher than even the Snow War Tribulation Lightning, and had greater might. I cannot allow all 18 chaotic branching teeth to strike at the same time. At that time even I cannot resist it. I must destroy them in advance. Giant Sun's Will was full of battle experience, he chose to strike immediately. He had no hesitation, creating 10 wills in the form of dragons, flying about and charging towards the heavenly tribulation in the sky with no fear. However, along the way, there were wind blades, icy hail, and Snow War Tribulation lightning that attacked non-stop. The 10 dragon will suffered heavy casualties along the way, only 5 made it to the spirals. In fact, the result of their attacks was not very evident. Only 3 succeeded, destroying the spirals. The remaining 2 dragon wills suffered too much damage, the spirals that they charged towards flickered for a bit before recovering. The tribulation lightning crackled, the speed of attacks becoming even quicker than before. It was like a wordless mockery towards Giant Sun's Will. Damn it! Despicable! Giant Sun's Will was helpless, he split out another 10 dragons and charged again in desperation. Within True Inheritance secluded domain, it was a scene of serenity. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, his expression was calm and he breathed in relaxation. His mind was mostly focused on the shattered second aperture. My first aperture is my vital Gu Spring Autumn Cicada. This Gu is incomparably important, if I ascend to Immortal Realm with it, I will be a time path Gu Immortal. But my knowledge of time path is too limited, and to undergo tribulation with Immortal Gu, I cannot take this risk without any experience. Only the second aperture, with the vital Gu all-out effort Gu, I can become a strength path Gu Immortal. Since rebirth, I had studied strength path intensely, although it is not on the level of blood path, I still have the foundation to become an immortal. This second aperture had already shattered into a mess, forming a hole and sucking in the heaven chi and earth chi. Tai Bai Yunxing was less than 100 years old, but he had the foundation and accumulation to become a Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, and his knowledge surpassed Tai Bai Yunxing who had an immortal inheritance. It was definitely more than sufficient for him to rise to immortal. Except that now, it is still not the best time to ascend to immortal. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly in his mind. Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation had not reached its limits. He had only 100 June of strength, and his bones were impermanence bones, his skin was turtle jade wolf skin, and his strength path Gu worms were not all rank 5. All these affected his future potential after becoming an immortal. As well as the size of his immortal aperture, it would be best if he could perfect them. Fang Yuan's original intention was to accumulate his foundation to the absolute limit before taking the risk of immortal ascension after making ample preparation. Unfortunately, plans do not keep up with changes. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan could only do this. As the heaven and earth chi entered his body, at the same time, Fang Yuan's body was emitting a thick white human chi. The thickness of the human chi was like a huge balloon, completely covering Fang Yuan's entire body. Hei Lou Lan saw this and his pupils shrunk. Yi Luisang said in disbelief, "How is this possible? He has such thick human chi, this is even greater than Tai Bai Yunxing. To think that junior brother's foundation is so deep." I can see that junior brother had made preparations for this immortal ascension long ago, he is not taking an impulsive risk. Tai Bai Yunxing looked with a surprised gaze, his heart settling. The clear and unrestrained heaven chi, the golden and heavy earth chi, together with the pure white as snow human chi, the 3 merged and formed a multicolored lump. At this point, he had reached the second step of immortal ascension, taking in the chi. Damn it, the scoundrel has started taking in the chi. Why are the reinforcements not here yet? The river-like Giant Sun's Will was burning with anxiety. He did not dare to act rashly. Once he was stained by heaven chi, he would melt into air. If he was corroded by earth chi, he would turn into rocks and die. Fang Yuan, who was the intersection point of the 3 chi, faced dangers after dangers even more so. He had to balance the 3 chi at all times, if there were too much heaven and earth chi, he would die. Even human qi, if the balance was off, would cause him to self-detonate. However, fortune is found within danger. The greater the risks, the greater the opportunities. The balance of the three qi, the fusion between them was bringing Fang Yuan an unceasing amount of inspiration. Heaven and earth were the foundation stones that nurtured all life. The fusion of heaven and earth qi filled Fang Yuan's mind with the grand mysteries of the great Tao. The three qi were fusing intensely, as Fang Yuan was inside, returning to his usual appearance after recalling the six-arm heavenly zombie king killer move. His injuries were rapidly healing. The healing speed was faster than his healing during six-arm heavenly zombie king mode. The three qi cleansed his body, not just his flesh, but his soul, mind, and will. They were being elevated. He felt like a baby, being cleansed and returned to a pure state. Fang Yuan's eyes became clearer, the contrast between the black and white parts became more evident. His muscles were reconstructed one by one, the scars on his body fell off, and new skin grew on him. Even his hair started growing wildly, it grew longer and longer. When they were waist-long, they broke, before growing again, and breaking, repeating the cycle. Be it his body, his bones, his organs or his face, they were undergoing a magical transformation. At the same time, the experiences in his previous 500 years, as well as the events since rebirth flashed in his mind rapidly. In just a short amount of time, Fang Yuan revisited his entire life. A complex feeling that was indescribable, his memories that were deep within his mind all resurfaced, filling Fang Yuan's heart. In his memories, all those cultivation questions that could not be answered obtained perfect answers like the work of a deity. At this moment, heaven and earth were impartial, they were generous and imparted the mysterious of the great Tao towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had to deal with his emotions while cherishing this opportunity to learn more about the mysteries of the great Tao, and in the meantime balancing the three qi. Should he lose balance, he would die. Countless Gu masters failed at this step during their ascension. Chapter 628, Formidable Hei Lou Lan. In true inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan was surrounded by the thick lump of the three-colored qi, his body completely hidden. Junior brother, you have to control yourself. I am not concerned with you having to deal with the emotional turbulence, but I'm afraid that you are young and brave, and might be greedy towards the mysteries of the great Tao, forgetting your limits and taking in too much heaven and earth qi. Tai Baiyunxing's gaze was filled with worry. Heaven and earth qi had already spread to his surroundings, he had to flew away from Fang Yuan slowly. Giant Sun Will, who was fighting with him over the control of the supreme true inheritance, slowed his steps. Tai Baiyunxing's pressure reduced, and his situation turned for the better. This accursed scoundrel, he actually has so much human qi. Damn it, why hasn't he lost balance yet? The river-like Giant Sun Will gritted his teeth and cursed. He was not the only one hoping for such a result, Hei Lou Lan and the others were having the same thoughts. This guy is so young, yet he can balance the three qi for so long. He and Tai Baiyunxing address each other as disciple brothers, they must have some extraordinary origin. Don't tell me he is really going to become a Gu Immortal? No way. Is becoming a Gu Immortal so easy? Do you think Ancestor Giant Sun is useless? Everyone conversed in secret, not daring to make a move. With such intense heaven and earth qi, once they suffer a backlash, it would be no joke. Fang Yuan was inside the lump of qi, but his calm face showed a faint smile. Incredible, simply incredible. His eyes were shut tight as he mumbled. All sorts of great Tao mysteries were flowing into his mind like a warm spring. In his previous life, Fang Yuan underwent immortal ascension and became a blood path Gu Immortal. This was his second ascension. With this valuable experience, he was much calmer than any other Gu master in the world. Compared to usual Gu masters, he also knew the truth behind this event. Man is the spirit of all being, they have the greatest spirituality. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, they are the carriers of the great Tao. Any path to longevity was a path of transcendency. To transcend, one needed accumulation. And the most basic method of accumulating one's foundation was to learn. Gu masters use Gu, nurture Gu, and refine Gu. From Gu, they learn about the mysteries of heaven and earth indirectly. But when a Gu master undergoes ascension, they were directly conversing and interacting with heaven and earth. This interaction was extremely precious. Most likely, each person only had one of such an opportunity in their life. Fang Yuan treasured this opportunity greatly. He grabbed onto it and tried his best to make use of it. The mysteries of heaven and earth were even deeper and more profound than the depths of the sea. Fang Yuan knew his limits. He did not venture into it aimlessly, but instead, steered towards strength path, deepening his understanding and feeling the true essence of this path. He had, after all, only cultivated strength path on the side in his previous life. Even though he cultivated strength path directly in this life, it was only for a short time. His original attainment in strength path, strictly speaking, was only quasi-strength path master. But making use of this opportunity, his understanding of strength path surged, bursting through the sky. Very quickly, he got past the barrier to strength path master, quickly surpassing master realm and charging towards the realm of grandmaster. Fang Yuan had no choice but to do this. The second aperture that he shattered had the rank 4 all-out effort Gu as its vital Gu. This Gu was of the strength path. If it was put in first during the third step, it would help Fang Yuan become a strength path Gu Immortal. But this Gu was not rank 5, with a lower rank, Fang Yuan could only use a higher strength path attainment to compensate for the difference. Otherwise, the third step of putting in Gu would be extremely risky. If the immortal aperture could not be created, this immortal ascension would end in failure. Outside True Yang building. Intense winds were blowing, tribulation lightning was striking. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities formed a cocoon chi lump. The chi lump was extremely huge and completely covered 88 True Yang building within it. After Fang Yuan shattered his aperture, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities underwent a new terrifying change. In order to protect 88 True Yang building, giant suns will had no choice but to resist it. Now was the crucial moment. Bam! Following the intense sounds of the wind, 9 snow-white chaotic branching teeth shot out together like lightning. Their speed was so fast only 9 shadows could be seen, resembling flashes of lightning. Giant Sun's will was already mentally prepared. He had been waiting. The wool armor that was shielding 88 True Yang building increased in thickness by many times, becoming 10 meters thick. At the same time, Giant Sun's will split out dozens of wool hands, opening the palms and creating a barrier in the air. 9 chaotic branching teeth shot down at once. During their descent they collided with each other, causing their directions to change randomly, turning left and right. It was unpredictable. The wool hands flew around following them, defending desperately. The chaotic branching teeth pierced many of the wool hands, stabbing the main Giant Sun's wool and causing 9 deep holes to appear on the thick wool armor that was 1,000 times tougher than steel. Giant Sun's wool grunted. The will's main body was only chaotic for a moment before calming down. Looking at his injuries, Giant Sun's will could not help but feel shocked. 9 wounds of varying depth, 2 were 6 meters deep, almost piercing into 88 True Yang building. It was really a dangerous scene. Thankfully, I spared no effort in destroying half of the chaotic branching teeth earlier. Otherwise, if all 18 moved at once, their trajectory would be even harder to predict. How would I be able to weaken them while in the air? Giant Sun's will felt some relief, but his hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan also intensified. This accursed scoundrel Fang Yuan. I am actually shielding him during his immortal ascension. As long as I recover sufficiently, I will definitely, Giant Sun's will stared at the 18 spirals forming in the air in a daze. There is actually a second wave of chaotic branching teeth? Seeing this, Giant Sun's will was fuming with anger. To defend against the chaotic branching teeth earlier, he had expended 1/6 of his thoughts. But now there was a second wave. Wait, this is? Among the 18 spirals, another 18 spirals started forming. Seeing this, even Giant Sun's will felt suffocated. The third wave of chaotic branching teeth came together with the second? He held at the sky, the armor-like mane will shook intensely, almost breaking apart. If he could vomit blood, he would have vomited a river by now. Earlier, when defending against the 9 chaotic branching teeth, Giant Sun's will had already used his full strength. Right now, there were a total of 36 spirals, 36 chaotic branching teeth. This fearsome power could not be calculated by simple addition. This scoundrel Fang Yuan. I curse you to die. Giant Sun's will almost wanted to discard 88 True Yang building at this moment, directly going to Fang Yuan and killing him without considering the consequences. But he was not an anger will, but a special will. He had to think of the big picture. He had to protect this inheritance treasure, which was 88 True Yang building. He had to contact the other subsidiary wills and gather all his strength, in order to resist these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. What? The main will wants to send me to defend against the heavenly tribulations? Within True Inheritance secluded domain, the river-like Giant Sun's will was still waiting for reinforcement, but the reply from the main will caused his heart to turn cold, like he had fallen into an icy river. God damn it! Giant Sun's will, which was contesting with Tai Bai Yunxing over the supreme True Inheritance, felt great regret, but he had to divert most of his strength to the main will. But to prevent 88 True Yang building from being taken by Tai Bai Yunxing, a portion of Giant Sun's will was still needed to maintain this situation inside the True Inheritance light lump. Tai Bai Yunxing felt his pressure decreasing all of a sudden, and heaved a sigh of relief. Giant Sun's will has finally stopped expanding. Junior brother, your plan has worked perfectly. It seems that the fusion of 3 heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities creates terrifying might that would force even Giant Sun's will to defend against it with all his strength. Junior brother, you are worthy of being benefactor's disciple, you need to survive this. The third step of putting in Gu is the most important of all. Success or failure will all depend on this. As time continued to pass, the 3-colored chi lump surrounding Fang Yuan started shrinking, until it completely went into the area of Fang Yuan's broken aperture. He actually completed the step of taking in the chi. He is at the final step. Hei Lou Lan and the others were watching by the side. Seeing Giant Sun's will retreating, they panicked. What do we do now? Do we just watch him become a Gu Immortal? Yi Lui Sang screamed. Fang Yuan has no more heaven and earth chi around him, we should go and kill him now. Bian Xian suggested, but she made no movement. Everyone looked at each other, they were shocked, suspicious, and in a difficult spot. Fang Yuan still had the Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yunxing supporting him. Tai Bai Yunxing's pressure was lifted, he held the True Inheritance light lump as he faced Hei Lou Lan and the rest of the gang, showing an unyielding attitude. Tai Bai Yunxing is not a problem, but once the Immortal Ascension succeeds, our problems would be endless. He is not a weak healing Gu Immortal like Tai Bai Yunxing. Hei Lou Lan clenched his fists, a fierce light shining in his eyes. After thinking about it, he made up his mind and shouted, "Attack!" Saying so, the Strength Path Phantom Giant took huge strides forward, attacking. Tai Bai Yunxing was crying in his heart. He did not dare to take on Hei Lou Lan's attacks directly. He shouted, "You dare! As long as you come, I will throw this supreme True Inheritance at the Luck Path True Inheritance. Let's see how you account to Giant Sun's will then." Everyone's fighting intent evaporated after hearing Tai Bai Yunxing's threat, their morale sinking. Don't listen to him, we'll leave a few people to protect the Luck Path True Inheritance, the rest will come with me. Hei Lou Lan snorted, immediately saying. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart sank, it was difficult for him to handle the situation. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Fang Yuan laughed wildly from behind him. He had already opened his eyes, never mind. Come and chase me. Let's see how many of you are flying masters. Eagle Rise Gu had already been destroyed, but why would the vigilant him not have spares? Fang Yuan owned Gu Immortal blessed land and could connect to treasure Yellow Heaven, he did not lack any mortal Gu. This sentence was even more demoralizing to the gang compared to Tai Bai Yunxing. Once they thought of Fang Yuan's flying master attainment, and the huge space that was available in True Inheritance secluded domain, all of their morale almost hit rock bottom. Hei Lou Lan's gaze shone for a bit, but he was unmoved. He was the lord of the imperial court for this round, he had exemplary talent and a ruthless nature, he would not become dejected with just a few words. We will chase him even if we cannot catch him, I want to see how he can undergo a mortal ascension under such pressure. Hei Lou Lan's words lifted the morale once again. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim, he did not speak anymore. Hei Lou Lan hit the main point. During an ordinary immortal ascension, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be all around him. If his enemies wanted to obstruct him, they would face the might of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. But now that giant sun's will was blocking the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities outside, it gave Hei Lou Lan and the others an opportunity to intervene. Although in this true inheritance secluded domain, there was still heaven and earth chi left that could cause backlash in mortal Gu. But Hei Lou Lan and the others were just like Fang Yuan, they were all using mortal Gu, thus they all faced the same backlash. At once, the situation changed again. Although giant suns were left to resist the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities wholeheartedly, Fang Yuan's predicament did not become any easier. Hei Lou Lan was indeed a formidable character, he was an outstanding person and knew the perfect timing to strike. Fang Yuan's immortal ascension was stuck between the second and third step, the situation had turned dangerous yet again. Chapter 629, Formless Hand. Fang Yuan, why are you running? You cowardly scum, are you afraid? Do you have the guts to fight me for 300 rounds? You are unworthy of disguising as Chang Shanin. You don't even have 1% of his bravery. Inside true inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan was flying away rapidly while the others chased from behind, taunting him endlessly. These insults and provocations fell on deaf ears. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil without any emotions. He was closely observing his surroundings. True inheritance secluded domain was vast, but it was not a flat area, and many true inheritance meteors flew around in disorder, even colliding occasionally. Giant suns will had taken control of many true inheritances just before, but there were still many masterless true inheritances left in true inheritance secluded domain. If Fang Yuan was unfortunately obstructed by these true inheritances, the group of Gu masters behind him would be able to near him. Once he was encircled, the situation would turn much more dangerous. Right at this moment, a dark red true inheritance meteor flew towards Fang Yuan. Windflower Gu. Fang Yuan, however, had a slight smile on his face as he inwardly willed. A gust of wind condensed into a giant flower which suddenly appeared beside him. The wind flower nimbly changed its direction, carrying him with it. Swoosh! A sharp ear-piercing wind breezed past. Fang Yuan brushed past this unparalleled true inheritance light lump. The unparalleled true inheritance shot forward directly towards the group of Gu masters behind. The group was caught unprepared and panicked for a moment, dodging and fleeing. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Yuan increased his speed and rapidly pulled apart the distance between him and the group. Hei Lou Lan's group naturally was not willing to see this situation. Each of them was an elite, they immediately reacted and sent out countless long-range attacks. Fang Yuan sneered, using the primeval essence in his first aperture. Flashbug Gu. This was a rare space path movement Gu, and under its effect, Fang Yuan immediately disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he was already 500 steps ahead. The attacks from Hei Lou Lan and the others thus landed on nothing. Fang Yuan stopped Flashbug Gu and changed to Eagle Rise Gu. Flashbug Gu was a rank 5 Gu, but its speed was not great, and it also expended a lot of purple crystal primeval essence to move forward by 500 steps per use. Its main usage was to make sudden movements to avoid attacks. To truly speed up and fly for a long distance, Eagle Rise Gu was still a lot better. Eagle Rise Gu might only be rank 4 Gu, but there were 6 wings on Fang Yuan's back. He had simultaneously used 3 Eagle Rise Gu. Eagle Rise Gu's speed was very impressive and rapidly transported him away, while also consuming less primeval essence. The group of Gu masters chasing Fang Yuan could only gnash their teeth as he rapidly flew away. Damn it! This guy is truly slippery, only focusing on running away, he has not even a bit of bravery. Didn't he shatter his aperture to ascend to Gu Immortal? How come he still has so much primeval essence left? Humph, there are many methods for Gu masters to preserve primeval essence. So what if the aperture is shattered? One just needs to have Gu that can store primeval essence like Fish Bubble Gu, Beggar Moth, or Grave Yam Gu. My movement Gu can't endure it, the backlash from heaven and earth chi is really terrifying. Hei Lou Lan sneered, we are suffering backlash, he is also in the same situation. We will continue chasing without stop. The enemy is a flying master, it is normal for us to not be able to reach him. But as long as we chase closely and not give him time to advance to a Gu Immortal, we will have fulfilled our objective. Fang Yuan glanced back and seeing that the pursuers had no intention of giving up, the anxiety in his heart deepened. Without doubt, he had to admit that Hei Lou Lan was striking at his weak point. Bursts of pain spread from his second aperture. The second aperture was already shattered, forming a hole which was occupied by a lump of three-colored chi at this moment, waiting for the vital Gu to be put into it and reach the final step, accumulating its foundation till the immortal aperture is born. If the immortal aperture was not created, Fang Yuan would perish from the backlash of heaven and earth chi. If the immortal aperture was created, no matter which grade it was, Fang Yuan would have to concentrate on it fully at that moment, causing him to enter a period of weakness where he would be defenseless. This time could be long or short, depending on the person. If the enemies took advantage of this time, Fang Yuan's situation would be bleak and was very likely to die in a tragic end. At present, Hei Lou Lan's group was firmly blocking Fang Yuan at this step. Fang Yuan did not dare to place in his Gu and could only look on as the extremely compressed three-colored lump of chi started to vibrate. I can't continue like this. If it is put off any longer, the three-colored lump of chi will disperse and all my accumulations used in advancing to Gu Immortal will vanish into thin air. Fang Yuan kept on thinking of one solution after another to get out of this predicament. Rumble. Right at this time, True Inheritance secluded domain started shaking. Rumble. Another tremor soon spread, causing everyone to panic. What is going on? What happened? Is True Inheritance secluded domain collapsing? Hei Lou Lan, Yi Lui Sang and others had a worried expression, realizing fully well in their mind, this was the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities outside starting to affect 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were instead overjoyed, this signified giant sun's will had already staked all its strength, but the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities was so terrifying that even it had reached its limit. Damn it, damn it. I barely endured it. Giant Sun's will gasped for breath with fear and joy, it did not even have the energy to curse Fang Yuan. The 10-meter thick golden armor created by Giant Sun's will that had covered 88 True Yang building tightly was now left with nothing but a thin layer with its luster dimmed. 36 chaotic branching teeth attacking together was not a simple matter of addition, their overall might was amplified by close to 10 times. During this whole process Snow War Tribulation lightning attacked crazily like the attacks were free. The lightning which flashed in intervals before had almost become unending like sunlight, one could see the terrifying frequency of Snow War Tribulation lightning. Giant Sun's will avoided death narrowly, but there was not even 1% of the original will remaining. He used all his strength and put in all of his effort to destroy 11 spirals in advance. The remaining chaotic branching teeth erupted together, Giant Sun's will used all his ability and blocked most of them, but he could not block 7 of them. 7 scars appeared on 88 True Yang building. 4 scars even directly penetrated through True Yang building, opening up 4 passages. The tremor Fang Yuan and the rest felt in True Inheritance secluded domain originated from this. My 88 True Yang building. Giant Sun's will's heart bled at the sight and almost held out in grief. The losses were too severe, not only were the numbers of Gu worms destroyed extremely huge, 2 immortal Gu were also destroyed. Who knew how long it would take to replenish these Gu worms and restore 88 True Yang building to its complete form? Fang Yuan, you insufferable bastard. You are undergoing the tribulation, yet I was the one who bore the consequences. I will make sure you regret being born into this world. Giant Sons will cursed fiercely in his heart. The giant cocoon formed from the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had already thinned. Several rays of light pierced through the layers of dark clouds and shone down on the damaged 88 True Yang building. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were slowly dissipating. Giant Sons will felt a huge stone lifting off his heart and was joyous to the point of crying. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities have finally ended. I managed to endure it. Although 88 True Yang buildings suffered heavy damage, the fundamental Gu worms haven't been lost, and the mortal Gu might have been destroyed in large numbers, but they can be replenished. The destroyed immortal Gu are rather troublesome to obtain, but they also can be refined again. Even if others refine them first, I can use other Gu worms to replace them. The situation is set. Now I shall get rid of the otherworldly demon, then teach that scum Fang Yuan his place. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were dissipating in front of his eyes. Giant Sons will saw the time to take revenge was here, and his mood took a turn for the better. However, right at this time, a light blue giant hand gradually appeared in front of Giant Sons will. This is. The remaining Giant Sons will trembled intensely, even more frightened than seeing 70 or even 80 chaotic branching teeth at once. This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer move, Formless Hand. This accursed Fang Yuan, how is his luck so bad that he attracted this disaster? Rank 9 Gu Immortals were invincible under the heavens and could leave behind unique traces in the whole world. Even after death, some of their killer moves could emerge again during heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. I got it. This Fang Yuan is too audacious. He was set on killing the child of luck Ma Hongyun and suffered the backlash from fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, causing his luck to be completely messed up, thus attracting such terrifying a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sons will felt extremely agonized when he realized the cause. Going to the bottom of this, it was Giant Son Immortal Venerable who left behind fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Under an absurd combination of different factors, Giant Sons was actually suffering a loss from his own arrangement. Back then, the whole world was helpless when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used Formless Hand to rob countless Gu worms. Fortunately, this Formless Hand only has 5 fingers, thus at most, it can only seize rank 5 Gu. Oh heavens! Giant Sons' will's pitch suddenly rose an octave higher, crying out in shock. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slowly dissipated. Large numbers of formless hands appeared one after another. 2, 3, 20, 30, 200, 300. Innumerable formless hands appeared, covering the whole sky. Among them, 1 to 5-fingered formless hands occupied the majority. There were 16 6-fingered formless hands and 9 7-fingered formless hands. There were even 3 8-fingered formless hands. Impossible. Even if Fang Yuan was targeted by fortune rivaling Heaven Gu and his luck became terrible, it could not have gotten to this extent. Giant Sons will shouted in an incredulous tone. It's over, everything is finished. Giant Sons will held, if he could cry, his face would be filled with tears right now. Instantly, the large number of Giant Sons will dispersed and fell down from 88 True Yang building like sand. This was the self-collapse of a will. There was not even a trace of fighting spirit left, it could not endure such an impact. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had not ended, but were transforming into this final tribulation. Formless hands. The remaining Giant Sons will curled up into a lump, exposing 88 True Yang building. Inside True Inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan and the others were still in the dark, not knowing anything that occurred outside. The chase was still continuing. Due to the backlash of heaven and earth chi, the loss of Gu worms on both sides had reached the hundreds. But they were still persisting firmly. Fang Yuan had almost no movement Gu left, but he had already found a way to resolve this predicament. He led the pursuers to make a large detour before suddenly changing direction and flying towards Tai Baiyun Sheng. Senior brother, quickly open your immortal aperture and let me in. I can evade these pursuers and smoothly advance to a Gu Immortal there. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted his voice. This? Tai Baiyinxing could not help but hesitate. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu Immortal. If Fang Yuan was let in and he failed, the resulting destruction would have to be endured by Tai Baiyinxing. Senior brother, what are you hesitating for at such a crucial moment? Once I advance to a Gu Immortal, we will have the strength to survive this danger. Don't worry, I have complete assurance in advancing successfully. Fang Yuan shouted. Chapter 630, Chaotic and Dangerous Situation. Tai Baiyinxing was already bound firmly on Fang Yuan's chariot, and thinking of fixed immortal travel that was with Fang Yuan, he had no choice but to accept Fang Yuan's request. Fang Yuan was overjoyed and charged into Tai Baiyinxing's immortal aperture. Damn it! The pursuers paled at this sight. This scum is too crafty, actually hiding in Tai Baiyinxing's immortal aperture. We can't hunt him now. Yi Luisang helplessly shouted. Then, we shall slaughter an immortal. Kill Tai Baiyinxing. Hei Lou Lan's eyes glinted ominously, killing intent pervading from his body. The giant strength path phantom he had turned into charged towards Tai Baiyinxing with overwhelming momentum, like a bear pouncing at its prey. Tai Baiyinxing was scared witless, quickly fleeing with the supreme true inheritance light lump. Don't forget that I am also a flying master. Tai Baiyinxing had learned from Fang Yuan and shouted loudly while flying away. The pursuer's momentum was involuntarily destroyed. Someone powerlessly cursed, F*CK, 2 flying masters appeared in this imperial court contest and both of them had to be these two. Only Hei Lou Lan was provoked by the remark, his battle intent soared to an unprecedented level. Looks like I have to use my full strength as well. His expression was solemn as he made a resolution and punched fiercely. The fist chi surged majestically like a mountain peak. Tai Baiyinxing nimbly dodged it without receiving any injury. But the barrage of grand fist chi suddenly transformed into giant strength path phantoms. Tai Baiyinxing was caught unprepared and in a short moment was completely surrounded by these giant strength path phantoms. What bad luck! Tai Baiyinxing's face turned pale white. Who could have thought Hei Lou Lan's strength had actually reached such a powerful level? 16 giant strength path phantoms, this strength can truly slaughter an immortal. Yi Luisang and the others were greatly shocked at this scene. Huff huff huff. Hei Lou Lan gasped for breath, the giant strength path phantom on him had already dissipated. This move clearly used a lot of his energy and strength. Even the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques could not endure its usage. His fat body flickered with a layer of faint black light, that was the power of immortal Gu dark limit, helping him to suppress and conceal the great strength true martial physique. What a close call, I almost broke the seal of dark limit Gu. Hei Lou Lan rejoiced inwardly, a vicious gaze flashing on his eyes as he looked at Tai Baiyinxing. Your death is assured now. My grand plan of revenge will start from you, Tai Baiyinxing. However, a change occurred right at this moment. Giant light blue hands suddenly appeared in true inheritance secluded domain. The dense giant light blue hands soon attracted everyone's gazes. What is that? What kind of thing? Whoosh. An ordinary true inheritance that was flying like a meteor collided into a giant light blue hand. The giant light blue hand opened its palm and grabbed this true inheritance, holding it so tightly the true inheritance could not even budge. The giant light blue hand paused for a breath of time before flying away swiftly. Under everyone's gazes, it left behind a trail of gorgeous blue light while its speed kept on increasing. After it moved thousands of steps away, it suddenly disappeared without a trace, even the true inheritance it was holding was gone. Everyone's pupils involuntarily shrunk at this sight. These giant hands are so terrifying, they easily subdue the true inheritance. I know, this is definitely Ancestor Giant Sun's ability. Haven't you noticed these giant light blue hands are similar to the flying snow hands? Haha, Ancestor Giant Sun has made his move. It seems the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity has already passed, these two scoundrels are finished now. Some people made guesses which were quickly approved by everyone. However, right when they were cheering, a miserable shriek spread to their ears. Everyone looked at the source of the voice and saw that a Gu master in the outer periphery was grabbed by the giant light blue hand. Shortly after, the giant hand seemed to have grabbed something, flying far away with a clenched fist. That Gu master let out a miserable howl. That hand seized all my Gu worms. What? There was a commotion. Soon, the second victim appeared. My vital Gu was actually seized, puff. He spurted a mouthful of blood. Vital Gu was closely related to the Gu master's life, and when it was forcibly seized by the giant hand, the Gu master immediately suffered backlash. The hands fell down like rain, beginning to wantonly seize Gu worms. Run away. Everyone dispersed in confusion. Isn't this Ancestor Giant Sun's ability? Could it be that this is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? Many cried out in shock. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? It can actually seize Gu worms. Someone shouted in bewilderment. The importance of Gu worms to Gu masters was self-evident. Quick, store your Gu worms into your apertures. Someone reminded in panic. However, everyone soon discovered even after storing in the aperture, the Gu worms were still being seized. The giant light blue hands were formless. They did not inflict the slightest injuries and only captured Gu worms. Once the Gu worm was captured by them, the Gu worm would immediately lose connection with the Gu master. What kind of tribulation are these giant light blue hands? Can it seize even immortal Gu? Tai Bai Yunxing could not make out any details on these giant light blue hands and was very nervous from the scene unfolding in front of him. At this time, 3 giant hands moved towards him. He evaded in panic. Even as a flying Gu master, he was soon in danger, his face perspiring heavily. The giant hands were very fast and extremely nimble. The crucial point was they could sneak attack like flash bug Gu, making it very hard to defend against them. Even Tai Bai Yunxing was cutting out a sorry figure. There was no need to mention other Gu masters. There seems to be information of this in the tribe records. Hei Lou Lan frowned. He could not dodge in time and was grabbed by a 4-fingered giant hand. For a moment, he could not budge. The giant light blue hand seemingly had no substance, and like wind brushing past one's face, it caused no harm to Hei Lou Lan's body. However, Hei Lou Lan felt his head go dizzy, instantly losing connection with a rank 4 Gu. Oh no! Hei Lou Lan inwardly exclaimed, the Gu that was seized might only be rank 4, but it was very important. It was one of the necessary Gu worms to use his strength path killer move. Roar! Hei Lou Lan suddenly let out a beastly roar. Rank 5, fixed sound Gu. A formless sound wave rapidly chased after the 4-fingered giant hand and locked it in place like a formless iron chain. I don't care what all these hands are, I'll destroy them. Hei Lou Lan gave a loud shout to raise his spirits, and turned into giant strength path phantom once more. The giant grabbed the giant light blue hand with its house-sized fist, and clenched. The giant light blue hand flickered twice before shattering apart like glass. Hei Lou Lan immediately sensed that crucial Gu worm. The shattered giant light blue hand fell apart like ice melting into water. Hei Lou Lan smoothly grabbed the Gu worm and was just feeling joyous when 5 formless hands suddenly appeared behind him. His face turned pale instantly. He fiercely turned his body and delivered a horizontal strike with his arm. He used all his strength in this strike. Wind erupted, and sound waves burst out like thunder. But when the strike touched the formless hands, the giant arm directly passed through like they were image of the moon in the water. Hei Lou Lan was stupefied. The formless hands quickly moved and grabbed specific parts of the giant strength path phantom. Hei Lou Lan was paralyzed once more. Next moment, the giant strength path phantom collapsed with a loud sound. His killer move was broken. My Gu worms, puff. Hei Lou Lan spurted out large amounts of blood. His vital Gu was seized, which was the core Gu of his strength path killer move. Besides it, 4 other crucial Gu worms were also seized. What gave Hei Lou Lan the most heartache was false emotion. Fake Gu and wooden chicken Gu, two immortal Gu, were also seized. Stop right now. Hei Lou Lan exerted all his strength to chase the hands, the matter of Fang Yuan thrown out of his mind. The giant light blue hands moved everywhere, seizing Gu worms. The Gu masters fled and evaded in disorder. A rumble erupted in True Inheritance' secluded domain, threads of light shone down as the True Yang building began to crumble. No, I absolutely can't let 88 True Yang building perish. Formless hands cannot be attacked, but when they grab a Gu worm and clench their fist, they can be destroyed. As long as I can protect the several rank 8 core Gu worms, with enough time I will be able to rebuild True Yang building. Outside the tower, the remnant giant suns were curled up in a ball and was accumulating its energy. The enormous True Yang building was like an old man with a foot in the grave, letting the formless hands fly in, grab the Gu worms and fly away. The beautiful and grand True Yang building soon turned into a nibbled giant corn. Its surface was a mess, filled with holes. The formless hands continued to rain down endlessly. True Yang building's complete destruction was not far away. Inside Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture blessed land, however, was a scene of tranquility. Fang Yuan waited for a while before carefully transferring his second vital Gu. All-out effort Gu had a beetle-like shape with an oval body and an arching carapace. The majestic horn on its head appeared dignified and powerful. It had 3 pairs of strong legs, and its entire body was brown which shone with a metallic luster. Fang Yuan obtained this Gu back in southern border. Later he refined it rank 4 which allowed him to casually strike out with beast strength phantoms. Go. Fang Yuan softly spoke. All-out effort Gu obeyed Fang Yuan's intent, charging towards the extremely compressed 3-colored qi lump. Boom. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely as lightning seemed to have burst in his mind. The qi lump exploded loudly and like the process of creation after destruction, it gave birth to an immortal aperture. The sky in the immortal aperture was orange-yellow and a white mountain stood tall on the earth. Since the immortal aperture was newly born, the space inside was limited, but it soon rapidly expanded all around. Like a newborn baby, it demanded nutrition intensely. The immortal aperture's nourishment was the heaven and earth qi. Senior brother, let me out quick. Fang Yuan immediately sent his voice. You succeeded. Tai Bai Yunxing was overjoyed before warning, you need to be careful when you come out, the situation now is quite dangerous. Fang Yuan's vision changed as he was led out of the immortal aperture by Tai Bai Yunxing. The next moment, he appeared beside Tai Bai Yunxing. This is Formless Hand? 500 years of experience was not for show. Fang Yuan immediately recognized the origin of the giant light blue hands and turned pale with fright. Feeling his aura, a 6-fingered formless hand suddenly appeared above Fang Yuan and grabbed. Chapter 631, Striking a Fortune. The 6-fingered formless hand's appearance was so sudden that Fang Yuan only had the time to raise his head. The light blue radiance shone down on his face as his sight was filled with the giant light blue hand. The formless hand did not show any notions of stopping, grabbing towards Fang Yuan, completely shrouding over his body. Junior brother! Tai Bai Yunxing shouted in fright. The next moment, however, this 6-fingered formless fist loosened up and spread open. Fang Yuan's figure showed up 500 steps away. The 6-fingered formless hand had grabbed at nothing. Flashbug Gu. This Gu was a rare rank 5 space path movement Gu. Fang Yuan had to spend a lot of efforts to purchase it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Huff. Tai Bai Yunxing let out a breath of turbid air, a giant stone lifted off his heart. Tai Bai Yunxing knew Fang Yuan was unable to react properly because he had just came out. In truth, it was nothing difficult for flying masters to evade these formless hands. Close call. Fang Yuan's body let out cold sweat from the fright. He had much more understanding of formless hands than others, as such, he knew their threat level clearly. Formless Hand is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer move. It can range from 1 finger to 9 fingers, respectively able to seize rank 1 to rank 9 Gu worms. They can even seize the vital Gu without any problems. If that six-fingered formless hand succeeded in grabbing me, I would have definitely lost either spring-autumn cicada or fixed immortal travel. My luck is too bad, it actually provoked such a catastrophe. Fang Yuan rapidly flew, dodging the pursuit of the formless hand while observing his surroundings. True Inheritance secluded domain had already fallen into complete chaos. True Inheritance meteors and formless hands filled one's sight. Gu masters flew around in disorder, some were evading the formless hands, some cried out in grief after their Gu worms were seized, while some used all their strength to attack the formless hands. It seems that they have found out already. Once a formless hand captures a Gu worm, it will clench its fist. This is the moment it can be attacked. When it is in its spread-out palm form, it is almost completely immune to all attacks and can only be dodged. Fang Yuan recalled the relevant information on formless hands. He was very familiar with the formless hands. In his previous life, Ma Hongyan had successively obtained a portion of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, also obtaining a similar method of capturing Gu worms. He had used this method many times in the Great Battle of the Five Regions, resulting in the disastrous loss of many strong enemies and making them flee. Fang Yuan had thus researched a lot on this. Fang Yuan continued to dodge, use Flashbug Gu, Windflower Gu, Eagle Rise Gu and so on before he was able to pull apart a huge distance, making the six-fingered formless hand chasing him to change its target. He immediately sent a portion of his consciousness to inspect his immortal aperture. There were remnants of heaven and earth qi in True Inheritance secluded domain. Ever since Fang Yuan came out, his immortal aperture had been crazily absorbing these heaven and earth qi, growing rapidly. In just a short while, his immortal aperture had expanded to over 2,000 square kilometers and was still growing. At the same time, the time flow inside the immortal aperture was starting to become faster than the outside world. From a 1-to-1 ratio, it increased to 6 times as fast. Damn it. Fang Yuan suddenly frowned and his face paled. The change in the immortal aperture was going smoothly, but the problem appeared in the first aperture. More accurately, the problem was the spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was recovering rapidly and the first aperture was already showing signs of being unable to bear the huge pressure from it. Oh no! When an immortal aperture is born, not only does the space enlarge, the time flow also changes. The change in the time flow is the main reason an immortal aperture can turn into a small world and attract a tributary of the river of time. Spring-autumn cicada feeds on the water of the river of time, and now being so close to the source, it is able to drink a lot and accelerate its recovery speed. Fang Yuan was able to instantly understand what was going on. Since the last activation of spring-autumn cicada, which had fortunately succeeded, it had been slowly recovering. It has been a long time since Fang Yuan arrived in northern plains. Spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, causing the pressure on the first aperture to increase day by day. The first aperture was already at rank 5 peak stage and should have been able to endure for some time according to Fang Yuan's estimation. But this unforeseen event had greatly shifted the time limit to an earlier date. Since rebirth, spring-autumn cicada had been a hidden danger to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan was advancing to a Gu Immortal, this hidden danger had expanded to a serious danger that directly pushed itself to Fang Yuan's sight. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He suddenly descended, a formless hand passed by his hair, grabbing at the air. For now, Fang Yuan had no way to deal with this situation. The immortal aperture must be successfully created, otherwise all his efforts would go to waste. Without a Gu Immortal's strength, it would be impossible for him to continue contending. However, spring-autumn cicada also could not be ignored. Crack! A huge sound echoed in True Inheritance secluded domain like some important thing had shattered, causing palpitation in everyone's heart. Everyone paused and hurriedly looked up. Like an eggshell that was smashed, countless cracks appeared on True Inheritance secluded domain. The cracks rapidly enlarged and let the outside world's light flow in. At the same time, many formless hands also squeezed in through the cracks, a 7-fingered formless hand among them. The Gu masters let out shocked cries at the sight of so many giant light blue hands. Why are there so many giant hands? This is bad, look, a 7-fingered giant hand has actually squeezed in. With the endless giant light blue hands flying in True Inheritance secluded domain, everyone's situation had become even more perilous. Hei Lou Lan's expression was grave and even Tai Bai Yunxing felt an intense suffocation. Flying masters were not omnipotent. With so many formless hands, the difficulty in evading them increased greatly. Moreover, the longer they spent, the more likely it was for them to make an error under such a strained state. This is turning worse. Tai Bai Yunxing was gloomy. What he was afraid of came. He made a mistake in the crucial time. His sole remaining escape path was blocked by 6 formless hands. At this moment of crisis, Tai Bai Yunxing gritted his teeth and directly crashed towards a 3-fingered formless hand. The formless hand grabbed him. Tai Bai Yunxing was immediately paralyzed. But this time period was extremely short and soon, the 3-fingered formless hand flew away with a clenched fist. Out of danger, Tai Bai Yunxing immediately burst out with his greatest speed and escaped through this gap. Tai Bai Yunxing's back was soaked with cold sweat from this thrilling situation. Even Tai Bai Yunxing was in such a predicament, let alone others. All the Gu masters met with calamity. At worst, not even one of their Gu worms remained. Without Gu worms, Gu masters' battle strength plunged down to the very bottom. And even if they had a lot of primeval essence, it would be of no use. Save me. A Gu master looked on with fright a True Inheritance that was flying right towards him. All his Gu worms were already seized by the formless hands. At this moment of life and death, he cried out for help while swinging his arms crazily to speed up his flight. But his movement speed was no faster than a snail in comparison to the True Inheritance. The surrounding Gu masters heard his plea for help, but right now they had no way to help however much they wanted to. Thud. There was no unexpected event. The unlucky Gu master was directly crushed into meat paste by the True Inheritance. This blue-colored True Inheritance did not stop after crushing the Gu master and kept on flying away. On its way, formless hands kept on obstructing its path while it kept on evading. The wild newborn Gu will in the True Inheritance also sensed the deadly threat of the heavenly tribulation formless hands, and did its best to escape. However, the will of Gu worms was not as intelligent as humans. The blue-colored True Inheritance evaded several formless hands before it was finally grabbed by a 5-fingered formless hand. The formless hand clenched its fist tightly but did not stop at the place. The True Inheritance light lump speed was too fast. The formless hand was pulled in its inertia, except that the speed was greatly reduced. The 5-fingered formless hand flew away with a Gu worm. But even more formless hands pounced down and covered the True Inheritance light lump. One hand was not enough, another came followed by the next. Soon, 10 formless hands were tightly grabbing the True Inheritance light lump. The True Inheritance light lump continued to slow until it came to a stop. The formless hands suddenly separated and flew in all directions with clenched fists. There was nothing left at the spot. The blue-colored True Inheritance was already robbed clean. At this moment, Fang Yuan snickered and flew towards the target he had his eyes on, and started attacking fiercely. A formless fist was broken by his attacks and revealed the Gu it was holding. Fang Yuan immediately reacted and grabbed it. This was a rank 5 mortal Gu, and after he refined it, he stored it in his pocket. Flashbug Gu. He disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared 300 steps away, right beside another formless fist. Bam bam bam. He punched heavily and broke the formless fist in 3 punches, leaving after grabbing the Gu. It was an immortal Gu. Almost at the very next moment, a formless hand pounced at him, and naturally it was in vain. Fang Yuan moved like lightning, occasionally soaring like a sparrow and occasionally piercing forward like an eagle. He was dodging the formless hands while also taking any chance to strike a fortune, grabbing many Gu worms of the True Inheritance. However, the formless fists were very fast and the opportunity to destroy them was fleeting. The blue-colored True Inheritance was a good opportunity Fang Yuan ran into, but he only had enough time to break 3 formless fists, obtaining 2 mortal Gu and an immortal Gu. While Fang Yuan was occupied with breaking the formless fist, The other formless fists had already flown far away and Fang Yuan was not able to chase after them. Suppress. Fang Yuan transferred his will into the Gu worms to temporarily suppress them. He did not have the time to refine these Gu worms, let alone study their uses. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's sight was covered with blue light. Maybe it was because Fang Yuan was too active and attention-drawing, 8 formless hands attacked him together. Fang Yuan's heart jumped and he quickly evaded. He moved and stopped at times, changing his directions madly. His vision kept on changing intensely, one moment he was above while the next he was below. He almost made himself go dizzy. He spent tremendous effort before he was able to get rid of the formless hands. He had just stabilized his breathing when suddenly, there was the sound of wind. A formless hand was flying right towards him. Fang Yuan was just about to dodge, but his pupils enlarged rapidly the next moment. This was a formless fist. He laughed heartily and flapped his 6 wings, directly punching towards the formless fist. He obtained a rank 5 Gu after breaking the formless fist. The Gu worm was vibrating in his hand and struggled intensely, attempting to escape. Fang Yuan sent a portion of his will inside, but was not able to suppress it. He immediately frowned as he realized this Gu was not a wild Gu, but a Gu master's Gu worm. Because the Gu worm had someone else's will, the difficulty in refining it was several times greater than refining wild Gu, and even temporarily suppressing it was difficult. Let go of my Gu. A familiar voice sounded by Fang Yuan's ears at this moment. Fang Yuan looked at the source of the voice, and immediately smiled. He saw Hei Lou Lan flying towards him hurriedly and furiously, his gaze fixed on the Gu in Fang Yuan's hand. Chapter 632, Coexistence of Pain and Joy. Hei Lou Lan's heart was filled with incessant grievances. He had outstanding battle strength along with an extremely powerful long-range strength path killer move, it was just that they were not enough to cover his weakness in the movement aspect. More accurately speaking, Hei Lou Lan cultivated strength and dark path which were generally not impressive in movement ability. But in the present situation, only flying masters could barely survive. Hei Lou Lan's weakness was thus completely revealed under the pursuit of the formless hands. The formless hands wantonly seized the Gu worms in Hei Lou Lan's body. He had destroyed many formless hands and chased after many, but at the same time, new formless hands would appear to grab even more of his Gu worms. Right now, Hei Lou Lan was flying fiercely like a berserk bear, his expression was one of malevolence and anger. He knew Fang Yuan had big advantage in this situation, but he could not give up. The reason was that the Gu worm Fang Yuan had captured was, very unfortunately, Hei Lou Lan's vital Gu. The vital Gu was closely interlinked to the Gu master's life. Once it was destroyed, the Gu master would immediately suffer heavy injuries. By grabbing this Gu, it was akin to Fang Yuan controlling a huge weakness of Hei Lou Lan. Speaking of this vital Gu, it had gone through many difficulties as well, being seized by the formless hands many times while Hei Lou Lan seized it back again. Counting the number of times, this was already the 6th time this vital Gu had been seized. Only this time an accident happened, it landed in Fang Yuan's hand. His vital Gu was with the enemy, this was a very serious situation and it needed to be retrieved. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He did not know the rank 5 Gu in his hands was Hei Lou Lan's vital Gu, but he could tell the huge importance of this Gu from Hei Lou Lan's behavior. Humph. You want to take back this Gu? Keep on dreaming. Fang Yuan moved the 6 wings on his back and rose up, flying far away. Hei Lou Lan had hunted down Fang Yuan again and again before, the hatred between them was already very deep. But this moment was not a good time to kill Hei Lou Lan. There were more and more formless hands, Fang Yuan was already feeling difficulty in dodging them. If he fought under this situation, he would surely have to pay an extremely disastrous price even if he succeeded. It was more so when Hei Lou Lan had great strength, true martial physique. If he was forced into a corner and self-detonated, Fang Yuan would have to suffer the terrible consequences. Let's see how long he can continue chasing me. Fang Yuan snorted, and forcibly suppressed the restless Gu worm in his hand. Soon, he shook off Hei Lou Lan. While dodging the formless hands on the way, he sent a portion of his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was growing without pause. Ever since Fang Yuan exited Tai Baiyunxing's immortal aperture, his immortal aperture had been continuously absorbing heaven and earth qi. Now, it was already over 2,600 square kilometers. The sky was orange and yellow while the earth was rugged with steep white stone mountain ranges that stood tall and lofty. The terrain of the immortal aperture was related to the Gu master's paths, accumulation, temperament and comprehension. This was the first time Fang Yuan became a strength path Gu Immortal, and he only roughly understood it now, only knowing the general situation. If he wanted to have a deeper understanding, he needed to research in the future. The time flow has reached 1 to 12 ratio. 1 day in the outside world is 12 days inside the immortal aperture. The growth rate is gradually slowing down. Fang Yuan assessed. By now, he had almost absorbed all the heaven and earth qi in true inheritance secluded domain. He was now waiting for the immortal aperture to stabilize completely, which was of the most importance. Once he possessed a Gu Immortal's battle strength, everything would change. I will let you hold on to my Gu for the moment, I will get it back no matter what. Hei Lou Lan could only roar helplessly as he looked at Fang Yuan fly further and further away. He was obstructed by the formless hands when he chased and had lost many Gu worms. It was already very difficult for him to evade the formless hands. It was no wonder he would suffer the consequences when he chased after Fang Yuan under such conditions. Hei Lou Lan helplessly gave up. If he still persisted in chasing, it would definitely make Fang Yuan suspicious. And if Fang Yuan guessed the Gu was Hei Lou Lan's vital Gu, the situation would turn even worse. I can only rely on my connection to my vital Gu and slowly get near him while dodging the formless hands, then I will ambush this damned thief. Hei Lou Lan gritted his teeth till they made cracking noises, while thinking of all kinds of schemes. Formless hands could seize Gu worms but could not refine them. Once the formless hand was broken apart, the Gu worm would be released, upon which the Gu master would be able to immediately sense the Gu and use his will to recall them. Fang Yuan forcibly suppressed Hei Lou Lan's vital Gu, but had no time or energy to spare to refine it. Thus, Hei Lou Lan still was connected with the Gu worm, and had hope of turning the situation around. Time passed, the formless hands had completely gained control of the situation in true inheritance secluded domain. Giant light blue hands could be seen everywhere like swarms of bees hovering around. Be it Gu masters or true inheritance light lumps, they only had the choice of escaping. Spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as the pressure in him continued to increase. Following the growth of the immortal aperture, spring-autumn cicada continued to absorb the water of the river of time, causing the pressure in the first aperture to continue to increase. There were already many cracks on the first aperture's walls. To decrease the pressure on the first aperture as much as possible, Fang Yuan had already emptied out all the primeval essence in the aperture. He flew rapidly, using tens of movement Gu which had huge demand towards primeval essence. Fortunately, I had already planned and prepared long before this, and bought large numbers of beggar moths. But even so, I need to pay attention to my primeval essence. The consequences will be unimaginable if my primeval essence is completely exhausted. These beggar moths were Gu worms used to store primeval essence. They looked like moths, but their wings had round holes. These holes made the beggar moth look tattered, resembling a beggar's clothings. In truth, however, the more holes there were on the beggar moth's wings, the better. More holes meant the beggar moths could store higher rank primeval essence. In the mortal world, these beggar moths were limited in supply. But Fang Yuan possessed Gu Immortal blessed land and was able to buy groups of beggar moths in treasure yellow heaven. Fang Yuan directly purchased a group. Although there were not many rank 5 and rank 4 beggar moths, rank 3 and rank 2 were huge in numbers. Fang Yuan had close to 1,000 beggar moths and had brought almost all of them with him. Mortals could not buy them and would also find it hard to bear the expenses of raising Gu. But Fang Yuan had a Gu Immortal's assets in Gu Immortal blessed land, and it was easy for him to raise them. Not only beggar moths, he also had a lot of spare eagle rise Gu and other Gu. Fang Yuan would keep his eagle rise Gu after using them for certain time and activate another eagle rise Gu. There were 6 wings on his back and it looked like he was using 3 eagle rise Gu, but in truth, he was using more than a dozen eagle rise Gu in turns. This was because of the heaven and earth chi. Using Gu worms under this situation would be met with the backlash from heaven and earth chi. The Gu might even perish if they were used for too long. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was growing, as such he was the center of the gathering heaven and earth chi, causing the backlash force on him to be very high. Thus, by alternating the use of Gu like eagle rise Gu, he could prolong their duration to the greatest limit. It was again thanks to having Gu Immortal blessed land, having the capital of an immortal, that he could be so extravagant. The backlash of heaven and earth chi was also one of the barriers for a Gu master to advance to Gu Immortal. When Tai Bai Yunxing faced the tribulations in his ascension, his Gu worms perished in large numbers. If not for Fang Yuan's support, he would already have no more Gu worms to use after using them all up in facing chaotic lightning balls outside 88 Truyang building. If a Gu master was lucky enough to advance to a Gu Immortal, all their mortal Gu would normally be destroyed. Advancing to a Gu Immortal was extremely risky and there was a high price to be paid. In lots of cases, a newly advanced Gu Immortal would have nothing on him. Almost all the Gu worms they accumulated before would be completely used up. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan suddenly turned into heavenly zombie form while flying and evading, his 6-winged sword, and he raised his 8 arms. Bam! The next moment, he directly clashed against a formless fist. Fang Yuan did not feel any pain and directly shattered the formless fist, obtaining a Gu. Fang Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the Gu. This was the 3rd wild immortal Gu he had obtained after exiting Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. He was unable to examine it closely, but he stored it in his pocket after suppressing it. Right now, he had the internal danger of spring-autumn cicada while on the outside, there was the formless hand disaster. He had to concentrate completely on flying, as well as pay attention to his primeval essence and the condition of his Gu worms. But he could not deny his plentiful harvests. Fang Yuan was deeply realizing what was called the coexistence of pain and joy. His flying master attainment was a great help to him in this situation. Where is Ma Hongyan? Fang Yuan stored the 3rd immortal Gu and looked around him with insatiable greed. Luck Path's supreme true inheritance had all along been of extreme interest to him. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had, to a large extent, relied on this to dominate the lands and become invincible in the world. Previously, Fang Yuan had no way to do anything about this Luck Path true inheritance, but now borrowing the strength of formless hands, he could seize the Luck Path Gu worms. This was an extremely rare opportunity. However, even after searching all over whenever he had the chance, he did not see even the shadow of the Luck Path true inheritance. Clearly, Luck Path true inheritance was also moving around. The supreme true inheritance might be protecting Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun, but it was only an acknowledgement of fortune rivaling heaven, and it was still being controlled by a wild will. It was an instinct for wild Gu worms to dodge heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. It was a scene of chaos in the large true inheritance secluded domain. There were formless hands everywhere, true inheritance meteors, fleeing Gu masters or dazzling attacks towards the clenched formless fists. All these were obstructing Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan also had to evade the formless hands and could not casually search. Both sides were on the move, thus it was actually normal for them to not bump into each other. Crack, crack. The sound of something cracking, like the cracking of egg shell, started to spread. The cracks in true inheritance secluded domain were enlarging. It was only at one side at first, but now the cracks had gradually spread to cover all sides. More and more giant light blue hands squeezed in through the cracks. Time passed, the losses to Fang Yuan's Gu worms were also becoming more severe. On the one hand, because of the backlash from heaven and earth chi, especially the movement Gu worms, even after being used in turn, they had reached the limit and many perished. On the other hand, the quantity of formless hands had surpassed the point of qualitative change. Sometimes, many formless hands would appear together and block all escape paths. Fang Yuan was thus grabbed 2-3 times. But every time he was grabbed, he would intentionally choose the formless hand with the least fingers, prioritizing his safety and letting his Gu worm be taken of his own accord. Chapter 633, Finally Becoming a Gu Immortal. As time continued to pass, Fang Yuan had no more opportunities to go shatter formless fists. He was busy running from the pursuit of the formless hands. Return my Gu. By some coincidence, Hei Lou Lan appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and activated Wind Flower Gu. A translucent wind flower appeared beside him and quickly changed direction, taking him with it. Whoosh! With the wind flower Gu's help, Fang Yuan's speed remained the same when he changed his direction, and was able to avoid Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan, however, was very happy. I am finally lucky for once. He actually ran that direction. Fang Yuan had not flown far away before his speed rapidly declined. This is. His expression changed as he sensed that he had fallen into a dark vortex. This was the trap Hei Lou Lan had set using a one-time expenditure Gu, specially used to trap enemies. The formless hands were less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan snorted and without losing his composure, used Flash Bug Gu. He disappeared from the spot and appeared 500 steps away the next moment. After getting out of his predicament, Fang Yuan immediately increased his speed, but not even a few breaths later, he once again fell into a dark vortex. He again used Flash Bug Gu to free himself. But following that, he fell in the third dark vortex again. True Inheritance Secluded Domain was originally a place filled with darkness, as such dark vortexes were extremely concealed here. Without someone running into them, they would remain still and there would be no way to sense them. But once someone ran into them, they would form a sinking force like one had stepped into a swamp or quicksand. You can't run away. I have placed countless traps all over the entirety of the surroundings. Hei Lou Lan shouted while rapidly flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was suffering the consequences of a lack of investigation. He shouted furiously, "You are seeking your own death, don't blame me." He activated Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King and forcefully freed himself from the vortex, charging straight towards Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan felt a chill before it turned into joy. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan attacking him, but afraid of Fang Yuan fleeing all the time and not give him the chance to fight. New and old hatred overlapped, both sides wanted nothing more than to kill each other. However, they had not even fought yet, when Hei Lou Lan suddenly changed his direction and fled. Shortly, Fang Yuan's expression also changed and retreated towards the back extremely quickly. Too horrifying. A large group of formless hands whooshed down from above, their numbers were at least 500 to 600. The light blue radiance dyed the surrounding space into a scene of blue. The formless hand group divided into two, chasing after Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan. Fang Yuan was facing an unprecedented crisis. He did not dare to fly in between the formless hands. There were too many formless hands, even a light movement could easily seal all his paths. Fang Yuan could only fly forward swiftly, with the large group of giant light blue hands closely chasing him. "No, don't come here!" Yi Luisang shouted in panic. He was moving with 3 other Gu masters, and coordinating with each other, he was barely able to ensure the safety of his fire path immortal Gu. However, now he suddenly saw Fang Yuan flying towards them. And when he saw the group of formless hands behind Fang Yuan, Yi Luisang's heart nearly jumped out in shock. Fang Yuan not only increased his speed, he also quickly made his move. Long-range attacks sealed the best escape routes of Yi Luisang's group and also greatly slowed down their speed. Next, Fang Yuan turned a little and flew past them, continuing to fly swiftly. Yi Lui Sang's group was escaping with all their strength, but it was nowhere near enough. No. This unlucky Yi Lui tribe leader let out a miserable scream as hundreds of formless hands filled his vision. Like a burst of strong wind wreaking havoc or like locusts passing through the fields, the giant light blue hands plundered Yi Lui Sang's group and continued to chase after Fang Yuan. Yi Lui Sang's group stood on the spot with dazed expressions. There were too many formless hands, and in just a few breaths of time, all their Gu worms were seized. In an instant, they had become completely penniless. Although they still had primeval essence remaining in their apertures, there was nothing to use them on. How will I report to Supreme Tribe Elder when I return? Yi Lui Sang's heart was filled with fear and bewilderment. His Fire Path Immortal Gu was lent to him by Yi Lui Tribe's Supreme Tribe Elder Yi Lui Lai to help him obtain victory in this imperial court contest. The value of the Immortal Gu was self-evident. Yi Lui Sang lost in the contest, but to preserve the Immortal Gu, he had to bear the disgrace of siding with Hei Lou Lan, who was also a super tribe leader like him. And now, because of Fang Yuan sending the disaster towards him, the Fire Path Immortal Gu he had protected with his heart and soul was gone. Fang Yuan flew rapidly before glancing behind him. He felt relieved when he saw the formless hands had decreased in number. This was the contribution of Yi Lui Sang's group. Fang Yuan saw hope in getting rid of this group of formless hands. That was to draw the disaster towards others. He had flying master attainment while others did not. That is. While fleeing, Fang Yuan finally discovered a trace of Ma Hongyun. The Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance was shielding Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lian Yun, while dodging and flying away from many formless hands chasing it. Of course, when compared to the group chasing Fang Yuan, it paled in comparison. Without the least bit of hesitation, Fang Yuan immediately flew towards Ma Hongyun. Sensing an even greater danger, the Luck Path True Inheritance light lump instinctively changed its direction. However, Fang Yuan chased it relentlessly, and with extremely deft movements, he was able to gradually get closer. "Let us go, I beg you, please let us go." Ma Hongyun's pleading came from within the Luck Path True Inheritance. Don't come over, don't come over." Zhao Lianyun was also shivering in fear. Fang Yuan's heart was tough like iron and cold as steel. How could he be swayed? His speed suddenly increased violently as he made a beautiful arc beside the Luck Path True Inheritance. The formless hand group was immediately attracted to the aura of the Luck Path True Inheritance and flocked to it. "We're finished." Both of Ma and Zhao's faces turned as they looked at the hundreds of formless hands blocking their escape routes, attacking like a storm. "Ha ha ha, Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance." Fang Yuan made a full circle, before flying back. "My immortal aperture has almost finished forming. This is truly wonderful. I can use it to store the Luck Path Immortal Gu." Fang Yuan's gaze burned looking at the formless hands shrouding the Luck Path True Inheritance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, many formless fists started flying away. Fang Yuan immediately started using all his methods to seize the Gu. 1, 2, 5, 6, the number soon crossed 10. Fang Yuan knew he would not be able to catch all the Luck Path Gu worms, but he was satisfied at having such a harvest. Wait a moment, a six-fingered formless fist. Fang Yuan suddenly discovered a major target. The 6 fingers signified this fist was holding a rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes reddened and his breathing sped up as he used all his strength to chase the 6-fingered fist. He turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and directly pounced towards the fist. His 8 arms burst out with fist shadows as he rained down violent punches. The formless fist shattered and, as expected, revealed a Luck Path Immortal Gu. Haha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he quickly grabbed it. However, right at this instant, a 6-fingered formless hand flew over and grabbed Fang Yuan. Its timing was impeccable as Fang Yuan's guard was slightly relaxed due to happiness. The result was extreme joy turning into sorrow. Fang Yuan felt his mind go blank and cursed out. The time seemed to have stretched out extremely long at this moment. After 2 breaths, the 6-fingered formless fist flew away from him and Fang Yuan recovered the ability to move. Fang Yuan immediately unfolded his 6 wings and left the spot immediately. He hurriedly glanced behind him and saw 50 to 60 formless hands crashing into each other at the spot where he had just been before. If he had even the slightest hesitation. Fang Yuan's forehead was soaked with cold sweat. He then examined his body and the discovery caused him to turn gloomy. The Gu that was seized was not any of the immortal Gu he had seized or spring-autumn cicada, it was fixed immortal travel. This damned luck. Fang Yuan cursed. Fixed immortal travel was his primary method to leave this place and return to Gu Immortal blessed land. He must get it back. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed the luck path immortal Gu and stored it in his pocket, then he stared at that 6-fingered formless fist and gave chase. When one walks by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Fortunately, his immortal aperture finished stabilizing during the chase. Fang Yuan's risky attempt at advancing to Gu Immortal ended in success. At this moment he had become a true strength path Gu Immortal. His strength path immortal aperture was very huge with about 3,500 square kilometers of area. The sky was orange-yellow and there were all sorts of lofty, tall, and straight mountains on the ground made of white stones with not even a blade of grass on them. An invisible tributary of the River of Time was pulled into the immortal aperture, supporting the normal operations of this small world. In comparison to the outside world, the flow of time here was 1 to 16. The most important point was there were 22 green grape immortal essence beads. This is a medium-grade blessed land. Fang Yuan sighed. When a Gu master advanced to Gu Immortal, their immortal aperture could be classified into 3 grades. A small blessed land has a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum, can draw in a small tributary of the River of Time and create over 10 beads of immortal essence, while being a land of few resources. Medium grade can have a size of 2,700 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers, draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the River of Time, create over 20 beads of immortal essence and have plentiful resources. High-grade blessed land can have a size of 4,700 square kilometers to 6,000 square kilometers, draw in a large tributary of the River of Time and create over 30 beads of immortal essence. There will be plenty of heaven and earth chi remaining which can mutually interact and refine immortal Gu into immortal Gu during a burst of inspiration. When Tai Baiyunxing advanced to Gu Immortal, he refined 2 immortal Gu, no doubt, his was a high-grade blessed land. Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture, however, was a medium-grade blessed land. I might have much more human chi compared to Tai Baiyunxing, but he received the help of human chi Gu and his human chi was able to greatly surpass mine. I received the protection of 88 true yang building and giant sun's will. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were isolated outside and only a small part was able to seep into true inheritance secluded domain which was absorbed by me. Thoughts flashed Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. Giant Sun's will was after all forced to help Fang Yuan resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity due to helplessness. It absolutely would not kindly allow the heaven and earth chi to enter true inheritance secluded domain which could provide Fang Yuan with more potential. Besides this, there is also another important factor, spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada absorbed the water of the tributary of River of Time which was akin to cutting off the nourishment and greatly weakened the accomplishment of the strength path immortal aperture. Thus, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture's time flow had 1 to 16 ratio which was lower than normal standard. Chapter 634, Wind Veil of Assimilation. Fang Yuan felt no regret towards obtaining a medium-grade blessed land. This was for the best. Within the first aperture, spring-autumn cicada's pressure had already reached its limits, the first aperture's walls were full of cracks. If he continued, he might cause the aperture to explode. If it was a high-grade blessed land, it could refine an immortal Gu and create a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity within the blessed land. Fang Yuan's predicament was extremely dangerous, he had both internal and external threats. If his immortal aperture had a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity wreaking havoc inside, Fang Yuan would surely become too distracted. It would be fortunate if he only suffered a great loss, but most likely he would lose his life. Regardless, becoming a strength path Gu Immortal means I have the ability to interfere in the battle now. Fang Yuan sighed deeply, throwing all of his Gu worms, be it mortal or immortal Gu, into his strength path immortal aperture. The immortal aperture had a huge space, it could easily hold immortal Gu. Next, Fang Yuan willed and used a bead of green grape immortal essence. Immediately afterwards, the green grape immortal essence spread and filled the entire blessed land, turning into almost limitless primeval essence. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. From this moment on, he no longer had to worry about primeval essence expenditure, he could use mortal Gu without any restraints anymore. This was the biggest difference between mortal and immortal. At the same time, after becoming an immortal, the heaven and earth chi were all consumed, thus there would no longer be any threat of a backlash. Fang Yuan's aura was surging, his eyes were shining with brilliance. His body shook slightly, and another pair of eagle wings grew on his back. Flying with 8 wings, Fang Yuan's speed became faster again, chasing after fixed immortal travel. Seeing that he was about to reach his target, Tai Baiyunshin called out for help behind him. Junior brother, assist me, that hand took away my immortal Gu landscape as before. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a 6-fingered formless fist flying towards his left. Tai Baiyunshin was dragging the supreme true inheritance light lump as he chased after it desperately. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment, this 6-fingered formless fist was right beside him, if he did not help, he would not be able to explain himself. He immediately activated the wind flower Gu, barely turning around. His speed was simply too fast, even the wind flower Gu in his immortal aperture could not take it, as many petals fell out. Fang Yuan caught up to the 6-fingered formless fist and smashed at it, breaking it open and rescuing landscape as before. Tai Baiyunshin was overjoyed upon seeing this. Great, junior brother, if not for your help. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, shouting anxiously, senior brother, dodge. Too late. An 8-fingered formless hand flew over and grabbed onto Tai Baiyunshin. Tai Baiyunshin was immobilized, his face was full of shock and fear. During this time, hundreds of formless hands flew over and encircled Tai Baiyunshin. At the same time, large numbers of formless hands were flying over from far away. Damn it, not only was Tai Baiyunshin caught, he had the supreme true inheritance with him. This is bad, 88 True Yang building is going to be destroyed. I have to take back fixed immortal travel quickly. Fang Yuan did not dare to save him, his eyes flashed with a cold light as he placed the landscape as before Gu into his immortal aperture and turned around to leave. Fixed immortal travel Gu was the best method to escape, it was more important than any other immortal Gu right now in Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan flew rapidly, about to reach the formless fist. After I take fixed immortal travel, I will leave, who cares about Tai Baiyunshin anymore? Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, he had made up his mind. True Inheritance secluded domain was at the deepest part of 88 True Yang building, and there were already so many formless hands here, not to mention the outside world. He had obtained enough benefits, and he had even successfully advanced to an immortal. If he continued staying here, he might lose his life. Fang Yuan had the intention to retreat already. But just when he was about to succeed, Hei Lou Lan blocked his path. Don't think that I'll be afraid just because you became an immortal. Return my Gu worm to me now and I'll give way immediately. Hei Lou Lan screamed. You are courting death. Fang Yuan stared furiously, he wanted to tear Hei Lou Lan into several pieces, but his logic dictated him to change directions and swerve around Hei Lou Lan, continuing his pursuit. Hei Lou Lan snickered, he was unable to catch up to Fang Yuan, but in terms of long-range methods, he had his ways to obstructing Fang Yuan in his chase. Fang Yuan was obstructed by Hei Lou Lan time and again, he had to change his direction. Is this worth it? Just return my Gu to me and you'll be able to reach this formless fist. Don't forget, after the formless fist flies for a certain distance, it will vanish along with the Gu worm. Hei Lou Lan urged. He was extremely anxious, his vital Gu was in Fang Yuan's hands, but he had to control himself and mask his anxiety. Fang Yuan shouted out in anger, his expression still as water. There was no way he would return the Gu worm to Hei Lou Lan. The more Hei Lou Lan cared about this Gu, the more important this Gu was to him. Hei Lou Lan was a huge enemy. Even if he returned the Gu worm, if he did not keep his promise and continued obstructing Fang Yuan, what then? Fang Yuan could only make detours and continue chasing after his target. Bam! Right at this moment, there was a huge sound. True Inheritance secluded domain completely broke apart, instantly exploding. Eye-piercing sunlight filled everyone's vision. At once, Fang Yuan and the others were caught off guard, their entire vision turned white. In such a situation, who would dare to shut their eyes completely? Even though their eyes were overflowing with tears due to the intensity, they had to open a slit. As the white light faded slowly, from their blurred vision, everyone could see that they were floating in the air. Save us! Many Gu masters cried out desperately for help. They were all unlucky people who had their Gu worms taken away. Without Gu worms, this rapid descent would cause them to die upon impact with the ground. Nobody lent a hand to help them. Those Gu masters who were barely floating in the air could only care about themselves, as they looked around in shock. In the sky, there were thousands of formless hands, closely packed together. On the ground, smoke was rising and there was debris of 88 True Yang building everywhere. These broken walls and structures were disintegrating, turning back into Gu worms. The number of Gu worms was too many. Each tile could split up into an ant's nest worth of Gu worms. Oh my heavens! 88 True Yang building collapsed. Oh longevity heaven, why is this happening? Everyone was flustered and shocked, when suddenly a bright golden rainbow shot up in the sky. Leave behind the immortal Gu. The remaining giant suns had been storing energy for this moment. He finally made his move. The golden rainbow shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it destroyed one formless fist and obtained the immortal Gu within. Divert disaster Gu. Giant suns entered the Gu and quickly activated it. Divert disaster Gu shot out pillars of light and shone everywhere. The formless hands that were swept by the light pillars shrunk in size and their speed fell. Those formless hands that were hit by the light pillar disintegrated rapidly and the Gu worms within were released. At once, giant suns regained several immortal Gu. Otherworldly demon. Luck path true inheritance. Giant suns looked at the luck path true inheritance that was trapped by the formless hands, as well as Ma and Zhao who were inside the light lump. Without a trace of hesitation, he flew over with killing intent. My fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He lost his target. The formless fist that contained fixed immortal travel had gone missing. It had flew away with fixed immortal travel into the unknown. Fang Yuan had completely lost fixed immortal travel. Damn it! Fang Yuan controlled his heartache as he forced himself to calm down. Without fixed immortal travel, he could still use the Stargate to return to Gu Immortal Blessed Land, but this Stargate needed to be sustained, so if Fang Yuan wanted to leave this place, he first needed to find a safe environment. Old Ancestor is here, you have no way out now. Return my Gu worm to me and I can still help you ask for mercy. Hei Lou Lan flew over, shouting. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. Hei Lou Lan's words reminded him, his biggest threat now were the formless hands, followed by giant sun's will. Although the current giant sun's will was heavily damaged and was not even a tiny fraction of its original state, it was still not something Fang Yuan could take on. The will that giant sun immortal venerable left behind was too grand and majestic. Even though it had undergone such tremendous weakening, even though Fang Yuan was now a Gu Immortal, he was still not its match. Most importantly, it was currently snatching immortal Gu all over the place. Once it activates the Gu, its battle strength would surge. Ordinary Gu worms need primeval essence or immortal essence to activate. No matter how powerful Giant Sun's will is, he is still a will and needs to use the rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle. He looked towards Giant Sun's will who was far away. He had just taken a look when a formless hand flew over. Fang Yuan flapped his wings, evading successfully. Damn it! Hei Lou Lan cursed ruthlessly. He had also suffered the attacks of 3 formless hands along the way. True Inheritance secluded domain was broken apart, the number of formless hands in the air increased by at least 10 times. These formless hands attacked, causing Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan to be dodging them with all their effort. They could not spare the energy to care about other things. Bam bam bam. Wind blades danced in the air, cutting apart several formless hands. The Gu that were caught earlier were released, while Giant Sun's will was like a golden dragon, pouncing on them. He had much of Giant Sun's immortal essence. He had the capability to instantly refine Gu worms when he got them. His battle strength surged and his aura was like a rainbow. Otherworldly demon. Luck path true inheritance. Soon, Giant Sun's will found Ma and Zhao. They were surrounded by countless formless hands. The originally large true inheritance light lump had shrunk by at least a third of its size. Giant Sun's will howled loudly, as several immortal Gu and hundreds of rank 5 mortal Gu were used together at once. The light of divert disaster shot straight, 1,000 wind blades danced in formation, a bright red fire crow spread its wings and flew while screeching. All sorts of attacks surrounded the luck path true inheritance like the falling petals of a flower. Once any formless hands flew out, they would be instantly destroyed, and the Gu worm within would be taken by Giant Sun's will. Oh no, this luck path true inheritance originally belonged to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. If Giant Sun's will obtains it, it would truly be a tiger gaining wings, or a flood dragon entering the sea. Fang Yuan flew rapidly, taking a look at this scene, his heart turned heavy. He looked around, but realized that to leave this place, he needed the Stargate Gu. Imperial Court Blessed Land is on the brink of destruction. The outer fringe of the Blessed Land is already blowing with winds of assimilation, forming a huge circular wind veil. This wind has tremendous force. Even if I am a Gu Immortal, I cannot resist it. I cannot force my way out. Chapter 635, Important Decision. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the number 1 blessed land of Northern Plains. It had deep foundations and tremendous fortune. Despite this, after Fang Yuan entered it, first, there was the contest of the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, and Giant Sun's will. Next, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing underwent immortal ascension and took in the heaven and earth chi of the blessed land. Furthermore, there was the once in 10 years blizzard ravaging the blessed land, and it even fused with Tai Baiyunxing and Fang Yuan's tribulations to form a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Frost Jade Peacock was able to endure it for so long, that was really quite a miracle already. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction was a foregone conclusion. Now that the wind veil was formed, Imperial Court Blessed Land was surrounded like a sphere, and the walls of the sphere were extremely thick, at least hundreds of meters. Even if the formless hands flew there, they would be crushed into bits, being assimilated into wind and lead to growing the strength of the winds of assimilation. Even with Flashbug Gu, Fang Yuan could not get through it. However, this wind veil also formed an isolation barrier and prevented outside forces from intervening. At this moment, thousands of meters above the ground, in the sky, 3 Gu Immortals looked down at the grand winds of assimilation that was like a giant dark green bowl inverted on the ground with a grim expression. The wind veil's surface was very tranquil, but no one dared to underestimate the power of the winds of assimilation. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction is unavoidable. What happened inside? How did it become like this? One of the Gu Immortals, an elderly man, looked with a furious gaze as his brows were tightly folded. 88 True Yang Building, Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were the arrangement of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to benefit his descendants. As descendants with Huangjin bloodline, they had already considered Imperial Court Blessed Land as their territory since long ago. But now, the domain that held great treasures had been destroyed. These righteous path Gu Immortals of Northern Plains super tribes were like dormant volcanoes turning active. Very evidently, this is a huge scheme. Our investigations earlier have shown that the most suspicious person is that Wolf King Chang Shanin. We have enough evidence to conclude that this person is an impersonator. The real Chang Shanin had died long ago. Another young Gu Immortal said solemnly. After pausing for a while, he continued, obviously, not just Chang Shanin, but other than him, Tai Baiyun Xing, Bian Si Xian and the others are also suspicious. This scheme is very deep, it involves the forces of Central Continent. According to what we've learned, there are at least 3 of the ancient sects in Central Continent plotting against the 88 True Yang building for the last 100 years. Central Continent Gu Immortal's secret plot expended a lot of their effort and resources to create the loopholes and setups. In the end, Fang Yuan made use of these arrangements in advance. All of their hard work had gone to the benefit of someone else. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were not to be trifled with. Imperial Court Blessed Land, 88 True Yang building, they were the spiritual symbols of Northern Plains, they were extremely important. The moment something happened to Imperial Court Blessed Land and the happenings inside were exposed to the outside world, Northern Plains forces all paid close attention to it. Unfortunately, they were all outside, and the situation had advanced too quickly. It was already too late by the time they wanted to save Imperial Court Blessed Land. Sigh. The leader of the Gu Immortal sighed deeply. He was good-looking with red lips and white teeth, but for some reason, he had the appearance of a child. The aura he was emitting was extremely powerful. He was subtly the leader of the 3. The most important thing now is not to investigate these matters, but to consider the ways to salvage this situation. 88 True Yang building was the arrangement of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It is profound and mysterious, its heavenly power is not something we can understand. Although the winds of assimilation this time are fierce, forming a wind veil, it might not be able to destroy 88 True Yang building. We will stay here and look for an opportunity to help, while being careful of any unexpected situations. The child Gu Immortal's words made the elderly man and the young man Gu Immortal breathe in deeply. Lord Tongzhu, you are absolutely right. Our Chanyu tribe has the immortal killer move, Winged Blade. As long as we activate it together, we will be able to forcefully break the wind veil of assimilation. The young man Gu Immortal said this, unable to conceal his pride. The winds of assimilation is not to be underestimated. Even with Winged Blade, we only have one chance to attack. I have made my calculations. The injury that we cause on this wind veil of assimilation would recover in only 8 breaths of time. The elderly man was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. He could make deductions and predictions. The leader of the 3, Chanyu Tongzhu, nodded slightly. Right now, Hei tribe, Yi Lui tribe, Dongfang tribe and others are surrounding the wind veil. All these righteous path super tribes have sent their Gu Immortals. There is also the number 1 demonic path force Snowy Mountain. They sent 6 Gu Immortals, attempting to take advantage of the situation. Don't underestimate them, we have our trump cards, so do they. When we use the Winged Blade, we have to prevent them from taking advantage of us. The luck path True Inheritance cannot fall in the hands of the otherworldly demon. All these are mine, mine. Giant Suns will shouted loudly, his voice reverberated over the entire battlefield. He turned into a golden dragon, taking form at will. Sometimes, 17 to 18 small dragons were created, while at the next moment, they combined into a giant dragon. He carried Giant Sun's immortal essence, using it without holding back. More than 10 immortal Gu were embedded on the dragon's body. There were 2 on its dragon horns, 1 in each of its eyes, and 6 to 7 in its scales. Blazing flames, divert disaster light beam, frost energy, all sorts of attacks were unleashed unceasingly. At this point, Giant Suns could finally use his full strength. Giant Suns had suppressed his anger for too long. He released all of it at this moment. First, he had to get rid of the otherworldly demon, and because of the luck path True Inheritance's importance, Giant Suns first surrounded Ma and Zhao. Large numbers of formless hands covered the luck path True Inheritance tightly. At times, formless fists that captured luck path Gu worms flew out. Giant Suns was like a golden dragon, surrounding the luck path True Inheritance and coiling around it, destroying all of the formless fists that came out. There were many formless fists, even Giant Suns could only choose some and attack those, trying to free more immortal Gu to raise his battle strength. But near the giant dragon, there were also large numbers of formless hands. When Giant Suns snatches these Gu worms back, the formless hands would steal them again. During this contest, the two were fighting intensely and occupied the sky. Below this battle, the remaining surviving Gu masters were fighting with a smaller number of formless hands. Even though giant suns will attracted most of the formless hands, the Gu masters were not having an easier time. With the destruction of true inheritance secluded domain, the Gu masters were completely exposed and out in the open. They were attacked by even more formless hands. The formless hands were almost immune to all attacks. They flew in the sky and pierced through rocks. Nothing could obstruct them. Only after stealing a Gu worm would they form into a fist and be susceptible to attacks. But the speed of the formless fists was very fast. Not all Gu masters could chase after them and destroy them successfully. Fang Yuan, Hei Lou Lan, and the others were a minority. They were geniuses among geniuses. Old ancestor, please help, ah. A shrill scream could suddenly be heard. Everyone could not help but raise their heads and look. Only to see that a Gu master from a super tribe, one who bears a pure bloodline, was left with no other choice after being chased by the formless hands and flew into the sky to seek help from Giant Sun's will. But in the end, he was the first to be slaughtered by Giant Sun's will after he activated the immortal Gu to attack. Such might. Hei Lou Lan raised his head and looked. Even with his great strength, true martial physique, he did not dare to get close to Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will had completely erupted. His attacks were fierce and carried tremendous might. His entire mind was on the luck path true inheritance. While competing with the formless hands, he had no energy to care about Giant Sun's bloodline descendants. So painful. At this moment, Yi Lui Sang drew in a breath of cold air, crawling up from the ground. The Gu worms on his entire body were stolen. He had fallen from the sky. Thankfully, his body was once tempered using Gu worms, thus he only suffered bone fractures while keeping his life. Looking at this unlucky person who died, he suddenly felt extremely glad. At least, compared to this unlucky guy, he was still alive. Being alive was more important than anything. Fang Yuan could feel an immense mental pressure. Damn it. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. He wanted to leave but had no way to break out of this predicament. Thankfully, Giant Sun's will did not target me at the start, but instead went after that otherworldly demon Zhao Lian Yun, while also wanting to protect the luck path true inheritance. Fang Yuan was very clear in his heart. Once Giant Sun's will gets rid of this problem, he would not let him off. By then, he would be like a sheep standing near a tiger, or a rabbit near a python. Giant Sun's will alone cannot activate so many immortal Gu. Even though I became a Gu Immortal, if we fought head-on, I would still not be Giant Sun's will's match. That is unless I cut away his connection with Giant Sun's immortal essence. Fang Yuan's mind was very sharp. But unfortunately, there were too many formless hands. He had to exert himself in dealing with them. Other than Giant Sun's will, he was the one with the most immortal Gu. Their aura was attracting the attack of many formless hands. At the same time, Hei Lou Lan's continuous attacks were also quite a problem. He had the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, a true child of heaven. He could be thought of as the matured version of Bai Ning Bing. Be it his battle capabilities or foundation and accumulation, they were very outstanding. He had heaven-defying battle strength. Even Tai Bai Yunxing was not his match. The power of his self-detonation could slay an immortal. After being obstructed once again by Hei Lou Lan, Fang Yuan's gaze towards him became more ominous. At the same time, Fang Yuan thought to himself, this Hei Lou Lan has an absurd number of Gu worms. He had many of his Gu worms taken away, yet he still has so many remaining. There was a reason for this, of course. Hei Lou Lan's sole purpose was to enter 88 True Yang Building and obtain a Strength Path Immortal Gu, before attempting his immortal ascension in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus, he made ample preparation, especially with his father's help. He accumulated many Gu worms. He considered the backlash of the heaven and earth chi during his immortal ascension which would lead to the death of Gu worms, thus he prepared a lot of Gu worms, more than what anyone could imagine. Junior brother, save me. After dodging for a while, Fang Yuan heard Tai Bai Yunxing's cry for help. It turns out, Tai Bai Yunxing was trapped by the formless hands, floating in the air as he desperately defended himself. Eventually, his Gu worms were all taken away. After losing the support of his Gu worms, even as a Gu Immortal, he started falling towards the ground. Tai Baiyunxing was his only alliance mate, he could not abandon him yet. Fang Yuan immediately made a turn and took a risk to save him. But who knew that during that period, Tai Baiyunxing's anxious shout could be heard, "Quick, junior brother, take back my immortal Gu man as before." Fang Yuan's heart jumped, seeing that a six-fingered formless fist was flying out. If at this moment, Fang Yuan chooses to save Tai Baiyunxing, then he would lose the best opportunity to take back man as before immortal Gu. Most likely, after he saves Tai Baiyunxing, man as before would be transported away by formless fist. To save Tai Baiyunxing, or to take back the immortal Gu man as before? At this moment, Fang Yuan had to make an important decision. Chapter 636, Shocking Change. To save Tai Baiyunxing, or take back man as before? At this instant, Fang Yuan hesitated. Man as before, this Gu was extremely famous even though it was immortal Gu. Now that it had become an immortal Gu, its ability was even greater. According to what Tai Baiyunxing had said earlier, when it was immortal Gu, it could turn a Gu master's condition back to a state in the past. After becoming an immortal Gu, it could not only affect others but even himself. This himself naturally meant Tai Baiyunxing. Tai Baiyunxing was a Gu Immortal. It was not hard to deduce that the immortal Gu man as before could affect Gu Immortals as well. As a Gu worm that can heal a Gu Immortal, the value of man as before need not be mentioned. In fact, its value far surpassed ordinary immortal Gu. Thus, Tai Baiyunxing was so anxious, forgetting his own predicament and reminding Fang Yuan to take back man as before. But Tai Baiyunxing's words were merely out of anxiety, he said it without truly considering the consequences. In the case that Fang Yuan really abandoned him and attempted to retrieve man as before immortal Gu, Tai Baiyunxing would be in great danger. Even though the essence of a Gu master's life undergoes a qualitative change when becoming a Gu Immortal, if he fell from such a high altitude, even if Tai Baiyunxing survived, he would be gravely injured. And don't forget that there were many other Gu masters who were remaining on the ground. Taking back man as before would use up a lot of time. Even if I retrieve man as before, if this causes a rift between me and Tai Baiyunxing, what should I do then? Tai Baiyunxing shouted out of anxiety. Once he was in grave danger and his life was at risk, he would immediately realize, compared to the immortal Gu, his life was more important. If at that moment, he saw his junior brother chasing the immortal Gu and giving up on saving himself, how would he think? A person's heart is very fickle and ever-changing. Even though this sentence was said by Tai Baiyunxing himself, when thinking of the circumstances and seeing things from another's shoes, he would feel doubt and suspicion. So be it if I still had fixed immortal travel, but now that I have lost it, and the wind veil of assimilation is still contracting, isolating us from the outside world, I will need to use a stargate to leave this place and connect it to Gu Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was facing great difficulty. To open the stargate, he would need to use Starlight Firefly Gu. The formless hands were flying about and ravaging the place, they were an unstoppable force. Once the Starlight Firefly Gu appeared, the formless hands would show up like flies. Even as a Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan had no confidence in protecting them from the formless hands. But now that the wind veil of assimilation has been formed, there is no more heaven and earth chi. Even though there are a lot of formless hands, no new ones will appear. Furthermore, with 88 true yang building breaking apart and dissolving into different Gu worms that are flying around, the formless hands had no energy source, they could not be sustained. Fang Yuan was a veteran demonic path cultivator with 500 years of experience, he naturally had good insight. Once the formless hands weaken, giant suns would become the strongest force in this battlefield. By then, after he gets rid of Ma and Zhao, retrieving the luck path true inheritance, he would come after me. By then, giant suns would have giant suns immortal essence and many immortal Gu, he would truly be the strongest foe. As the weaker party, Fang Yuan had to choose to cooperate against this strong foe, to resist the enemy with numbers. In this entire battlefield, Tai Baiyunxing was the only suitable person. Even though he was a healing Gu Immortal, he was still a Gu Immortal. Even though his Gu worms were all stolen, Fang Yuan could lend him some. Moreover, Hei Lou Lan and the other blood-related descendants were all Giant Sun's will's natural allies. No matter how well Fang Yuan could speak, in such a short time and in such a situation, they would not switch sides. After thinking so deeply, in reality, merely a short moment passed. Fang Yuan moved like lightning. Without hesitation, he flew towards Tai Baiyunxing, who was falling. Junior brother, you, Sai. Seeing Fang Yuan make such a choice, Tai Baiyunxing, who had calmed down, looked with shining eyes. He was touched and wanted to say something, but eventually ended up sighing. Along the way, many formless hands were obstructing them, but Fang Yuan twisted left and right. He was agile like a bird. He quickly shortened the distance between him and Tai Baiyunxing. But right at this moment, the figure of a person suddenly appeared around Tai Baiyunxing. Old fool, you have finally fallen into my hands. The figure quickly turned solid as Hei Lou Lan grabbed Tai Baiyunxing by the collar, capturing him. Although Tai Baiyunxing was a Gu Immortal, he had no Gu worms on him. It was simply too easy for Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan quickly activated his Gu worm, sealing Tai Baiyunxing's 4 limbs and making him faint. Seeing the captive in his hands, Hei Lou Lan was overjoyed. He was able to capture Tai Baiyunxing under such chaotic circumstances, mostly due to luck. But the result was already a success. Now Hei Lou Lan's mind was full of ways to threaten Fang Yuan, to use this captive to take back his vital Gu. But he had just raised his head and had yet to speak, before he saw Fang Yuan's body turning around and flying high up into the air. Hei Lou Lan captured Tai Baiyunxing. It is obviously because he wants to threaten me and ask for that Gu worm. Fang Yuan had guessed Hei Lou Lan's intention at the first moment. His heart sank, but he was still as calm as ever. Since Hei Lou Lan had such an objective, he would not cause harm to Tai Baiyunxing's life. That means, Tai Baiyunxing was safe for the time being. In that case, the most important thing for Fang Yuan now was to retrieve the immortal Gu man as before. He dodged left and right, avoiding the formless hand's attacks. His 8 wings flapped intensely as wind flower Gu and flash bug Gu were used in turns. Eventually, after 15 minutes, after exerting all of his strength, with great difficulty he smashed the formless fist and took back the man as before immortal Gu. Because he obtained Tai Baiyunxing's trust, man as before immortal Gu did not struggle in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan did not use his will to suppress it. He placed it into the strength path immortal aperture. Your senior brother's life is in my hands. Quickly return my Gu worm. At this point, Hei Lou Lan finally caught up and had the chance to issue a threat. He was full of sweat. Chasing Fang Yuan was not easy, especially when his movement speed was insufficient, and he still had to carry Tai Baiyunxing. He thought he understood Fang Yuan's objectives. He was very confident in himself. Just as he said that, a formless hand flew over to him. Hei Lou Lan did not dare to resist it head-on and had to dodge. This way, the imposing aura that he had tried to create was immediately weakened. Fang Yuan's figure was like a lightning shadow, moving around the formless hands easily. When he got close to Hei Lou Lan, he was expressionless, but he was sighing over the inconvenience in his heart. Fang Yuan knew that he could not resist Giant Sun's will alone. He needed Tai Baiyunxing's help. But now that Tai Baiyunxing was a captive, Fang Yuan was quite restricted. Although he had man as before immortal Gu, he was not given permission by Tai Baiyunxing to use the Gu. If he could use it, when Hei Lou Lan kills the captive and Tai Baiyunxing dies, Fang Yuan could revive Tai Baiyunxing using man as before. But there was a major problem here. Using immortal Gu man as before required immortal essence. To revive a mortal, there was no issue. But to revive an immortal, the immortal essence expenditure would surely be huge. Fang Yuan only had 22 beads of green grape immortal essence. He used up one in diffusing it into endless primeval essence, thus he only had 21 left. This was his greatest assurance in fighting Giant Sun's will. But to revive Tai Baiyunxing, he would need to use at least 10 green grape immortal essence. Unless there was no choice, Fang Yuan did not want to do that. Hei Lou Lan was truly a formidable character. It was no fluke that he was the person who became the victor of the Imperial Court contest. He had overwhelming talent and ability. Once an opportunity appeared, he knew how to grab onto it. Don't tell me, I really have to return as Gu Worm? Once that thought appeared, Fang Yuan suppressed it. Hei Lou Lan was so anxious about that Gu, it was surely something extraordinary. Fang Yuan was not willing to return it just like that. Most importantly, Hei Lou Lan was not trustworthy. As time passed, Giant Sun's will and the Formless Hand's battle intensified. Giant Sun's will originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He was very ruthless and wise. Now that his original strength could be displayed fully, he showed off a matchless disposition. He drew support from the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump, and while fighting against the Formless Hands, he took back control of the one and only copy of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After so long, the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump was still quite intact. There were simply too many Gu worms inside this true inheritance. It was shocking. In just this short while, 6 Luck Path Immortal Gu were already taken by the Formless Hands. No wonder it was the one and only copy. Immortal Gu were unique, even for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He exerted all his efforts and could only elevate the true inheritance to this extent. 3 of the 6 Immortal Gu were retrieved by Giant Sun's will when he broke the Formless Fists. Giant Sun's will could only watch as the other 3 were taken away by the Formless Fists. Damn it. Too hateful. Giant Sun's will got more furious as he fought. He had already hated Zhao Lianyun to the depths of his soul. Now he no longer cared about Ma Hongyun's life. I want to see how long this Luck Path True Inheritance can protect you for. Giant Sun's will gritted his teeth. If not for him wanting to protect the Luck Path True Inheritance and being unable to attack all out, he would have destroyed this light lump and killed Ma and Zhao. Ma and Zhao hugged each other. Towards this situation, there was nothing they could do but to await death. The great pressure was a huge turmoil on their hearts. Their feelings for each other rapidly grew. But this was useless. The frost jade peacock that recognized them as its master had already died. The size of the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump was less than a third of what it had been originally. Seeing that death was approaching closer and closer, Ma and Zhao lost any hopes of surviving. Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan were at a stalemate. They were bargaining. Both sides were very distrustful of each other. This talk was progressing very slowly. Clang! Right at this moment, from outside the wind veil, there was the sound of a blade. The sound of the blade was crisp and sharp. It reverberated in everyone's ears. What? This is. Everyone raised their heads. They were attracted by this strange event. Even the giant dragon of Giant Sun's will stopped its attacks. Only to see that above them, on the wind veil of Assimilation, there was a huge opening created by a blade. Everyone could see the outside sky of northern plains through the opening caused by the blade. In the sky, 3 Gu Immortals from Chanyu tribe were breathing roughly. This was the immortal killer move that they activated, Winged Blade. Around them, there were a dozen or so Gu Immortals. It turns out that when the 3 of them were colluding not too long ago, other Righteous Path Gu Immortals approached them. Because Hei tribe's Gu Immortals were very sincere and put in a lot of effort, they came to an agreement quickly and thus chose to attack earlier than expected. With the blade opening, the inside and outside world were connected. This was a huge influence to anyone in the battlefield. The ones who reacted faster than Fang Yuan and the other humans were the Gu worms. 88 True Yang Building was an ownerless object. After being destroyed by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, the walls collapsed and turned into large number of wild Gu worms. At this crucial moment, using their instincts, these Gu worms flew into the air, towards the opening. During the process, Formless Hands were capturing them all over the place. This is the best chance to charge through the wind veil and escape from this dangerous place. The Gu Master's eyes were glowing. Ah! So many Gu worms, these are all formed from 88 True Yang Building. Northern Plains Gu Immortals watched with burning and shining eyes. Chapter 637, Huge Shocking Change. Originally, within the wind veil of assimilation, the Gu worms were lifeless. Now, a huge opening was cut into the wind veil of assimilation, opening a link outside to northern plains. The Gu worms all went into a frenzy, frantically rushing towards the opening. Formless hands arrived, attempting to grab them along the way. Nearly half of the Gu worms were captured by the formless hands, and carried off by the formless fists, vanishing into thin air. Despite this, the majority of the Gu worms managed to rush out of the opening, escaping this dangerous area surrounded by the wind veil of assimilation, and arriving in the outside world of northern plains. Come to me, be mine. So many Gu worms, that is an immortal Gu? Stop at once. Do not fight, distribute the Gu according to our prior arrangement, no one should act recklessly. The northern plains Gu Immortal saw a cluster of Gu worms, like an unceasing torrent of water rushing forth. They were already in a state of shocked ecstasy. They struck at once, repeatedly shouting, competing against each other, and displaying all kinds of methods. Fang Yuan raised his head to look, and saw a scene of Gu Immortals madly fighting over Gu worms. There are more than 20 Gu Immortals. They probably used the immortal killer move Winged Blade. This killer move is a first-class attacking method of northern plains. During the Battle of the Five Regions in the future, many central continent Gu Immortals died from it. His expression was grim, his eyes were flickering with cold light, the memories of his previous life was still vivid within his mind. Winds of assimilation, the number one wind in the world, they were able to assimilate all things. There are few methods capable of restraining it. But the immortal killer move Winged Blade had peerless might. It was a rare method that was even able to cleave open the wind veil of assimilation. Naturally, this is also because the wind veil of assimilation had not formed for a long time. The wind walls are still not too thick. Given a longer period of time, even the winged blade will be unable to damage it. Winds of assimilation, they were a wind that blew when immortal apertures faced destruction. Once the wind gained momentum, and there was enough wind blowing, even rank 8 Gu Immortals would struggle to resist it. As for rank 9 Gu Immortals, they were the rulers of the world, they were invincible beings. No matter how strong the winds of assimilation became, it could do nothing to them. This shocking change was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. To him, this was not a method of escaping. He had caused harm to Giant Sun's will and caused the collapse of 88 Truyang building. He was the culprit behind Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction. Once he went outside, and got caught by the angry northern plains Gu Immortals, he would end up facing a terrible fate. By then, even death would be a luxury. He placed his attention on Hei Lou Lan now. If Hei Lou Lan got distracted now, Fang Yuan would launch a sneak attack and take back Tai Baiyunxing. But Hei Lou Lan's eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan without a single bit of distraction. His objective this time was to obtain a strength path immortal Gu and become a Gu Immortal. But he did not excel in movement and could not break the formless fists. However, he had made an agreement with Giant Sun's will. As long as he helped him, Giant Sun's will would give him a strength path immortal Gu as a reward. This was also the sole reason why Hei Lou Lan had followed Giant Sun's will since the battle began. This fellow. Fang Yuan had no opportunity at all, he could only grit his teeth. Right at this moment, there was a transmission from above the wind veil. But the voice was choppy. Hei Lou Lan, my son, father is here, to bring you back. Hei Lou Lan's own father, the supreme tribe elder of Northern Plains super tribe, Hei tribe, a legendary figure in Northern Plains who was also the famous main character of the love story, Su Xian's night elopement, Hei Qing. He was rank 7 and cultivated dark path, his eyes were like ink while his face was like jade, he had a handsome appearance and looked carefree. At this moment, he was floating in the air, keeping some Gu worms while calling out Hei Lou Lan's name with much worry. Don't worry, father, has already found the strength path immortal Gu for you. But Hei Lou Lan snorted coldly when he heard his father's call. He pretended he did not hear Hei Cheng's words, instead it triggered his anger as his expression turned into one of hatred. Filled with the deep intent of revenge, he growled at Fang Yuan, my patience is running out, do you still want your senior brother's life? Quickly hand over my Gu worm to me, otherwise I will kill him. He obviously had to save Tai Baiyunxing. this was the only useful reinforcement that Fang Yuan could use to resist Giant Sun's will. Thus, Fang Yuan shouted, "I can give the Gu to you, but you must wake my senior brother up first and let him run 1,000 steps away from here." His suggestion was immediately denied by Hei Lou Lan. "Impossible. You have to pass the Gu to me first, otherwise I will crush his skull directly." Both sides did not trust each other. Fang Yuan wanted Hei Lou Lan to release Tai Baiyun Xing, but Hei Lou Lan was afraid of Fang Yuan's movement speed. Hei Lou Lan wanted Fang Yuan to return the Gu first, but Fang Yuan was afraid of Hei Lou Lan playing tricks. Of course, there was the most common way to settle this. That was for both parties to act at the same time, releasing Tai Baiyun Xing and the Gu together. But in this environment, where formless hands were flying around everywhere, who would dare to let their Gu worms fly around? It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save Tai Baiyun Xing, but the discussion was always stuck at this stage. Fang Yuan raised his head to look, and the scene was making his heart sink. Oh no. The formless hands disappear after capturing Gu worms. The formless hands will continue to decrease in number, and soon, Giant Suns would gain control of the situation. Not only was Hei Lou Lan anxious, Fang Yuan was also starting to become anxious. Giant Sun's will was a special will, exterminating the otherworldly demon was his top priority. This objective ruled above his desire to live. The dragon maid of will roared, it ignored the passage above its head as it coiled around the luck path true inheritance. The remaining luck path Gu worms were the true inheritance's core. Giant Sun's will did not dare to be careless. Are we going to die? Seeing the luck path true inheritance light lump reduced to a thin layer, Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun felt that all hope was lost. But right at this moment, the true inheritance light lump burst out with a dazzling light. The light was so strong it could blind everyone's vision. With a whoosh, the true inheritance light lump carried Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun, flying up and turning into a rainbow of light, charging towards the opening in the wind veil. The luck path true inheritance was governed by the will of a wild Gu. It had a very strong instinct for survival. Don't even think about it. The dragon of Giant Suns will shouted furiously. Without hesitation, it gave chase immediately. The true inheritance light lump was really fast, Giant Suns will could not catch up to it. Seeing that true inheritance light lump was about to get out of the wind veil of assimilation and escape into northern plains, Giant Suns will finally let go of his reservations and set his mind on exterminating the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun. This was the primary objective that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had given to the special will. When one could not get the best of both worlds, Giant Suns will had no choice but to discard one to achieve the other objective. Giant Sun's immortal essence was injected into all the immortal Gu, as the dragon of will shined with a dozen spots of lights. In 3 breaths of time, the light expanded rapidly, ready to attack. The will dragon's aura surged. As it readied itself, a shockingly powerful attack was about to be launched. But, right at this moment, from among the group of Gu worms, another true inheritance light lump appeared suddenly. This true inheritance light lump was about the size of an adult. It was a supreme true inheritance. This supreme true inheritance gave off a thin layer of light. This light was not dazzling in brightness alone, but it kept changing into different colors. The light was also very dense, and it covered a huge area, forming a giant halo. The supreme true inheritance along with the halo crashed fiercely into the dragon of Giant Sun's will. Crack, crack, crack. Under the halo's effect, Giant Sun's will rapidly expanded and exploded, leaving behind the sound of firecrackers. The giant halo with the supreme true inheritance as its center attacked the dragon of Giant Sun's will, and attempted to cut the dragon into 2 at its waist. Giant Sun's will howled, falling into extreme anger and shock. It had broken into 2. Originally the dozen immortal Gu were ready to attack, but their lethal attacks had been cancelled already. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan's expression was unchanging, but his heart jumped. From the appearance of this supreme true inheritance, its true identity had been exposed. Within the true inheritance secluded domain, there were only these supreme true inheritances. One was 88 True Yang building itself. It had already been broken up by the formless hands. This was also why 88 True Yang building had collapsed completely and split back into Gu worms. The other was the Luck Path True Inheritance. It had once fueled Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's glorious success. Right now, it was heading towards the opening in the wind veil of assimilation, rushing for its freedom. The final one was the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan had once seen it inside the True Inheritance secluded domain. If not for Mo Yao's will reminding him back then, he may have nearly lost his life under Wisdom Gu's influence. Being as high as rank 9, Wisdom Gu, which was recorded inside / the legends of Renzu / was definitely extraordinary. It gave off the light of wisdom. Basking in this light, life forms would lose their lifespan rapidly, thoughts would be created and destroyed in their minds quickly, they would collide with each other and create the sparks of wisdom in the process. When a person thinks, countless thoughts would be created, destroyed, or collide into each other, to obtain the results of thinking. Wisdom path, with this principle, became one of the paths of Gu masters. The light of wisdom would increase the number of thoughts to the limit, the speed of thinking would be raised to the limit, and the collisions would occur at the most rapid rate. By reducing the time to think greatly, one could attain greater effects. This was the true effect of Wisdom Gu. That's right, Wisdom Gu also has a wild will, and had been hiding since long ago. Now that the wind veil of assimilation is broken, it is instinctively trying to escape. Except that it had remained silent until now before suddenly striking. Fang Yuan realized at once. Fang Yuan felt no shock towards how Wisdom Gu was able to easily deal great damage to Giant Sun's will. It has been mentioned previously, Wisdom Path is classified into thought, will, and emotion. What were wills made up of? Multiple thoughts. Under the shining light of wisdom, these thoughts collided intensely, they expanded and faced destruction rapidly. If the light was shone on humans, new thoughts would develop in their minds. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was dead. This was only a will that he left behind. This special will was just like the formless hands, without a source of energy. Under the light of wisdom, these thoughts collided at an extremely fast pace, they were rapidly destroyed but no new thoughts were generated. The dragon of Giant Sun's will was thus easily snapped into two. It could be said that Wisdom Gu directly countered Giant Sun's will. But this advantage is not enough to take down Giant Sun's will, unless. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp as an eagle, he looked up while enduring the piercing light from the inheritance. Indeed. He saw that in the sky, up to 100 beads of immortal essence were falling down. These yellow immortal essence were skull-sized, each was filled to the brim and they had their auras concealed. Fang Yuan's rank 6 green grape immortal essence could not hold a candle to them. These were rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's immortal essence which he had left behind. Chapter 638, Unfilial Descendants. Immortal Gu normally required immortal essence to activate. Under most circumstances, will could not activate Gu worms alone. Even Giant Sun's will was not exempt from this rule. The reason the dragon of Giant Sun's will could activate immortal Gu was because it was holding Giant Sun's immortal essence. However, the Wisdom Gu's attack cut apart the dragon of Giant Sun's will into two and actually revealed it was holding Giant Sun's immortal essence. As expected of Wisdom Gu. Such an amazing result in just one move. Fang Yuan's gaze brightened and praised Wisdom Gu inwardly. He had also thought of cutting apart the connection between Giant Sun's immortal essence and Giant Sun's will, but he did not have enough strength to do so. However, Wisdom Gu accomplished it. Wisdom Gu was not the slightest bit afraid of formless hands. The most terrifying formless hands only had 8 fingers while Wisdom Gu was a rank 9 immortal Gu and could only be grabbed by 9-fingered formless hands. However, Wisdom Gu was extremely fragile despite being rank 9. It was not an offense-oriented Gu and could still be destroyed. It wanted freedom and wanted to soar to the skies, and the dragon of Giant Sun's will which possessed many immortal Gu was its primary obstacle. From Wisdom Gu's perspective, dealing with the dragon of Giant Sun's will was of the utmost importance. Thus, it concealed itself and waited for an opportunity to strike. It remained inconspicuous when it did not make a move, but when it made a move, it was extremely shocking, striking the weak point of the Giant Sun's will dragon and cutting its connection with Giant Sun's immortal essence in one move, thereby causing the immortal Gu controlled by Giant Sun's will, more than 10 in number, to be of no use. Giant Sun's will let out a furious roar at the heavy damage. However, it did not turn around to attack Wisdom Gu and instead relentlessly chased after the Luck Path True Inheritance, which was holding Ma and Zhao. Giant Sun's will instantly condensed into a huge golden hand that struck towards Ma and Zhao like a meteor. For a moment, the whole battle situation turned into this. The wind veil of assimilation was separating the ruins of Imperial Court Blessed Land from the outside world of Northern Plains. In the outside world were Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Inside was the ruins of Imperial Court Blessed Land. There was a giant tear in the wind veil of assimilation from which countless Gu worms flew out, sparking conflicts among the Gu Immortals. Inside the wind veil, at the highest point, was the Luck Path True Inheritance, which had turned into a rainbow and flew rapidly towards the tear in the wind veil of assimilation. It was already close to it. In the middle was the huge hand of Giant Sun's will, which could no longer activate Immortal Gu. Below Giant Sun's will was Wisdom Gu, which was following closely. Even further below in the midair was the deadlock between Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan. On the ground were dozens of surviving Gu masters. Formless hands were attracted towards the Gu worms that filled the sky, and as such the Gu master's situation was a lot better. The huge hand of Giant Sun's will, which had burst out with all its strength, was rapidly closing the distance between it and the Luck Path True Inheritance. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Giant Sun's will was bursting out with explosive sounds. Wisdom Gu was not far below, and Giant Sun's will had all along been under the light of wisdom. Its thoughts violently collided and perished. The huge hand of Giant Sun's will was shrinking rapidly at a visible speed. However, the light of Wisdom Gu was not just exhausting Giant Sun's will, the intense collisions of the will was further increasing the speed and power of the huge hand of Giant Sun's will. Finally, when the Luck Path True Inheritance was just about to charge into the wind veil, the huge hand of Giant Sun's will was able to block its path. None of you can escape, die. The huge hand of Giant Sun's will grabbed down with extreme killing intent, not caring that the Luck Path True Inheritance was a unique existence and just focused on killing Ma and Zhao. Are we going to die? Ma and Zhao hugged each other. Terror and shock filled them as they looked at the giant hand falling down upon them. Boom! Powerful attacks rained down like a hailstorm, smashing down ruthlessly at the huge hand of Giant Sun's will. You Unfilial Descendants! Giant Sun's will let out a furious roar as its giant hand collapsed. The Luck Path True Inheritance carried Ma and Zhao, and flew through the wind veil of assimilation to the outside world of Northern Plains. These are Immortal Gu. Grab the Immortal Gu. They are mine, all mine. How could the righteous path Gu Immortals whose hearts were filled with greed know about the identity of the giant hand of will? Even if they knew, would they just look on as the huge hand of will crushed the Immortal Gu? A man whose heart cannot be satisfied is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The Luck Path True Inheritance was brimming with dense Immortal Gu aura, which further intensified the greed of the Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Fight! Courting death, who dares to seize the Immortal Gu in front of me? You shameless bastards! Did you guys forget the agreement we made earlier? Verbal agreements between Gu Immortals were already fragile. Who would comply with such agreements in front of huge profits? The Northern Plains Gu Immortals removed all consideration for face and grabbed at the Luck Path True Inheritance. The majestic auras of the Gu Immortals collided against each other. Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun blacked out, almost fainting on the spot. They had left the wolf's nest and entered the tiger's den. Eh? This aura and radiance, I am not wrong, this definitely is connected to Luck Path. Everyone moved together. Suddenly, a long and loud whooshing sound rang out. Over 10 Gu Immortals appeared. At the lead was an old Gu Immortal with a snow-white beard that reached the toes. The righteous path Gu Immortals narrowed their eyes at the sight of this man. Someone cried out in surprise, introducing this man's origins. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, you actually came in person. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, a rank 8 Gu Immortal and the number 1 demonic path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains. Following him were Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's demonic path Gu Immortals, legendary experts whose names were known far and wide. Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to be destroyed, of course I have to come and reap some benefits. Enough nonsense, strike. Old Ancestor Shui Hu screamed out before leading the group behind him to join in the fight. The scene turned even more chaotic. Righteous and demonic factions battled with all sorts of Gu worms flying about. The luck path True Inheritance changed hands several times. Ma and Zhao were in a precarious situation, walking on the edge of life and death. Don't fight, inside the wind veil of assimilation there are definitely many more immortal Gu. A Gu Immortal shouted in the chaos. The 3 immortals of Chanyu, make your move. The wind veil of assimilation is closing up. Another Gu Immortal gave a reminder from within the chaotic battlefield. The 3 Chanyu immortals had gathered with the Gu Immortal Tong Zhu as the lead. They hurriedly glanced below when they heard the reminder. Sure enough, the tear on the wind veil of assimilation was already closing up and there was only a thin crack remaining. The tear that Winged Blade had created was extremely large, but the wind veil of assimilation's recovery speed was very fast. Gu Immortal Tong Zhu had estimated the cut would be closed in 8 breaths of time. And from the looks of it, it indeed took around 8 breaths. If they used the Winged Blade now, they would be able to open up a tear again. However, Chanyu Tribe's 3 immortals showed no signs of using it. This immortal path killer move had extremely terrifying power, but the price to pay was equally large, consuming a lot of immortal essence. And in this chaotic situation, the 3 Chanyu immortals did not dare to use it again so as to keep it in reserve to intimidate enemies. Brother Hei Qing, what are we going to do now? Hei Tribe's Gu Immortal, Hei Bai, lost his cool when he saw the wind veil of assimilation closing up, and hurriedly consulted Gu Immortal Hei Qing. Hei Qing was silent, his expression extremely unsightly. Hei Bai had been seeking immortal Gu wooden chicken since long ago. They had also received information from Hei Lou Lan that he had already obtained the immortal Gu. But the wind veil of assimilation was now closed. Hei Lou Lan had not escaped when he had the chance, causing Hei Bai's plan to be fruitless. Hei Qing did not have the ability to cut apart the wind veil of assimilation. His voice turned extremely gloomy. Brother Hei Bai, you still have a chance. Those formless hands inside the wind veil are extremely likely to have seized wooden chicken Gu. When they travel through space and their energy is used up, the captured Gu worms will also be freed. The investigative abilities of Gu Immortals were much stronger than that of Gu Masters. After the tear was opened on the wind veil of assimilation, they had immediately glanced at the dangers within the wind veil. And because of the formless hands as well, they did not dare to enter the wind veil and risk themselves. It's like that? Hei Bai's eyes brightened before he thought of something, then nephew Hei Lou Lan. Hei Qing didn't speak, but his expression turned even more gloomy. Hei Lou Lan did not grab the opportunity to escape the wind veil of assimilation. This made Fang Yuan inwardly shocked. However, he did not have the time to ponder over this and threw it to the back of his mind. He fixed his gaze on the falling immortal essence of Giant Sun. His mind was filled completely with the thoughts of this immortal essence of Giant Sun. Gu Masters cannot use the primeval essence of others. Gu Immortals were also unable to use the immortal essence of others. After Fang Yuan obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had obtained a lot of green grape immortal essence left behind by Hu Immortal. But only the land spirit, Little Hu Immortal, could use this immortal essence. Land spirits were formed from a Gu Immortal's obsession. Giant Sun's immortal essence also could only be used by Giant Sun's will. Even if Fang Yuan obtained this immortal essence, he would not be able to use them. But this did not affect Fang Yuan's resolve to seize the immortal essence of Giant Sun even a little bit. I can't use it, but as long as I seize all this immortal essence, the power of Giant Sun's will drop down to 20 to 30%. Fang Yuan soared to the sky, crazily activating all sorts of movement Gu to increase his speed. This exceptionally good opportunity was created by Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan would not be worthy of being an authoritative figure of the demonic path if he did not grab this chance. You dare! Attacked by his own descendants, and now sensing what Fang Yuan was attempting, Giant Sun's will was furious as well as anxious. Without immortal essence, it was not able to activate immortal Gu and could only use the power of its special will to battle. It understood the severity of this more than anyone else. Fang Yuan's extremely fast speed gave Giant Sun's will an unprecedented fear. Damn it, it's too late. The will condensed back together into a giant hand which fell down like a meteor. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. He was less than 100 steps away from Giant Sun's immortal essence. Even if Giant Sun's will was mighty, Fang Yuan was not worried. Because between Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will was the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu is the bane of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will would have to detour around Wisdom Gu, which would waste a lot more time. Hei Lou Lan does not have high speed and he still has to hold Tai by Yunxing, so he can't chase me. The only worry is the formless hands. Fang Yuan thought of every possible scenario with his understanding of the whole situation. Wind whistled past, Giant Sun's immortal essence was already within reach. Chapter 639, Giant Sun flaunts his might, Fang Yuan receives help. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. But that did not stop unexpected events from happening. Wisdom Gu quickly descended, as the light of wisdom shrouded Fang Yuan. Once he entered the wisdom halo, Fang Yuan's thoughts were created and destroyed intensely. He aged rapidly. This? Fang Yuan was shocked. Raising his head to take a look, he saw Wisdom Gu descending towards himself. Meanwhile, Giant Sun's will, which had lost a huge portion of its body, shrunk into a tiny ball and followed closely after. In reality, Giant Sun's will knew that if he took a detour around Wisdom Gu, he would not be able to stop Fang Yuan. Thus, he forcefully got close to Wisdom Gu and used a technique to send it flying. Although Wisdom Gu countered Giant Sun's will was large enough, and after paying a huge price, he could barely come into contact with Wisdom Gu by risking his life. This way, Wisdom Gu was like a rubber ball flying straight for Fang Yuan. It became greatly troublesome for Fang Yuan now. As expected of Giant Sun. Seeing Wisdom Gu approaching himself, Fang Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's will's decision. He laughed heartily, his heart was extremely resolute. If you, Giant Sun, could make such a sacrifice, why can't I, Gu Fang Yuan? Thus, Fang Yuan endured the light of wisdom and used his method to sweep away all of the falling immortal essence of Giant Sun. Immediately afterwards, he used Wind Flower Gu to change his direction, moving to the side and trying to get away from Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu continued to descend, as Fang Yuan narrowly passed by it. Cough cough cough. Fang Yuan coughed non-stop. He was finally out of the range of the light of wisdom. But his face no longer had the appearance of a young man. Anyone who saw him would think he was a middle-aged man. The closer one was to Wisdom Gu, the more intense the light of wisdom would be. Earlier, when Fang Yuan was inside the True Inheritance secluded domain, he was still a great number of steps away from Wisdom Gu, but in just a few breaths' time, he lost 2 years of his life. Earlier, he was so close to Wisdom Gu, and had endured the light of wisdom for such a long time, thus he lost more than 10 years of lifespan. Ordinary people only had 100 years of lifespan. In order to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence, Fang Yuan paid a heavy price. Little scoundrel, die. Drawing an arc in the air like lightning, Giant Sun's will pounced like an eagle. Fang Yuan immediately felt an intense sensation of danger and death assaulting him. At the crucial moment, he only had time to activate 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Bam! With a loud bang, Fang Yuan was swatted like a fly. Crashing down like a meteor, he landed heavily on the ground, forming a huge crater. Rocks were sent flying as dust clouds formed. Fang Yuan was lying in the deepest part of the crater. He regained his senses 3 breaths of time later. Out of his 8 arms, 6 were broken. His entire back was in a terrible state, his spine and ribcages could be seen. He was dizzy, he could barely think. The attack of giant suns will earlier had not just targeted his body, but a large amount of special wills entered his mind, trying to destroy it and affect his cognitive ability. While only barely conscious, Fang Yuan actually dodged without thinking about it. The next moment, giant sun's will in the form of a huge golden axe swung down from high in the sky, cutting away Fang Yuan's left arm and left leg. If Fang Yuan did not dodge in time, perhaps he would have been split into two by this attack. As his consciousness recovered, Fang Yuan quickly used his sole remaining palm to support himself, his immense strength pushing his body out of the crater. But as he was doing so, giant sun's will turned into a huge golden hammer, flying into the sky and slamming towards Fang Yuan. Bam! Fang Yuan was like a giant elephant who was hit while running. His ribcage was completely broken while his intestines were crushed to bits due to the impact. At the same time, in his mind, he was invaded by giant sun's will again, as he fell into greater confusion. Fang Yuan was like a rubber ball that was slammed on the ground. He rolled along the ground as he flew, causing a long trail to appear on the ground where he was sent flying. The intense collision caused his clothes to be torn, and he was covered in dust. Eventually, he sprawled on the ground weakly, motionless. His broken bones and hanging flesh were all exposed. As blood flowed, they were not red, instead, his blood had a deep green color due to six-armed heavenly zombie king. His expression was distorted, his fangs were exposed as he struggled in pain. At this moment, there was a huge battle in Fang Yuan's mind. The battle of wills was intense, and giant sun's will had the upper hand. Fang Yuan was taking a beating passively, although he resisted stubbornly. He could barely think clearly now. Only after he exterminated the portion of giant sun's will in his mind could he reawaken and regain his consciousness. But giant sun's will would not give him such a chance. It condensed into a golden sword, 16 meters long and 6 meters wide. It gave off an indomitable aura, and had the ability to judge all beings. This is giant sun's will's true battle strength? This is too terrifying. Far away, Hei Lou Lan held the unconscious Tai Bai Yunxing as he said with a tongue-tied expression. Giant sun's will had refined many immortal Gu, and was struck by wisdom Gu and also attacked by a group of over 20 Gu Immortals. In the end, he had to make a sacrifice and forcefully charge ahead to send wisdom Gu flying. After all these, he had suffered great injuries. His mass was a minuscule fraction compared to the time he was slumbering. But even so, Fang Yuan had no way of fighting back. And without using a single immortal Gu, no wonder Hei Lou Lan watched with such nervousness. This battle strength was simply too terrifying. But immediately after, Hei Lou Lan calmed down. No, the special will is not this strong. But earlier, Ancestor Giant Sun struck at the perfect moment. While he was unprepared, he dealt a serious blow. The scoundrel wanted to retaliate, but he could not think as his mind was already invaded by the special will, falling into chaos. If he was prepared and had ample time to react, it would not have ended this way. The main factor was because he inherited old ancestors' battle experience. He is ruthless and decisive. Once he finds an opening, he would strike at the opponent's weakness and give him no chance of fighting back. Especially the will invading the mind. This is too scary. It is simply impossible to fight back. It seems that I need to be careful about this when fighting a wisdom path Gu master. Hei Lou Lan reminded himself as he landed slowly on the ground. He looked at the sword of will. It was floating and eventually landed above Fang Yuan. The tip of the blade was right on top of his brain. This guy is finished. Hei Lou Lan muttered softly. The great foe before him had landed in such a state because of a mistake that was strictly not his fault. He felt some relief, some joy, and even a slight sadness. The strength of Giant Sun's will was due to the battle experience that it had inherited from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, in this aspect, Giant Sun's will was much stronger than him and had much greater experience. Once Giant Sun's will gets a chance, he would attack consecutively and gain the upper hand, expanding on his advantage and preventing Fang Yuan from recovering any of his footing. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not only lucky, this aspect of him displayed his invincible nature, his firm and domineering battle talent. It's over. Hei Lou Lan looked at Tai Baiyunxing, who was in his arms. Inside the wind veil of assimilation, he was Fang Yuan's only ally, but now he was unconscious. Hei Lou Lan threw him onto the ground casually, his gaze fixed on the Sword of Giant Sun's will. Without hesitation, the Sword of Giant Sun's will shot down soundlessly, the tip of the sword pointed at Fang Yuan's brain. Even though Fang Yuan was in six-arm heavenly zombie king state, and had transformed into the body of a zombie, but once his head was pierced, Giant Sun's will would completely destroy his brain, along with his entire soul. This was a truly fatal blow. Tai Baiyunxing had fainted, Fang Yuan was unconscious, he had no way to fight back. But just when the sword's tip was about to reach Fang Yuan's forehead, with just an inch away, a water wall suddenly appeared. At the same time, a shrill woman's voice could be heard, "With me here, don't think of taking his life." "Who is this?" Hei Lou Lan gasped. He looked at the water wall with shock. The surface of the water wall had turned into a spiral, coiling around the sword tip and preventing the Sword of Giant Sun's will from descending. At the same time, a strong aura burst out from Fang Yuan's body. Giant Sun's will pulled back the sword, retreating several hundred steps away rapidly. He stood in the air for a moment before saying in a low voice, as he remembered, "It's you. Over 10,000 years ago, you barged into 88 Truyang Building, you were the one who freed fortune rivaling heaven Gu." Imoyao laughed delicately, "I'm surprised you remember." Saying this, the water wall turned into a liquid armor that covered Fang Yuan's body. A light blue glow surrounded Fang Yuan, causing his wounds to heal rapidly, his broken limbs, flesh and bones were all rapidly healing. Giant Sun's will was able to remember because 88 Truyang Building had recording Gu worms that filmed all that had happened inside it. When Imoyao explored 88 Truyang Building, she did not wake up Giant Sun's will. But this time, after Fang Yuan woke up Giant Sun's will, he used the respective Gu worms to look through the records, learning what had happened. Imoyao's voice, appearance, Fang Yuan's name as well as his wicked deeds inside 88 Truyang Building, Giant Sun's will was very aware of all of them, that was why he was able to expose the secret of the Cheng Shanin impersonation. Giant Sun's will was extremely furious, "You unscrupulous and shameless thieves, you have been targeting my Truyang Building for tens of thousands of years. Die." Giant Sun's will attacked with rage, the golden sword flew like lightning, piercing the air and drawing a golden rainbow in the air. The rainbow hit the liquid armor, causing ripples on it, but could not pierce the armor's protection. Fang Yuan slowly woke up. "This is the rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion?" He looked at the liquid armor on him and realized. It turns out that since an unknown time ago, Water Pavilion had been on him. When he was in a chaotic state and his life was at risk, Imoyao's will activated Water Pavilion and protected him. Giant Sun's will could control 88 Truyang Building, Imoyao's will could naturally manipulate Water Pavilion. 88 Truyang Building had Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's yellow apricot immortal essence. How could Water Pavilion not have Fairy Imoyao's red date immortal essence? "Lad, you are finally awake. The immortal essence that my main body had left behind is limited, Water Pavilion's consumption is too great, quickly take over the battle, I will defend your mind." Imoyao's will said. Chapter 640, Fang Yuan vs. Giant Sun's will, 1/2. "Humph, I could escape death all thanks to you, Fairy." Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with cold light. He loosened his joints, rubbing his palms as his newly born bones creaked, his battle intent surged again. "If you want to repay me, return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House." Imoyao's will sighed, "Quickly battle." "Ha ha ha, okay." Fang Yuan held, jumping up. He had turned into six-arm heavenly zombie king form, it had great physical strength. With green eyes and fangs, he looked extremely vicious and ruthless. The water armor shrunk into a lump, before turning into a helmet, protecting his head. This way, he was no longer afraid of Giant Sun's will's mental attack. Without any worries left, Fang Yuan took huge steps forward, raising his fists and punching at Giant Sun's will. Swoosh. The expected impact did not occur, instead, there was a light sound. Giant Sun's will was very experienced, he did not fight with Fang Yuan directly. At the crucial moment, the sword turned into a golden ribbon and coiled around Fang Yuan's wrist lightly, before flying away like a flash of light. Fang Yuan's hammer-like fist was cut apart around the wrist and fell on the ground. Even with the defense of Fang Yuan's six-arm Heavenly Zombie King, it could not match Giant Sun's will's sharpness. Fang Yuan rolled away and quickly picked up his hand. The injury on his arm was oozing with green blood slowly. Fang Yuan paid attention to Giant Sun's will while pressing the fist back onto the wound on his arm. The flesh on the wound quickly mended and healed, even the bones started to join together. This was the strong regenerative ability of six-arm Heavenly Zombie King. But why would Giant Sun's will give Fang Yuan time to recover? The will turned into a sword resembling a rainbow and charged at Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan squinted, he pushed with his legs as his body shot into the sky. The sword rainbow followed closely behind him, chasing relentlessly. Fang Yuan activated 4 Eagle Rise Gu at the same time, but the sword rainbow was faster, as their distance was pulled closer. Fang Yuan activated Wind Flower Gu again. He had already lost track of which Wind Flower Gu this was, all in all, he had already expended a lot of them. Wind Flower Gu allowed Fang Yuan to change directions rapidly, but the sword rainbow of will was even more agile. Not only did their distance not become larger, the rainbow made use of this chance to catch up to Fang Yuan. At once, the two sides fought intensely in the air, exchanging blows. The sword rainbow of will drew a golden arc in the air, circling around Fang Yuan and attacking from time to time. Fang Yuan was completely at a disadvantage. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King's strong defense was extremely weak when matched against the sword rainbow of will. Flesh kept falling from the sky. These were all cut off from Fang Yuan's body by the sword rainbow of will. Thankfully, after activating six-arm Heavenly Zombie King, Fang Yuan lost his sense of pain. Together with Water Pavilion as a helmet, Giant Sun's will did not manage to succeed in attacking Fang Yuan's mind. "You're not making any progress." Seeing that Fang Yuan was not taking back the lead, in fact he was taking more of a beating and finding fewer and fewer chances to retaliate, Mo Yao's will was getting anxious. "Easy for you to say." Fang Yuan snorted, his gaze becoming more ruthless. Giant Sun's will was different from ordinary enemies, he hardly had any mass and was extremely quick, even when turning. Fang Yuan's flying master attainment was nothing compared to it. Giant Sun's will did not have a fixed form, it could turn into a sword rainbow to cut, an axe to chop, a rain of needles for a wide-range attack, or even a hammer for a strong blow. The most troublesome thing was that he could split and form at will. Suddenly, he could split into 2 or 3 sword rainbows and do a pincer attack, distracting Fang Yuan. At times, he could turn into 1 hammer and 1 sword. The hammer would strike at Fang Yuan's defense while the sword would shoot like lightning. All sorts of combinations were used flexibly, with absolutely no errors. One could say, he fully displayed the advantages and abilities of a will in battle. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had been reborn, and walked on the strength and enslavement paths. He was skilled at fighting head-on, attacking fists with fists, or using numbers to suppress the enemy. But meeting this kind of enemy was something he had no methods to deal with. He was at a disadvantage, taking hits passively, that was very natural. In the sky, Fang Yuan's green-black figure clashed with Giant Sun's will's golden rainbow, forming a large battle arena. Great numbers of Gu worms were still flying around, their instincts were telling them to give way to Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will, while avoiding the attacks of the formless hands. Even though so many Gu worms flew out, there are still countless Gu worm groups left here. I cannot begin to imagine how many immortal Gu were used to form 88 True Yang building. Yi Lui Sang raised his head and sighed, the injuries on his body had mostly healed. At the crucial moment, his status of being the leader of a super tribe worked. Yi Lui Sang obtained the help of other Gu masters. There are not many formless hands left, although we have lost many Gu worms. There are so many Gu worms here, we can capture them now and regain our battle strength. Some Gu masters suggested. This suggestion was quickly supported by the other Gu masters. We need to work together sincerely, we need to be fast. The wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker, it is spreading and the space in here will continue to shrink. Hei Lou Lan looked at the unconscious Tai Baiyunxing, walking over. The wind veil of assimilation is not something us mortals can deal with. To escape with our lives, we need Ancestor Giant Sun's strength. Everyone was silent. Above them, in the air, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will were engaging in fierce combat. At times, furious growls and shouting could be heard. Be it Fang Yuan or Giant Sun's will's terrifying battle strength, everyone was scared. They subconsciously avoided those two and did not want to interfere in the battle of these two top experts. But Hei Lou Lan's words were extremely true. Relying on the mortal Gu that they subdue, no matter how many they have, they cannot break the wind veil of assimilation. Hei Lou Lan asked again, "Don't worry, how can this scoundrel be Ancestor Giant Sun's match? Can't you see that Ancestor is having the upper hand all along?" Everyone's eyes were shining. The battle situation was very visible in the sky, everyone could clearly tell what was happening. Hei Lou Lan changed the direction of the conversation. Although Ancestor has the upper hand, he cannot turn the advantage into victory. The root of the problem is that Ancestor's immortal essence has been completely taken by that scoundrel. Ancestor has over a dozen immortal Gu, but he cannot use any of them. Everyone nodded, they agreed with Hei Lou Lan's analysis. Yi Luisang asked, "Then what do we do next?" Hei Lou Lan laughed heartily, displaying Tai Baiyunxing in his hands. "I have captured this old thief. He is that guy's senior brother, they share a tight bond. Our ability is limited, we can only try to help old Ancestor. My suggestion is still the same, we should capture Gu worms first to increase our strength. In order to cooperate well, we should report all of the Gu worms that we have now. I will start." Gu masters were normally very secretive about the Gu worms that they owned. This was important information. Once it was exposed, others could use it against them and they might lose their lives. However, this was a special circumstance where their lives were about to be lost. Thus, everyone could only do this to increase the hopes of their survival. Hei Lou Lan was a natural leader and had a fierce reputation. As he took the lead to expose his own Gu worms, the remaining Gu masters followed along and Hei Lou Lan was able to recruit these people into his force once again. Hei Lou Lan had great ambitions. He wanted to ascend to immortal and needed a strength path immortal Gu for it, thus he needed to rely on Giant Sun's will. These people were the pawns that he needed to fulfill his ambition. In the sky, the battle was already at its climax. "I've caught you." Fang Yuan held, pouncing down as his 6 arms that were tougher than steel grabbed the sword made of Giant Sun's will at lightning speed. But Giant Sun's will instantly split apart. Fang Yuan's long-awaited counterattack only destroyed a bit of his thoughts. "Damn it!" Fang Yuan cursed. Giant Sun's will could split and gather together. It was agile beyond belief. Fang Yuan did not have methods to deal with him, thus most of the time he could only be a punching bag without any feasible counterattacks. He did not manage to make any progress. Sigh, if there is no other choice, we can only undergo a drawn-out battle. Mo Yao's will said, Giant Sun's will has no source of energy. During the battle, he needs to think, that will accelerate the collision of his thoughts and thus the expenditure of them. Fang Yuan was concentrating on the fight while denying Mo Yao's suggestion, we cannot afford to drag this on. Don't forget 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's weakness, it can only be used for 30 minutes. Once that time passes, the backlash of the killer move would make me a zombie. If I completely turn into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King form, the entire body would be zombified and both my apertures including my immortal aperture would lose all life force, my cultivation will be cut off from advancing further. Mo Yao retorted, you underestimate yourself, don't forget that you are a strength path Gu Immortal, the essence of your life has undergone a qualitative change. Thus, the time that you can use the killer move has also been extended, it is far from 30 minutes. My rough estimate is that you have about an hour in length. Even so, we cannot delay this, don't forget that the wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker, shrinking the space in here. My methods cannot counter the special will. Does your water pavilion have any methods? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao heaved a long sigh. Although Water Pavilion is a rank 7 immortal Gu house, it is not skilled at attacking, but rather, its ability lies in concealment and movement. Most importantly, my main body only left behind 20 or so beads of red Jade immortal essence. After sustaining the immortal Gu house's operations over the years, there are only 5 left. If you want to use Water Pavilion to turn this around, you should dispel this thought. Watch out. Mo Yao suddenly alerted, but it was too late. Giant Suns will feigned an attack and attracted most of Fang Yuan's attention, but it suddenly made a turn and got behind him, attacking brutally. Fang Yuan vomited out a mouthful of green zombie blood, his 8 eagle wings were smashed to bits, and his spine was completely shattered, his back was caved in and his chest was caving out of his body. The intense force caused him to descend rapidly. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized his Gu worm, attempting to fly into the sky. But why would Giant Suns will give him this chance? It would beat the dog while it was down. The golden rainbow coiled around Fang Yuan as it attacked. Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms to cover his whole body while curling up and was barely able to protect himself. Giant Suns will changed shape freely, slashing, cutting, slamming, piercing, all sorts of attacks caused Fang Yuan's 8 arms to be destroyed. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's body was tattered as there were many injuries on him from the front to back. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King form, otherwise with his human body, he would have already had a tragic death. Fighting with Giant Suns will gave Fang Yuan great pressure. Only by using 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King non-stop could he barely keep up. Chapter 641, Fang Yuan vs. Giant Suns Will, 2 halves. Fang Yuan had, just a moment ago, conversed with Mo Yao's will and these few sentences were exchanged at lightning speed. Unfortunately, Giant Suns will noticed this tiny moment and attacked at the point when Fang Yuan was slightly distracted. Giant Suns will had incredible methods at controlling the fight, he was even stronger than Fang Yuan at grasping battle opportunities. Bam! A loud bang. Fang Yuan crashed on the ground harshly, rocks were sent flying and the ground was shaking slightly. Giant Suns will followed closely after, adding salt to the wound. It turned into a golden sword again, the blade was extremely sharp and fast, it stabbed after leaving a golden trail in the air. Fang Yuan had no way to resist. At the crucial moment, Mo Yao's will manipulated Water Pavilion and turned it back into a liquid armor, preserving Fang Yuan's life. Giant Suns will stabbed again and again, causing huge ripples to appear on the liquid armor. Quickly stand up. Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he used his remaining left arm to support his body off the ground, enduring the strong impact of Giant Sun's wills as he stood up. It is useless, you cannot kill me. I have stored all of your own, Giant Sun's, immortal essence in my immortal aperture. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed crazily, attempting to break Giant Sun's will's fighting spirit. But his words caused it to become even more furious. The attacks became faster, he was stabbing at several times the original frequency. Crack. Because he had exceeded his limit, Giant Sun's will's thoughts were destroying themselves too. But because of the furious attacks, the liquid armor could not defend against it, occasionally, the sword would pierce through. Fang Yuan laughed unceasingly, as he protected his brain. In addition, as long as his mind was protected, he would not be invaded by Giant Sun's will, he did not care how many times his organs were stabbed. The liquid armor was pierced through continuously, but also recovered rapidly. Emitting a blue glow, Fang Yuan's body was nourished as his injuries healed. Quickly dodge, at this rate, my immortal essence is expending too rapidly. Mo Yao's will reminded him frantically. No. This is a rare chance. We have to endure it. Fang Yuan refused, standing at the same spot enduring the frantic attacks of giant suns. Well, even if your immortal essence is used up, you can lend Water Pavilion to me. I still have over 20 green grape immortal essence beads. Giant suns will went crazy. He is doing something very stupid, that is to consume his own thoughts for strong attacks. At this rate, the amount of thoughts he destroys would surpass the damage I have been dealing to him. This. Mo Yao's will went into deep hesitation. The two were expending resources intensively, falling into a stalemate. Should we go and assist old ancestor? Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong asked. While Fang Yuan was fighting giant sun's will, Hei Lou Lan led everyone and captured many Gu worms. They had recovered their battle strength. The reason they were able to capture Gu worms so easily was because there were still many Gu worms inside the wind veil. Meanwhile, the number of formless hands was decreasing. With Gu worms in their possession, they were no longer scared. In addition, because they saw that Fang Yuan was on the ground taking hits from giant sun's will, not just Gu Guolong, the other Gu masters were also moved and wanted to go in and fight. Hei Lou Lan was silent, watching the surroundings. The wind veil of assimilation continued to spread, the wind walls getting thicker as the space inside was unceasingly being squeezed between. Out of their survival instincts, Gu worms could only fly inwards. Thus, the density of Gu worms became even higher, they were all over the place. In fact, sometimes, a Gu master only needed to stretch out his hand and grab beside him to capture a Gu worm. Crack crack. On the ground below, cracks started forming. This was a sign that the area was collapsing. Far away, a huge spherical light halo was created again. Wisdom Gu, which had been sent flying by giant sun's will earlier, seemed to have sensed the danger of extermination as it exerted all of its strength to defy its fate, preventing other existences from getting near it. All this showed that there was not much time left. Hei Lou Lan decided not to wait anymore. He nodded and shouted, "Everyone listen to my command, we will attack together, do not cause internal conflict and weaken our offensive." Everyone nodded, their expressions were serious. To them, killing Fang Yuan was the same as surviving this crisis. However, just when Hei Lou Lan and the others were about to strike, giant suns will suddenly laughed loudly. "Fang Yuan, you have fallen into my trap." Saying this, he retreated quickly. Wills had almost no mass, he retreated as he liked, taking a huge number of steps back in the blink of an eye. What? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he saw a formless hand grabbing at him. He shouted in shock, "Seven-fingered formless hand." It turns out, when Giant Sun's Will was pretending to fight with Fang Yuan, even using self-destruction to lure Fang Yuan into tanking the hits, his frenzied attacks were only to attract all of Fang Yuan's attention, to obscure his vision so that this formless hand could be lured over. In the wind veil, although there were decreasing numbers of formless hands, a large number of them still remained. Giant Sun's Will lacked immortal essence, he could not use immortal Gu, but he had never relied on Hei Lou Lan and the others. His plan was to use the external force called formless hands. He split out a small portion of his will, carrying several immortal Gu to attract the formless hand. The formless hand was faster than Giant Sun's Will. Giant Sun's Will thus split up into 10 wills that carried immortal Gu each at regular intervals. Once the formless hand got near, he would destroy the immortal Gu. The formless hand did not have any gains. After feeling the aura of the next immortal Gu, it would go over. This way, after Giant Sun's Will lost 8 immortal Gu, the formless hand was finally lured over. "Quickly dodge it." Mo Yao's Will screamed. "It's too late." Fang Yuan had already darted away, simultaneously activating Eagle Rise Gu. But it was no use, he needed time to accelerate, but the formless hand had already arrived. At the moment of life and death, Mo Yao's Will sighed gloomily. She suddenly activated Water Pavilion and had it leave Fang Yuan, crashing towards the 7-fingered formless hand. The 7-fingered formless hand grabbed, and immediately took away the rank 7 immortal Gu that formed part of Water Pavilion, Water Harmony Gu, away. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal Gu house. It was made up of over 3,000 Gu worms, each of the Gu worms were interlinked and connected to each other. Their core was the rank 7 Water Harmony immortal Gu. Other than that, there were two supporting Immortal Gu, the rank 6 movement Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace, and the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Delight in Water and Mountain. Right now, the one and only core, Water Harmony Immortal Gu, was taken away by the formless hand. Water Pavilion broke down immediately. Ha ha ha, let's see what you can use to block me now. Giant Sunswell laughed continuously. He paid a huge price and obtained the result he wanted to see. The formless fist carried the Water Harmony Gu and flew into the sky. Quickly destroy it. Mo Yaoswell screamed. The remainder of the over 3,000 Gu worms carried red Date Immortal Essence as they floated around Fang Yuan. Without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already begun to do that. He used all of his movement Gu, chasing the formless fist and attacking fiercely. Giant Sunswell snorted, blocking them. We will strike too. Hei Lou Lan and the others saw the good chance and came to join in, attempting to thwart Fang Yuan's plans. You've come at the right time. Giant Sunswell praised loudly. He changed his battle tactic and stopped blocking Fang Yuan, turning into a bright rainbow and attacking him instead. Fang Yuan was faced with the Gu Master's attacks, but he did not mind it. He could use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to resist them. But Giant Sunswell's attacks were very threatening to him. Giant Sunswell did not block Fang Yuan at all. His battle tactic was, go ahead and chase it, I'll let you. In the process of chasing it, I will kill you. Water Pavilion was broken apart. Mo Yaoswell could no longer provide him any defense. Fang Yuan got into an even more dangerous situation. Hei Lou Lan and the others' attacks were troublesome. They hindered his speed. Pop. Giant Sunswell slammed, turning into a monk's spade as he changed directions, cutting the Gu worms circulating around Fang Yuan into 2 segments. Oh no, my red Date Immortal Essence. Mo Yao was caught off guard. Not only were many Gu worms destroyed by Giant Sunswell, the red Date Immortal Essence was taken by Giant Sunswell. There were already few red Date Immortal Essence left. Now they were completely gone. Mo Yao was stunned. Mo Yao, I'll open my aperture, quickly come in. Fang Yuan shouted, retreating rapidly at the same time. The technique of Giant Sunswell was ongoing and he could not give chase immediately. Fang Yuan was able to pull some distance. He snorted, flying over quickly in pursuit. During this time, Mo Yaoswell moved the remaining Immortal Gu and together with them entered Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture. Quickly lend Worldly Wave Trace Gu to me. Fang Yuan urged. Mo Yaoswell did not hesitate at all, shouting, since I have no Immortal Essence left anyway, I'll lend these Gu to you. Although Fang Yuan had obtained many Immortal Gu earlier, he did not have time to refine them. He could only suppress them with his will. There were only 2 Gu he did not suppress with his will, Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before and landscape as before. It was a pity that he did not obtain Tai Bai Yunxing's permission, thus Fang Yuan could not use them. After obtaining Mo Yao's agreement, Fang Yuan immediately used the rank 6 Immortal Gu. He shouted while using 1 bead of Green Grape Immortal Essence, activating Worldly Wave Trace. This Gu was like a jellyfish. It was the size of a baby's fist, wrapping around the Green Grape Immortal Essence as it consumed it. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared below Fang Yuan's feet, bringing Fang Yuan away at rapid speed, pulling distance away from Giant Sunswell. Worldly Wave Trace was a rank 6 Immortal Gu. Although Fang Yuan was not a Water Path Gu Immortal, he had rank 6 Cultivation and could activate it fully. Giant Sunswell was stunned. This was the first time Fang Yuan was able to shrug him off since the battle began. But he was merely slightly shocked, snickering immediately after, if this was the outside world, I would be helpless against you. But inside this wind veil of assimilation, the space is becoming more limited. Go ahead and run. As time passes, I will eventually catch you. Give up on struggling. You destroyed 88 True Yang building and ruined Imperial Court Blessed Land, and you still want to leave? Humph, don't think of the impossible, you are dead meat. Don't worry, if I die, I will drag all of you with me, don't think of leaving unscathed. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his green face and sharp fangs made him look extremely vile and ruthless. Then come and battle, don't run away if you have the guts. Although Giant Sunswell could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he chased behind with menacing killing intent. Fang Yuan did not dare to fight it. He did not have water pavilion to protect his brain. Once he exposes a weakness in battle, giant suns would invade his mind. By then, he would fall into confusion again and be unable to think. He would be meat on the chopping block, without any way to fight back. However, Giant Sun's Will's earlier words were not wrong. As the wind veil of assimilation spreads, the space would get smaller. Eventually, it would become small to the extent where Fang Yuan cannot dodge, and would be killed by Giant Sun's will. Chapter 642, 38 Sealing Arts. Giant Sun, I admit your power. But don't forget that all of your Giant Sun's immortal essence is in my immortal aperture. Without any immortal essence, how will you use immortal Gu? You have no chance of breaking through the wind veil of assimilation just by relying on your special will. Fang Yuan's thoughts were racing as he attempted to negotiate with Giant Sun's will. Want to negotiate? Ha ha ha. Giant Sun's will laughed loudly, not concealing the hatred within. Why would I negotiate with you? Won't it be the same if I kill you and seize the immortal essence back from your immortal aperture? Why don't you try to destroy the immortal essence? You might even succeed. Giant Sun's will was self-confident. It was not that the immortal essence could not be destroyed, but at the moment it was not possible. If Fang Yuan destroyed the immortal essence in his own immortal aperture, the foreign immortal essence would inflict serious harm to his immortal aperture. This would be the same as seeking his own doom. If he destroyed the immortal essence outside his body, the scattered immortal essence aura would instead help Giant Sun's will to activate immortal Gu. Fang Yuan, I won't compromise. You can't fight me and can't escape either. What can you still do? Just let it be, die quickly. Giant Sun's will taunted while chasing. Fang Yuan did not respond and only concentrated on fleeing. As time passed, the wind veil of assimilation was creeping closer. It made no sound, but it devoured everything in its path, assimilating everything. The space Fang Yuan could flee to was shrinking. As Giant Sun's will intercepted his paths, Fang Yuan was facing great dangers all around him. Giant Sun's will, I will stand here, do you dare to come? Fang Yuan suddenly stood still and stopped using worldly wave trace immortal Gu. Giant Sun's will, however, stopped chasing. They were still hundreds of steps afar, but it did not dare to move closer. Humph, I already expected you would make such a choice. He scoffed in disdain, but so what? You are only delaying your death by a few moments. I will watch as you die. The area Fang Yuan was standing on was the area covered by the light of wisdom. The light of wisdom was the bane of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will could only stop its chase. Through this intense battle, its remaining will was only the volume of an adult man, and could no longer endure any more severe exhaustion. Fang Yuan, your lifespan. Mo Yao's will warned. There is no other way, tell me, what else can I do in this situation? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his tone filled with hatred and extreme helplessness. Standing in the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan could clearly feel his lifespan was decreasing unceasingly, but he did not have any other choice. Giant Sun's will hated him to the extreme and gave him no chance to make compromises. Sigh. Mo Yao's will heaved a long sigh. This is simply a struggle at death's door. Perhaps Wisdom Gu might stop sending out the light of wisdom in the next moment. Fang Yuan was silent. Giant Sun's will suddenly shouted to Hei Lou Lan's group, go deal with this thief. Most of his defensive Gu have already perished in our fight. Force him nearer to Wisdom Gu where the light of wisdom is much stronger, his lifespan will be used up even faster. Let me see how much lifespan he can waste. Hei Lou Lan's group accepted the order immediately. Even Hei Lou Lan with his great strength true martial physique did not want to fight Fang Yuan in close combat. They had long ago discussed as appropriate and right now, all of them used long-range attacks. Inside the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan gave a cold snort and used his Gu to counterattack with his own long-range attacks while maintaining defensive Gu. 4 to 5 layers of light barriers covered his body, Tens of bone shields hovered around him, and occasionally, stone barriers emerged from the ground to shield him from the attacks of Hei Lou Lan's group. Ordinary defensive mortal Gu were not of much use against Giant Sun's will. But they were still effective in dealing with these mortal Gu masters. Fang Yuan cultivated strength path and was not specialized in long-range battle. However, he had no shortage of long-range attacking Gu worms, it was only that they did not follow a proper fighting system. More importantly, he had unlimited primeval essence. Thus, he was not at any disadvantage and the situation was even many times better compared to when he fought with Giant Sun's will. Speed up the attacks, don't stop for even a moment. Even if he has unlimited primeval essence, Mortal Gu cannot be activated non-stop. Hei Lou Lan shouted. Right. Mortal Gu are not immortal Gu and have a limit to what they can endure, activating them unceasingly will only cause them to collapse. Yi Lui Sang also added. They were tribe leaders of Hei tribe and Yi Lui tribe, they understood the situation deeply. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. Essentially, they were tools. Every tool has their own respective usage. The more they were used, and when the burden on them crosses the limit, they will start breaking down. When Mortal Gu masters used Mortal Gu, they could only activate the Gu worms a few times because of the limitations in primeval essence, thus this flaw was not too evident. When Gu Immortals activated Mortal Gu, this issue would become conspicuous. However, after some time, Hei Lou Lan's group's hopes came to nothing. Why does he have so many Gu worms? Someone shouted in an incredulous tone. The quantity of Fang Yuan's Gu worms surpassed their imagination. During the course of the fight, he switched Gu worms one after another as if it was very natural and effortless. Even if he has a mysterious origin and made prior preparations for Gu Immortal advancement, preparing many mortal Gu, a mortal aperture is not able to hold so many Gu. No one could explain this no matter what they thought of and were bewildered. Could it be? Giant Sun's will recalled the scene of Fang Yuan opening a stargate. Fang Yuan had opened a stargate within 88 Truyang building, thus Giant Sun's will knew it clearly. It seems he relied on that gateway to leave Imperial Court blessed land and obtain significant support. Giant Sun's will was very experienced and knowledgeable, immediately realizing the usage of the stargate when it thought of whole Earth Gu and connecting Heaven Gu. It was thanks to Fang Yuan having Gu Immortal blessed land behind him that he was able to purchase large numbers of mortal Gu from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Although he had given most of them to Tai Baiyun Xing, he had also left many for himself. Fang Yuan's naturally cautious nature of being prepared for anything had paid off at this moment. Humph, you borrowed external strength. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Giant Sun's will gave a cold snort before suddenly making a move. He pierced the air at lightning speed. He did not move into the light of wisdom but shot towards the Gu worms. Several breaths later, he appeared above Hei Lou Lan's group and dropped a large group of mortal Gu. Take it. I am going to impart a killer move to you. Giant Sun's will split itself into a dozen or so parts which covered the Gu worms and directly moved into everyone's apertures. Every person received 38 Gu. These mortal Gu had already been refined by Giant Sun's will. Under the coordination of Giant Sun's will, the group was able to immediately refine the Gu worms and learn the killer move through the directions of the special will. This killer move. Hei Lou Lan's group showed expressions of joy and shock when they comprehended the killer move. It is just a small trick my main body created when I had inspiration during my leisure time, I have not given it name yet. Giant Sun's will said in a light tone, now is a good time to use it, for the time being let's call it 38 Sealing Arts. Hei Lou Lan's group immediately activated the killer move, breathing out rays of purple light chi from their mouths. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed and he immediately dodged them. But he had limited space and the purple light chi mixed in with other attacks, as such he was still struck. So it was like this killer move's effect is this. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. 38 Sealing Arts was targeted against Gu worms. This concept was not unusual. A Gu master's battle strength came mostly from their Gu worms, thus many Gu worms targeted this point like rank 4 problem nipped in the bud Gu, or rank 5 pitch black Gu. However, this killer move, 38 Sealing Arts, was much stronger than pitch black Gu. It could contaminate moves that were used by a Gu master, and all the Gu worms used for it would be sealed one after another. This killer move naturally could not seal a mortal Gu. And as for mortal Gu, the higher the rank of the Gu, the shorter the duration of the seal. But it could seal them completely, and the Gu worms that formed this killer move were mostly ordinary and could be easily gathered. It touched upon Qi path, and even if an attacking Gu was used, it could follow the Qi back to the source, sealing the Gu. This was an exceptional killer move which particularly suited the current situation. After Fang Yuan was struck, his defensive Gu were sealed successively. The stone barriers were pervaded by the purple light Qi, the stone barrier shield Gu were immediately sealed. The white bone shields hovering around Fang Yuan were also shrouded in the purple light Qi, falling down one after another, turning back into flying bone shield Gu. The wind blades Fang Yuan attacked with were touched by purple light Qi, and even if the corresponding wind blade Gu were inside his aperture, the Gu worms would be covered by a faint layer of dense purple Qi and be sealed. Historically, sealing defensive Gu was easy while sealing attacking Gu was difficult, all because defensive Gu were easier to attack. But 38 Sealing Arts could deal with both equally. Fang Yuan's Gu worm quantity decreased the more he used them. He already did not have a lot of defensive Gu and could not forcibly resist the purple light Qi, only able to dodge and evade all over the place. But there was only so much space, he would sooner or later run out of space to run to. At this moment, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the purple light Qi. He would rather more of his attacking Gu be sealed, he required defensive Gu to protect his whole body. Once the purple light Qi touched his 6-arm heavenly zombie king form, who is to say it might not seal the corresponding Gu worms and break the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Soon, Fang Yuan's offensive started becoming sparser as he was suppressed into disadvantage by the crowd of Gu masters. Kill this demon. Yi Luisang shouted excitedly and sent out hundreds of fireballs. The fireballs detonated in an intense explosion with dust and dirt flying everywhere. Fang Yuan dodged here and there, but he was still struck by the explosions. His skin and flesh were torn open. You demon, you are guilty of the most heinous crimes. You went as far as daring to topple Tru Yang building. We ended up in this state all because of you. Gu Lan shouted furiously, throwing out endless wind blades that were as sharp as knives and could also chase the target. New cuts were formed on Fang Yuan's body. Rays of purple light Qi were also constantly sent out now and then. These surviving Gu masters, more than 10 in number, gritted their teeth with eyes filled with fury. They wished they could eat Fang Yuan's flesh and drink his blood. They had painstakingly fought in many battlefields and taken huge risks to arrive at Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was supposed to have been an enormous opportunity, but they ended up in this plight. Almost all of their tribesmen, relatives, and friends were dead. The disparity from the beginning to the end was too large. It could easily be imagined how much hatred and anger they felt towards the main cause of this disaster. You will die a dog's death today. This is your end for offending Ancestor Giant Sun. One Gu master did not forget to flatter Giant Sun's will. It was a pity Giant Sun's will was not human and his expression could not be seen. He only reminded everyone, do not cause harm to Wisdom Gu no matter what. Chapter 643, Final Trump Card. Giant Sun's will was too strong. Not just his battle strength, but also his deep foundation. It inherited some of the Immortal Venerable's experience. Just a killer move created out of boredom drove Fang Yuan into a desperate state again. Damn it, is it time to use Spring Autumn Cicada again? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, a thought arising in his mind. The first aperture was filled with pressure. The surface of the aperture walls was covered with cracks resembling a spider's web. Spring Autumn Cicada floated in the center, as yellow and green lights flickered on the cicada's body. Fang Yuan was not ignorant, the aperture had obviously reached its limits, it could break the very next second. But he quickly dispelled the thought of using spring-autumn cicada. More and more of his goo worms were being sealed, his firepower was weakening, Fang Yuan was starting to take hits passively. Come on, why don't you strike back? The goo masters laughed maniacally. Are you afraid now? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Someone laughed coldly. You demon, this is your deserved fate, go and die. Someone cursed. Seeing Fang Yuan suppressed by them, they felt unbelievable joy. Suddenly, Mo Yao's Will's frantic voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind again, oh no. Fang Yuan, zombie speckles are showing up on your body. The death energy is starting to invade your body. If the speckles spread over your whole body, you will turn into a 6-armed heavenly zombie king for real. An even worse situation had arrived. The estimated hour limit had not been reached, but Fang Yuan was already starting to become a zombie. A body that is zombified will be completely immersed in death energy, they cannot return to normal. Unless he removed the 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move now, the zombie speckles would continue to spread. No, once I stop using the killer move, giant suns would attack. At this distance, I would not be able to react. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression turning solemn. Although he had defensive goo, these mortal goo were not worth mentioning in front of Giant Sun's will. Only 6-armed heavenly zombie king could allow Fang Yuan to hold his own. Right now, although Giant Sun's will had not entered the wisdom halo, that was only because the price to pay was too great for a small gain. Giant Sun's will was definitely capable of making sacrifices. To attract a 7-fingered formless hand, he lost 8 immortal goo. If I cancel the killer move now, Giant Sun's will would go all out and kill me regardless of the sacrifice. Once I die, he would take back the immortal essence of Giant Sun, I cannot take this risk. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. But, your body. Mo Yao's tone was hesitant, sounding worried. Fang Yuan was unmoved, his expression was determined. The zombie speckles continued to spread, there was only a dot on his back at first, but now almost his entire back was covered. The speed of spreading was getting faster, soon, Fang Yuan's chest turned black. The goo masters saw this and were shocked. Giant Sun's will laughed heartily, so this is it, you have turned into a zombie for too long, the balance of life and death energy had been broken, now that the death energy is invading you, you will turn into a real zombie, a member of the living dead, a monster that is neither human nor a ghost, your cultivation will be stagnant forever. Giant Sun's will had great experience and knowledge, he understood Fang Yuan's situation immediately. The goo masters felt a surge in morale, some laughed heartily, ha ha ha, persisting in evil brings about self-destruction, demon, you have committed too many wicked deeds, this terrible end is brought about entirely by yourself. Even without us attacking now, you are finished. Humph, members of the demonic path crave strength and disregard all else, you have finally experienced the painful consequences now. What a pity, even if you became an immortal luckily, you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of you toying with evil schemes and causing harm to everyone, being enemies with Ancestor Giant Sun, and with us of the righteous path. Mo Yao's will urged as well, Fang Yuan, the price to pay is too huge. In my opinion, Giant Sun's will might not necessarily attack, it does not have much strength left. You have great talent and ability, you should not end up like this. It is not too late to stop now, once you turn into a 6-armed heavenly zombie king for real, it will be far too difficult to revert back to being a human. Fang Yuan's gaze was shining, his emotions were in turbulence, as his expression was changing. But eventually, his gritted teeth did not loosen. He turned into a 6-armed heavenly zombie king completely. The speckles turned his body black, in the strength path immortal aperture, the bright and clear heaven and earth turned into an eerie dark color, white stone mountains collapsed one after another. The sky was dark gray and the land was rotting, there was not a trace of life energy. Meanwhile, in the first aperture, it was deathly silent too. The purple crystal aperture walls no longer had the crystal clear appearance, they looked like gray rocks. But precisely because of this, spring-autumn cicada's pressure was no longer so threatening. Right after becoming a Gu Immortal, he degraded into a zombie. All his past accumulations, all his achievements, all turned into nothing. From this point on, his cultivation could not advance in the slightest. Without any potential to progress, in this regard, Fang Yuan was worse off than immortal. Even with Fang Yuan's iron will, he felt a bit of desolation. The thought of using Spring-Autumn Cicada appeared in his head once more. If I use Spring-Autumn Cicada and restart everything, I will be able to quickly retreat and avoid this terrible situation to the best of my ability. But Fang Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was very close now. Without any sound from the wind, it spread silently, compressing the space and bringing an immense mental pressure to all at the scene. Fang Yuan observed everyone from afar, suddenly doing something shocking. He stopped the activation of all his Gu. He had completely become a 6-arm heavenly zombie king. He did not need to use Gu worms to activate it. As the purple light chi hit him, this move, 38 sealing arts, had no effect. As long as Fang Yuan did not activate his Gu worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow the chi within and trace it back to the source, sealing the Gu worms. Everyone was stunned, even giant suns will gasp lightly. But next, the Gu masters erupted with fierce momentum. Kill this demon. He stopped using his Gu worms right in front of us, he is courting death. Everyone shouted, screamed, and yelled with their lungs. Fang Yuan retreated step by step, using the 6-arm heavenly zombie king's defense and recovery speed to endure the attacks. Be careful, don't hit the wisdom Gu. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting close to wisdom Gu, Hei Lou Lan quickly gave a reminder. The Gu masters controlled their firepower, no longer unleashing flashy attacks, but aiming more precisely at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's appearance was nothing like before. His chest was blown open, his bones were broken, and his intestines were smashed. He had no choice but to turn around, with his back facing everyone and using it to endure the intense attacks. Bam! A bolt of lightning struck Fang Yuan's back. An intense force slammed him to the ground. From behind him, cheering could be heard, "Ha ha ha, I beat him. This newly caught Gu is not bad, it should be the rank 5 Thunderhammer Gu." Fang Yuan crawled up in difficulty. His back was burst open, the injury was coiling with lightning, his spine and bones were exposed to the air. "Look at my wind path killer move!" someone shouted. Swoosh! A huge wind blade with jagged teeth spun and shot out, making a loop around Fang Yuan's arm and cutting it off. It fell on the ground. This person was breathing roughly, almost all his primeval essence had been expended, but his eyes were shining with a ruthless light of excitement. He shouted, "Did you see, did you see? I took away one of his arms." "Humph, you made use of that weakness. If the flesh and skin of that area of his arm hadn't already been fully removed, left with only a segment of his bone, would you be able to cut it off?" someone scoffed. The body of 6-arm heavenly zombie king was strong, but it could not endure such fast-paced and strong attacks. Everyone laughed wildly, they shouted and cheered, torturing Fang Yuan, feeling pride from the heavy injuries they were inflicting on him, competing against each other. Fang Yuan was defeated time and time again, his tall and muscular body was becoming smaller. But he got up every time. Even though he had 1 out of 8 arms remaining, even though he did not have a patch of undamaged skin left, even though his zombie blood was dyeing the ground, even though his organs were exposed to the air, even though his right shoulder was only left with a pale white shoulder blade. Why, to this extent? Why? Mo Yaozwell sobbed. Fang Yuan was silent. Enough. Giant Suns will suddenly spoke. The Gu masters did not dare to disobey him, they stopped attacking. At this point, are you still not giving up? Humph, your attitude is truly worth admiring. Giant Suns will spoke in a milder tone, enough, it is not easy for you to reach this extent. Give up, I will give you a chance to surrender, as long as you recognize me as your master, I will allow you to make up for your mistakes. What? Ancestor Giant Sun is sparing him? Ancestor, please reconsider it. Everyone was shocked. Surrender? Fang Yuan scoffed, let me consider it. Giant Sons will continued, you destroyed 88 True Yang building, your sins are unforgivable. I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. After recognizing me as your master, you will help me to once again establish 88 True Yang building, that will make up for your sins. When True Yang building is rebuilt, not only will I grant you freedom, I will even get rid of your zombie status, and teach you the method to regain a human body. If someone else heard this, their heart would waver. Giant Sons will gave Fang Yuan a way to live, most importantly, he gave him hope to continue cultivating. Fang Yuan was silent, let me consider. Giant Sons will laughed plainly, I will not give you any chance to stall for time. I will count down from 10, you must give me a response. 10. Fang Yuan, are you really surrendering? Be careful of Giant Sons' will schemes, as long as you get out, and leave the light of wisdom's range, you will be a fish on his chopping block, subject entirely to his treatment. Mo Yao's will worriedly reminded in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart, how could I be so stupid as to believe him? Next, he sighed, oh, to think that I will still have to use my final trump card. You still have a trump card? To speak the truth, I have Spring-Autumn Cicada. What? Spring-Autumn Cicada? Don't tell me it's that 7th-ranked Gu among the top 10 mystical Gu worms in the world. It can travel upstream along the river of time, returning to the past, that Spring-Autumn Cicada which can change history? Mo Yao's will screamed. That's right. Chapter 644, Not Committing the Same Mistake Again, 1/2. That's right. Fang Yuan said, as he snickered in his heart, asking Mo Yao's will, you've been wanting me to use it, haven't you? Fang Yuan, what do you mean? How would I know that you have Spring-Autumn Cicada? Mo Yao's will stared blankly, before quickly denying it. He. Fang Yuan laughed, oh, Mo Yao, I am a naturally cautious person, I consider situations where I suffer defeat more than those of victory. Thus, from the moment you lurked in my mind, I had already considered the worst possible situation. What was the worst possible situation? That was the fact that the greatest mystery of me having Spring-Autumn Cicada and being reborn is known by you. I would assume, since the first time I entered Water Pavilion, you will had already known this secret, right? Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind, she appeared extremely sincere as she shook her head, Fang Yuan, are you misunderstanding something? Fang Yuan ignored her, continuing, you knew this secret, but you pretended not to know, revealing yourself on your own initiative. Next, you pretended that you had let down Spirit Affinity House, showing a guilty expression as you purposely gave me the mission of returning Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. In truth, this was a red herring. In order to obtain my trust, you truly racked your brains. You created 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King for me and taught me ink transformation along with other refinement path killer moves, assisting me in infiltrating True Yang building, as well as giving me multiple reminders in battle, acting as a strategist. These acts were to lower my wariness. At the same time, you had been changing my thoughts, subconsciously trying to influence my decisions, you had truly insidious intentions. Mo Yao's will raised her voice, showing some displeasure, lad, what is wrong with you? You are actually speaking of me in this way, did you hit your head? He. Mo Yao, you are very impressive, I truly suffered at your hands. Your acting was nearly flawless, I almost believed you. When Giant Sons will awakened, you urged me to leave this place, to take Water Pavilion and return to Central Continent. But at the same time, you were influencing my thoughts, causing me to make the choice of continuing to take risks. When facing Ma Hongyun, you urged me to help Ma Hongyun, but on the other hand, you altered my thoughts, triggering my killing intent and summoning my rage and excitement, causing me to impulsively attack Ma Hongyun and resulting in my black coffin luck increasing. Honestly, under normal circumstances, I would consider the costs and benefits, how could I be so brainless? When I first saw Imperial Court Blessed Land's Land Spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, I learned about the conditions for ownership. After leaving True Yang building, I actually recalled some events in my previous life, a certain person. My true nature is not so weak that I would be affected to that extent. All these are the deepest memories of my previous life that have been buried to the depths of my heart. It was all your doing. You struck in secret, and then while my mind was in turmoil, you attempted to look at the memories of my previous life. Mo Yao stared with her eyes wide open, her tone was unkind and aggrieved, sounding like the defense of one treated with injustice. Fang Yuan, all these were your choices. After landing in this state, you are refusing to admit your mistakes. Instead, you are blaming it all on me. Fang Yuan laughed, ha ha ha, admit my mistakes, of course I admit my mistakes. My foundation is superficial, especially when compared to you or Giant Sun. Experience and insight are no longer to my advantage. But do you know what your greatest flaw was? Mo Yaozwell snorted, folding her arms in front of her. Lad, I am going to get angry if you continue speaking like this. All along I have been helping you. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Fang Yuan did not listen to her, he ignored this and continued speaking. Your greatest flaw was that you actually sent Water Pavilion to charge at the seven-fingered formless hand. The mission you gave me was to return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Why was it that at the crucial moment, you gave up on Water Pavilion to protect me? Don't tell me that during these days of being together, you changed your principles and had started caring for me? Hee, I can admit my charisma has not reached that level. This is enough to show, the so-called mission you gave me was a red herring. Fang Yuan's voice was plain, but Mo Yao's will listen to it like it was rumbling thunder. She sank into silence. This time, she did not refute him. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, continuing, other than this, you had more flaws. First, you placed Water Pavilion on my body but concealed that fact. Evidently you were hiding ill intentions, wanting to control me using this rank 7 immortal Gu house during a crucial moment. Second, if you were truly going to cooperate with me, why would you hide what kind of will you were? This indicates that the moment your type of will was exposed, I would be suspicious of you. Third, you purposely gave me an incorrect timing so that my body would completely turn into that of six-arm heavenly zombie king. After I became a zombie, I felt desolation, that was also because of you. Fourth, you played tricks multiple times and secretly influenced my thoughts, making me think of using spring-autumn cicada repeatedly. I am a person with a firm will, I do not hesitate. Once I decide on a plan, I will execute it without doubt. How could I have this same thought multiple times? Fifth, since you had little immortal essence, and I had become a Gu Immortal, why did you not lend me Water Pavilion earlier? Evidently, you had other plans. He. Mo Yaozwell laughed loudly, retorting, Fang Yuan, your words are contradicting yourself. Don't forget, I was the one who saved your life. If I did not use Water Pavilion, you would have been killed by Giant Sun's will. Now, you are saying that I purposely harmed you, lying about the timing of six-arm heavenly zombie king and causing the transformation to be permanent. In this way, I have saved you and harmed you. Am I crazy? Of course you are not crazy. In fact, all along you have been very clear-minded. First you harm me, then you save me, all these were part of your plans. If I was you, thinking in your perspective, it is not hard to guess your intentions. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, if I was a will and had remained in this world for 10,000 years, after my main body was already dead and my lover was also dead after a failed tribulation, at this point, when I see the spring-autumn cicada, what would I think? The answer is obvious, I would naturally want to make use of the spring-autumn cicada and travel back in time. Spring-autumn cicada's effect is to sacrifice everything that the Gu master has, merely preserving their consciousness in the Gu. At the crucial moment, I would sneak into the spring-autumn cicada and destroy the Gu master's will, replacing him and going back to the past to revive myself, altering history and changing my fate. Fang Yuan had a sound analysis, he exuded self-confidence and an extraordinary attitude. Mo Yao's will's pupils shrunk, she fell into silence again. Fang Yuan continued, however, for you to fulfill this goal, there were many difficulties, mainly, there were two big obstacles. Firstly, you are just a will, no matter what kind of will you were, you cannot use most Gu worms on your own. Spring-Autumn Cicada is not only such a case, it needs even more. It needs the Gu Master to self-detonate, using their essence, flesh, and all other Gu worms as sacrifices to become the driving force to propel the Gu Master back to the past. The stronger the fuel, the further into the past it can return. Secondly, Spring-Autumn Cicada is my Gu worm, my vital Gu. In fact, it is not ordinary. You are not a formless hand, you cannot take it away from me by force. I had also found many wisdom path Gu worms, and can create many types of wills, thus it was even more difficult for you to snatch it. Therefore, you had no choice but to continue interacting with me and waiting for an opportunity in accordance with the situation. On one hand, you needed to strengthen me and raise my foundation, that way, the force of my self-detonation would create more driving force when activating Spring-Autumn Cicada. On the other hand, you needed to create a situation of absolute despair for me, so that I had no choice but to take a major risk, left with no options but to use the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Saying this, Fang Yuan sighed, I was vigilant of you earlier, but as you gradually affected my thoughts, I eventually fell for your schemes and arrangements. You influenced me secretly, causing me to take risks time and time again in True Yang building, and even inducing me to deal with Ma Hongyun, to deal with Giant Sun's will, and Hei Lou Lan. Many matters were obviously disadvantageous to me and irrational, but I still acted on impulse time and time again. You caused me to make strong enemies, to create a situation where I would be desperate. But on the other hand, you were afraid of going overboard and causing me to die. Thus, at the crucial moment, when my life was at stake, you had to make a move and expose Water Pavilion, in order to help me survive Giant Sun's will's fatal blow. Thus, when I was about to be captured by the formless hand, you activated Water Pavilion and crashed into it. You were afraid of it taking away my Spring-Autumn Cicada, you were afraid of the Spring-Autumn Cicada being exposed. The conversation between wills was extremely rapid, even though they had talked a lot. But after Fang Yuan said that, Mo Yao's will did not reply for a long time. It was silence in his mind. In the outside world, Giant Sun's will had already counted down to 6 from 10. Eventually, Mo Yao broke the silence, clapping as she laughed, he, good analysis. You really unraveled the mystery step by step, it was very meticulous and clear. To think that I had planned for such a long time, yet I did not manage to deceive you. I am really amazed by you, lad, even as a reborn person, your talent is simply astounding. If you were born in my time, we might have been good friends, who knows? What a pity, what a pity. Fang Yuan had understood everything, this was Mo Yao's will laying her cards on the table. Mo Yao's will could not pretend any further, at this moment, she chose to confess. Her body was slim and beautiful, a black veil covered her face, even though she was a will, she was like a night lotus silently floating in the dark, she had a graceful bearing and a grand disposition. As expected of Spirit Affinity House's 36th generation fairy, a rank 7 Gu Immortal, a refinement path grandmaster. Even though her schemes were exposed, she was not embarrassed or ashamed. Seeing that there was no hope of continuing her facade, she showed a plain attitude, extremely forthright. She sighed, back then, when my main body took a risk to enter 88 True Yang building, I obtained an inheritance in the True Inheritance secluded domain, creating this will of mine with it. I left behind Dichio inheritance. On the one hand, I was preparing for any accidents, to preserve the chance of refining Calamity Beckoning Gu. On the other hand, it was a trap targeting Spirit Affinity House. Back then, I had betrayed my sect for Bo Qing, but I did not expect that 10,000 years later, it would be you who came. Actually, back when you refined Calamity Beckoning Gu, I had already discovered your Spring-Autumn Cicada. I am a refinement path grandmaster, I tampered with the immortal Gu refinement process, the Calamity Beckoning Gu that you refined already had my will in it. This arrangement was originally meant to target pursuers from Spirit Affinity House, because nobody can stand giving up the chance of refining an immortal Gu. Chapter 645, Not Committing the Same Mistake Again, 2 halves. Just as you said, when I first discovered that you had Spring-Autumn Cicada, I was extremely excited, immediately thinking of using Spring-Autumn Cicada in order to be reborn. I used Calamity Beckoning Gu to attract you to Water Pavilion. You refined 10% of Water Pavilion. That was something I purposely engineered to make you less alert. When you left, I activated Water Pavilion and hid in the sweat on your skin. But in this aspect, how did you confirm that Water Pavilion was on you from the start? Fang Yuan answered, this is not hard to guess. You have to ensure my safety. Just your will alone is not enough. The rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion is your strongest safeguard. Secondly, thinking will expend your thoughts, and cause your will to weaken. I made you exert yourself in creating the killer move, but you had never gone into a state of weakness. Next, you contested against Giant Sun's will in my mind, and even helped to refine the supreme true inheritance of True Yang building. Furthermore, you were under the light of wisdom, but I did not see your will weakening. The only explanation is Water Pavilion. Your will had always been obtaining replenishment. When I first inspected the Gu worms that made up Water Pavilion, I did not realize it. The most crucial Gu worm is that Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Delight in Water and Mountain Gu, right? You are half right. Mo Yao's will confessed, Delight in Water and Mountain Gu can only create joyful will, but my will is not joyful will, thus I used other Gu worms to convert the joyful will. This will of mine can indeed influence your thoughts, meddling with your lines of thinking and making you act differently to your nature. Am I right to say, you were purposely losing to Giant Sun's will? Fang Yuan laughed. Giant Sun's will is indeed strong, but the difference in our battle strengths would not be so absurdly large. When I awakened in shock, I realized that Water Pavilion had already turned into an armor around me, saving my life. At that moment I realized something was wrong. Although I was alert in the past, because of your influence, it gradually vanished. But although I found something amiss, I could not be sure of it. When Giant Sun's will attacked me in a frenzy, I guessed his tactic. This battlefield is only so big, there are very few outside elements that can influence the battle, why would I not be wary of the formless hands? Thus, I took a risk and went along with his ploy, purposely moving slowly so that the formless hand would attack me. In the end, I obtained proof of your ill intentions. Next, even though Water Pavilion broke apart, I was still afraid of its power. Thus, I coaxed you into entering my immortal aperture, and at the same time, using your Gu worms for fighting. I purposely got hit by many killer moves, and most of the Gu worms that I borrowed from you were sealed as a result. This was to prevent you from having any Gu worms that did not need primeval essence to activate. Mo Yao's will heard this and shook her head, exclaiming, Fang Yuan, you are too shrewd. The moment you found something wrong, you schemed to this extent, your acting surpassed mine. But there is something I don't understand. Fang Yuan asked. Oh, what is that? Earlier, I lost Fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Gu to a 6-fingered formless hand. I know that Fixed Immortal Travel is an immortal Gu that you really wanted to get rid of, because it affected your plans too much. But how were you so sure that the 6-fingered formless hand would take away Fixed Immortal Travel, and not other immortal Gu, least of all Spring-Autumn Cicada? Mo Yao's will laughed bitterly, lad, I am only a will left behind by the main body for 10,000 years, do you really think I can control the entire situation? Back then, the situation was so chaotic, and at the moment when the formless hand grabbed you, I hesitated, afraid to show Water Pavilion as it would attract your suspicion. But next, after it took Fixed Immortal Travel, I was overjoyed. I quickly interfered with your thoughts, causing you to help Tai Bai Yunsheng. This delayed some time, and you lost Fixed Immortal Travel. Fang Yuan stared blankly, your luck is very good. Mo Yao shook her head, bitterly smiling, back then, I sneaked into True Yang building and wanted to get my hands on fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, releasing it in the end. Since then, my luck had been terrible. Later, when I blocked the 7-fingered formless hand for you, my intention was to sacrifice the rank 7 Calamity Beckoning Gu in Water Pavilion. What a pity that the formless hand took the core, Water Harmony Immortal Gu. If your Spring-Autumn Cicada had a mortal's consciousness, I would have struck long ago. Unfortunately, your Gu Immortal will is still inside, and I did not dare to act rashly, only influencing you secretly. When I lurked in your mind, I had been paying attention to your thoughts and had been attempting to read your memories. But after fighting with Giant Sun's will, I could not split up. All of my will was used to manipulate Water Pavilion to protect your life. Otherwise, I would have noticed when you sensed something amiss. In fact, I would have interfered with your thoughts and made you dismiss this problem. Moreover, I had little immortal essence left, most of it was used to create wills. Your tactic of consuming it was very effective, but if I had 5 or 6 more beads of red Jade immortal essence, the situation would have been very different. Fang Yuan nodded, sigh, actually, this was not a fair fight. A will alone cannot think as deeply as the main body. Especially when wills have their specialties and would act on those traits. A will is just a will, it cannot replace the main body. If your main body was dealing with me, I would have lost long ago. Fairy Mo Yao, you truly live up to your name. With just a will that you left behind, you could reach this stage. Fang Yuan sighed continuously. After revealing their cards, he instead started consoling Mo Yao's will, seemingly forgetting their status as enemies. It was as if he was Mo Yao's longtime friend. He continued to sigh, your plan was really too difficult, it is like walking on a tightrope, you had to be careful of the balance of the situation at all times. If when you schemed against me was prior to now, there was a chance I would have continued being fooled by you. Unfortunately, right before coming to Northern Plains, I made a similar mistake, and my decree in life is to never commit the same mistake twice. Saying so, the image of a young woman dressed in white appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Actually, it is also thanks to Wisdom Gu's help. Even without using it personally, just by the light halo that it emitted, my thoughts became extremely sharp and I understood many things, thus being able to expose your scheme. As expected of a rank 9 immortal Gu. After talking this much, I have a question to ask you, what type of will are you? Mo Yao chuckled, I might as well tell you now. Since you already know my methods, you'll get the answer sooner or later. In fact, under such circumstances, it is already too late even if you discover my true motive. There is no doubt you will need to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. My will is called Fake Will. Fake and true, truth and lies, fake will can disguise as a person's thoughts and collide with other thoughts, changing the results of their thinking and influencing a person's decisions and actions. Fang Yuan realized at once, no wonder I could not find where you were lurking when I checked in my mind. You were disguised as part of my thoughts. But you are wrong on one thing, I will not use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Are you sure? He. Mo Yao's will laughed, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a killer move that I perfected with you. I purposely gave an incorrect estimation and caused your body to turn into a zombie, you no longer have any way to progress. At this point, you have no future. I have been around you for so long, I understand you well, you have no trump cards left. Right now, the wind veil of assimilation is closing in, and you have already lost fixed immortal travel. Do you think you can open a Stargate here? Don't be unrealistic. You will be attacked by everyone, even though you purposely acted weaker, your real battle strength is still inferior to Giant Sun's will. After all, this is not the true inheritance secluded domain. Inside the true inheritance secluded domain, wills and thoughts are suppressed. As for worldly wave trace immortal Gu, I am not going to lend it to you anymore. Moreover, other than Giant Sun's will, you still have a huge threat here, that is Hei Lou Lan with the great strength true martial physique. Rank 5 peak stage, think about the force of his self-detonation. Right now, you are only holding on because of the light of wisdom. With so many strong foes, you are at your wits' end. Mo Yao's will laughed for a while before her tone became calmer, you refuse to use Spring-Autumn Cicada because you are wary of your black coffin luck. You do not have to be so nervous. Spring-Autumn Cicada's drawback is that it will cause its owner's luck to become progressively worse. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was a victim of this. Luck is really strong and influential, no doubt, but it cannot decide everything, it depends on who is facing it. You had so much bad luck, yet with your strength and wisdom, you still managed to get this far. Ma Hongyan had so much good luck, yet he could not grasp it well. Even though he escaped from this place, he would surely fall into the hands of Northern Plains Gu Immortals and become a captive. Fang Yuan snickered, "You've schemed for this long, I'm sure you've made ample preparations, you have the confidence of certain victory. A contest of wills is not my forte. If I self-detonate, that is using my weakness to fight my enemy's strength. How can I be so stupid?" Mo Yao also laughed, "To think that you'd have such a timid side. It is a pity, but you are not entirely right. I do intend on using the spring-autumn cicada, but it is impossible with your foundation to travel 10,000 years back in time. I plan to find Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance when traveling upstream in the river of time. Using the power of the inheritance, I would go back to traveling against the current, 10,000 years into the past." He, don't you want to see what Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance looks like? Mo Yao said something shocking. She actually knew of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance ground. But Fang Yuan gave no response, he was silent. Outside, giant suns will finally counted down from 10 to 1. "It seems you are still very stubborn, you want to resist to the end." Seeing that Fang Yuan did not surrender, Giant Suns will said this in a deep and low tone. "This demon deserves nothing less than death." Ancestor Giant Sun had granted him mercy, giving him a chance to turn over a new leaf, yet he is still refusing to change. Yi Lui Sang shouted, yet in the depths of his heart he felt eased. Kill this demon. Cut his head off and make it our urine flask. Today, we will exterminate a menace of society. Everyone was riled up. Oh no, the wind veil of assimilation is already within 100 steps of us. Ancestor Giant Sun, what will we do? Someone said in shock. Wisdom Gu was maintaining a halo of light to protect itself. The Gu masters were all standing near its edge and outside of it, only Fang Yuan was inside. As the wind veil of assimilation grew closer, it shrunk the space that was inside, and in just a short period of time, the wind veil would reach the surface of the light halo. Chapter 646, Road of Life. The wind veil of assimilation was constantly getting closer. That was why Giant Suns will try to get Fang Yuan to surrender. If Fang Yuan surrendered and returned Giant Sun's immortal essence, everything would be easy to settle. But if Fang Yuan was adamant and refused to surrender, Giant Suns would have to fight him to the death. "Hei Lou Lan, I am giving you this strength path immortal Gu. Release your dark limit seal and display the true might of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Your great strength true martial physique has the highest recovery speed in the world, it greatly surpasses the other 9 extreme physiques. Don't worry, even if you self-detonate, I have my ways to save you." Giant Suns will said, handing Hei Lou Lan a strength path immortal Gu. Obtaining the immortal Gu that he had been dreaming of, Hei Lou Lan was unable to conceal his excitement. "Thank you Lord Ancestor." At the same time, Giant Suns will promise the other Gu masters many benefits, handing out Gu worms one by one. Giant Suns will raise the morale. "This scoundrel has committed many evil deeds, you will all be great heroes renowned in Northern Plains after eliminating him. Your act of bringing peace to the people will make sure you are well respected wherever you go. We know that being basked in the light of wisdom would reduce lifespan. But in this situation, if we continue delaying it, we will be killed by the wind veil of assimilation. How can losing a bit of lifespan compare to death? Furthermore, you just need to restrain him, I will strike and deal the finishing blow." Everyone looked at each other. Giant Suns will had incomparable reputation, he was left behind by the old ancestor, under benefits and reputation, forced by the situation, everyone summoned their courage and looked at Fang Yuan, ready to strike. Strange, why isn't he dead yet? After being in the light for so long, he should have expended all his lifespan already? Suddenly, someone asked this. Because if Fang Yuan was dead, they would not need to take a risk. That is because he is already dead. After completely becoming a zombie monster, he is among the living dead. The dead have no lifespan, no matter how long he stays there, he would not die of old age. Hei Lou Lan explained, destroying their fantasies. So that's it. Everyone was taken aback, they finally understood that this fight was unavoidable. The air seemed to turn frigid, the Gu Master's killing intent surged. Without doubt, this was the final battle. They had great confidence in killing Fang Yuan. After all, there was the great strength true martial physique as well as Giant Sun's will. However, they were still nervous. Fang Yuan's terrifying battle strength was ingrained into their hearts. Of course we have to kill this demon, but there are bound to be casualties in battle, oh great longevity heaven, please don't let it be me. Those were the inner thoughts of everyone. The atmosphere was getting more solemn, the battle was going to commence. But right at this moment, there was another surprising twist. Wisdom Gu suddenly stopped sending out the light of wisdom, and flew into the sea of Gu worms. Earlier, it had displayed its rank 9 aura at full force, but now it had completely concealed itself, hiding with the Gu worm group. It quickly vanished. Everyone was shocked. Giant Sun's will was the first to react, laughing heartily, excellent. This Wisdom Gu's wild will is a newborn, it is still very immature. Earlier, it created the halo to prevent other life forms from getting near it, but now that it sensed the battle was near, in order to avoid getting dragged into this, it escaped first. Everyone was overjoyed at this, there was no better situation. Without Wisdom Gu's halo causing trouble, Giant Sun's will could enter battle directly. Demon, the Wisdom Gu that you entrusted your life to has run away. Your time of death is now, come and receive your death. Demon, you have committed many heinous sins, landing in this situation today, you are dead meat. Everyone shouted, their morale surging. Giant Sun's will was ready to strike. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan broke the silence, he raised his head and laughed. His laughter boomed over the surroundings, giving off a wild aura, he suppressed all other voices. He had a green face with sharp fangs, and his eyes were shining with a ruthless light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his previous injuries were too severe, his body was still in bad shape. He was left with one arm, his body was crooked, yet his imposing attitude burst out, causing everyone to take a slight step back. Damned demon, still being arrogant before your death? What are you laughing for? Hei Lou Lan took a big step forward, his body was like a bear, he stared with his eyes opened wide. Demon, committing evil acts will lead to your own doom, you have no way out but death. Fang Yuan, I had already given you your only chance of surrender, but you did not grab onto it. Now, there is no way out for you anymore. Giant Sun's will shouted resolutely. Mo Yao's will also said, lad, no need to continue acting secretive. Your fake imposing aura cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance ground? The battle is going to commence, if your mind becomes muddled against Giant Sun's will, I will not be able to save you again. Give up, this is a dead end, there is no way out. Quickly use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's laughter ended, his voice was coarse, isn't there a saying, heaven will always leave a path for you, as long as I want to walk, there will be a road for me to step on. Everyone was shocked, these words were very familiar, thinking about it, they realized it was from / the legends of Renzu / the legends of Renzu / chapter 3, section 3 states. Luopa Valley was a very wide and complex labyrinth. Renzu searched for Northern Dark Eye's soul, who was missing, but he got lost in the labyrinth himself. Even after several days, he did not find a way out. He was extremely tired, he had sprawled on the ground, his back leaning against the walls of the labyrinth. A feeling of boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. Right now, he only had a heart of loneliness left. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Renzu was afraid of being lonely, he had once dug out both of his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But right now, he could only endure the torture of loneliness. Amidst the loneliness, Renzu felt intense desolation, loss, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped, he was all alone in this world, there was nobody he could rely on, there was no fire that he could gain warmth from. Renzu felt suffocation, but as time passed, he got used to the feeling of loneliness, he even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not that scary. In his loneliness, he felt serenity, peace, and quiet. He talked to himself, "Oh human, what is the purpose of your existence? Struggling here in this world, rushing about everywhere." Next, he heard a voice from beside him, "Oh human, you are the spirit of all beings. You are lonely, thus you wanted to be comforted, to be understood, to be recognized. Right now, the thing you want to do most is to find the way out of this damned place." Renzu was shocked. Who is talking to me?" That voice laughed as it said, "I am a Gu, called Self. If you look inside yourself, you will find me." Renzu quickly inspected his heart of loneliness. As expected, in the deepest part of his heart, he saw a Gu worm. This Gu looked very real, almost like himself, but it was many times smaller than him, like the size of an ant. Renzu was curious. You are a Gu worm, why are you inside my body?" Self Gu said, "Ever since you gained life, I had been inside your body, you just did not discover me. It is not easy to find me, you will need to inspect your inner heart of loneliness." "Is that so?" Renzu had little interest, he was quite indifferent about this as his mind was entirely concerned with Northern Dark Eye's soul. Self Gu saw Renzu's lack of concern and laughed, "Oh Renzu, you should be happy. You should know, finding yourself and understanding yourself, that is the most important thing in life. You yourself are the most reliable thing in the world, let me help you leave this place." "You can help me leave this place?" "No way, can you bring me out of Luopa Valley, and travel in the reverse flow river?" Renzu was shocked and excited. Self Gu laughed heartily, "Oh Renzu, why must you walk on this road? The door of life and death's entrance and exit are the traces left behind by Fate Gu when it visited Fairness Gu. When you walk on this road, you will be under the manipulation and arrangement of fate. If you want to revive, to leave this place, you should walk on a brand new road." Renzu was perplexed, "Isn't there only one road? Wisdom Gu had already told me that, where can there be a second road?" Self Gu said, "Oh Renzu, as long as you want to walk, there will be a road for you to step on." Renzu was even more confused now. "Then how should I walk?" Self Gu said, "Didn't I say it already? First, you have to think about leaving." "Think?" Renzu tried using his brain, thinking of how to move on. He thought for half a day, his head was bursting, when finally, a Gu jumped out of his mind. This Gu was an old friend of Renzu, it was Cognition Gu. "Where there is cognition, there is me." Cognition Gu said, "Oh human, you seem to have gotten into trouble again, let me help you think." Saying so, Cognition Gu gave off a bright light, enlightening Renzu. Cognition Gu had an ability, that was to enlighten all beings. Any life form enlightened by Cognition Gu would gain wings. Back then, Verdant Great Sun obtained the wings of self, flying into the sky. When the light dispersed, Renzu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings was located at his heels, they were very delicate. Cognition noted, this pair of wings is called Independence, Renzu, it will help you walk on a new road. You have to be careful, a new road is hard to walk on, other Gu are unreliable, you can only rely on yourself Gu." Saying so, Cognition Gu vanished. Renzu was still very much confused, "How should I walk?" "Walk ahead, and carve the path of your road of life. This is a road that is unique to yourself. Only you can walk on it." Self Gu said excitedly. Renzu took the first step forward. Bam! The next moment, his vision changed. Everyone heard Fang Yuan and reacted, flying into a rage. "This demon has lost his mind. Kill, we have to work together and kill him. He, how dare you compare yourself to Renzu? Go ahead and walk, let me see what road you can walk on." Everyone lost their patience, they shouted as they charged towards Fang Yuan. Guh. At this moment, Hei Lou Lan suddenly showed a pained expression, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Good timing." Fang Yuan smiled, showing an eerie aura. He raised his remaining hand as he punched directly. Bam! With a loud explosion, Fist Chi burst out as a strength path phantom materialized in the air. Chapter 647, The Answer is Found in Oneself. This strength path phantom had a striking resemblance to a youthful Fang Yuan. Vivid and lifelike, and generally in the same dimensions. It obstructed the charge of the Gu masters by itself, appearing lonely and insignificant. Isn't this that lad Hei Lou Lan's killer move? Mo Yaozwell was surprised. Ah, I remember now, you seized his crucial Gu worm, but how did you reproduce his killer move? While she was speaking, the Gu masters had already reached the strength path phantom. Fang Yuan's strength path phantom could only endure 3 moves before it was torn to pieces. The remaining fist chi was condensing again, but was extinguished by Yi Lui Sang's fire. This demon is a paper tiger, no need to be afraid. Humph, the method he is relying on now was merely stolen from Lord Hei Lou Lan. This strength path phantom has the form but at most only has half the strength of Lord Hei Lou Lan's killer move. What's there to be afraid of? The group's morale soared higher. They paused for a moment before moving towards Fang Yuan at an even faster speed. Only Hei Lou Lan had a bewildered expression and slightly decreased his speed, staying at the rear. Did he use my vital Gu to create this strength path phantom? How could this strength path phantom actually have his own actual appearance? Although his vital Gu had been seized, his injuries had rapidly recovered. Great strength true martial physique's recovery ability was at the top of the 10 extreme physiques, tens of times stronger than 6-arm heavenly zombie king. It was not strange for Fang Yuan to forcibly refine Hei Lou Lan's vital Gu. Fang Yuan was already a Gu Immortal, and with the help of Immortal Essence, this meant an enormous advantage in refining mortal Gu. Fang Yuan's strength path phantom actually had the same appearance as him. This was what made Hei Lou Lan extremely surprised. Even if you seized Hei Lou Lan's Gu and roughly reconstructed his killer move, your strength path phantom merely has its form and it might have the ability to recondense from the fist chi, but the difference when compared to Hei Lou Lan's genuine killer move is too great. Mo Yaozwell bluntly commented. At this moment, everyone had reached Fang Yuan. On the outer periphery, giant suns had curled up into a ball, moving slowly, waiting for the time Fang Yuan showed a weakness during the chaotic battle to deal a fatal strike. In that case, Mo Yao, open your eyes and watch what happens next closely. Fang Yuan's grin slowly turned into a huge smile. He punched. With the only remaining arm. Fist chi surged and turned into a strength path phantom. The phantom did not pause, immediately pouncing towards the incoming Gu masters. Fang Yuan punched again. Another strength path phantom appeared, but it was different. This strength path phantom also resembled a young Fang Yuan, but it had 2 extra arms and it was even more powerful. Fang Yuan's breathing sped up as he punched rapidly, the fist shadows interweaving together into a curtain. Boom boom boom. Punches after punches in the air sent out cracking noises, producing continuous echoing explosions. Majestic fist chi surged madly, forming whirlwinds. Wind and clouds surged and roared like dragons and tigers. In a blink of an eye, 100 strength path phantoms were created, forming layers upon layers of protection around Fang Yuan. The Gu masters had just finished off the previous 2 strength path phantoms and were about to charge towards Fang Yuan. But when they raised their heads, all of their expressions turned into great shock. How could there be so many strength path phantoms? One Gu master's eyes almost popped out. F*CK, there are still more being created. Another Gu master swore loudly. Fang Yuan continued to punch, fist chi formed into strength path phantoms as if they were endless. The Gu masters could not believe what they were seeing. This number greatly surpassed Hei Lou Lan's limit, moreover it was still rapidly increasing. Within moments, there were already 1,000 strength path phantoms. Just recently, Fang Yuan was alone, but now he had an army standing around him. Are they phonies? A Gu master was suspicious and felt Fang Yuan was using Gu worm to create illusions. But the strength path phantom's solid attacks in the next moment gave a painful answer to the group. Kill. We will let you taste our power. These strength path phantoms were actually able to speak, and showed extraordinary intelligence. They attacked together, forming an endless stream of humans. The Gu masters who were confident in their numbers were now drowned in strength path phantoms. They seemed to be stranded in a torrential river, suffering the strong attacks of the waves. Defend. Stabilize our formation, they are only strength path phantoms. Damn it, these strength path phantoms can actually coordinate and carry out battle tactics. The Gu masters shouted one after another. Their formation was like a large reef near the shore. However, after engaging in battle, they discovered that the power of these strength path phantoms far surpassed their imaginations. These strength path phantoms coordinated together and did not care about sacrificing themselves. Although they only had singular method of attacking, it generated an extremely large pressure on the Gu masters. The Gu masters' formation soon showed signs of breaking. What killer move is this? My strength path phantoms could not coordinate to this extent. This is simply a relentless army fighting to the death. Hei Lou Lan was shocked and uneasy. Fang Yuan retreated while continuing to punch out fist chi. The number of strength path phantoms continued to rise crazily. Your killer move, this killer move. Mo Yao's will stammered in shock. She analyzed, mortal Gu absolutely cannot have such might, you definitely used a mortal Gu. You still have a trump card that I don't know about? No, impossible, you definitely had refined a mortal Gu. How could you refine a mortal Gu so quickly? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Why do you think I tried to get near to Wisdom Gu by all means possible? It was to use its rank 9 aura to help me refine a mortal Gu. If it were other people's immortal Gu, it would not be easy to deceive, thus I could not refine man as before and landscape as before. But it is very difficult for young Wild Will to distinguish if this aura originated from me. Gu worms higher by 2 ranks or more could pressure others into submission. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura to help him refine Gu. That means you had planned to intentionally transform completely with 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? Mo Yao's will immediately started feeling uneasy when she discovered this. The light of wisdom consumed lifespan, but after transforming into a zombie which was already dead, Fang Yuan naturally could stay for much longer in the light of wisdom. Mo Yao continued to observe and found that Fang Yuan's killer move followed some certain characteristics of strength path. His strength path phantoms normally had 2 arms. But sometimes, there would be phantoms with 4 arms and even 6 arms occasionally. The more arms the phantoms had, the stronger they were. 2-armed phantoms only had average battle strength comparable to 100 Beast Kings. 4-armed phantoms were comparable to 1,000 Beast Kings and 6-armed phantoms were comparable to myriad Beast Kings. This is simply the recreation of a beast group. When Mo Yao's will became aware of this, her delicate body shivered, and said with an incredulous tone, lad you actually managed to resolve the age-old question, you have merged the 2 paths of enslavement and strength. Enslavement path controlled a great number of beasts and used numbers to crush enemies. Strength path focused on strengthening oneself, fighting many enemies alone. The essence of 2 Gu master paths that were polar opposites were now perfectly harmonized and united in Fang Yuan's killer move. Fang Yuan had been trying to solve this issue since long ago. But he made no progress and was even ridiculed and persuaded against by Mo Yao's will. However, he had never given up on his attempts to resolve this. He would never abandon something because of other people's denial, ridicule, and persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough came during the process of Gu Immortal advancement. He used this extremely precious opportunity to advance his strength path realm. Obtaining inspiration from heaven and earth, he abandoned everything else to wholeheartedly seek the answer for the merging of enslavement and strength path. Heaven and earth were completely open to him, he was imparted supreme mysteries. But finally, he also had Wisdom Gu to thank. Fang Yuan stayed under the light of wisdom for a long time, wasting away his lifespan and turning into one of the living dead. He paid a heavy price, but his rewards were also enormous. Finally, he was able to use his available Gu worms to coordinate together and form the killer move. Without investment, how could there be any gains? Of course, he also had to thank Hei Lou Lan, thanks to his vital Gu, which was one of the most crucial components of the killer move. Besides it, there were immortal Gu, as well as many Gu worms which were required to form 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and in addition Fang Yuan's second vital Gu, all-out effort Gu, which played an important role. This was also one of the reasons Fang Yuan intentionally transformed with Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. He needed the Gu Worms forming Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King to make this new killer move. Even if the black coffin luck on him intensified, even if powerful enemies surrounded him and the wind veil of assimilation isolated everything from the world, heaven would never seal all of one's paths. There was no absolutely desperate situation in this world, there were only people who despair. The answer to resolving problems will always be in our own hands. When we inspect our inner hearts, we will find that the miraculous heavenly power was in ourselves all along. To discover oneself, to recognize oneself, and to rely on oneself. The convergence of enslavement and strength path is an age-old question which has baffled countless heroes and geniuses through the ages. I had never expected it to be perfectly resolved in your hands. Lad, you have ventured on a new road indeed. As you continue to develop this path, you might even be able to truly unite enslavement and strength path, and develop a whole new path. This path will definitely have unprecedented strength. Mo Yao's will side with deep emotions. Her refinement path grandmaster spirit made her not stint on praising Fang Yuan. He. Fang Yuan was just about to reply when suddenly Giant Sun's will appeared right in front of him. It was a sneak attack. During this critical moment of life and death, Fang Yuan moved his head, his vital area, and used his shoulder to bear the brunt of Giant Sun's will's attack. Boom, a huge sound erupted. Fang Yuan was sent rolling to the ground, plowing a gorge meters in length. Looks like there is still quite a bit of your will remaining in my mind, you influenced my thoughts again. Fang Yuan was furious as he saw through Mo Yao's scheme. Mo Yao shed all consideration for face and screamed, "Kid, I asked you to obediently activate Spring-Autumn Cicada, but you didn't give in. Destiny sent you in front of me to give me a chance at rebirth. I will definitely grasp this opportunity." Humph. Most of your will and Gu Worms have been locked in my immortal aperture. Your red date immortal essence is also under my control, you have no way to replenish your will anymore. To influence my thoughts, your thoughts will have to collide. Let me see how long this portion of your will that is hiding in my mind can last. Fang Yuan attacked Mo Yao's will while tightly fixing his gaze on Giant Sun's will. Strength path phantoms soon gathered around him and filled the gap, once more tightly protecting Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will felt quite troubled. It was okay when Fang Yuan was alone previously, but now he had so many helpers. Giant Sun's will excelled in speed and transforming, but was afraid of expending his thoughts. Fang Yuan's killer move that combined enslavement and strength path was a direct counter to him. No matter how fast your speed is, I will form a tighter defense. You have your countless transformations, I have my self-detonating phantoms. There were way too many strength path phantoms, they surrounded Fang Yuan in layers after layers, not only in all directions, there were strength path phantoms even floating in the sky. There was simply no gap to attack. This killer move actually combined the essence of both enslavement and strength path. These strength path phantoms can not only condense back from the remnant fist chi, they can even self-detonate. This kid definitely already had some foundation in this aspect and had made preparations, otherwise just relying on the time within the light of wisdom, he absolutely would not be able to create it out of nothing. Right, he succeeded in his Gu Immortal Ascension, it is extremely likely that he received the guidance of heaven and earth during the process of advancement. Damn it. Giant Sun's will pondered intensely before hurriedly stopping his thoughts. There were hardly any left. If he thought for too long, a large portion of him would vanish. A chance. Suddenly, he transformed into a golden rainbow, traveling nimbly between the army of strength path phantoms and ruthlessly striking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grinned, "Old geezer, why are you in such a rush?" He had intentionally revealed this flaw in the strength path phantom's formation. Giant Sun's will fell for Fang Yuan's scheme. 3 strength path phantoms instantly appeared in front of him. Giant Sun's will thought rapidly and like a snake, he coiled around too. However, he could not avoid the last strength path phantom, and directly smashed into it. Boom! A huge sound erupted, the strength path phantom was crushed into smithereens. Old bastard, do you really think I am easy prey? Humph, I have already waited for too long. Fang Yuan was already fully prepared. He raised his fist and pounded down with all his strength at Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was caught unprepared and shattered. Chapter 648, Fierce and Ambitious. Fang Yuan finally displayed his true strength. His punch was extremely fast. Giant Sun's will was caught unprepared and received the full brunt of the attack. Bang, the condensed golden will was smashed into smithereens, splitting into countless parts. But in the next moment, the will condensed again, though its volume had fully decreased by 1/5. Having suffered such a great loss, Giant Sun's will was about to furiously counterattack. However, Fang Yuan had already retreated to safety behind the layers upon layers of strength path phantoms. Giant Sun's will was so angry at this that he almost collapsed again. He could not think about too many things, otherwise he would have already seen this was a trap. Thus, he fell for Fang Yuan's scheme. "Hei Lou Lan, what are you still hesitating for?" Giant Sun's will bellowed. How can he send out strength path phantoms that look exactly the same as him? Hei Lou Lan's thoughts were tangled and confused, and when he heard Giant Sun's will's roar, he quivered before coming back to his senses. Fang Yuan's killer move was powerful and had the number advantage, suppressing everyone into such disadvantage that they were not even able to raise their heads. Even Giant Sun's will could not make any progress. This was the moment of life and death. Hei Lou Lan's great strength, true martial physique, was the crucial battle strength that could change the situation. As he thought of this, Hei Lou Lan opened his eyes wide in anger and stood up straight. Boom! One ordinary punch produced a terrifying result. The piercingly cold fist chi almost penetrated the heavy layers of strength path phantoms. Human figures flew all around as the phantoms were smashed to pieces. This was the true strength of great strength, true martial physique. At this moment, Hei Lou Lan displayed all his strength without any reservations. The immortal Gu dark limit's remaining power on him was a thin layer of black membrane. When Hei Lou Lan tore apart this layer of black membrane, his figure suddenly changed. The surging aura of one of the 10 extreme physiques soared to the skies. A formless aura shook the air and formed a shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. This? What's going on? Lord Hei Lou Lan actually turned into a woman. The rumor was actually true. In Su Xian's night elopement, Su Xian had given birth to a daughter with Hei tribe's supreme elder, Hei Qing. It was no wonder that back then, Giant Sun's will had chosen Hei Lou Lan and Ma Hongyan to be Frost Jade Peacock's masters. Giant Sun's will had already seen through Hei Lou Lan's true gender. Hei Lou Lan turned a deaf ear to everyone's shocked remarks, and fixed her gaze at Fang Yuan. Killing intent surged and a wild, noble aura manifested like a proud tigress starting her hunt, bold and fearless, and hungry to devour humans. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort, fist chi surged beside him non-stop, condensing into strength path phantoms that had the formation of an army. He had full confidence in his killer move and was not afraid of Hei Lou Lan. The self-detonation of one of the 10 extreme physiques can indeed slaughter immortals. But my killer move can also do so. Strength path phantoms shouted one after another, their rallying cries poured like a river towards Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan, who had exposed her true appearance, was simply unstoppable. She was like a female warrior goddess who possessed the strength of 1,000 troops. The strength path phantom army charged at her, but she was stable and unmoved. "Save me!" At another side, Yi Lui sang and the others cried out for help. Fang Yuan was concentrating on 3 tasks, facing Hei Lou Lan, taking care of other Gu masters and also guarding against Giant Sun's will. He displayed his master-level attainment in enslavement path for all to see. The strength path phantom army were highly coordinated and they seemed to move like one entity. With no regard for sacrifices, they attacked with a crazy offense. Yi Lui sang and the others were already in danger, but now could hold on no longer. Their final defensive line was broken. Hei Lou Lan wanted to return and assist them, but was firmly stalled by the strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms actually have an ordinary person's intelligence. How was he able to accomplish this? He definitely seized my vital Gu, but how could he create strength path phantoms that have the exact same appearance as him? Hei Lou Lan was extremely astonished. The more she battled with the strength path phantom army, the more she realized their power. An individual strength path phantom was of no concern. But 3 strength path phantoms' tacit cooperation could slightly resist Hei Lou Lan. 6 strength path phantoms could form a small battle formation and stall her. 9 strength path phantoms attacking in succession could pressure her. The greater the number of strength path phantoms, the higher their battle strength. This was all because of the exquisite coordination between them. Even beast groups could not accomplish this, but Fang Yuan's enslavement path army was actually made of his own strength path phantoms. They came from the same source and thus were of one mind. Hei Lou Lan was not able to reinforce them in time. Yi Lui Sang and the others were killed one after the other by the strength path phantoms. And facing the cries for help from his bloodline descendants, Giant Sons Will made the opposite choice of Hei Lou Lan. He turned into several arrows and tried to take advantage of the chaos to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan mobilized the guards beside him to engage in an intense battle with Giant Sons Will. The duration of the battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally fierce. Seeing that he could not succeed, Giant Sons Will left after probing and did not continue fighting zealously. There were hardly any thoughts left in this will. The intense battle would demand quick thinking and he would slowly be unable to bear such intensive consumption. And Fang Yuan also was in trouble. Mo Yao's will continued to bother him from time to time, creating distracting thoughts and causing him to repeatedly make mistakes when mobilizing the strength path phantoms, making him unable to display his master-level enslavement path attainment to the fullest. However, as time passed, Fang Yuan gradually attained the upper hand. His strength path phantom army continued to increase in numbers. The narrow remaining space was filled with these strength path phantoms, their number already surpassing 10,000. At the same time, Mo Yao's will's influence on him was weakening. Giant Sons Will sneak attacked many times but did not succeed. His remaining volume was less than that of an adult. The only one who was still fighting like an addict, Hei Lou Lan, was a monster with unlimited stamina. Great strength. True martial physique's battle strength could make one speechless. If not for the layers of strength path phantoms which consisted of an absurd number already, they might not have been able to restrain her. Child, you have to be careful. I researched this strength path killer move for you. Although it is strong, it has a flaw. The strength path phantom you create is actually your subconscious image. Her mother, Su Xian, said in an extremely weak tone at the moment of her death, advising her repeatedly with a worried expression. Hei Lou Lan sat at the side of the bed, grabbing her hand, nodding her head as she wept without letting out a noise. / The Legends of Renzu / has already told us that every person has a self in their hearts. Child, your strength path phantom is the self in your heart. What I can see from it is that you thirst for tyrannical strength, you long to escape from a woman's status and have it become that of a man's. Use this killer move as few times as possible. Be careful as the killer move might imperceptibly influence you to become as savage as your strength path phantom in the end. Su Xian continued to mumble, almost exhausting all of her energy. Mother, I understand, you can be at ease. Bean-sized tears trickled down Hei Lou Lan's cheeks. When one day, you can create strength path phantoms that resemble your appearance completely, Mother will be at ease. Remember, find yourself. Also, be careful of your father. Su Xian finished her last words, using up her final breath as she left this world. Mother! Hei Lou Lan's heartbroken scream echoed in the room. Hei Lou Lan, what are you doing? You are actually letting your thoughts wander at this moment? Giant Sons Will's furious shout broke Hei Lou Lan's recollection. Hei Lou Lan was startled to awareness. She then stared at Fang Yuan, her heart filled with extremely complicated emotions. This guy actually had already found his self. How did he accomplish it? The final moment is arriving. The wind veil of assimilation is already close to us. Hei Lou Lan, self-detonate. I swear upon the honor of Giant Sun that I will save you. Giant Sunswill commanded. Fang Yuan's gaze became sharp. He might have the Phantom Army's protection and was sure they could create enough time for him to open a stargate, but he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly provoked, Hei Lou Lan, you are a hero of a generation. Giant Sunswill might have immortal Gu, but his immortal essence is still with me. How could he save you? How about you surrender to me? I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan was only probing and did not hold high hopes for it. But Hei Lou Lan's movement slowed down and her battle intent clearly lowered when she heard his words. Giant Sunswill saw the situation taking a turn for the worse and quickly shouted, don't listen to this demon's nonsense, he cannot be trusted. Hei Lou Lan, don't hesitate, this is our final chance to turn around the situation. Could it be that you don't believe me, your ancestor? Don't forget that I am only lending you the strength path immortal Gu, it still has my will and it will self-detonate with just a thought from me. Hei Lou Lan roared as her battle intent soared again. Demon, you have a glib tongue, crafty as a fox. Damn it, what Gu did you use on me? I will make you pay the most terrible price, hand over your life. Hei Lou Lan erupted and like a wild dragon entering the sea, she carved out a path through the layers of the strength path Phantom Army. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, good, let me personally experience the power of great strength true martial physique. He then faced Hei Lou Lan head-on, and engaged in close combat. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong but it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. This was still the case under the circumstances in which Fang Yuan possessed unlimited primeval essence and was activating large numbers of mortal Gu. Hei Lou Lan's feelings were much different. Fang Yuan's power and ferociousness along with the surrounding strength path phantom's tacit coordination made her feel extremely pressured, and she was suffering injuries after injuries. But great strength true martial physique's recovery ability was much stronger than 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The pain instead caused Hei Lou Lan to become even more fierce. For a moment, both sides exchanged moves after moves and were evenly matched. Giant Sunswill only had to wait for a short while before it saw a flaw from Fang Yuan and sneak attacked at lightning speed. Fang Yuan retreated a step and turned around, counterattacking with clear hatred at Giant Sunswill. Giant Sunswill gnashed his teeth as he fiercely clashed with Fang Yuan, creating an even bigger flaw. He bellowed, Hei Lou Lan. As long as this exposed flaw was used, Hei Lou Lan could definitely inflict heavy injuries upon Fang Yuan and might even be able to take his life. Giant Sunswill finally saw hope at this moment. Coming. Hei Lou Lan charged over and activated her Gu worms, striking with an unprecedented power. A dozen strength path phantoms suddenly jumped beside Fang Yuan to protect him. You! Giant Sunswill roared in shock. Hei Lou Lan's attack did not strike Fang Yuan, but smashed upon him. Giant Sunswill crumbled, revealing 3 immortal Gu. Hei Lou Lan opened her mouth, actually swallowing the 3 immortal Gu. With a gulp, the 3 immortal Gu entered her stomach. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The dozen strength path phantoms that had come to reinforce him changed their formation and surrounded Giant Sunswill, before brazenly self-detonating. Fist chi surged, almost completely exterminating all of Giant Sunswill. Only 4 to 5 traces of golden thoughts managed to escape. Chapter 649, Twin Demons. Why? The golden thoughts were furious and puzzled by the betrayal. Humph. Old bastard, I followed your commands earlier because I needed something. Now that the strength path immortal Gu is already in my possession, why would I still listen to your commands? Hei Lou Lan sneered, her beautiful appearance filled with pride and coldness. You thankless wretch, unfilial descendant, you actually betrayed your ancestor. The golden thoughts shouted in hatred. Shut up, stop screaming. Is it because your thoughts are too few now that you are unable to think and have become so demented? Hei Lou Lan crossed her arms and squinted her eyes. You want me to self-detonate, but after making that kind of promise, what can you actually use to save me? Relying on your slavery Gu, divert disaster Gu or fixed immortal travel? These are the only 3 remaining immortal Gu on you. Now tell me, where is the immortal Gu that can resurrect me? Humph, you want to deceive me with such a childish trick? If you were strong and powerful, I would obey you according to the rule of complying to the strong. But look at you now, what reason do you have to order me around? Just because you are the remaining will left behind by a dead man? He, even if it is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he is already dead, he is a thing of the past. This is a new era, why is a dead man like you still jumping around like a clown? Her words were filled with ambitious and ruthless grandeur. Hei Lou Lan was still that Hei Lou Lan. Even if I only have a single thought remaining, I can still cause the immortal Gu to perish. The golden thoughts cried out. However, Hei Lou Lan was calm, you can try as much as you want. What's going on? You are actually suppressing 4 immortal Gu. You might have great strength, true martial physique, but you don't have the will of an immortal, how can you suppress 4 immortal Gu? The golden thoughts flashed with radiance before screaming out in an incredulous tone, clearly, it was unable to destroy the immortal Gu. There are still many things you do not know. Hei Lou Lan seemed to be shrouded in profound mystery at this moment. Hei Lou Lan, as a descendant of Huangjin bloodline and a tribe leader of a super tribe, you colluded with an outsider to scheme against your ancestor. You two shameless bastards, when did you team up? Why didn't I discover it? The golden thoughts asked in a furious tone. Sure enough, you are much easier to deal with when you can't think. Sigh, your pathetic performance really brings shame to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's reputation. Fang Yuan sighed, but there was a grin on his face filled with disdain. The two had actually allied just before now. Earlier, Hei Lou Lan had shouted, Demon, you have a glib tongue, crafty as a fox. Damn it, what Gu did you use on me? I will make you pay the most terrible price, hand over your life. Fang Yuan had not used any Gu, but Hei Lou Lan said Fang Yuan used a Gu. This was a code word. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Hei Lou Lan, both were meticulous and suspicious, merciless and formidable characters. They had cooperated together throughout the imperial court contest and had great understanding of each other. Both knew how ambitious the other was and would not resign to being under someone else. Just because of this, Fang Yuan was willing to take a gamble. Anyway, with the Strength Path Phantom's protection, the risk was not high. The two swindlers cooperated together. Hei Lou Lan made use of an opportunity in battle and succeeded in attacking Giant Sun's will and seizing away all the immortal Gu. I am unresigned. I am the strongest, yet I was plotted against till I reached this stage. None of you will have a good end. My main body left behind many arrangements which are set to activate when 88 True Yang Building collapses. True Yang Building will be rebuilt, and you guys will be hunted down to the ends of the world. I didn't lose to you. If I didn't make moves against Ma Hongyun and ruin my luck, how could I lose? In the end, I lost to luck. The golden thoughts roared hysterically. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, it self-detonated, destroying itself. It was after all something left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, even if there were only a few thoughts left, it was decisive. It was worried the secrets on it would be searched and extracted, the situation was hopeless so it directly chose to self-detonate. The self-detonation of thoughts was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to stop it, he did not have corresponding methods. Unlike Blood Path, Strength Path and Enslavement Path, his Wisdom Path attainment was still very shallow. Only by deceiving Giant Sun's will to enter his immortal aperture, like Mo Yao's will, would Fang Yuan be able to easily suppress it. Like this, the strongest existence and ruler of imperial court-blessed land finally dispersed in smoke, not leaving even a trace of it behind. Hei Lou Lan let out a breath of turbid air before looking at Fang Yuan with a tranquil gaze, speaking in a serious tone, Now, let's have a good discussion, I believe we have the foundation for cooperation. Fang Yuan nodded, sneering, Before speaking of anything else, the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel you seized is mine. That formless fist which seized fixed immortal travel had been broken by Giant Sun's will. After Giant Sun's will seized the immortal Gu, he forcibly suppressed Fang Yuan's will within the Gu but did not have time to refine it, or it may be that he did not have the strength to forcibly refine it. Thus, Fang Yuan was not able to sense the connection with fixed immortal travel. He had lost track of the target earlier and thought the formless fist had already torn through space and left. I know, this is precisely one of my conditions. Right now, I am suppressing your immortal Gu, but there is no time for me to forcibly refine it. I need you to lend me this fixed immortal travel. Hei Lou Lan made an astonishing demand. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. Why should I lend it to you? Humph, the Gu is on me, and without fixed immortal travel, how can you escape from here? Only if we sincerely cooperate, can we have the chance to escape. Hei Lou Lan said. Fang Yuan chuckled. Who told you I don't have other methods to leave this place? Hei Lou Lan's pupils shrunk as she looked at Fang Yuan deeply. The wind veil of assimilation isolates the outside world from the inside. Gu like whole earth Gu and connecting heaven Gu cannot be used. You actually have another method, but you didn't use it even until now. Heh, it seems this method has its flaws. She was a formidable character, regaining her cool quickly and even carrying a probing counterattack. She sounded extremely certain, but she was not that sure inwardly and was only probing. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. His strength path phantom army was beside him and he did not fear the self-detonation of great strength true martial physique. However, his opponent was not any ordinary person of the great strength true martial physique, but Hei Lou Lan. This fellow could not be underestimated. They had contested repeatedly in 88 True Yang building, but they were evenly matched. In fact, she even caused much trouble to Fang Yuan. Now, she was clearly still immortal but was able to suppress 4 immortal Gu, causing even giant Sun's will to be surprised. If Fang Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she was sure to die. But he still had some fear if she counterattacked at the risk of her life. Without the intervention of Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan had returned to his original nature. He calculated his profits. Shortly after, he asked the most crucial question, then, what can I obtain? Immortal Gu Dark Limit. Hei Lou Lan calmly replied, but inwardly she let out a breath of relief. Oh, I would like to hear the details. I will help you obtain this Gu. This Gu is in the hands of Gu Immortal Jian Yu. It can conceal aura, hide heavenly secrets and protect you from deductions. My great strength true martial physique was sealed with the help of Immortal Gu Dark Limit. You have caused such a huge incident. Northern Plains Gu Immortals will definitely track you down and cause troubles for you. Not only them, there are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But with Immortal Gu Dark Limit, your location will not be discovered. Interesting, what else? Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. Hei Lou Lan smiled. We are both smart people, I will speak frankly. I shoulder a huge hatred and grudge, so I cannot self-detonate to kill you with me. But you also probably don't want to force me until I drag you along with me, right? Humph, you are unlikely to kill me, but it is true that it will be really troublesome. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort. Hei Lou Lan's pupils shrunk. From your words, it seems you still haven't fully displayed the power of your killer move. But I also have another trump card. Fang Yuan nodded. Hei Lou Lan had already displayed it just before. She could suppress Immortal Gu, which was not possible by just relying on great strength true martial physique. As long as there were enough profits, there was no need for bloodfest. Fang Yuan was not afraid of Hei Lou Lan's self-detonation, but there would be no benefits to both of them if he pushed her too far. Hei Lou Lan continued, I will help you obtain Immortal Gu Dark Limit and will also return fixed immortal travel once I finish using it. I will also give you my Strength Path Killer move. I believe it will provide some help to your new killer move. Moreover, I haven't killed your senior brother Tai Baiyunsheng. Fang Yuan glanced at Tai Baiyunsheng, who was lying on the ground in unconsciousness, with his body covered by a defensive barrier. This was clearly Hei Lou Lan's work. His evaluation of Hei Lou Lan could not help but rise by a level. Hei Lou Lan was truly not simple. She actually protected Tai Baiyunsheng until now. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will and had been scheming against it. More importantly, she gave many benefits. Immortal Gu Dark Limit was an important benefit, fixed immortal travel was second, then the Strength Path Killer move and finally Tai Baiyunsheng. Such an arrangement showed how much she understood Fang Yuan. Then your condition is? Fang Yuan asked. Protect me during my Gu Immortal Ascension and also help me when I kill my father personally. Hei Lou Lan's eyes revealed extreme hatred when she said this. Fang Yuan's brows involuntarily rose up. He did not ask why, and he did not need a reason. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. He looked at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation, then turned towards Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan, who had torn off the seal of dark limit and revealed her true appearance, was no longer an obese and fierce bear. Instead, she had a stimulating, charming body with sharp brows and bright eyes. She was a remarkably beautiful woman filled with a tyrannical aura. Interesting. Well, there is no harm in cooperating for the moment. Fang Yuan praised as he agreed. The benefits of this cooperation were truly shocking. In any case, fixed immortal travel was in Hei Lou Lan's hands. Fang Yuan was also helpless about that, and so he might as well cooperate. Next, Fang Yuan mentioned his own conditions and reached a basic consensus with Hei Lou Lan. The shrinking of the wind veil of assimilation had almost reached the extreme. Large numbers of Gu accumulated in the narrow space, crowding together. Many Gu worms were already devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, becoming a part of it. But the tribulation, formless hands, were also completely gone. There is no time today, we will talk more in the future. After a rough agreement, Hei Lou Lan activated fixed immortal travel. Dark green light covered her body. She was not a Gu Immortal, but astonishingly, she could activate immortal Gu. Before leaving, she gave a deep glance at Fang Yuan and asked, seemingly without much thought, "Your killer move, what is its name?" "Myriad Self." Fang Yuan replied. Hei Lou Lan nodded, engraving this name to the depths of her heart. She knew that sooner or later, this killer move's name would rise to fame and spread throughout the 5 regions. The next moment, fixed immortal travel activated and Hei Lou Lan disappeared. The moment she left, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the surroundings to prevent her from using fixed immortal travel to return. Wind veil of assimilation was already pressing in very closely. There was only a cabin-sized space left for Fang Yuan to move. Large numbers of Gu worms were already devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, while there were still a few that were flying around. Fang Yuan released Starlight Firefly Gu and opened the Stargate. But he did not leave immediately, instead deeply gazing at these flying Gu worms. He did not have any certainty, but still wanted to give it a try. A few breaths later, a Gu worm flew towards him of its own accord. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Ha ha ha. In the narrow space, Fang Yuan's laughter was echoing endlessly. One could say, open attacks and secret ambushes interweave, schemes and conspiracies conjure countless arrangements. Misfortune descends and one loses their rationality, struggling in peril for that sliver of hope. The immortal zombie is dead and has no lifespan, yet with myriad self one has no worries. Crumbling bones pile into a meeting of 2 demons, thus creating endless mysteries henceforth. Chapter 650, Return to Gu Immortal Blessed Land. Book 4, The Demon Lord rampages unhindered. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. Seeing crystal walls sparkling with a bright pink-colored light, Fang Yuan was dazed. Before reacting, he had used the Stargate to return to Gu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains. Except that in this trip to Northern Plains, he had exhausted his mind and spirit. It was such a dangerous trip, it was a near-fatal experience. Even though Fang Yuan's body was that of 6-armed heavenly zombie king, his mind was still filled with fatigue. After returning to Gu Immortal Blessed Land, he made some arrangements and fell into deep sleep. He slowly woke up now, after sleeping for an unknown amount of time. He was very exhausted. Even now, Fang Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy, I have completely turned into a zombie, my body knows no fatigue, but my soul is still my original soul, it has its limits and will suffer injuries too. A thought flashed in his mind, as Fang Yuan gradually got up. His mind was in tranquility, it was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping had the effect of soothing one's soul. Fang Yuan breathed out some turbid air, stretching his limbs, but he only felt like his body was rusty. He felt very inflexible and heavy. He was not surprised, he knew that this was the backlash of using his killer move, Myriad Self. His soul was greatly depleted. Thus, when he tried to move this extremely strong zombie body, he felt difficulty and resistance. "Where is the land spirit?" Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was coarse and irritating, like the sound of sand grinding on ice shards. It would give a dry and icy feeling to people. "Master." At the next moment, the land spirit Little Gu Immortal's voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. The voice was still cute and sweet, but there was a hint of worry and sadness in it. Fang Yuan turned around, only to see Little Gu Immortal appearing before his left hand with reddened eyes. "How long have I been asleep?" Fang Yuan nodded, asking. "Master, you have been asleep for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Gu Immortal replied. Fang Yuan recalled, 2 days and 3 nights was in terms of Gu Immortal Blessed Land time. 5 days in Gu Immortal Blessed Land was 1 day in the outside world of the 5 regions. That means that since Fang Yuan left the Wind Vale of Assimilation, less than a day had passed in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's inner thoughts settled. Before he slept, he had made an agreement with Hei Lou Lan. They were temporarily cooperating, thus, he would have to return to Northern Plains soon. Little Gu Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was silent, and thought he was upset. She opened her tiny mouth and consoled, Master, don't be too upset. Your current appearance, although it is quite ugly, I'm sure there's a way to change it back. I believe that one day, Master will go back to his original form. Master, you have to cheer up." Fang Yuan laughed speechlessly, stretching out one arm and touching Little Gu Immortal's tiny head. Little Gu Immortal dodged for a bit, but eventually, Fang Yuan's terrifying giant zombie hand landed on her head. She lowered her head, not making a sound. Fang Yuan started stroking her hair and Little Gu Immortal could not take it anymore. She cried, Master, although your palm is icy cold, I still like it. Saying this, she hugged Fang Yuan's huge legs and began sobbing. Little Gu Immortal was still so cute, she was like a 5 to 6-year-old child, pure and innocent, cute and tiny. She wore a rainbow dress and her snow-white fox tail was drooping towards the ground, showing her current sad mood. The land spirit was formed from the fusion of obsession and heavenly power. It was different from Will's and would never lie. Little Gu Immortal spoke the honest truth. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, he did not speak. But the fangs that were outside his mouth retracted a little, and the movement of his hand stroking Little Gu Immortal's head became more gentle. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside his body. In the first aperture, there was dead silence. There was not a bit of primeval essence inside, only Fang Yuan's first vital Gu. The originally clear crystal purple walls had turned into a rock-like material. The rock wall was filled with small cracks. The culprit behind this wound was the spring-autumn cicada in the middle of his aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's body was glowing with green and yellow light. The aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu was permeating the entire aperture. If it was his rank 5 peak stage aperture, it might have burst already. But now that the aperture was dead, it could handle more of the immortal Gu's pressure. Even though there was a limit, he was far from reaching it yet. At the same time, Fang Yuan also noticed that the aperture was completely dry and could not produce any more primeval essence. This is the price for turning into a zombie, the aperture is dead and cannot produce any primeval essence. Fang Yuan assessed in his mind. He could not help but think of first Gen Gu Yu. He had turned into a blood white and his aperture could not produce primeval essence, thus he had great desire for Gu worms like heavenly essence treasure lotus. My current situation is way better than first Gen Gu Yu. I have already ascended into an immortal, I have 19 green grape immortal essence and limitless primeval essence. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan moved his consciousness from the first aperture to the second aperture. The newly born strength path immortal aperture had also turned gray. The blessed land was now a dead land. The sky was gray and the white stone mountains had collapsed, the ground was rotten and dark, emitting a foul odor. The ground was full of cracks, like the aftermath of an earthquake. This was the result of forcefully containing wisdom Gu. Inside this immortal aperture were almost all of Fang Yuan's Gu worms. The most attention-grabbing ones were naturally the immortal Gu. There were 7 immortal Gu in here. This amount was bound to shock others if revealed publicly. Immortal Gu were unique, they were extremely hard to get. Most ordinary Gu immortals would not even have 1 immortal Gu. If he included fixed immortal travel that he had lent to Hei Lou Lan, as well as spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan had a total of 9 immortal Gu. This number could put most rank 7 Gu immortals to shame. There were 3 immortal Gu that were related to Water Pavilion. They were Worldly Wave Trace Gu, Delight in Mountain and Water Gu, and Calamity Beckoning Gu. The other 4 immortal Gu were obtained when Fang Yuan painstakingly smashed the formless fists. Other than the immortal Gu, there were mortal Gu. The most valuable mortal Gu were also obtained when Fang Yuan smashed the formless fists. All these Gu worms originated from the true inheritance secluded domain's many inheritances. Each of them were high-quality Gu worms and had profound differences from common Gu. But of greater importance was the second aperture's vital Gu, rank 4 all-out effort Gu, as well as bitter strength Gu, borrow strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, refine essence spirit Gu, earth strength Gu, water strength Gu, wind strength Gu, lightning strength Gu, fire strength Gu, lurking beast coat Gu, aura concealment Gu, and so on. It was these Gu worms that formed the foundation of the killer move Myriad Self, allowing Fang Yuan to ultimately clinch victory within the wind veil of assimilation. Other than these, there were the other random Gu worms, like the Eagle Rise Gu, which Fang Yuan had used and expended the most in this journey within Northern Plains. The Wind Flower Gu, which could allow changes in direction easily, the Soul Blade Gu obtained from Soul Blade General Pan Ping. There was also the Battle Bone Will Gu, Stargate Gu, and the Gu that made up the foundation of a Gu Immortal, Whole Earth Gu, Connecting Heaven Gu, Divine Sense Gu, and others. The highest quantity that he had among them were beggar moths, almost 1,000 of them. They had the effect of storing primeval essence. They were a huge help to Fang Yuan during the final moments of his Northern Plains trip. After inspecting his mortal and immortal aperture, Fang Yuan directed his attention to his body. Without using a mirror, he knew that he had turned into a monster completely. 6 meters tall, a green face and sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, bulging muscles that were tough as rocks. Most importantly, he had 8 arms. Other than his 2 human arms, his other 6 arms were terrifying in appearance. They originated from the other rank 5 Flying Zombie Gu, Azura Zombie Gu, Heavenly Demon Zombie Gu, Blood White Gu, Nightmare Zombie Gu, Plague Zombie Gu, and Earth Chief Zombie Gu. Fang Yuan did not care whether his appearance was handsome or ugly. Little Gu Immortal was concerned about it because she was formed from the obsession of the female Gu Immortal, Fairy by Hu. What Fang Yuan cared about was that the zombie body caused his cultivation to stagnate. He was unable to advance his cultivation in the slightest. This was a huge obstacle in his pursuit of the demonic path and his dream. He had grand ambitions. He wanted to obtain eternal life. Eternal life was in reference to being the strongest, an indestructible being that cannot be taken down by tribulations or disasters, a person that cannot be harmed by anyone, as well as having infinite lifespan. Although a zombie body had no lifespan, his soul could still suffer damage, and his body could still be destroyed if he was attacked by someone stronger than him. There were still many flaws and weaknesses. Thus, many Gu Masters and Gu Immortals would turn into zombies only after they were left with no other choice. This method was truly a last resort for survival. It was like longing towards heaven while being in hell. How can I get rid of the zombie body, returning to life from death, and obtain a live human body again? Fang Yuan asked in his heart. Evidently, this was a problem that needed to be solved. Although he had no answers, he had some rough ideas. Interrogating Mo Yao's will, who was in his immortal aperture, was one method. Using Wisdom Gu was the second. Little Gu Immortal's crying slowly stopped. As Fang Yuan retracted his hand, his emotions calmed down as he asked, "During the days when I was asleep, did anything happen?" Little Gu Immortal heard her master's inquiry and immediately stood up straight. She wiped her tears and answered him maturely, reporting to Master, "There were 2 things. First, your senior brother, Tai Bai Yunxing, had already woken up. He has been wanting to meet you over these last few days. he was so anxious he even cried several times. But Master had given me the orders, thus I refused to let him in. The second matter is regarding Immortal Crane sect. They have stopped engaging in our Rockman transactions. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned lightly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the reason why Immortal Crane sect stopped the Rockman transactions. Gu Immortal blessed land had Dang Hun Mountain. This was something known by everyone in Central Continent. Immortal Crane sect's target was Dang Hun Mountain, but they could not attack Gu Immortal blessed land directly, thus over a year ago, they had sent Fang Jing to negotiate, eventually settling on the transactions of Rockmen. But their primary objective was Dang Hun Mountain and the Guts Gu. After that, Immortal Crane sect had repeatedly urged and emphasized while requesting Fang Yuan to sell the Guts Gu, but he refused them every time. After a year, seeing that Gu Immortal blessed land was refusing to give in, Immortal Crane sect had lost their patience, thus stopping the Rockman trade. As to whether they would express anger and want to force Fang Yuan to renegotiate, or whether they have other objectives, that would depend on how the situation progresses. Gu Immortal blessed land is not a utopia, it is located at Tian Mountain, and the outside situation is also perilous. If Fang Yuan had a blessed land as an immortal aperture, his reliance towards Gu Immortal blessed land would greatly reduce. He could even swallow Gu Immortal blessed land directly, making his escape and leaving this place. Unfortunately, he was now a zombie, his immortal aperture was a dead aperture, there was no way to consider this. Fang Yuan thought about it, but for now could not come up with any ideas. Damn it, after becoming a zombie, my cognitive abilities have weakened, my thoughts are moving slower and slower, it is too inefficient. Fang Yuan frowned deeply, he started to feel the drawback of the zombie body.